Scene 1936 suppress the audience. Although Wu Mufeng's blood soul power is powerful, it is not enough to face Chu Yan's 5 gods and beasts. After a few hammer strikes, blood clouds filled the sky, and all of them collapsed. Wu Mu Peak, weren't you very arrogant when you were in the 10 Directions God realm? Chu Yan held the meteor hammer in his hand, and with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, he walked lightly towards Wu Mu Peak in the corner. Boom! The shadow of the hammer was like a light, and it slammed down heavily, and it hit Wu Mu Peak's bodyguard, and the thunder exploded. Aren't you very powerful in devouring God Lake? Want me to die at the bottom of the lake? Boom! Another blow of the hammer, Wu Mufeng's protective body exploded directly, shattered into countless vigor, scattered and rushed in all directions. You, don't come here. Wu Mufeng kept retreating, staring at Chu Yan with frightened eyes, as if looking at a killing god. If you come to me again, I will. I will. Being cornered, Wu Mufeng's voice trembled. Today, I can't keep you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, held the meteor hammer high in his hand, raised his hand and smashed it down. At this time, Wu Mu Peak, the power of the blood soul was broken, and the bodyguard was shattered. It was impossible to stop Chu Yan's hammer that gathered the power of the 5 gods and beasts. However, at this moment, a stern look flashed across Wu Mufeng's eyes. Swish! With a big wave of his hand, a piece of blood-colored jade talisman appeared in his hand, and when he squeezed it hard, it burst into pieces. Huh! This is... Chu Yan was stunned, and a serious look appeared on his face. Boom, boom. Following the violent shattering of the blood-colored jade talisman, a terrifying destructive aura surged out, like a boundless sea of blood, with the power of the blood soul devouring the world, all poured into Wu Mufeng's body in an instant. Ha ha ha. Wu Mu Peak, whose whole body is covered in blood. The momentum and cultivation of the body are constantly improving. A pair of scarlet eyes, full of blood, slowly raised his head, looking at Chu Yan, with a ferocious smile on his face. Chu Yan, want to kill me? You are not worthy. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Wu Mufeng raised his hand and slapped out with a palm. The power of the blood soul, that was several times thicker in his body, instantly condensed into a bloody palm, and he slapped straightly. Not good. Seeing this palm strike, Chu Yan's whole body turned cold, all his breath and consciousness were instantly suppressed, and even his body seemed to be a little immobile. Unexpectedly, the sudden burst of power from Wu Mu Peak was so powerful. This power has already surpassed the Median Martial Emperor. Boom! Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, the bloody palm rushed forward and slapped Chu Yan straight. Between the lightning and the flint, Chu Yan yelled sharply, all the physical strength and true energy, plus the power of the 5 gods and beasts, erupted together. Barely breaking away from the suppressing force on his body, he raised his hand to hold the hammer, blocking the meteor hammer in front of his chest. A bang exploded, and Chu Yan's body was directly blasted upside down, and the violent force bounced back into Chu Yan's body, almost causing the true energy to go backwards, and the sea of energy was injured. No. There is a strong will in the power of the Middle Emperor Wu. Chu Yan retreated more than a dozen steps and fell to the ground with a bang. The meteor hammer of the Emperor rank lingering on his right hand was completely shattered, and there were cracks on the body of the hammer. Smashing an imperial-level spiritual weapon with a single palm, this kind of power, even if Wu Mufeng used his whole card to suddenly rise to the middle Wudi, it is absolutely impossible to achieve it. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, admit it. Seeing that Chu Yan was slashed back with a palm, Wu Mufeng laughed wildly, and shouted loudly. It forced me, the first genius of the witch clan, to use my life-saving whole card. Chu Yan, you are really strong enough. This Wudi blood talisman, even if it's me, I only have one piece. It is your great honor to die under the will of the Wu Emperor, Chu Yan. Imposing like a rainbow, he strode towards Chu Yan. Wu Mufeng's blood and soul power gathered wildly, and a bloody palm print condensed in front of him. Blood palm seals the sky. With a stern shout, the whole body's blood surged, and behind Wu Mu Peak, it condensed into a figure, with a pair of bloody eyes, sweeping across the audience, and the palm print bearing Wu Emperor's will blasted out again. Damn! The will of the Holy Emperor. Seeing this palm strike, Chu Yan's hair stood on end, and a dead air rose in his heart. Even if Chu Yan guessed that Wu Mufeng had a life-saving trump card, he never expected that it was the will of the great Wu clan emperor. That is a strong man in the realm of the Holy Emperor. As the Wu clan, the leader of the top 10 powers in the outland continent, the resources behind Wu Mu Peak can be called terrifying. The huge blood-colored palm prints, rushing past, shattered the void, and even the thick black mist on the ancient battle platform pushed a straight passage, which could not stop the palm of the Holy Emperor at all. This is troublesome. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, watching the blood palm attack, and when he was about to summon the green-armored giant, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The moon falls into the sky. With a soft shout, Chu Yan only felt a white figure passing by above his head, and the endless snow-white sword light poured down like a silver moon in an instant. Boom! 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 The water-like silver moon sword light collided with the bloody palm print, bursting out one after another shocking explosions, which exploded and scattered in all directions. Good swordsmanship. Seeing Yu Linglong make a move, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Unexpectedly, Yu Linglong's swordsmanship was so strong. Wan Lai Long Jin. Without hesitation, Chu Yan also punched out a punch, and blasted straight at Wu Mufeng. At this moment, the sky was full of silver moon sword waves, and the golden dragon's shadow on the ground roared and shook the sky, and the two joined forces to attack. Boom! Without any suspense, the one shot by Wu Mu Peak, which contained the palm print of the Holy Emperor's will, was instantly cut to pieces by Yu Linglong's moon shadow sword wave. At the same time, Chu Yan's long Ling fist hit Wu Mufeng, causing him to retreat 3 steps violently. Wu Mufeng never expected that Yu Linglong would suddenly appear at this moment when he was about to kill Chu Yan with his trump card trick. Moreover, Yu Linglong's combat power far exceeded his imagination, and with just one move, he directly chopped the will of the Witch clan's Holy Emperor into pieces. Little Chu Yan, I saved you again. Remember the favor you owe me. Yu Linglong was hanging in the air, holding a silver dagger, looking at Chu Yan, grinning, her face full of complacency. This guy is handed over to you, I'll deal with the others. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yu Linglong's figure rose into the sky, like a silver lightning, straight into the air. The moon sets in Kyushu. Call out. Call out. Call out. The endless wave of silver swords descended again, and this time, it was no longer attacking Wu Mu Peak, but like a silver full moon, the 10,000 rays of moonlight released swayed to the entire ancient battle platform. In an instant, the ancient battle platform with a radius of 10 miles was completely covered by silver swords, and the faces of all the geniuses on the Emperor list changed drastically. My God! Who is this? It's such a terrifying sword energy, block it quickly. The Buddha's anger is pale and yellow. Who the hell? How is this possible, so strong? Not good. It's Yu Linglong from the Dark Temple. Run away. With Yu Linglong's slash, all the living geniuses on the ancient battle platform exploded. Although they know that Yu Linglong, a genius on the star list, has amazing strength. However, I never thought that it would be so strong. With only one person's power, suppress the whole audience. #C 1937 Full Focus. Just when Yu Linglong broke out and overwhelmed all the geniuses on the Emperor list, the battle on Chu Yan's side had already ended. Without the guardianship of the Wu Emperor's will, Wu Mufeng is no match for Chu Yan, who has activated the Wuhun of the five gods and beasts. After 3 moves, the first genius of the Wu clan, Wu Mu Peak, was lost. In the previous battle between Wu Mufeng and Enyu was only defeated and kicked out of the ancient battle platform, but Enyu's life was not harmed. It can be seen that there is probably an alliance between the Wu clan and the Blackhorn Cave Mansion. But now, Chu Yan will not be polite when he takes action against Wu Mufeng, especially since Wu Mufeng also saw Chu Yan's 5 gods and beast cards. Therefore, from the moment he fought against Wu Mufeng, Chu Yan had no intention of letting him live. After collecting the jade talismans and spirit weapons stored in Wu Mu Peak, Chu Yan swallowed the next golden elixir, and looked up into the air during the refining time of the medicine. I saw that Yu Linglong at this time, like a fairy god, was in midair, and the shadow of the sword was like a tide, sweeping the audience. On the ancient martial arts arena, there were less than 8 geniuses on the emperor's list who were still standing at this time. Facing Yu Linglong's runaway state, all of them looked ashamed and miserable. In order to last longer, all the geniuses on the emperor list kept resorting to their trump card tricks to resist the tide of swords all over the sky. However, with the passage of time, seeing that the cards in his hand are getting fewer and fewer, the faces of the emperor list geniuses continue to show the color of despair. Not good. I can't hold it anymore. What to do? This wave of swords shows no signs of weakening. It's over. We've all been suppressed. This time, Yu Linglong will win. On the ancient battle arena, the 8 geniuses of the emperor's list clenched their teeth, their eyes swept over the top of their heads, layers of thick black mist. They saw only streaks of sword light, constantly slashing down, but they couldn't see Yu Linglong's figure at all. Such a large-scale attack, this Yu Linglong, unexpectedly lasted for such a long time. With the passage of time, more and more geniuses on the imperial list began to think about quitting. If you can't resist, it's better to just admit defeat. It can also reduce some consumption, just jump off the ancient battle platform, at least there is no fear of life. Those who had such thoughts accounted for about half of them, and the rest, especially Xiao Wenliang and Guodong Jun, had bloody eyes and stubbornly supported them, not intending to give up at all. However, at this moment, the mutation regenerated. Roar. A deafening sound of dragon's blood blasted the entire ancient battle platform. The overwhelming dragon power surged out, and golden dragon shadows, like a frenzy, smashed into the ancient martial arts battlefield from top to bottom. Broken Heaven Emperor Art, Mad Dragon. Chu Yan was in midair, standing side by side with Yu Linglong. His whole body exploded with Xinqi, and directly used the group attack Emperor technique to blast towards the ancient battle platform below. However, Chu Yan's move was very different from Yu Linglong's. Because Yu Linglong couldn't see the ancient battle platform below clearly, so she could only suppress it on a large scale. But Chu Yan has unicorn pupils, and at a glance, the positions of the 8 Emperor list geniuses are vaguely visible. Therefore, when Chu Yan made a move, he was guided by his spiritual sense and had a clear target. The Bending Heaven Emperor technique blasted down, and the Mad Dragon shook the sky, smashing into the ancient battle platform with outrageous accuracy. Boom! 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 Following Chu Yan's attack, the ancient battle platform was filled with sword tides, coupled with the roar of thousands of dragons, and the berserk power almost enveloped the entire ancient battle platform. This sudden change became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Originally, there could still be 8 geniuses on the emperor list, but under Yu Linglong's sword wave, it was extremely difficult to support them. Now, Chu Yan's joining directly caused them to completely collapse. In particular, although Yu Linglong's all-over-the-sky sword shadow is powerful, at least he can dodge it, but that dragon shadow fist seems to have eyes, so he can't dodge it no matter what. Faced with such a situation, a genius on the emperor's list finally gritted his teeth and gave up, jumping off the battle stage repeatedly. And every time a genius of the emperor's list gave up and left the stage, the other geniuses of the emperor's list who were still persisting on the stage would have to bear more pressure. So, up to now, there is no suspense about the final result. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer people on the stage. The last genius on the emperor list was blown away and rolled to the outside of the battle platform. In midair, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong finally stopped slowly. "It's over." Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong and smiled lightly. He didn't expect that the cooperation with Yu Linglong this time would be so exciting. No. Not at all. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yu Linglong turned her head slightly, her spiritual eyes looked at Chu Yan, flickering slightly. What?" Chu Yan was taken aback, unable to react. A bright smile appeared on her face, Yu Linglong's silky long hair flicked lightly, and her white skirt flew up like snow. Swish! In just a flash, Yu Linglong's figure rushed out of the range of the ancient battle platform and landed on the ground outside the battle platform. You. Seeing this scene, how could Chu Yan not understand that Yu Linglong deliberately gave up the final victory to herself? Hee, I don't care about the inheritance of the Southern Heaven God Emperor. But... Yu Linglong smiled softly, looked at Chu Yan with a charming smile, and said, "However, Xiao Chu Yan, you owe me another favor." With a wry smile, Chu Yan, who was full of helplessness, looked at Yu Linglong, feeling a little puzzled. "Miss Yu, why did you participate in the ancient martial arts battlefield?" Chu Yan asked. "This girl is for, huh? I won't tell you." Halfway through speaking, Yu Linglong turned her face away, and hummed softly, her face full of pride. But... Hearing this, just as Chu Yan was about to speak again, suddenly, a burst of thunder exploded, and the dense black mist quickly dissipated on the entire ancient battle platform. Before the moment, all the restrictions disappeared. Swish! 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 10 rays of light shone together, and everyone's figures were wrapped, disappeared in the ancient martial arts battlefield, and fell into the distance, on the high platform full of golden dragon seats. "I declare that the ancient martial arts battle is over," the old man spoke with a voice like a bell. The 10 Emperor List geniuses were all startled, and quickly looked around. With a glance, everyone's faces changed, and their faces were full of surprise. What? Mo Qianren and Wu Peak are lost. Besides the 2 of them, there are 3 other geniuses who have lost their lives. It's terrible. After this battle, 5 people were lost. Yu Linglong. You are too cruel. Seeing the loss of 5 people, the other Emperor List geniuses looked at Yu Linglong with shock and resentment. Snort. At this time, Yu Linglong still had a bright smile on her face when she was with Chu Yan, but it was replaced by a murderous intent and coldness. This cold snort, carrying a hint of powerful imperial prestige, swept past, and all the geniuses groaned in unison, and their expressions changed drastically. Powerful. Too strong. As expected of a genius on the star list, he suppressed the entire audience with his own strength. "Now, announce the result." The old man, who had watched the show for a long time, looked around the audience with shining eyes, smiled all over his face, and spoke again. "In this ancient martial arts battle, the final winner is..." As soon as the words fell to the ground, the geniuses in the audience all breathed stagnantly and looked up at the old man. Although they had already guessed the result, when they thought about the loss of the Nantian Divine Emperor's inheritance and the incomparably precious Divine Emperor's essence blood, their faces were full of pain. However, when the eyes of the old man looked around the audience and finally fell on one of them, the complexions of all the audience changed at the same time, and their expressions froze instantly. #C 1938, thanks a lot. The ancient martial arts battlefield, the core place, the high platform. A whole row of Emperor List geniuses, all of them with bruised noses and swollen faces, were pale, but they followed the gaze of the presiding old man and looked at the same person in astonishment. Could it be? Impossible. The final number one this time, the winner is. The old man in charge, with a long voice and a smile on his face, suddenly raised his finger and announced loudly. Chu Yan. Get the first place this time and get all the inheritance and rewards. At the same time as the sound landed, he waved his big hand, and the 10 light clusters suspended in front of the old man flew towards Chu Yan like a meteor. Thank you, senior. Chu Yan was overjoyed, and glanced at Yu Linglong beside her with gratitude. This time, being able to get inheritance rewards in the hands of more than a dozen top geniuses in the Emperor List, on the one hand, Chu Yan has almost exploded his full strength, and at the same time, Yu Linglong not only did not compete with Chu Yan, but also helped a lot. Little Chu Yan, remember me, and you owe me a favor again. Hee hee. Yu Linglong smiled brightly, as if she was also happy for Chu Yan. However, in an instant, the atmosphere on the entire high platform suddenly became more and more strange. All the geniuses on the Emperor List opened their mouths wide, their eyes widened, and they looked at Chu Yan petrified. Whether it's Xiao Wenliang or Guo Tiancheng, everyone's sea of consciousness is in chaos and completely stunned. Chu Yan is the first. Why isn't she a genius on the star list, Yu Linglong? It was that Chu Yan. God. Open. Just kidding. A human martial artist with a cultivation level of the quasi-emperor rank unexpectedly broke through the 3 passes of Tiandu, and took away the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor in the hands of a group of Emperor List geniuses who were cultivated at the martial emperor level. How did he do it? Also, what happened to Yu Linglong, a genius on the star list? Could it be? Also lost to Chu Yan? Countless questions exploded in the sea of knowledge of all the top geniuses, making them all stupid. Nearly 10 pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yan, as if they had seen a ghost. Wrong. There is definitely a problem. This is totally unreasonable. No. Impossible. Absolutely, impossible. Xiao Wenliang, whose eyes were bloodshot, watched Chu Yan put away all the treasures. The corners of his eyes twitched with jealousy, and he roared harshly. Chu Yan, why did you get the first place? You are only qualified to cultivate at the emperor level. A loud roar, like an explosion of thunder, immediately woke up all the geniuses on the emperor list, and the pot exploded in an instant. That's right. It's impossible. This kid, how could he be number one? Oh my God, the blood essence of the God Emperor has actually belonged to him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it even if I'm killed. One after another, the roars of unwillingness and jealousy caused the entire high platform to roar loudly. Facing the missed inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor, how could these geniuses on the Emperor List not be jealous? If Yu Linglong, the Witch of the Dark Temple, won the first place and the treasure, maybe they could barely accept it. However, the one who got the first place now was Chu Yan, who was much lower than them regardless of his cultivation level and background. How could their proud hearts of geniuses accept it? Humph. Shut up, everyone. Hearing the howls of the geniuses of the Emperor's List, the old host yelled loudly, causing the whole audience to tremble and fell silent instantly. Since you have doubts, in order to show fairness, let you have a look. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the old man waved his hand, and a large piece of brilliance gushed out like a stream of water, condensing into a light curtain in midair. Amidst the trembling sound, the picture on the light curtain began to appear, but it was the scene when the ancient martial war just started. All the geniuses on the Emperor's List turned their heads excitedly and looked together, but with just one glance, everyone's expressions changed instantly. I saw that in the light curtain, Chu Yan shuttled through the dark and dense fog, holding a big stick, first knocking out Mo Qianren, and then killing Wu Mufeng. Under Chu Yan, the first genius of the two clans of witches and witches, he had no power to resist at all, and was beaten up and screamed. It turned out that in the thick fog, Mo Qianren's screams were not because of being beaten by Yu Linglong, but because of Chu Yan. The screams in the screen gradually weakened, and the light curtain in midair also slowly disappeared. The old man waved his hand, and the light curtain retracted. Call. Chu Yan breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, the light curtain did not show the full recovery situation. His own 5 gods and beasts, and the cooperation with Yu Linglong, did not appear. The old man obviously did it accidentally, and helped Chu Yan invisibly. Such a move made Chu Yan look at the old man again with a trace of doubt in his eyes. No. No. Impossible. It's not, really. Xiao Wenliang stared blankly at the position of the light curtain that had completely disappeared in midair, and he was completely dumbfounded. Not only Xiao Wenliang, but also the other geniuses on the emperor list who looked at Chu Yan, completely changed. There was a trace of deep shock in everyone's eyes. It turned out that among them, the strongest was actually Chu Yan, who had been treated as nothing by them. Although everyone couldn't believe it, the result couldn't be changed until now. However, thinking of Chu Yan holding a big stick in the picture just now, crushing Wu Mufeng and Mo Qianren with a grinning face, all the geniuses on the list of emperors will feel chills in their hearts and their scalps will go numb. The combat power of this Chu Yan is so terrifying. Stared at by more than a dozen red eyes, Chu Yan stepped out with a calm face. Everyone. Slightly arching his hands, sweeping his eyes, with an indifferent smile on his face, he said. Thank you. When the 3 words landed, all the geniuses in the emperor list were stunned. Chu Yan in front of him, with a flat face and restrained breath, could not see a trace of strength, but just in front of everyone, he easily took away the extremely precious God Emperor inheritance. Now, with a simple sentence, it is not obvious, but it has an invincible aura. This is the real powerhouse. Ignore the heroes of the world, and only compete with the world. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was dressed in a black robe and had a stern face, became extremely tall in the eyes of all the emperor list geniuses. It is like an insurmountable peak of the sky, a giant towering between the sky and the earth. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. Amidst a loud noise, the entire ancient martial arts platform, including the high platform, was shaken, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. A large amount of black mist rushed out, forming a black wind tide in the sky, wreaking havoc and rolling, as if the world had changed. What's the situation? Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the sky, his face suddenly sank. Not only Chu Yan, but also Yu Linglong and other geniuses on the emperor list raised their heads and looked at the sky with astonishment on their faces. Could it be that the ancient martial arts battlefield is about to collapse? It's over. Leave now, the old man waved his hand and said. Hum. Following the old man's movements, void cracks suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and the space-time channel opened instantly. Go. Everyone, leave first before talking. Walk. A genius on the emperor list, with a nervous expression, rushed into the space-time channel and left quickly. In less than a blink of an eye, only Chu Yan, Yu Linglong and the old host were left on the high platform. Swish. Just when Chu Yan was about to rush into the space-time channel, the old man who had been staring at Chu Yan smiled strangely, his body turned into a black streamer, shot directly at Chu Yan, and disappeared into his body. Hashtag C 1939 Full Chase. The old man got into Chu Yan's body, and immediately made Chu Yan, who had entered the space-time channel, stiffen. You. With a sweep of his consciousness, he found that the old man who presided over the ancient martial arts battlefield had actually sent it into his body, and he was shocked. Chu Yan, I said that after getting the first place, if you want to get the inheritance of the God Emperor, you have to do one thing for me. What are you doing? Chu Yan was taken aback, frowning slightly. Avenge me. The old man's voice turned cold. I'll tell you after I leave first. Hee. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the old man didn't say anything at all, but smiled slyly twice, and said, Don't say I didn't remind you, after leaving the ancient martial arts battlefield, you boy, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Dangerous? Chu Yan frowned, his eyes flickered, he pondered for a while, and suddenly realized. The inheritance of the Southern Heaven God Emperor was obtained by him. I am afraid that leaving this ancient martial arts battlefield, those geniuses on the Emperor list will never be reconciled to it. In particular, many of the bigwigs of the various ethnic forces are waiting outside the ancient martial arts battlefield. Okay. Chu Yan nodded without hesitation. At the same time, outside the ancient martial arts battlefield, the bigwigs of the major forces all felt the changes in the ancient martial arts battlefield in the distance. The elders of various sects, who had been practicing with their eyes closed, woke up together and turned their heads to look. With this glance, the expressions of all the big bosses changed at the same time. Boom! The sound of thunder blasting resounded through the clouds of Jiuxiao. In the sea of thunder and clouds, it seemed that thousands of thunder dragons rolled and fell 10,000 thick thunder pillars, bombarding the void position of the ancient martial arts battlefield. The sky trembled, and Wanlei exploded with great momentum. Soon, more than a dozen golden streamers shuttled through the thousands of miles of thunder clouds, like a meteor, flying towards the ancient martial arts battlefield. Look! It's out! The Emperor List geniuses finally came out. The vision of heaven and earth. This shows that someone got the inheritance. Ha, it must be a genius of our clan. Seeing more than a dozen golden lights coming, coupled with the scene of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, all the bosses of various ethnic groups waiting outside the ancient martial arts battlefield were full of excitement and became extremely excited. Swish! 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 More than a dozen golden lights flew extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they landed not far in front of the big bosses. The golden light clusters exploded, revealing the figures of the Emperor List geniuses. The void around them was constantly twisting, and they would soon be able to walk out of the void passage. Guo Tiancheng, Miaolian Anju, Xiao Wenliang, Guo Dongjun, etc., were distorted through the void, and their figures were already vaguely discernible. Chu Yan fell behind and landed almost at the same time as Yu Linglong, and she was about to walk out of the void passage. However, at this moment, the clouds of thunder and calamity in the distance continued to expand, and they continued to surge towards the location where everyone was. Not good. The ancient martial arts battlefield is about to be closed, and this side of the void is about to be annihilated. Go back. In the crowd, a big man, with a face full of shock, looked at the sky and shouted loudly. The words exploded, and the faces of all the bosses changed at the same time. They just glanced at the sky, not daring to hesitate at all. Each of them used their secret skills to wrap up their own genius, and flew away. In an instant, Wanlei's roaring ancient martial arts battlefield seemed to explode, and everyone scattered in all directions, not daring to stay for a while. The speed of the elders of various clans is as fast as lightning, flying thousands of miles in less than a few breaths. Boom, boom. In the direction of the ancient martial arts battlefield behind him, thunder clouds roared, and within a moment, a large wave of thunder pillars fell at the same time, bombarding the sea area below. The entire void collapsed, everything turned into dust, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Call. All the bosses finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately they escaped quickly, otherwise the end would be unimaginable. When everyone's breath calmed down, the big bosses of all clans looked expectantly at the genius of the clan's Emperor List, and asked anxiously. You guys, have you got the inheritance? Huh? Where's Mufeng? Could it be that he got the inheritance and is still in the ancient martial arts battlefield? That's not right. I am Mo Qianren from the Ming family. Why didn't I come out? What's the situation? All kinds of inquiries and doubts fell on the faces of the emperor's geniuses of various races. However, some of the emperor's geniuses shook their heads, while others directly turned pale. Seeing the expressions of the geniuses on the emperor list, the faces of the big bosses from all ethnic groups trembled, and a bad premonition rose in their hearts at the same time. They all roared, and the sound shook the sky. On the other side, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong had just stepped into the void passage when they saw the big bosses of various clans fleeing in all directions, wrapped in their own clan's emperor list genius. Chu Yan, run away! In the sea of consciousness, the old man's reminder sounded. Miss Yu, this is the communication jade talisman. The situation is unfavorable, so I will leave first. Chu Yan took out a jade talisman, handed it to Yu Linglong, and bowed his hands. Messaging jade talisman. Yu Linglong took the jade talisman, was startled for a moment, then put it away happily, looked at Chu Yan with big blinking eyes, and said, "Don't forget, you owe me favors. When the time comes, I will come to you." "Yes. I dare not forget." Chu Yan nodded with a sincere attitude. This time, during the trip to the ancient martial arts battlefield, it was really thanks to the other party that I got such a big harvest. Just when Yu Linglong was about to say something, suddenly, hundreds of miles away, one after another roared, resounding through the sky and spreading thousands of miles away. In these roars, there is infinite anger. Oops. This is troublesome. Chu Yan's expression changed. Hearing these roars, how could Chu Yan not guess what was going to happen? At that moment, he didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and his figure rose into the sky. Farewell, take care. A sound transmission of divine consciousness landed in Yu Linglong's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan's figure had already flown dozens of miles away, and his whole body exploded with true energy, like a black lightning, shooting straight to the edge of the sky. In the ancient martial arts battlefield, the treasure that was finally obtained with great difficulty, now, it may be extremely difficult to keep it. The human race is weak. If it is a genius of the Wu clan or the Dark Temple, who has obtained inheritance and treasures in the ancient martial arts battlefield, other ethnic forces may not even dare to fart. But now, it is the genius of the human race who has obtained the inheritance and treasures. How could the bigwigs of other powerful races let Chu Yan go? You must know that the inheritance of the God Emperor has just been born, and there is no time to refine it. If you don't grab it now, when will it be? Quick! Faster! Swimming in the sky, Chu Yan pushed his true energy to the extreme, and his figure almost turned into a ray of light, and quickly fled away. Boom, boom. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, a large stream of light behind him rose into the sky, like a torrent, chasing towards Chu Yan. Damn it! Human race kid, hand over the inheritance. Otherwise, die. Chu Yan, you just killed my witch clan genius, and I'm going to kill you with my own hands today. Kill Chu Yan and avenge Mo Qianren. Grab. The God Emperor's blood is on him, don't let him escape. There are thousands of figures in the feat, including the geniuses of the Emperor list, and the bigwigs of all ethnic groups, with great momentum, picked up the monstrous waves and chased after Chu Yan. #C1940 What to fear. The bigwigs of all ethnic groups, after listening to the geniuses on the Emperor list, talk about the inheritance and rewards in this ancient martial arts battlefield. All the elders with cultivation bases as high as the sky, their eyes turned green in an instant, and the breath in their bodies exploded directly. The first knife in the sky, the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. A drop of blood from a strong man in the divine realm. These treasures, not to mention the geniuses of the emperor list, even for the elders of these powerful clans, they are also heaven-defying treasures. Such a heaven-defying treasure, how could it be possible for a little human genius to take it away in front of him? This is the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. There is still a drop, the blood of the God Emperor, who has the opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the demigod realm. There was almost no need to discuss. A dozen powerful clan bosses rose into the sky at the same time, heading towards the original road, like a dozen thunder lights, rushed through the air, and killed Chu Yan directly. Chase. We must not let that human kid escape. No matter what, you must grab the blood of the God Emperor, and help your family's emperor list to win the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. Give it all to me. Stop. Suddenly, a sound of thunder exploded, making the chasing crowd stunned at the same time. A white figure flew over, directly blocking everyone. The originally menacing bigwigs of all races glanced at the people blocking the way, their expressions changed, and they all stopped. Yu Linglong. The number one witch in the Dark Temple. What are you doing? Seeing Yu Linglong with a frosty face and a wave of demonic energy all over her body, standing in front of everyone, the big bosses of all clans all showed surprise and astonishment. I don't understand at all. What are they chasing and killing Chu Yan, the witch of the Dark Temple, to block them? So many of you. Don't you blush for chasing and killing a quasi-emperor rank warrior? Yu Linglong's face was icy cold, her spiritual eyes were full of arrogance. She looked around at the thousands of people in front of her, and spoke softly. This. Hearing this, all the bosses in the audience were startled and frowned slightly. If it wasn't for Yu Linglong who blocked the way, someone else would have dared to speak like this to the bigwigs of the powerful clans in the Outland continent. He would have been angered and crushed into powder. However, Yu Linglong is different. Because she is a genius on the star list, and one of the two giants in the 10 Directions starfield, the number one witch of the Dark Temple. With such an identity, not to mention the bigwigs of various clans present, even the patriarchs and suzerains of the top 10 ethnic groups in the Outland continent came in person, and when they saw Yu Linglong, they had to be polite. Miss Yu, that Chu Yan killed my disciple in the ancient martial arts battlefield. You must pay with blood. The great elder of the Wu clan stepped out, bowed his hands to Yu Linglong, and said with a hostile face. That's right. He also killed my genius of the Hades, Mo Chanren. A dark-faced elder of the Ming clan, holding a saber, said at the same time with a murderous look. Snort. Raising her eyes to glance at the bosses of the Wu and Ming clans, Yu Linglong snorted coldly, making both of them jump in unison, and their expressions changed slightly. As far as I know, in the ancient martial arts battlefield, it seems that the geniuses of the two races joined forces to attack Chu Yan first, and then they were killed by Chu Yan after the defeat. Yu Linglong's words stunned all the bosses in the audience. What? Wu Mufeng and Mo Chanren teamed up to attack Chu Yan, but failed. How can this be? Miss Yu, I let go of Wu Mu Peak's cultivation, but I have reached the 6th level of the lower martial emperor realm. The great elder of the Wu clan looked at Yu Linglong and said with a frown. The cultivation of my Mo Chanren of the Ming clan has also reached the 5th level of the lower martial emperor realm, said the dark-faced elder of the Ming clan, his face livid. Could it be that you are doubting what I said? Yu Linglong glanced coldly, and said coldly. Don't dare. Don't dare. The elders of the Wu and Ming clans all darkened when they heard the words, and couldn't help but twitched the corners of their eyes twice. However, the two old elders, who were mature, seemed to be able to see it at this time. Yu Linglong blocked them and talked nonsense for a long time, as if to buy time for that Chu Yan to escape. Immediately, the two elders looked at each other, and the great elder of the Wu clan said. Miss Yu, I have no intention of offending you, but that Chu Yan, who kills our disciples, must not be taken lightly. Miss you, what I offended, I will come to the door to apologize in the future. But Chu Yan, I can't let it go. After the two elders finished speaking, they waved their hands together. Immediately, the crowd surged again, bypassing Yu Linglong, who was flying in the sky in white skirts, and rushed towards the distant sky. Seeing thousands of people rushing away, Yu Linglong's face was cold, and she hummed softly, saying, "Hey Xiao, come out." As soon as the words fell to the ground, behind Yu Linglong, the void suddenly trembled, and a figure in a blue robe, covered in smoke, appeared directly and knelt down in front of Yu Linglong. "See the young palace master." The black shadow named He Xiao, with a voice like iron, bowed his head and paid homage. "Go and protect Chu Yan immediately, and don't let him suffer any damage," Yu Linglong said. "This?" Hearing this, He Xiao frowned, looked up at Yu Linglong, and said again, "Young palace master, the palace master ordered his subordinates to protect the young palace master, if you leave." Without waiting for He Xiao to finish speaking, Yu Linglong directly interrupted him and spoke. "Shut up. Go now." Hearing this, He Xiao hurriedly bowed his head, not daring to say more, and bowed his hands to accept his order. "Yes." The word fell to the ground, He Xiao got up, and just soaring into the sky, Yu Linglong's voice sounded in his ears again. "Remember, if Chu Yan is injured, you don't have to come back." In midair, He Xiao's body trembled violently, almost losing his balance, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Young palace master actually attaches so much importance to this human kid. Full of astonishment, He Xiao still dared to hesitate, and immediately exploded to the extreme with his cultivation at the peak of the martial emperor realm, chasing towards the edge of the sky like a thunderbolt. On the other side, at a height of 10,000 feet, a stream of black light flew past. This black light was so fast that it directly split the air into an air groove, like a sharp arrow, across the sky. This person is Chu Yan, who is flying at full speed. Several hundred miles behind him, some black spots can already be seen appearing on the edge of the sky. "Senior, there seems to be something strange about this trip to the ancient martial arts battlefield." Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness transmitted sound, and said to the old man in the body, "Hey, boy, don't try it out, I'll tell you directly, I am Ouyang Nantian." When the old man heard Chu Yan's words, he directly admitted his identity, but his face was full of complacency. "Finally let me out. Thanks to you little guy this time, ha ha ha." "Sure enough," Chu Yan said. "In the ancient tomb, what you see is only the remains of my golden body. My divine sense has changed its breath and turned into the master of the ancient martial arts battlefield. I planned for tens of thousands of years. I finally killed the original principal. I escaped from the surveillance of a few pairs of eyes and turned into the principal. After waiting for millions of years, I finally escaped." Ha ha ha. Ouyang Nantian laughed wildly as he spoke, appearing extremely excited. "But, it seems that I can't say it now, I have escaped completely. Look at the back." Chu Yan looked behind him with a serious face, and poured a basin of cold water on it. "Humph. It's just a bunch of rubbish." Ouyang Nantian snorted coldly, his momentum was like a rainbow. "You can deal with them." Chu Yan was taken aback, a look of joy flashed across his face. "Cannot." Ouyang Nantian directly shook his head, denying, "The remains of my golden body are still in the ancient martial arts battlefield. Only the divine sense escaped, without a trace of cultivation. That's how powerful it is." "What? Then you say they are a bunch of rubbish?" "That's the outland continent, the elders of the top 10 races," Chu Yan said with a speechless expression. "Why, boy, are you scared?" Ouyang Nantian asked with a playful smile on his face. "Afraid?" Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face, and said, "Even if I am an enemy of the entire outland continent, why should I be afraid?" Hashtag see 1941 Town Blood Gun. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Ouyang Nantian smiled all over his face and said, "Okay. That's arrogant. Martial arts practice, especially walking against the sky, should be like this." Chu Yan frowned at Nantian God Emperor's approval, but did not answer him again. On the contrary, Chu Yan has been pondering, constantly thinking about what happened in the ancient martial arts battlefield, related to this Nantian God Emperor. Whether it's the ancient tomb at the bottom of the lake, or the old man in charge of the ancient martial arts battle, who is the real Ouyang Nantian. Or, as the old man who escaped from the ancient martial arts battlefield said by himself, those two are both him, the Nantian God Emperor. However, Ouyang Nantian's actions are a little weird, making people puzzled. However, Chu Yan would not simply think that Ouyang Nantian had no other ideas or purposes for him. The appearance of Ouyang Nantian seemed to verify the words that the green armored giant suddenly awakened to himself when he got the Tsangyang pearl some time ago. Moreover, Ouyang Nantian seemed to know the green armored giant just like the demon sword martial emperor. A bunch of messy things are all related to my own heavenly Daoming mantra, and they are always in the fog, a little unclear. After a long time, Chu Yan shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. After all, with his current strength, no matter it is Tian Daoming mantra or God's domain, he is not qualified to participate. Everything must be improved as soon as possible. While flying fast, Chu Yan turned his head and looked behind him, but saw a large black shadow approaching quickly. "I don't know what happened to you, Linglong. With her status, those people shouldn't dare to deal with her." Just now, Yu Linglong, who was floating high in the sky, helped him block the scene of chasing soldiers. Chu Yan kept sweeping towards the spiritual consciousness behind him, and probed clearly. Chu Yan was quite touched by Yu Linglong's move. Moreover, it bought the most precious time for Chu Yan to escape. However, when those people bypassed Yu Linglong and chased after Chu Yan again, the gap in cultivation and strength continued to narrow the distance between the two. Boom, boom. Big crowd. It surged into the air, thousands of real chi burst out, the void trembled, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Thousands of people chased after him madly, and countless murderous intentions locked in, making Chu Yan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The elders of the top 10 racial forces in the outland continent have all reached the level of the median martial emperor, or even the peak of the median martial emperor. Their flying speed after the outbreak is extremely amazing, far beyond Chu Yan's comparison. Thousands of miles away, it won't take long for them to catch up. The energy of the 5 elements. With a low shout, Chu Yan summoned a 5-element color and merged into the sea of qi. The true qi exploded twice, and the speed skyrocketed again. At this time, Chu Yan was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Ordinary people even only saw a line shooting from a high altitude, and couldn't see the figure clearly. This speed is still not enough. Turning his head and taking a look, although the speed of approaching from behind has slowed down a lot, it is still getting closer. No, I have to think of a way. Chu Yan was anxious in his heart, his eyes swept around, his consciousness was like a giant net of heaven and earth, and it instantly spread out for nearly thousands of miles. Hey! There is a city. On the far side of the sky, a city towered at the foot of the mountains, which immediately made Chu Yan's eyes brighten. There, it should be. Xiaodao City. Swish. Without a trace of hesitation, the direction turned sharply, and Chu Yan's figure fell straight towards Xiaodao City. At this time, 7,000 miles behind Chu Yan. A group of bigwigs from the outland continent summoned all their strength to chase after him desperately. However, they found that Chu Yan's speed was getting faster and faster, and the distance that was already close was slowly pulled away. "This won't work, Elder Mo, we must find a way." Elder Yi, don't your sect have wearing talismans? Don't be reluctant, use them quickly. Quickly think of a way. This is too slow. All the bosses who followed Chu Yan's buttocks to eat ashes were as impatient as ashes, their eyes were red, but they were helpless. In fact, there is no need for others to remind. As early as the beginning, the big guys have used secret skills and tricks, and no one is willing to lag behind. However, I still can't catch up. The crowd is like a wave, like a thundercloud, rumbling across the sky, causing the void to vibrate, and the distance is thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. On the ground, some small martial arts sects, or casual cultivators passing by, were all stunned and shocked when they saw this scene. So many terrifying powerhouses, what happened? On the other side, Chu Yan is getting closer and closer to Chodao City, but the wave of killing intent in his body is not slow to approach. If I can sneak into the city and use the spirit formation that Situ Yang gave me, I might be able to hide for a while. The sense of crisis in Chu Yan's heart is getting stronger and stronger. Although a message has been sent to Ling Xuantian just now, it is too far away from the Jiuxiao mountain range. Far water cannot save near fire. At present, Chu Yan is only holding on for a while. If he is lucky, he may be able to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. At this moment, 5,000 miles behind. The big brothers of all ethnic groups, seeing Chu Yan preparing to rush into Chodao City, all their faces darkened. Not good. That kid is going to the city. This Chodao City has a radius of thousands of miles and a large population. If this kid hides, it will be a little troublesome to find him out. Quickly find a way to stop him. All the bosses were anxious, not saying that there was really nothing they could do if Chu Yan entered Chodao City. Rather, the blood essence of the God Emperor has a lot to do with it. If it takes too long, there will naturally be more variables. If something happened and they really missed the blood of the God Emperor, it would definitely make them cry to death. You know, what a shame it is for a group of big bosses to let a quasi-emperor rank human kid escape from them with the blood of a God Emperor. Everyone, we can't procrastinate any longer, we must not let Chu Yan step into Chodao City. The great elder of the Wu clan, his face was livid, he clenched his teeth, his eyes gleamed with astonishing killing intent, and he stared straight at the black dotted figure in the distance. Fortunately, I brought the Tianwuwani spear, one of the 3 major town treasures of the Dao clan. Watch me intercept and kill the son. Skywuwani spear. All the bosses were startled, their complexions changed drastically, and they looked at the great elder of the Wu clan, and instantly became hot. The reason why the Wu clan is able to stand tall in the Outland continent as the top 10 racial powers is due to the fact that the Wu emperor and the 7 emperors in the clan are on the one hand, and at the same time, the 3 major treasures of the clan are also indispensable. This day, Wuwani spear has a vicious reputation, and there are countless strong people who died under this divine spear. Okay. Hurry up. All the bosses reacted with ecstasy on their faces. With Tianwuwani a spear, that Chu Yan couldn't escape at all. Boom. The next moment, the great elder of the Wu clan was full of blood, and his body was instantly raised, returning to the body of a woman, which was nearly 100 feet high. Heavenly witches come out of the netherworld, and Wani breaks through the universe. With a loud shout, the great elder of the Wu clan pushed his palms flat, and in the void in front of him, a 10-foot blood spear slowly emerged. #C 1942 in a dead end. The blood-colored spear that appeared in front of the great elder of the Wu clan exploded with a shocking killing aura, and suddenly exploded a mass of red light, heading straight towards the distant sky, and the little black dot representing Chu Yan shot straight away. Call out. With a piercing scream, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes. A wave of air exploded in the void, rushing past the crowd. The red light, like a meteor that destroyed the world, pierced a deep blood groove in the void. Like a phantom. Okay, the terrifying Tianwuwani spear. It is worthy of being the treasure of the Wu clan, who has assassinated countless powerful people. At this speed, killing thousands of miles is just a thought. Too strong. The faces of all the bosses changed, and they finally saw the strength of the Wu clan. They all looked up in the direction of the flying red light. A grim smile appeared on the face of the great elder of the Wu clan, his eyes full of killing intent, as if he had already seen the scene of Chu Yan being shot through the heart. Humph! Chu Yan, you must die. With a cold snort, the bosses around all had smirks on their faces at the same time, and hurriedly speeded up, chasing after Hong Guang and Chu Yan. When the Tianwu Wani spear kills Chu Yan, it's time to seize the treasure. Swish! Chu Yan, who was falling rapidly towards Chodao City, suddenly felt a chill in his heart and exploded. The feeling of numbness all over the scalp and overwhelming death in the body made Chu Yan feel like falling into an ice cellar, and he turned his head suddenly. With a glance, he saw a blood-colored long spear coming through the air like a rainbow of blood, carrying a terrifying and bloody aura. Not good. Tianwu Wani spear. Chu Yan's face changed violently. Unexpectedly, the great elder of the Wu clan, in order to kill himself, even directly used the treasure of the Wu clan's township. Yu dragon covers the sky. With a loud shout, the true energy of Chu Yan's whole body exploded, and the 32 inner alchemy circulated rapidly into the flesh. In an instant, Chu Yan's figure turned sharply, pulling out afterimages all over the sky. Like a golden dragon, his figure suddenly rose, changed direction, and flew towards the sky. Call out. However, almost at the moment when Chu Yan unfolded his movements, the blood-colored spear unexpectedly turned, and also changed from low to high, still chasing directly at Chu Yan. What? At this moment, Chu Yan's face changed suddenly, and he dared to hesitate a little, and his figure turned sharply again. Call out. Without any suspense, the blood-colored spear turned the same direction and chased after it again. Moreover, after changing direction twice, the speed of the blood-colored spear did not weaken at all, and the distance between it and Chu Yan was still getting closer. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face was solemn, and a strong fighting spirit burst out in his eyes instantly. Humph! I don't believe it. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan flipped his hand, and a thick meteor hammer appeared in his hand. This emperor-level meteor hammer was exactly the one used to beat up Wu Mufeng and Mo Qianren during the violent battle of Gu Wu. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of this blood gun at all, Chu Yan could only choose head-to-head. The meteor hammer was held high, and a large amount of true energy, like a flood, was continuously poured into the emperor-level meteor hammer, and the nearly 100-foot-long soldier's light shot out violently. Break it! With a roar, Chu Yan stared at the blood gun that was coming straight, and Chu Yan swung it down suddenly. Boom, boom. The meteor hammer of the Imperial Army exploded with astonishing power, like a sledgehammer. It slammed hard on the tip of the blood spear in front of it. Clang. A deafening sound of metal collisions exploded, the meteor hammer of the Imperial soldier collided with the blood gun, and the momentum of the gun and hammer stopped abruptly. At this moment, the wind stays and the clouds rest, as if the world is still and everything is silent. Click. But soon, as a crack appeared on the body of the meteor hammer, the berserk vigor burst out in an instant, scattering and rushing in all directions. The blood gun seemed to have a spirit, piercing the body of the meteor hammer, as if piercing into a piece of wood. As the tip of the gun deepened, cracks on the body of the meteor hammer continued to appear. Click, 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 click. Bits of fragments continued to peel off from the meteor hammer body at a faster and faster speed. In less than 2 breaths, the entire meteor hammer body exploded and turned into countless debris, flying in all directions. Mysterious water shield. Chu Yan, whose eyes were wide open and bloodshot, saw the tip of the gun piercing his chest little by little, and immediately yelled. Hum. The void burst, and a cloud of black light rushed out from Chu Yan's body, turning into an octagonal black crystal shield, blocking Chu Yan's chest. Clang, comma. There was another shocking sound of collision. The blood-colored witch spear collided with the octagonal black crystal black water shield, and the tip of the spear sparked a ball of dazzling sparks, as if stuck on a piece of iron, pulling out a long groove of sparks, wiping the Xuanhuan shield, paddled to the side. The Xuanhuan shield trembled violently, and finally blocked the Tianwu's blood spear, and bounced it into the distant sky. However, after Xuanhuan's shield blocked the Tianwu Wani spear, it also turned into a stream of light and returned to Chu Yan's body. Finally blocked it. Chu Yan let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the bare handle of the meteor hammer in his hand. The corners of his eyes twitched twice. This clan treasure of the Wu clan is indeed well-deserved of its reputation. It can even shatter an emperor-level spiritual soldier with one blow. Obviously, the Tianwu Wanga spear is at least comparable to a divine weapon. It's just that I don't know what method the Wu clan used to refine it. The attack power is so strong that they can chase and kill on their own without manipulation. However, before Chu Yan could heave a sigh of relief, a scream sounded high above the sky. Call out. The Tianwu blood spear descended from the sky, stabbing straight at Chu Yan again with a monstrous bloody light. Damn, come again. Looking up, Chu Yan's eyes widened instantly, his scalp exploded in shock, his figure spread out, and he dodged quickly. As if stimulated by the Xuanhuan shield, this time when the Tianwu blood spear stabbed towards him again, the speed increased significantly, which was astonishingly fast. On the tip of the sword, there is a little bloody cold light, which makes people tremble slightly. No. The witch blood spear is too strong today, there's no way I can escape. Chu Yan flew quickly, changing directions constantly, hoping to increase the distance from Tianwu blood spear. The meteor hammer is shattered, and other emperor soldiers probably won't be able to stop him. The Xuanhuan shield can only be used once a day, and cannot be used continuously. At this time, Chu Yan has no means to deal with Tianwuxuli gun other than dodging. Call out. The bloody light pierced through the air, rubbed against Chu Yan's body, stabbed a piece of black robe rag, and was narrowly dodged by Chu Yan. Hiss. Seeing that Tianwu's blood spear almost stabbed him, Chu Yan broke out in a cold sweat. Just as Chu Yan glared, rushed to the sky, and turned sharply again to the Tianwu Wani spear, a thunderous sound sounded from the far horizon. Chu Yan, you are dead. Behind the great elder of the Wu clan, there was a crowd of people, like black clouds in the sky, rolling in wildly. Seeing that Chu Yan was entangled tightly by the Tianwu Wani spear, and almost lost several times, he immediately roared excitedly. Damn, so fast. With a glance, Chu Yan's face suddenly sank when he saw that the bosses of all ethnic groups had approached a distance of 3,000 miles. In front of him was a witch blood gun, and a group of big bosses chased him from a distance. At this moment, Chu Yan felt that there was no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth. What to do? Chu Yan's heart sank. #See 1943 Haoyan returns. This time, Chu Yan's opponent was too strong. If it is a powerful family leader, Chu Yan can still fight against the opponent with his whole cards. At least, it is absolutely no problem to save his life. However, this time it was a group of strong men, dozens of them, plus other geniuses on the emperor list. All of them were strong. In such a situation, Chu Yan is by no means able to deal with it alone. Call out. The Tianwu blood spear pierced through the sky, drawing a long line of blood, and stabbing straight at Chu Yan's chest. Chu Yan, whose eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, was driven to the extreme by his identity as a wandering dragon. After barely dodging, the Tianwu blood spear roared past. Although he escaped a thrust from Tianwu's blood spear, the anxiety in Chu Yan's heart became more and more intense. If you can't think of a way in a short time, not to mention the Tianwu Wani spear in front of you, and when a group of big men behind you rush over, Chu Yan will be more difficult than climbing to the sky if you want to escape. Originally, Chu Yan was preparing to sneak into Chodao City thousands of miles away. With the help of Situ Yang's breath interval formation, he might be able to last until Ling Xuantian came to support him. But now, this Tianwu gun is entangled, not to mention getting out, and there is even a danger of losing it at any time. First came the meteor hammer of the Imperial Army, and then the Shanshui shield. At this time, there was no whole card in Chu Yan's hand that could counter this divine spear. If Hao Yan is here. A look of despair flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. Looking at the sky which blood spear roaring in front of him, Chu Yan suddenly remembered that the Hao Yan sword was still being refined in the Tianqi building. This is. Just as Hao Yan's sword was raised in the sea of consciousness, a faint spiritual consciousness suddenly lit up in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. This spiritual consciousness is extremely familiar, but it has a strange feeling, which made Chu Yan startled at first, and then ecstasy appeared on his face. It really is you. Turning his head suddenly, Chu Yan looked at the eastern sky. Above the boundless sky, on the far side of the sky, there was a faint light, fleeting. If you don't look carefully, it is even difficult to find. But it was that faint light that made Chu Yan's eyes brighter and brighter, like stars in an instant. Call out. Boom, boom. That ray of light was extremely faint just now, but within less than half a blink of an eye, that ray of light became brighter and brighter, like a star rising from the east, across the sky, causing a large area of void tremors, like thunder rushing. In the eastern sky, not only Chu Yan noticed the sudden vision, but even the faces of the big bosses all changed, and they all turned their heads to look. Oh my God, what is that? What is that? What kind of aura is this? Why is there such a strong degree of oppression? It seems to be flying from the direction of the Tsanglong realm. Could it be that some kind of strange treasure was born? That's not right. What kind of treasures can there be in a tiny Tsanglong realm, a land of human race that is as insignificant as an ant? Look, here we come. My God, it's a shooting star. No, it's a sword. All the bosses, including the Emperor's genius, had thousands of pairs of eyes, looking up at the sky above their heads, at the flashing light cluster. Their faces were full of horror. They didn't understand at all how a sword suddenly appeared. Moreover, the aura on this sword is so special. The moment it passed over everyone's heads, the hearts of thousands of people suddenly shrank. No. Impossible. This is a magic weapon. The elder of the Ming clan felt the icy chill rising from the bottom of his heart. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he stared at the bright light across the sky. His face was full of shock. Spiritual soldier. The elder of the Wu clan's eyes shone brightly. How could there be divine soldiers? Boom. 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 All of a sudden, 3 thunderbolts exploded, and the bright light suddenly slowed down, smashed into the void, and exploded 3 sonic booms. Where the sound exploded, 3 layers of void ripples, like shock waves, surged and rippled in the sky. Following 3 shock waves, they swept across 9 heavens and 10 places, rushing past the crowd, like water waves hitting duckweed, making the crowd tremble suddenly. After being rushed by this breath, everyone's face changed at the same time, and a look of shock flashed in their eyes. Such a strong Lingwei. The magic weapon has a spirit, breaking through the 9 heavens, and vibrating the world. At this moment, everyone was finally sure that this divine sword was really a divine weapon. Moreover, looking at the shocked expression on the face of the great elder of the Wu clan, it is easy to see that the rank of this divine weapon is probably extremely high. The sword body fell sharply, and the terrifying sword energy suddenly scattered in all directions. Above the sky, where the sword passed, the void collapsed. In the nothingness, the soldier's light wrapped around the sword body kept restraining, revealing the metallic luster of the sword. This is. Chu Yan looked at the divine sword that was coming in a hurry. If it wasn't for the familiar and extremely excited spiritual consciousness bursting out from the sword body, Chu Yan could hardly recognize it. This sword that came from thousands of miles away turned out to be his Haoyan sword. Haoyan, come. With a soft drink, guided by his spiritual sense, he flocked towards the black sword, but the blade was golden on one side and silver on the other. The top 10 refining masters of Tianqi building, Lianquan refining, used Jiuxiao sword and Jiansol divine liquid as materials to refine Haoyan sword. At this time, the Haoyan sword has been completely reborn, and has long since lost the slightest trace of its original form. Apart from sword soul and sword spirit, the current Haoyan sword is completely different. The world's #1 soldier, born. Swish. Sensing Chu Yan's consciousness, the Haoyan sword was shot like a sharp arrow and fell straight into Chu Yan's hands. Haha, it really is my Haoyan sword. Ah. With Haoyan in his hand, the piercing chill of ice made Chu Yan's whole body feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, as if even his soul was going to freeze. Sword breath, it's so strong. Terrifying sharpness emanated from the Haoyan sword, and even Chu Yan, the master, was almost injured by the sword energy of the Haoyan sword. If this is used for fighting, its power should be as strong as its size. Okay. That's great. Heyo Xianjian, you came too timely. Today, let us fight side by side. At this time, Chu Yan's fighting spirit in his heart was fully aroused by Haoyan's sword. With a sword in hand, the whole body sword intent surged like a tide, and tornadoes of sword intent continued to appear around Chu Yan's body. Long hair fluttering, black robe hunting, faint golden pupils, slowly raised, glanced over, just in time to see the Tianwu spear falling down from the sky. The treasure of the Wu clan, isn't it? Humph. With a cold snort, Chu Yan's eyes spit out cold flames, and the Haoyan sword in his hand was raised high. Under the infusion of true energy, a shocking sword burst out of the Haoyan sword. The bright gold and silver two-color sword light, like a sky-breaking light, went straight to Jiuxiao, and when the sword light passed, the void was split into two. Haoyan sword, give me, cut. The word cut fell to the ground, and the Haoyan sword gushed out a towering sword energy. The terrifying sword power, like a stormy sea, slashed straight at the Tianwu spear falling from the sky. #C 1944, the Holy Emperor comes. This sword, like the 9 heavens Excalibur, fell from the sky. This sword cut down not only the unparalleled sword energy, but also the Haoyan sword, the supreme majesty of becoming the world's #1 divine soldier. Boom. The swords and guns intersected, blasting endless air waves, setting off a terrifying wind, sweeping the world. The entire sky, with the surge of air waves, collapsed layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the sky with a radius of 100 miles was completely reduced to dust and annihilated into nothingness. With Chu Yan Haoshan sword in his hand, he stood in front of him, and the sword energy surged, twisting all the energy and wind into powder, without being affected in the slightest. On the other side, the Tianwu spear was cut in the middle of the handle by the Haoyan sword, and was thrown high into the air. The body of the spear trembled continuously. Seems to have encountered some terrible existence. A trace of the terrifying spear spirit of the Tianwu blood gun seemed to be frightened. The speed was fast, and desperately wanted to escape. Click. Click. However, as the Tianwu blood spear shot towards the sky, crackling sounds continued to resound, reverberating throughout the sky. Accompanied by the sound of explosion, pieces of slag fell from the Tianwu blood spear. Moreover, as the speed of Tianwu's blood gun became faster and faster, the speed of the cracking sound and falling debris also became faster and faster. In less than a blink of an eye, the trajectory of the Tianwu blood gun rushed high into the sky, covered with scattered red fragments, like a long blood-colored galaxy. Click. Finally, with an explosion that resounded through the sky, the Tianwu blood gun exploded into a cloud of blood mist at a height of 10,000 feet. Countless evil spirits scattered and flew in all directions, turning into bloody light, and completely collapsed. Clang! Facing the sky with the crumbs of the wine, Chu Yan raised his hand, and the Haoyan sword returned to its sheath. The wind is thundering, the sky is like a tide, and the black robe is hunting, standing in the sky. At this time, Chu Yan's sword energy is stirring all over his body, like a god returning. With one sword, smash the treasure of the Wu clan and town. The Haoyan sword at this time will finally live up to its title of the world's #1 magic weapon. Ha ha ha. Very beautiful. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of the Nantian Divine Emperor burst into laughter with incomparable excitement and excitement. This sword seems to have aroused him. He was the peak of the past when he was the first sword in the sky to kill hundreds of demons with one sword. I didn't expect that you have a magic weapon. This sword is incomparable to the Futian sword I used back then. Happy. Chu Yan nodded with a faint smile on his face. The sword just now also made him extremely satisfied. The Jiuxiao sword and sword Soul Divine Liquid, plus the brand new Haoyan sword created by the top 10 craftsmen of Tianqi building, really did not disappoint him. However, at this moment, the crowd of people in the distance had already rushed in, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of them. Hula la! Taking advantage of the timing of the battle between Chu Yan and Tian Wu's blood spear, a group of big shots finally caught up and stopped 10,000 steps in front of Chu Yan. It's just that all the bosses, looking at the sky, are still surrounded by bloody shards, and the scabbard behind Chu Yan's back, all of them are shocked, completely stupid. The Tianwu Wani spear was cut into scum. How can this be? That human boy turned out to be the owner of that magical weapon just now. Including the Emperor List genius, the eyes of thousands of people stared at Chu Yan, collectively petrified. Chu Yan, you seek death. After a long time, the great elder of the Wu clan, who had been looking up at the red slag flying in the air, finally reacted from the horror, slowly lowered his head, his bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Chu Yan, and said a word said in one word. The veins on his forehead popped up, his fists were clenched tightly, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. The anger in the heart of the great elder of the witch clan almost shot out from his eyes. Although this Tianwu Wani spear is only one of the 3 treasures of the Wu clan, it does not mean that the great elder will not be punished after returning. More importantly, after the Hui nationality, what do you ask him to say? The clan treasure of the Wu clan was destroyed by someone in his own hands. What's more, he was chopped into scum by a single sword by a human martial artist whose cultivation level was only quasi-imperial. Who would believe this? Do you want to live, the great elder of the Wu clan? The great elder, whose eyes were spurting blood, looked at Chu Yan and almost wished he could swallow him alive. Then, that Chu Yan actually has a magic weapon. Oh my god, it's terrible. Even the Wu clan Sky Wu Wani spear was blown to pieces. The power of this sword is too strong, I am afraid it is far superior to the Emperor's soldiers. No wonder you were able to win the inheritance and treasures of the Nantian God Emperor in the ancient martial arts battlefield. This sword is really good. The voices of the discussion of the big bosses spread, and when the elder of the Wu clan heard it, he trembled slightly and his face froze instantly. Yes. This divine sword is far superior to the Tianwu Wani spear, Chu Yan, if you don't want to die, hand over the blood of the God Emperor, the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor, and that sword. The great elder of the Wu clan shouted like thunder, and when he spoke, his whole body was shaken by the Emperor's prestige, and he moved towards Chu Yan to suppress him. Impacted by the great elder's imperial power, Chu Yan's body trembled violently, and he retreated 3 steps before barely standing still, his face full of solemnity. The current situation is very bad. Headed by the great elder of the witch clan, more than a dozen bigwigs, plus 1,000 geniuses from the emperor list, have already chased after them, and if they tried to escape, they might have no chance. After all, at least half of these 1,000 people are all cultivated by Emperor Wu. This kind of power is not at all what Chu Yan is now, and can be resisted. Even the plan to escape into Chodao City and delay time has no hope. Not bad. Hand it over. If you don't want to die, hand it over. Hand over the sword behind you together, and the storage jade talisman. Yes, hand it all over. All the bosses, after hearing the words of the great elder of the Wu clan, looked at Chu Yan with excitement and greed in their eyes. Huh. As the elders of various clans, don't you feel ashamed to bully the widowed and rob the younger generations of warriors? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at all the big shots, and those geniuses on the emperor list, and snorted coldly. This? Hearing Chu Yan's words, among the big bosses, some of them were stunned and lowered their heads suddenly, but none of them had the slightest intention of retreating. Obviously, these people don't care about the so-called face at all in the face of the heaven-defying treasure. Chu Yan, don't be wishful thinking. Today, even if you go to heaven and earth, you can't escape. The great elder of the Wu clan said again with bloodshot eyes. Let me ask you, hand it over yourself, and then kill yourself, or do you want me to do it? When the words landed, thousands of pairs of eyes all looked at Chu Yan. No. Chu Yan shook his head. Okay. This is you looking for death. The elder of the Wu clan, killing intent flashed in his eyes, the emperor's prestige on his body exploded, and he flipped his big hand, and the palm prints were like clouds, and quickly condensed. However, at this moment, a thunderclap suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. A figure like lightning flashed across the sky from far to near, charging all the way, the void rumbled like thunder, and the sky and the earth trembled. This is the power of the Holy Emperor. When the great elder of the Wu clan raised his head, his face froze for a moment, full of astonishment. Not only him, but all the bosses in the audience, as well as all the geniuses on the emperor's list, all turned pale and looked up at the sky. #C 1945 audacious in the extreme. Above the sky, Emperor Wei went from far to near, from weak to strong, and the faces of all the bosses changed. As bigwigs of various powerful clans, how could they not know that the terrifying aura that enveloped the world was exactly the power of the Holy Emperor? What is the Holy Emperor? Above the level of Emperor Wu's cultivation is the realm of the Holy Emperor, and finally, the realm of the legendary gods. In the Outland continent, and even in the starfields of the 10 directions, the Holy Emperor is respected. And the strong in the divine realm only exist in the legends of the ancient times, and in the illusory realm of the gods. In front of him is the Holy Emperor. One must know that there are only a handful of holy emperors in the Outland continent, and all of them are patriarchs or suzerains of powerful races. Soon, in less than 3 breaths, the terrifying aura that was far away in the sky just now, accompanied by the sound of thunder from the 9 heavens, stepped on a collapsed void, and a blood-red figure appeared directly in front of everyone. The appearance of this blood-red figure made all the big bosses and geniuses of the emperor's list stagnate in unison. Everyone's aura was suppressed, and even the Qi Haiyanei Dan seemed to have stopped functioning. Facing such a terrifying existence, not to mention fighting with hands, standing still intact is already extremely difficult. If those present were not the elders of various clans and the geniuses of the emperor list, they would all be directly suppressed by the breath of the Holy Emperor and collapse to the ground. Among the crowd, a group of people saw the tall blood-red figure in the sky, and their faces suddenly showed ecstasy. Because, the person who came was the patriarch of the Ming clan. Sanshu, Holy Emperor, Mo Shutian. In front of the crowd, Chu Yan stood alone, looking at the tall figure in the sky. His breath was stagnant, his body was so cold that his scalp was about to explode, and the sense of crisis in his heart almost gushed like a spring. Danger. Extremely dangerous. The oppressive force given to Chu Yan by the Zongxue Saint Emperor Mo Shutian was too great, completely exceeding Chu Yan's tolerance limit. After all, this is, the Holy Emperor. Represents the 10 direction starfield. The existence of the pinnacle of martial arts. Chu Yan, be careful, this person's cultivation has reached the second heaven of the Holy Emperor. Even in the sea of consciousness, the Nantian God Emperor felt a hint of danger, and opened his mouth to remind Chu Yandao. Although Ouyang Nantian was in the quasi-god state during his lifetime, he has been damaged for nearly 1,000,000 years now, and his cultivation base has already been turned into dust, and he has no power except for a smudge of consciousness. At this time, he can be said to be in the same boat as Chu Yan. If something happens to Chu Yan, he will never escape. Second heaven of Saint Emperor realm. Chu Yan was shocked in his heart. Looking at the blood-red figure as tall as a mountain above his head, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes, looking straight at Chu Yan through the thick blood mist around him, as if looking down at an ant. The majestic power of the mighty Holy Emperor stirred up the sky with his breath, and all living beings trembled for it. How could the Holy Emperor? Chu Yan's sea of knowledge was a little dazed. According to the legend, these saint emperors from the outland continent and the 10 directions divine realm were in seclusion almost day and night. They hoped that one day, they could break through the realm of the Holy Emperor, like Ouyang Nantian, stepping into the realm of death. Enchanted. Therefore, since the outland continent has been recorded, the number of times the Holy Emperor has appeared can be counted on one's fingers. After all, for these old monsters that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, there are really too few things that can arouse their interest. Could it be that, just for himself, the number one powerhouse of the Ming clan, the Zongxue Saint Emperor Mo Shutian, came here in person? No. He is, for the blood essence of the God Emperor. Ouyang Nantian sensed Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, but shook his head, saying what he said. With the blood of the God Emperor, the chances of these saint emperors breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm are much greater. In this outland continent, the only things that can interest these holy emperors are treasures or opportunities related to the divine realm. After hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan nodded involuntarily, and finally understood the reason why these holy emperors came here. In this way, other emperors will be attracted. Chu Yan wondered. Not bad. But Ouyang Nantian nodded and said again. However, don't get me wrong, these old monsters are not the deity, but just a clone of will. What? Chu Yan's expression changed. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan's pupils shrank fiercely. Just the avatar of divine consciousness has such a terrifying power. If the deity comes, then. However, even if it is a clone of will, to Chu Yan, it is no different from the presence of the Holy Emperor in person. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, my holy patriarch has completely suppressed this world, give up, and hand it over quickly, so that you can die more quickly. The laughter of the great elder of the Wu clan was earth-shattering, as if at this moment, everything was a foregone conclusion, and there was no possibility of any change. The appearance of the Zongxue Holy Emperor will not only help the Ming clan win many treasures, but also will kill Chu Yan, who has brought infinite shame to the Ming clan. This killing two birds with one stone made him extremely excited. Moreover, he finally got revenge for the murder of his own disciple. What could make him happier than this? This Chu Yan has really good potential. He can win the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor in the ancient martial arts battlefield, with many geniuses on the Emperor list, especially a genius on the star list. But, so what, it's not the same now, you have to hand it over obediently, and you have to risk your life. The big bosses of various clans around, and all the geniuses on the Emperor list, when they heard the words of the great elder of the Wu clan, all of them grinned ferociously and looked at Chu Yan coldly. No. Chu Yan still shook his head. When the two words landed, everyone in the audience stared blankly, looking at Chu Yan with astonishment. However, what happened next? Chu Yan's actions shocked everyone so much that their scalps exploded. Clang! Amidst the sound of sword stinging that resounded through the world, behind Chu Yan, a cold light rose into the sky, and the Haoyan sword came out of its sheath directly. The unrivaled sword energy pierced Tianxiao, crossed the sky, and fell straight into Chu Yan's hands. Cut! After uttering one word, the sword intent erupted all over his body, and under the infusion of true energy, the hundreds of feet-long Haoyan Jianmeng slashed straight into the air, that blood-red figure as tall as a mountain. The sword light was shocking, and it fell straight down, without any hesitation. However, this sword, in the eyes of all the bosses and geniuses in the Emperor's list, seemed to be earth-shattering, and scared their souls almost out of their bodies. Nearly 1,000 people in the audience watched the sword light fall, and in an instant, they were collectively petrified, completely dumbfounded. What? How dare this Chu Yan attack the Holy Emperor? Is he crazy? Humph. How dare you? In the air, those scarlet eyes flickered slightly, and a sound like rolling thunder rang out, but it was the Xuanhuan sage emperor who spoke. Accompanied by the sound, the tall figure in the air raised his right hand and waved it lightly. Boom, boom. Countless streaks of blood light condensed into a huge palm print like a mountain, and pressed gently towards Chu Yan. #See 1946 Two Great Saints. With this palm pressed, countless and blood waves rolled, covering the entire sky, as if a piece of sky fell, and it was ruthlessly suppressed towards Chu Yan. With a wave of his hand, the sky collapsed, the sun and the moon went dark, and the entire world was destroyed. Everyone's face changed drastically, and their faces were full of horror. As if at this moment, the incarnation of the Xuanhuan sacred emperor is the ruler of heaven and earth. Chu Yan's face was dignified, without hesitation at all. He held the Haoyan sword high in his hand, striking against the sky, with a decisive fighting spirit. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Tom. Bursts of muffled noises resembling thunder resounded throughout the entire world, as if they came from a distant wild and ancient land, or as if they spread from outside the sky, without a trace. However, every thunderous muffled sound would make everyone's hearts tremble accordingly. And the palm prints taken by the Xuanhuan sage emperor just now were also weakened layer by layer amidst the muffled thunder, and finally dissipated into nothingness. Tom. The muffled thunder that was getting closer was finally heard by everyone. It was the sound of heavy drums. What? Here come the drums. The great elders of the Wu clan and other geniuses and bigwigs all changed their expressions, and suddenly raised their heads to look at the sky in the distance. Only above the sky, the eyes of the Xuanhuan sage emperor trembled slightly, the waves of blood on his body trembled crazily, and his bloody eyes turned even more ferocious as they looked into the distance. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth exploded with thunder, and accompanied by the rapid drumbeat, circles of void fluctuations visible to the naked eye, like water ripples, rippled across the entire sky. A majestic figure broke through the void passage, stepped out with thousands of golden lights, and stepped out lightly. In an instant, wherever the golden light went, the terrifying majesty of the Holy Emperor, like a torrent of waves, surged and swept across the world. What? Another Holy Emperor came in person. At this very moment. One golden and one red, two terrifying incarnations of the Holy Emperor, releasing the monstrous power of the Holy Emperor, enveloped the entire sky. All the bosses and geniuses of the Emperor list present had their scalps exploded, and even their breathing was frozen. This kind of oppressive power, even if it is stronger than the big guys like them, can't bear it at all. Two Holy Emperors. What is happening? How is it possible that two holy emperors will appear all at once? These existences that only exist at the top of the legendary mainland pyramids are not seen once in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but now, suddenly, two of them appear in the same place. Boom, boom one. Two formidable powers of the Holy Emperor collided and impacted in the sky 10,000 feet high, as if they were confronting each other, blasting countless thunder and shocking clouds. After 10 breaths of time, the big bosses and geniuses on the imperial list below slowly converged and dissipated when they were almost about to collapse. Hee, Xuanhuan old ghost, long time no see. His strength has improved a lot. I'm afraid he will be able to break through the realm of the Holy Emperor soon. High in the sky, a golden figure, holding a golden tambourine full of divine patterns, looked at the Xuanhuan sacred emperor with a smile on his face. Brother Jinyi, stay safe. The Xuanhuan saint emperor raised his hands and bowed when he heard the words, seeming to be extremely polite. Brother Jinyi. The faces of the big bosses present suddenly changed, and a thunderbolt flashed in the sea of consciousness, and a name appeared at the same time. The Golden Leaf Emperor. According to legend, Xuanhuan Palace, the most powerful force in the 10 Directions star region, is a core elder stationed in Outland Continent. In other words, this person's identity represents the Chaos Palace. Therefore, what is frightening about this Golden Leaf Saint Emperor is not only his cultivation as a Saint Emperor, but what is even more frightening is the #1 superpower in the world behind him, Xuanhuan Palace. Otherwise, with the existence of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor at the pinnacle of martial arts, how could he salute someone? Two holy emperors. Chu Yan stared at the sky, the two mountain-like bodies, and couldn't help gasping. He never expected that two holy emperors would be attracted, and this time, things became completely lively. Perhaps, there is a trace of vitality in it. Chu Yan thought to himself. Seeing that everyone in the audience, including the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, was terrified when they saw the Golden Leaf Sage Emperor, Chu Yan's eyes lighted up slightly, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Without the appearance of the Golden Leaf Sage Emperor, it would be absolutely impossible for him to escape from the hands of a group of big bosses and a Sage Emperor. But it's different now. No one knows the reason why this Golden Leaf Saint Emperor came here. Just as Chu Yan was thinking, the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor in the sky smiled lightly and said, I want to take this person away. The words fell to the ground. Without waiting for everyone to react, the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor waved his hand directly, and a majestic golden light fell from the sky and directly covered Chu Yan. The golden light swayed, and the wind howled all over the sky, engulfing Chu Yan. The Golden Leaf Saint Emperor directly turned into a golden light, and flew towards the edge of the sky. It happened so suddenly that people were caught off guard. Just escaped like this. The bosses in the audience, as well as the geniuses of the Emperor's list, stared wide-eyed, unable to react at all, and their faces were full of astonishment. In the next breath, thousands of pairs of eyes raised their heads together and looked at the blood-red body high in the sky. The battle of holy emperors is not something they can participate in at all, and the only one who can match it now is the blue-blood holy emperor. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the blue veins on the face of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor were about to burst open, and the blood cloud all over his body rose into the night, setting off a torrential storm, and the whole person was going crazy with anger. This Golden Leaf Saint Emperor is too disrespectful to himself. In front of so many people, throwing down a word and taking people away directly, does this still put yourself, the Holy Emperor, in your eyes? What a Golden Leaf Emperor! Humph! The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor's entire face was almost distorted with anger, and the anger in his heart was about to explode. However, to be honest, if you tell him to directly fight the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor now, even if you give him 100 guts, he wouldn't even dare. Leaving aside the strength gap between him and the Golden Leaf Emperor, just the distance between Xuanhuan Palace and the Mingzhu is like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, in the entire Mingzhu, there is only one Saint Emperor, but in the Hunyuan Palace of the 10 Directions Starfield, there are many. You can run a monk, but you can't kneel in a temple. Let's go. Go to the Jiuxiao mountain range and find Ling Shuangtian's important person. The Zongxue Saint Emperor landed on the ground, and his mountain-like body rolled like waves, turning into a large cloud of blood, moving turbulently, and heading straight to the sky. Behind him, a group of bigwigs and geniuses from the emperor's list all urged their movements to keep up. No one expected that things would have such an astonishing change, and the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor stepped forward and took Chu Yan away directly. However, how could these people be willing to give up the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor, the blood essence of the God Emperor, and the divine sword that were about to be obtained? Therefore, now that Zongxue Saint Emperor took the lead and went to Lingyun Pavilion to force Ling Shuangtian to hand over Chu Yan, or the treasure. This is definitely the best way. After all, it is impossible for Ling Shuangtian to give up the entire Lingyun Pavilion, or even the human race, for a single Chu Yan. Let's go. Find someone from Ling Shuangtian. Follow up with the Zongxue Sacred Emperor, that Chu Yan is not qualified to obtain such a treasure at all, neither are Lingyun Pavilion and the human race. The Holy Emperor is wise. Let Lingyun Pavilion hand over the treasure, otherwise, it will be destroyed directly. Together. In an instant, thousands of figures turned into a stream of light that covered the sky and covered the earth, catching up with the Zongxue Sacred Emperor, and they all headed towards the 9 mountains in the Zhenglong realm. #See 1947 Assembly of the Whole. The Zongxue Sage Emperor took the lead, a group of bigwigs from the outland continent, as well as geniuses on the emperor list, headed towards the 9 Zun mountains like a flood. This is troublesome. Hurry up and inform Master. Xuanhuan mixed in the crowd, seeing that the situation was not right. He quickly sent a summons to inform Master Dignity One High. This Chu Yan is really going to cause trouble, he is the nemesis of the sect. Senior Brother Gua, you should also inform the sect. If something happens, our 9 sects will be in trouble. At the same time, the message was sent to Guodong Jun and Xiao Wenliang in the crowd, his face was livid. It has been notified. Guodong Jun replied with a gloomy face. Including several other geniuses on the human race emperor list, all of them had extremely ugly faces, watching the mighty crowd rushing towards the 9 Zun mountain range, feeling anxious in their hearts. It's one thing to deal with Chu Yan, but it's another thing to deal with Zongmen now. Senior Brother Gua, this Chu Yan can get the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. Is it also related to the Golden Leaf Sage Emperor? Impossible. The Golden Leaf Saint Emperor is the elder of the Hunyuan Palace. A little Chu Yan is qualified. In this way, Chu Yan was able to obtain the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor on the ancient martial arts battlefield, relying on his own strength. If he really got the inheritance and the blood essence of the God Emperor, and cultivated for hundreds of years, then. That's right, the inheritance of the God Emperor. I am afraid that this Chu Yan has a chance to break through to the Emperor. Fart, the Holy Emperor is that easy to break through. Don't you look, how many Holy Emperors are there in this outland continent? The top 10 racial forces seem to have a Holy Emperor in the battle. If our human race can produce a Holy Emperor, then from now on, the human race will also be one of the top 10 racial forces. Flying all the way, a group of geniuses in the human race kept chatting and discussing with their spiritual consciousness, and everyone's mood was extremely complicated. But at this time, the great elder of the Wu clan, following behind a cloud of blood in front of him, was constantly pondering in his heart. Chu Yan, you must get rid of it. In the eyes. The red light flickered, and the more the great elder of the Wu clan thought about it, the more he felt that Chu Yan was terrifying. It turns out that no matter how powerful Chu Yan is, at least the human race behind him is weak. When it really gets out of hand, he can unite several powerful race sects and raise the 9 mountains to the ground. But now, the situation is completely different. Because of the appearance of the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor, Chu Yan's backing seemed to suddenly become the Hunyuan Palace. Moreover, outside the ancient martial arts battlefield, the number 1 witch of the Dark Temple, named Yu Linglong, seemed to be blocking everyone's way for Chu Yan. A Dark Temple, and now a Hunyuan Palace, and the 2 major forces in the 10 directions starfield seemed to have something to do with Chu Yan. However, they, the Wu clan and the Ming clan, are inextricably sworn enemies with Chu Yan. This kind of relationship, without blood, is impossible to cleanse. As long as you kill Chu Yan, Hunyuan Palace, and Dark Temple, you will never pay attention to the human race again. The eyes of the Great Elder of the Wu clan flickered with murderous intent. As the Great Elder, he naturally knew that maybe Chu Yan had a good talent, which attracted the attention of Hunyuan Palace and Dark God. But this kind of attention is just attention. As long as Chu Yan is killed, how can the 2 major forces still pay attention to the small human race, let alone blame the Ming clan and the Wu clan for this, provoke a big war without thinking, and do such a thing that is not worth the loss? That divine sword. Among the crowd, the Great Elder of the Mingzhu suddenly remembered all kinds of strange visions when he was at the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. Could it be the Heavenly Artifact Building, the one that has been secretly refining the world's number 1 magic weapon? Suddenly, his eyes flashed violently, and the face of the Great Elder of the Mingzhu suddenly turned red. Compared with the Wu clan, he is more interested in the divine sword in Chu Yan's hand. Along the way, the bigwigs of various clans rushed all the way to the 9 Zun mountain range with their own thoughts. At the same time, in the Zonglong realm, Lingyun Pavilion in the 9 mountains. Boom, boom. At the originally peaceful Lingyun Pavilion mountain gate, suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. Immediately afterwards, above the sky, a twisted void opened like a vortex, and a figure fell out of it with a swish. Tom. That figure, like a meteor falling from the sky, fell straight on the Lingyun square of Lingyun Pavilion, smashing a big hole, and dust was scattered in all directions. What happened? In the direction of Lingyun Square, something seems to have fallen from the sky. Damn, it's a person. Look, it's crawling out. Oh my God, it's Chu, senior brother Chu Yan. The sudden change caused the entire Lingyun Pavilion to explode, and countless figures rose from the main peaks, flying towards the main peak of Lingyun. A group of people landed on the square, watching helplessly as Chu Yan, covered in blood, crawled out of the pit, all dumbfounded. I saw that Chu Yan was wearing a black robe, which was terribly torn, blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth, his breath was scattered, and he was obviously traumatized. Damn, you actually threw it directly. Standing beside the pit, Chu Yan shook his body twice, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at the sky, and cursed in a low voice. Just now, the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor wrapped himself in his arms, traveled through time and space, and returned to the Jiuxiao mountain range after a few breaths of time. However, the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor directly opened a space-time rift, and threw himself down in an incomparable manner. Originally, just because his cultivation base was too weak, he was injured by the turbulence of time and space when he traveled through the void with the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor at a high speed, and he fell from the height of 10,000 feet, which almost broke him to pieces. Chu Yan, how could you? The 8th elder stared at Chu Yan for a long time before finally confirming, and asked with a face full of astonishment. Looking up at the 8th elder, Chu Yan was startled. At a glance, Nua Da's Lingyun Square is densely packed, almost full of Lingyun Pavilion disciples. The number is no less than 100,000. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and when he pondered how to explain, suddenly, in the depths of the main peak in the distance, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Boom. The void from the main peak to Lingyun Square exploded all the way, and a tall figure flew towards him like a wave of light. Oh my God, the pavilion master has left the customs. The eighth elder turned his head to look, and his face suddenly showed ecstasy. Hearing his voice, hundreds of thousands of eyes in Lingyun Square all turned their heads to look, all of them were surprised. Call. The wind was like a tide, and in a flash, the figure had already arrived at Lingyun Square and landed in front of Chu Yan. Looking up, it was Ling Xuantian, the upper martial emperor realm first layer. Not bad. Ouyang Nantian nodded softly in the sea of consciousness. After less than a year of retreat, Ling Xuantian broke through from the peak of the middle martial emperor realm in one fell swoop, stepping into the upper martial emperor realm with a heaven-defying posture. He is less than 60 years old, but his cultivation has already reached the level of a high-ranking martial emperor. Looking at the entire outland continent, this kind of celestial beauty is unique. Chu Yan, don't say too much, heal and recover quickly. Ling Xuantian's face did not show any joy because of the breakthrough, but a flat face, facing hundreds of thousands of fiery eyes, turned to look at Chu Yan, and smiled. Yes, master. Chu Yan was startled, then nodded and sat cross-legged. Obviously, Ling Xuantian already knew everything about him. It won't be long before that Sanxue Saint Emperor and the bigwigs from the outland continent will arrive at the Ninezun Mountains. At this time, Chu Yan is also eager to recover his strength in case of accidents. Eighth Elder, send an order to open the Lingyun formation. Pass down my supreme order, the 9 supreme sects, the masters of each peak, the elders, the martial hall, and the sect army, all gather. Send an order to open the Lingyun secret path, and all disciples whose cultivation level is lower than that of the quasi-emperor level should evacuate immediately. The order. Following Ling Xuantian's orders, a tense atmosphere quickly spread throughout the 9 mountains. Woo! 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 In less than 10 breaths, the earth-shattering sound of horns resounded through the sky, and the 9 supreme sects shook together. #C1948 Forced Sects. Ling Xuantian's successive orders from the suzerain made all Lingyun Pavilion disciples present tents immediately. What's going on? What's going on? Lingyun formation has not been opened for many years. Is there a strong enemy? The pavilion master has just broken through to the upper martial emperor realm. Who dares to provoke our Lingyun pavilion in this Sunlong realm? Could it be that it is an existence beyond the realm of the upper martial emperor? Oh my God! What kind of enemy? In the entire Lingyun Square, hundreds of thousands of disciples were completely boiling. Following the issuance of Ling Xuantian's imperial order, all the elders in the square, headed by the 8th elder, reacted first, acted quickly, and began to implement Ling Xuantian's imperial order. In less than 10 breaths, accompanied by the sound of thunder, nearly 100 spiritual peaks in Lingyun Pavilion buzzed and trembled, and the violent power of the spirit array instantly dispersed the entire Lingyun Pavilion. The Lingyun Great Formation was opened, covering thousands of miles around, and the powerful aura of the spirit formation was incomparably astonishing. Boom! 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 Following the opening of the Lingyun Great Formation, the peak-guarding formations of the various spirit peaks were also continuously opened one after another, and the sky of Lingyun Pavilion was completely illuminated by beams of great light. At the same time, in the depths of the Lingyun main peak, 3 grand elders, sweating profusely, were operating 8 altars, trying to close a void passage. This altar spirit array hidden under the main peak of Lingyun has just been built, and it is the only entrance and exit through the world of the human kingdom of God. After 50 breaths, the entire Lingyun Pavilion has completely changed. Even some terrifying aura hidden in the depths of Lingyun Pavilion woke up one after another, separated out one after another. Divine consciousness swept across the entire Lingyun Pavilion, and was always on guard. These auras are enshrined in Lingyun Pavilion, and in the history of Lingyun Pavilion, the powerful people who have been lost have integrated into Lingyun Pavilion with body and soul, which is the last guardian force of Lingyun Pavilion. Ling Xuantian stood quietly in the square like that, waiting for the elders who had completed their tasks to fly back to them. All preparations are being completed one after another. In the sky of Lingyun Pavilion, figures of strong men from the 9 great supreme sects flew over and landed on Lingyun Square. With a wave of Ling Xuantian's hand, a ray of spiritual light shot into the Lingyun formation in the sky, shrinking the entrance gap of the spirit formation again. Only a line is left, so that the 9 powerful sects who have not yet arrived can enter. In this way, this Lingyun formation can be closed at any time. As long as there is Lingyun Great Formation, even if the Saint Emperor powerhouse comes, it will not be possible to break through it within a short period of time. The entire square was silent, and everyone was waiting patiently. Originally, there was a whisper for a while about Ling Xuantian's sudden order to summon the 9 supreme sects to prepare for the battle. But afterward, everyone's eyes would glance over, intentionally or unintentionally, behind Ling Xuantian, the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged and recovering from breath adjustment. Chu Yan. That's right, according to Xiao Wenliang and the genius of the 9 sect emperors who went to the ancient martial arts battlefield, this Chu Yan not only won the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor, but also attracted 2 great emperors. Such an earth-shattering event almost shook the entire outland continent. Moreover, the most strange thing is that Chu Yan, who was originally surrounded by the 10 major racial forces and was bound to die, was escorted back by the Golden Leaf Sage Emperor himself. This is the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor. Represents the Hunyuan Palace, the existence of the most powerful sect in the 10 directions starfield. In this way, the whole thing became extremely mysterious because of Chu Yan and the consecutive odd numbers. Everyone understands very well that the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor and the drop of God Emperor blood being obtained by human warriors in the entire outland continent, all the geniuses on the Emperor list, and even the top 10 racial powers, represent what kind of terrifying and significant. Just if, Chu Yan can successfully pass this hurdle, after 100 years, among the human race, it is very possible that a Saint Emperor will rise up, even surpassing the existence of a Saint Emperor. What a concept! This is almost the hope that the 9 suzerains of the 9 supreme sects, headed by Ling Xuantian, have fought for their entire lives. The rise of the human race is just around the corner. Therefore, in the entire Lingyun Square, apart from Ling Xuantian standing proudly, the 8-9 sects behind him, and all the elders and powerhouses, all had shining eyes, excited faces, and blood boiling all over their bodies. Occasionally looking at Chu Yan, it will only make their eyes burst out with an extremely powerful sense of determination. In any case, even if the 9 sects are all destroyed here today, Chu Yan must be kept. In ancient times, after the war between gods and demons, the disappearance of the gods, and the decline of the human race, this is the first time in millions of years that the entire human race has united to fight against the alien forces of the entire outland continent without fear of life and death. Maybe, it is impossible to win, maybe, the whole clan is lost. However, as long as the faith is not extinguished and the blood of the human race is still rolling, this kind of resistance and hope will always exist with the human race. One day, the human race will be revived. But now, all these hopes are pinned in front of him, this young man in black robe sitting cross-legged, he is Chu Yan. Boom, boom. On the far side of the sky, there was a sudden explosion of thunder and thunder, causing everyone in Lingyun Square to tremble slightly, and looked up in unison. I saw a large blood-colored cloud wave, like a sea of blood, tumbling like angry clouds, rushing from the sky. Wherever it passed, whether it was air or void, they were all blasted into powder, and the heavens and the earth in the 10 directions trembled in unison. This is the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor. And behind him, there was a huge crowd of hulalala, thousands of people, all of them rushing towards the 9 mountain range like a rainbow. At this moment, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, the big boss of the top 10 racial forces, and the genius of the mainland emperor list, finally arrived. Lingyun formation, start. Ling Shuangtian's eyes flashed, the imperial aura surged all over his body, his hands formed seals, and he slapped the sky. Immediately, a radiance flashed across the sky, and the Lingyun formation was completely closed and fully opened. The 9 Zun sects, all the strong and big bosses, clenched their fists tightly, watching the blood-colored cloud waves roll towards them, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the sky of the 9 Zun mountain range and stopped suddenly. Humph. Sure enough, it's here. The Xie Saint Emperor, with a pair of scarlet eyes, swept across the audience, and the strong power of the Saint Emperor, like a huge wave, crashed into the Lingyun formation, making a buzzing and trembling sound. I have seen that Xie Saint Emperor, and I have been waiting for a long time in Shaoling Xuantian. Seeing that all the 9 sect leaders in the audience were overwhelmed by the power of the Holy Emperor, their faces changed completely. Ling Xuantian shouted like thunder, and shouted again. The mighty emperor's prestige surged out, causing the Lingyun formation in the sky to quickly stabilize, blocking all the Holy Emperor's aura from the formation. Ling Xuantian, hand over Chu Yan. The Xie Saint Emperor swept behind Ling Xuantian and shouted directly. #C 1949 Human Dignity. Following the Xie Sage Emperor's stern shout, behind him, the bigwigs of the 10 major racial forces and the geniuses of the emperor's list also arrived together. Suddenly, in the sky of Lingyun Pavilion, all kinds of powerful auras, like clouds and tides, all pressed down towards the 9 Zun mountain range. Not bad. Hand over Chu Yan. Chu Yan is not worthy of the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor in the ancient martial arts battlefield. You humans are not worthy either. Yes. Hand over the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor, the blood of the God Emperor, and that sword. The treasure of the mainland should be shared by my 10 major races. The bigwigs from the top 10 racial forces roared in unison. Seeing Chu Yan sitting cross-legged behind Ling Xuantian, his eyes began to glow green again, and his face was full of excitement. Everyone, there is only one inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. Even if Chu Yan handed it over, you still don't have enough to distribute. Facing the persecution of the top 10 racial power bosses, Ling Xuantian was completely indifferent, with a gleam in his eyes, smiled slightly, and said. When this sentence fell to the ground, it immediately caused thousands of auras to stagnate at the same time in the originally noisy sky. Yes. There is only one Nantian Divine Emperor's lineage, and that drop of Divine Emperor's blood will most likely be taken away by the Xie Sacred Emperor. In this way, there are thousands of people here, and more than a dozen ethnic forces. It is really difficult to allocate. The inheritance of these demigod powerhouses is not like wealth and resources, which can be shared equally, or after the valuation, the obtained sect will go out of the Emperor Crystal to compensate other forces. Because, the inheritance of this quasi-god level powerhouse is simply priceless, how to evaluate it? In an instant, the faces of thousands of geniuses on the Emperor's list darkened slightly, and they looked at other people around them with a cold look. And the elders of the top 10 racial forces, their whole bodies' breath surged, their bodyguards continued to erupt, and in the sea of consciousness, countless spiritual consciousnesses flew towards their clan through sound transmission. Crash! All of a sudden, thousands of figures flew over together, and the scene was in chaos. In less than a blink of an eye, the originally bustling crowd. It was suddenly divided into more than a dozen areas. The bigwigs of the major races and the geniuses of the Emperor's list all gathered together according to their respective sects, forming various formations, and looked at other forces with vigilance. In an instant, a tense and chilling atmosphere spread and shrouded among the major racial forces. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly sounded. Ha ha ha, Pavilion Master Ling, good trick. Everyone looked for the sound, but it was the great elder of the Wu clan, who was backed by the will of the Xuanhuan sage emperor, and laughed loudly. When the sound landed, everyone in the audience was stunned, especially the big bosses of all ethnic groups. Their eyes flashed brightly, they were slightly stunned, and suddenly seemed to understand something, and then turned to look at Ling Xuantian's gaze, all anger. Governor Ling, you don't need to worry about the distribution of the Nantian divine emperor's inheritance. The great elder of the Wu clan, while speaking, his red eyes were staring closely at the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged behind Ling Xuantian. We only need you, Lingyun Pavilion, to hand over the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. At that time, we can restart the qualification competition, and the geniuses of each clan will compete again. As for who will get it in the end, it depends on the genius of that clan. The strength is stronger, the opportunity is better. Speaking of this, the tense atmosphere between the top 10 races was instantly swept away, and everyone's faces were suddenly enlightened. Originally, this Ling Xuantian actually wanted to let the top 10 racial forces start internal strife, because of the distribution problem. Old Fox. As expected of being the leader of the 9 sects of the human race, his thoughts were so deep that almost everyone fell for the truth directly. However, the great elder of the Wu clan, who was mature, naturally saw through Ling Xuantian's thoughts, and opened his mouth to propose the most perfect method, which immediately dispelled the hostile atmosphere between the 10 major racial forces. Master Ling, I might as well tell you that this Chu Yan, on the battlefield of ancient martial arts, killed my top 10 racial forces, and many geniuses on the emperor list. If you really want to protect him in Lingyun Pavilion, The great elder of the Wu clan snorted heavily, and the killing intent in his eyes suddenly rose. Then today is the time for your Lingyun Pavilion to be destroyed. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the crowds in the sky all erupted with true qi, full of murderous aura, and moved towards Lingyun to suppress them. Boom, boom. The aura of thousands of strong men collided with the Lingyun formation, causing the formation to tremble suddenly and make thunderous sounds. Feeling the mighty aura of the top 10 racial power bosses and the emperor list geniuses, coupled with the humming and trembling of the Lingyun formation, in Lingyun Square, hundreds of thousands of sects belonged to each of them, and all of them changed their colors. Originally, they just heard the rumors that Chu Yan had won the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor in the ancient martial arts battlefield, and there was also a drop of God Emperor blood that even the Holy Emperor was crazy about, so they still had some doubts in their hearts. But now, the top 10 races came in force, and the great elder of the Wu clan said it himself. In this case, there is no mistake, that Chu Yan really won the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. All of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged, and in countless pairs of eyes, at the same time, a delicate light burst out. What's going on? The elder of the Wu clan, who was originally murderous and threatened with his mouth, was stunned when he saw the reactions of all 9 sect disciples in Lingyun Square. These guys are not afraid at all, and all of them are full of excitement. Didn't they hear that they said they were going to destroy the 9 mountains? At this time, in the sky, not only the great elders of the Wu clan, but also the big bosses of the top 10 racial forces and the geniuses of the emperor list, even the blood-red eyes of the Xuanhuan sacred emperor trembled slightly in the sky. Flashed a look of astonishment. Soon, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes swished and looked at the sky. The elders and disciples of the 9 sects all had determination in their eyes, with a hint of surrender. At this time, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the square, let out a long breath of foul air, and slowly opened his eyes. With a glance, he immediately saw the tense atmosphere. Just now, even though Chu Yan was concentrating on adjusting his breath to recover, the words of the great elder of the Wu clan did not fall into Chu Yan's ears. However, Chu Yan was also very surprised by the reaction of all the elders of the 9 Zongmen Peak Masters. Facing the oppression of the 10 major racial forces in the outland continent, they did not waver in the slightest. Instead, they were united as one, determined to fight against all alien races. This kind of result, and at this time, in Lingyun Square, the Indomitable were released by hundreds of thousands of people at the same time, gathered together, made Chu Yan feel a sense of enthusiasm. Anyone who offends the dignity of my human race will be killed. Chu Yan slowly got up, and with a pair of cold eyes, he swept across the sky, looking at the strong men all over the sky. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Xuantian in front of him waved lightly, and a force rolled over, suppressing Chu Yan and pressing him behind him. Everyone, today my 9 sects, will never hand over Chu Yan. Ling Xuantian announced loudly. #C1950 The momentum of the whole family. Ling Xuantian's words made the faces of the Xuanhua sacred emperor present and all the big bosses change in unison. Do not pay. How dare you not hand over Chu Yan? Could it be that Ling Xuantian didn't understand what's going on now? Governor Ling, let me remind you that today you have only 2 choices. One is to hand over Chu Yan and let it go. But if you insist on going your own way, then today is the day when the 9 sects of your human race will be extinct. Martial Emperor Xuanhua shouted like thunder, and while he was speaking, the power of the Holy Emperor rolled like an angry cloud, and the waves of blood in the sky moved towards the Lingyun formation and crushed down again. Boom, boom. Zhenzong's great formation was swept away by the power of the Holy Emperor, and it trembled suddenly, shaking the ground. After the transformation of Situ Yang, the Lingyun formation may be able to easily withstand the attack of Emperor Wu, but it is impossible to resist the most powerful Holy Emperor in the mainland. I, the Xuanhua Sacred Emperor, will do what I say. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the top 10 race bosses behind him rushed towards the Lingyun formation, all with a rush of breath. Immediately, the Zhenzong formation, which was already a little trembled violently after being hit by the breath of hundreds of strong men. It was obvious that it could not resist for a long time. After all, with a holy emperor and hundreds of martial emperors, it is impossible for any sect to resist the formation for a long time. In the entire square, all the bigwigs of the 9 sects saw Lingyun tremble and their faces sank. Could it be that the whole clan is really going to be wiped out today? They knew in their hearts that if 1 or 2 powerful races invaded, and with all the strength of the 9 sects, they might still be able to fight. However, now there are the top 10 racial forces, more than half of which are here, plus other powerful races from the outer continent. Almost every one of them has several times the strength of the human race. Such a terrifying lineup is not at all a declining human race that can compete. Patriarch Xuanhua, you top sect forces in Outland Continent want to unite and oppress our human lineage. Ling Xuantian sneered. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, the bosses all over the sky pretended not to hear, and responded to this disgrace with silence. Okay. Since it is related to the life and death of the human race, it is meaningless for me to make a decision alone. I'd better ask everyone's opinion. As soon as the words landed, Ling Xuantian turned around, glanced at the 8 sect masters including Mu Feihuang, Yuanba, and hundreds of thousands of sect masters. His eyes sparkled, and he spoke loudly. Today's matter, you have already seen it in your eyes, it is related to the survival of our human race, so let everyone make a decision together. Those who agree to hand over Chu Yan will stay where they are. Those who disagree with handing over Chu Yan, step forward. When everyone heard Ling Xuantian's words, their eyes flashed first, and then they shot out one after another at the same time. Just when they were about to make a decision, there was a strange sound that exploded suddenly. Everyone, wait a moment. The person who spoke was none other than the Xuanhua Sage Emperor, who interrupted everyone's decision. Huh. Ling Xuantian and all the 9 sect leaders raised their heads together and looked at the Xuanhua Sacred Emperor. Seeing the gazes of all the bosses of the human race looking at him, the figure of the Xuanhua Sacred Emperor, covered in blood mist, was slightly startled, laughter came out, and he opened his mouth again and said, "Hee, everyone, I just want to remind everyone before you make a decision, if the result of your choice does not satisfy me, then all of you have no need to exist." Having said that, the Zongxue sage emperor stopped, and after a moment of pondering, he continued. "But if your choice satisfies me, then I, the Hades, and the major race forces present are still willing to live in harmony with the human race." When these words fell to the ground, the eyes of all the big bosses of the human race trembled. One thought of death, one thought of life. The majesty of the Holy Emperor seems to be in charge of the world, and a single word can determine the survival of the entire clan. In the world of Wuhun, strength is the most important thing, and the weak are prey to the strong. There are many weak races, and the sects are lost. The reason is that you are not strong enough and can only be bullied by others. Without strength, you are just an ant, and even your life is in the hands of others. Well. Very good, you can choose. When the Zongxue Saint Emperor saw all the bigwigs in the square, their expressions were gloomy, and he nodded in satisfaction, with a disdainful smile on his face, and announced. However, as soon as he said those words, the actions and smiles on everyone's faces in the square below froze in an instant. Tom. I saw hundreds of thousands of big brothers, almost at the same time as the voice of the Zongxue Sacred Emperor. They all strode forward and roared at the same time. "We don't agree." With a roar of unyielding will, like a tiger howling a dragon, it rushed straight to Jiuxiao. Including the Zongxue Sacred Emperor, all the foreign bosses in the audience were shocked and couldn't believe what happened before them. You. For a moment, the Zongxue Sacred Emperor's brain was a little dazed, and he couldn't understand at all how these human ants would choose to disobey him. Could it be that they are all desperate? It's just Chu Yan, for him, these big bosses of the human race really decided to pay for the lives of all the creatures of the whole clan. Even, he would rather exterminate the entire genocide than hand over a disciple who was only at the quasi-imperial level. Not only the Zongxue Sacred Emperor, but also the big bosses of the top 10 racial forces in the sky, all of them are confused, and they don't understand at all. Are these guys from the human race crazy? Hee, Zongxue, and you, have you seen it? The choice of everyone in my human race. With a slight smile on Ling Xuantian's face, he turned around again, facing the strong man Tian. Ling Xuantian, could it be that the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor? Seeing the smile on Ling Xuantian's face, the Zongxue Saint Emperor suddenly trembled in his heart, a pair of scarlet eyes shot out thousands of red lights, suddenly raised his head, and swept into the surrounding void. In his view, the human race must have something to rely on if they are so confident, and at the beginning, the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor who rescued Chu Yan from him is the most likely. However, after some investigation, the doubts on the face of the Zongxue Sacred Emperor not only did not disappear, on the contrary, they became more dignified. Because, in this world, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there is no aura of the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor at all. Humph. Ling Xuantian, you guys have thought clearly. The blue veins on the forehead of the Zongxue Saint Emperor stared at Ling Xuantian with a pair of blood-red eyes. Chu Yan's face was dull, and he looked around. Everyone's resolute expressions made his heart full of shock. In these 4 weeks, there are more than 100,000 clan bosses, including peak masters, elders, and even some who have had feuds with him. All stood up. At this moment, Chu Yan, looking at everyone around him, the expression on his face gradually changed from astonishment, and finally fixed on the same expression as them. He raised his head and looked at the aloof Zongxue Sage Emperor. His face was full of determination. Color. At this moment, the human race, when fighting against the oppression of the foreign race, finally condensed together, and the momentum was shocking. #C1951 Break the Mountain Gate. There are 9 sects of the human race, hundreds of thousands of bosses, and core disciples, except for a few disciples who have a great hatred with Chu Yan. Almost everyone's choices are exactly the same. Even in the face of the oppression of the 10 major racial forces in the outland continent, in the next moment, everyone will be ruined on the spot. However, everyone's choice is so consistent. Hundreds of thousands of people made the same choice with a look of determination on their faces. The aura of all people gathered together, like a cloud tide, soaring into the sky and hitting the ground, making the whole sky tremble. This is a cry, a declaration. Perhaps, the current human race is weak and cannot be compared with those powerful alien races, but this does not mean that the human race can be bullied by others. If a race has no bones, then even if it exists, what's the point? What's more, in the ancient times countless years ago, the human race was once glorious. At that time, the human race was even stronger than the current Wu clan, and it was the well-deserved overlord of the entire outland continent. Everyone knows that the Protoss that disappeared in ancient times is an existence that has a great relationship with the human race. Even, according to the top-secret records within the human race, the bloodline of the god race is almost exactly the same as that of the human race. Although no one knows the real reason for the disappearance of the gods after the war between gods and demons in ancient times, the human race has never given up any chance for the human race to wake up and revive in the past million years. Millions of years of hard work, but at this moment, this young man named Chu Yan ignited time and time again. How could Ling Xuantian and all the races give up this kind of hope that was so hard to come by? Sage Emperor Xuanhuan, don't forget that in the ancient times, our human race was the master of this outer continent. Ling Xuantian's face was indifferent, looking at the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, a surprising aura appeared on his body. When have you ever seen a master submit to a slave? As the words fell to the ground, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes on Lingyun Square shone like stars in a dark night. Good. My Terran. Never give in. Not before, not now, and even more so in the future. One day, our human race will definitely kill all other races. Give our human race a bright future. Every word, like thunder from heaven and earth, exploded on the spot. Hundreds of thousands of breaths rose up at the same time, colliding fiercely with the breath of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor in the sky. Boom! The mighty might of the Holy Emperor in the sky, under this sudden burst of power, unexpectedly knocked him out of the range of the Lingyun formation, and even the body of the Xuanhuan Holy Emperor trembled slightly. The ants shake the sky. This kind of scene that could not exist at all actually appeared in reality. At this moment, the faces of all the bigwigs from different races in the sky were full of shock, and they all changed drastically. They didn't expect that these bigwigs of the human race would bet on the whole clan for the sake of one Chu Yan, to compete with the strongest forces in their outland continent. These people are looking for death. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words and seeing the aura of the people who belonged to the crowd, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor only felt a surge of anger, born from his heart, and even his will, which was as strong as the Saint Emperor, became a little restless. What a human race! I really underestimated you. However, no one can disobey the order of my Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, so this is the last warning. Hand over Chu Yan, your human race can still exist. Otherwise, the whole clan will be extinct. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor stared fiercely at Ling Xuantian, and Chu Yan behind him, sternly said. From now on, you only have 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, prepare to die. Hearing this, Ling Xuantian smiled faintly, as if the ultimatum of the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor did not exist at all. Everyone, in today's battle, you should go forward bravely, fight to the last of my human race, and shed the last drop of my human race's blood. Don't forget, each of you is the ancestor of my human race, the blood of the Yellow Emperor. How can you succumb to a foreign race? The blood of the human race can be killed but not humiliated. Ling Xuantian's words sounded like a horn, resounding through the entire 9 mountains. Hundreds of thousands of strong people, with blood boiling all over their bodies and eyes as bright as stars, roared in unison. The blood of the human race can be killed but not humiliated. The blood of the human race can be killed but not humiliated. The blood of the human race can be killed but not humiliated. The sound wave rushed into the night, like a thundercloud that shook the sky and the earth, and the roar exploded through the sky. Above the 1,000 miles, the sea of spiritual clouds rolled like a tide, and the sky and the earth moved together. Okay. This is you looking for death. The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, seeing this scene, couldn't bear it any longer. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, his face was full of anger, his whole body was shaken by the might of a Saint Emperor. He let out a loud shout, and his aura exploded instantly. Blood territory extinction. Amidst the stern shouts, the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor gave a loud shout, and endless blood light shot up into the sky, condensing into a thick blood-colored wall in front of him, like a shocking giant wave, rising continuously. When the height of the blood wave reached nearly 1,000 feet, the Xuanhuan Emperor suddenly waved his hand. Boom, boom. The blood wall, nearly 1,000 feet high, carrying an incomparably terrifying power, was photographed like a piece of blood-colored sky, and blasted straight towards the Lingyun Formation above the 9 mountains. The monstrous waves of blood hit the Lingyun Formation, and the entire 9 mountain ranges vibrated loudly, as if the sky was falling apart and the whole world was about to be destroyed. In the distance of the Jiuxiao mountain range, there are 2 or 3 spiritual peaks. Unable to bear the force of the impact, they collapsed suddenly, and a large amount of rubble rolled down to the foot of the mountain. This is just the countershock force caused by the blood wave hitting the Lingyun Formation. And the Lingyun Great Formation above the 9 mountains was completely sunken by the waves of blood, and the sound of cracking and crackling resounded throughout the world, as if the Lingyun Great Earthquake was about to burst at any moment. The sound from the Lingyun Formation reached the ears of all the powerhouses present, causing everyone's expressions to change immediately. Unexpectedly, the strength of the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor was so terrifying. The Lingyun Great Formation, which even 100 martial emperors could not break through, seemed unable to bear his palm at all. Boom, boom. The next moment, the Lingyun Formation, which had been suppressed to the limit, finally began to rebound a little bit, dissipating the wave of blood continuously bombarded. After a few breaths, the entire formation finally returned to its original state, blocking the palm of the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor. However, everyone can see that although the Lingyun Formation barely blocked the blow, the power of the spiritual formation itself has obviously weakened a lot. This big formation can actually block it. Seeing the recovery of the Lingyun Formation, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor was stunned for a moment, his face full of astonishment. He didn't expect that this small place of human race, an ordinary Zhenzong formation, would have such a strong defense force. One slap won't work, then another slap. Without any hesitation, the blood energy in the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor erupted again, and the violent power of the Saint Emperor surged into the sky like a stormy sea. A huge blood-colored palm print continued to condense, covering all the sky, and the breath released made a look of despair appear on Sua's face. It's over. In the sea of consciousness of all people, a consciousness flashed at the same time. However, at this moment, above the sky, a black thundercloud suddenly appeared. #C 1952 Black Knight Thunder Emperor. Boom, boom. The terrifying thunderclouds, with their vast might, and mind-shattering murderous aura, surged into the sky and swept across the sky of the 9 Zun mountains in an instant. Another holy emperor, descending. The thundercloud that suddenly appeared enveloped the sky over the 9 mountains, dimming the entire world in an instant. This thundercloud was hundreds of miles in size, and countless electric snakes and thunderbolts rolled in the sea of clouds. Their aura was astonishing. What is even more astonishing is that above the sea of thunder clouds, there is a tall figure in black robes, stepping on the thunder clouds, holding a thunder and lightning spear, like the thunder god descending from the 9 heavens. The power of the thunder potential fuels the Emperor's breath, and the Emperor's breath is like a cloud, urging the thunder potential. In an instant, between the heavens and the earth, an incomparably violent aura swept across the audience instantly, causing everyone's expressions to change in unison. In particular, the blood-blooded sage emperor looked at the tall figure amidst the lightning, and his entire face turned green. Black Knight Thunder Emperor. You. Not only the Zongxue sacred emperor, but also the great elder of the Wu clan, as well as Ling Xuantian and others, their faces all changed when they looked at the person who was stepping on the thunder cloud. Xie La Jiao Lady, among the 10 direction starfields, is known as the #1 killing emperor. Originally the leader of the Black Wolf bandit group, he led the Xie La Jiao 13 wolves to rampage across the 10 directions of the star field, killing no fewer than 10,000 Emperor Wu emperors, and slaughtering hundreds of sects, large and small. Finally, the arrogant Xie La Jiao 13 wolves was bumped into by a mysterious man in black, and a big fight broke out. After that battle, in the 10 directions starfield, there was no longer the legend of Xie La Jiao's 13 wolves, and Xie La Jiao himself disappeared, and there has been no news since then. 100 years ago, Xie La Jiao Lady, wearing the black tiger battle robe, suddenly appeared in the dark temple. When the news spread, the 10 directions starfield shook. Unexpectedly, the one who wiped out the Xie La Jiao 13 wolves turned out to be the Dark Temple, and also subdued the Grand Commander Xie La Jiao. At this moment, the figure of Thunder Emperor Xie La Jiao appeared in the 9 mountains of the human race in the Outland continent, Sunlong Realm. What does this mean? Could it be that even the Dark Temple in the 10 directions starfield? They are also eyeing the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. Countless pairs of eyes in the audience looked up at the sky, and the terrifying thunder godlike figure was all stunned. Especially the Zongxue Saint Emperor. Unexpectedly, a golden leaf Saint Emperor from Hunyuan Palace just appeared, and now there is another Black Knight Thunder Emperor. Although this Xie La Jiao Lady only had the peak cultivation of the superior martial emperor, but according to legend, his thunder-type kung fu, which was passed down to the ancient Lieshao clan, was more than 5 times more powerful than that of warriors of the same rank. And this is also the biggest trump card for the Xie La Jiao 13 wolves, to be able to traverse the 10 directions starfield back then. And what made the Zongxue Emperor even more afraid was the current identity of Xie La Jiao Lady. The 10 directions starfield and the Dark Temple are existences that are comparable to the Hunyuan Palace. It only takes the power of one hand to annihilate the entire Hades. For a moment, the Zongxue Sage Emperor suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. In particular, seeing Xie La Jiao Heidi, from the moment he appeared until now, a pair of lightning-filled eyes have been staring straight at Chu Yan, and the other people present didn't even look at him. Obviously, the appearance of Xie La Jiao Lady did not happen by chance. Because of this Chu Yan, even Xie La Jiao Lady came in person. Boom. Above the sky, Thunder Emperor Xie La Jiao shot out suddenly, and with a finger of the thunder gun in his hand, a thick thunder pillar fell from the sky and directly blasted on the Lingyun formation. There was a shocking explosion, and the Lingyun formation, which was already injured, was instantly shattered by the thunder gun, and the whole thing burst open. Lingyun formation, shattered. Swish. A bolt of lightning traveled through the void, and with just a flash, it fell from the sky and landed on Delingyan Square. You are Chu Yan. Xie La Jiao Lady, his whole body breath was like a wave of thunder, blasting the void around his body, making a sizzling sound, and suppressed it towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan only felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on him, and his whole body trembled violently. I am Chu Yan, I have seen the senior. Gritting his teeth fiercely, the Rakshasa true chi rose from his body, blocking all the power of the Thunder Emperor. Chu Yan replied in a deep voice. This Black Knight Thunder Emperor who suddenly appeared is an enemy or a friend. Did he come to snatch the blood essence of the God Emperor like the Zongxue Sage Emperor, or did he do something else? Not only Chu Yan, but even Ling Xuantian looked suspicious, staring at him with full vigilance. It's not bad, hee hee. Seeing that Chu Yan withstood the impact of his imperial prestige, a look of astonishment first flashed across Xie La Lady's face, then he nodded in satisfaction, looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face, and kept looking up and down with. That look was so weird that Chu Yan's whole body was hairy, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. Senior, you. After waiting for a full 10 breaths, Chu Yan's scalp was numb from the eyes of Xie La Lady, and he couldn't help it anymore, and spoke softly. Oh, it's okay, you are busy with your work, I will take a look. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Xie La Lady had a smile on his face, waved his hand casually, then continued to stare at Chu Yan, and even started to circle around Chu Yan to look around. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, and they were all dumbfounded. What's the situation? Including the Xuanhuan Emperor, in mid-air, a group of bigwigs from different races, with thousands of pairs of eyes, glanced back and forth between Xie La Lady and Chu Yan, their faces full of bewilderment. This Black Knight Thunder Emperor can't be a man. The weird scene in front of them caused the exact same thoughts to flash through everyone's minds at the same time. Even Ling Xuantian, who was standing beside Chu Yan, saw that something was wrong, subconsciously took 2 steps back, and then looked up at Chu Yan. All of them were that kind of eyes. For a moment, around Chu Yan and Xie La Lady, an incomparably weird atmosphere slowly dispersed. And above the sky, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor saw this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched twice, and his face instantly turned ashen. This is not a good thing. Fellow Taoist Jiuxiao, this Chu Yan killed my disciple of the Ming clan and robbed our family's treasure inheritance. It is really heinous. The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor hung in the air, looked at the strange Xie La Lady, frowned slightly, and said tentatively, I, the Ming clan, are about to kill this son and take back the treasure. As long as fellow Taoists don't intervene, I will be bloody in the future, and I must give a heavy gift, and I will come to the door to thank you. Speaking of this, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor raised his hand and saluted, and looked at Xie La Lady on the ground, but with a glance, the other party's full attention was on Chu Yan. It seemed as if he didn't hear what he said at all, as if he ignored it. Fellow Taoist Jiuxiao, you see how it is. Seeing that he was being ignored by the other party, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor suddenly felt an unknown karma in his heart, gritted his teeth, and raised his voice and shouted. You know, he is a holy emperor, and the other party is just a high-ranking emperor. If it wasn't for the sake of the Dark Temple, how could Song Shui speak so politely to a superior martial emperor? The point is, after being ignored in front of a bunch of people. How? Jiuxiao finally stopped, turned his head slowly, looked at the blood-blooded sage emperor in mid-air, his whole body was thundering, and he directly opened his mouth and shouted. What the hell, give it to me. Get lost. As soon as the word landed, thunder was like a tide, and the thunder clouds in the sky, thousands of thunders exploded together, and the sound of rumbling was endless. Everyone in the audience trembled in fright. #See 1953 I cover. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, Xie La Lady stabbed with the thunder gun in his hand, and a shining pillar of thunder, like a thunder dragon in the sky, roared to the sky and the earth. Surrounded by thousands of thunder lights, the dragon of the thunder gun pierced the blue blood emperor in the sky. Jiuxiao, you dare to attack me. The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor's complexion changed, and he was suddenly furious. Blood waves rolled all over his body, his eyes were blood red, and he raised his hand and slapped it out. Boom. Thunder shook the sky, blood rolled into the sky, the gun light collided with the palm print, and a huge void vortex exploded, as if a hole had been blasted into the sky. Swish. What everyone didn't expect was that in the tumbling air waves, a mass of blood shadow retreated violently. It was the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor was bombarded by the Thunder Dragon, and he took nearly 1,000 steps back before he stabilized his figure, and his suspended figure trembled slightly. A pair of scarlet eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. He was knocked back by a single shot. And the other party is just a high-ranking martial emperor at the pinnacle level. How is it possible? Not only that Sanxi was sacred emperor, but even the great elder of the witch clan and a group of bigwigs present were all stunned and astonished. Although there is only one level of cultivation difference between the Sanxi Holy Emperor and the Xiao Lady, this level is the gap between the Wu Emperor and the Holy Emperor. That is a difference between heaven and earth. In martial arts, it is almost equivalent to the distance between heaven and earth. But now, the one at a disadvantage turned out to be the Sanxi Sage Emperor. Humph. Don't say that you are a mere Wu clone, even if it is your real deity, it will beat you. Xiao Lady looked at the Sanxi Sage Emperor in the sky, his thunderous eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Holy Emperor. So what? Back then, as the boss of the Xiao 13 Wolves, he roamed the 10-star fields. Although he never killed the Holy Emperor who was defeated by him. There are also many digits. Now, after surrendering to the Dark Temple, with the backing of a behemoth, how could his strength not improve? So, not to mention the Saint Emperor of the Outland Continent, the Saint Emperor of the 10 Directions Starfield, even Xiao Lady dared to fight head-on. You. Hearing Xiao Lady's words, Sanxi Sage Emperor's face turned purple. If this deity was here, he might be so angry that he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he guessed at the beginning that the Black Knight Thunder Emperor might be very powerful, but he never thought that it would be so strong. On the road of martial arts cultivation, there are countless talents, and there are countless people with the ability to leapfrog combat. However, in the realm of Emperor Wu, there are very few who can fight across the ranks like Xiao Lady. However, who said that the Black Knight Thunder Emperor is of the blood of the ancient Thunder clan? Even in the ancient times, the Thunder clan was the most powerful existence among thousands of races. Okay. Forget it, today's matter, I, the Holy Emperor Sanxi, have written it down. With a low growl, the Sanxi Saint Emperor glanced at Chu Yan, his face full of sternness and unwillingness, but he also knew that with Xiao Lady here today, it was impossible for him to have any chance. Swish. After a little hesitation, the Sanxi Saint Emperor still gritted his teeth, his body turned into a cloud of blood, and he was about to leave the sky. Humph. Want to leave? Let you go. He Zhao's voice carried a hint of teasing. The thunder gun in his hand blazed brightly, and he was lifted high, and then Lady Xiao suddenly leaned back, the whole body of thunder force crazily poured into the gun body, and threw the thunder gun fiercely in his hand. Call out. Thunder and lightning sizzled, a gun shadow passed by, and a deep groove was cut in the void, shooting directly at the bloody light group in the distant sky. What? How dare you? The speed of thunder and light flashed thousands of miles, and the Sanxi Sage Emperor had no time to react. He was directly stabbed by the thunder gun when he turned his head, and the whole blood mass exploded loudly, blowing away the blood mist that filled the sky. What? Above the sky, the scene of blood mist flying fell on everyone's eyes. Chi-Chi's body trembled, and he stood there in a daze. The Sanxi Saint Emperor was killed by. Although it's just a clone of Will, it's also the Emperor of the Holy Emperor after all. That's it, killed. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and they couldn't believe the scene in front of them, they were completely dumbfounded. A chill rose from the hearts of all the foreign bosses, making their scalps tingle. In particular, the stunned bosses in the audience suddenly saw a killing, intent thunder burst out from the eyes of Emperor Xiao on the ground. Snort. With a heavy snort, the thunder gun in Xiao Lady's hand swept across, and a burst of thunder burst out, like a wall of thunder, blasting straight into the sky, the group of stunned bigwigs from all ethnic groups. Boom. 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 As the thunder tide passed by, more than a dozen figures were thrown into the air, and thunder snakes all over the body sizzled, emitting black smoke, across the sky, pulling out long tails of smoke, and flying into the sky. Even if some big bosses reacted and used their martial arts and strange treasures to resist, but as long as they were hit by the thunder tide, they would all be blown away without any accidents. Immediately, a group of big bosses who were still imposing just now were swept away by Xie La Jiao, and the whole audience was turned on their backs, completely unable to fight back. Amidst the screams, more than a dozen big brothers all spurted blood and their bodies flew upside down. These were the stronger elders of different races. Those geniuses on the emperor list were even worse. They were sent flying backwards like shooting stars, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, the crowds in the sky were directly emptied. I tell you, from now on, this Chu Yan will be under my cover, whoever dares to touch him will die. A word of death fell to the ground, thunderclouds exploded in the sky, and thousands of thunderbolts fell together, and thunder light surged between the sky and the earth, just like the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if this shout made even the heavens and the earth tremble. Facing such a domineering Xie La Jiao, a group of bigwigs from other races turned green with fright. They dared to stay here, and all of them fled in all directions like frightened birds. Thank you, Lord Xie La Jiao. Masters of multiple races. Haha, they all escaped, these foreign trash, still want to destroy my human race. All escaped. Seeing that all the alien bosses in the audience escaped completely in an instant, all the strong men of the race in Lingyun Square were extremely excited, cheered in unison, and a shocking wave of voices arose. Senior, thank you. Chu Yan looked at the smiling Xie La Jiao, bowed hurriedly, then turned around, looked at the boiling human bosses, and bowed again. Everyone, thank you. This crisis, because of himself, almost caused the entire human race to suffer annihilation. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect at all was that everyone's reaction made him feel warm, and his eyes were reddish. For a long time, Chu Yan's treatment of Lingyun Pavilion was to deal with the Mingzhu, a temporary place of cultivation. But now, Chu Yan finally has a new understanding of Lingyun Pavilion. These 9 masters really take the revival of the human race as their own responsibility, almost to the point of giving up their lives. Such an imposing matter, how can it not be respected? Especially Ling Xuantian, with such a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, facing the powerful clans of the heavens, one can imagine the great pressure. Thank you, Master. Chu Yan looked at Ling Xuantian and bowed again. At this moment, Chu Yan finally has a strong sense of belonging to Lingyun Pavilion. That sense of belonging is an inescapable responsibility as a member of the human race. #See 1954 divorce? The 9 sects of the human race chose to die without hesitation in order to keep Chu Yan and maintain the hope of the human race. Such righteousness moved Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao at the same time. Think back then, what was the identity of Xie La Jiao? That is the existence that crosses the 10-direction star field and makes the forces of the various sects change their colors. And the 13 wolves of Jiuxiao can do this to such an extent, precisely because the 13 people are of the same heart and fate, and they attach great importance to friendship. And as the head wolf of Jiuxiao, Xie La Jiao's nature is that he likes people who value love and righteousness the most. Therefore, when the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, with a group of bigwigs from the outland continent, wanted to exterminate the human race, he originally planned to take away Chu Yan alone and complete the order of the young palace master. However, Xie La Jiao, who was hiding in the dark, was moved by the sacrifice of the human race, so he came to help. Not only did he destroy the Wu clone of the Xuanhuan sacred emperor, but he also defeated all the big bosses of the alien race with one move. This is not over yet. Xie La Jiao even put down his words, saying that Chu Yan was covered by himself, and whoever moves will die in the future. You must know, what is the identity of Xie La Jiao? That is the existence of the Dark Temple, representing one of the overlords of the 10 Directions starfield. In this case, if it falls in the ears of all the big shots in the Outland continent, it is equivalent to announcing that the Lingyun Pavilion where Chu Yan is located, and even the entire human race, have the protection of the Dark Temple. Originally, there was a Golden Leaf Saint Emperor from Xuanhuan Palace who came forward to rescue Chu Yan from the siege. Unexpectedly, just after the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor left, another Black Knight Thunder Emperor from the Dark Temple came. If it is said that the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor represents the righteous Xuanhuan Palace, and there are some rules to speak of, then the Dark Temple, which represents the demonic Tao, has no fart rules. Who would dare to mess with this kind of existence? At the very least, the alien bigwigs from the Outland continent would never dare. Didn't you see that even the wool avatar of the Zongxue sacred emperor was smashed into scum with a single shot by a Heixiao lady who was only at the upper martial emperor level? From this it can be seen that the gap between the forces in the 10 Directions starfield and the continental forces in the outer domain is definitely the gap between heaven and earth. Bullying a declining local force like the human race, they are arrogant, but if they are replaced by someone stronger than them, the nature of bullying and fearing hard will be fully revealed. But, from now on, as long as there are Dark Temple and Xuanhuan Palace, give them 10,000 courage, and they will not easily provoke the 9 mountains of human race in the future. However, for Chu Yan, I am afraid that these alien bosses from the outer continent will only hate him more and more. Hey, boy, you look fair and clean, and your talent is not bad. No wonder Our Lady treats you. Heixiao lady looked at Chu Yan and smiled lightly. Senior, your lady is. Chu Yan was startled, unable to react. Huh. Boy, you don't even know who my lady is. Could it be that you provoked other girls outside? Humph. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the smile on Heixiao lady's face was swept away immediately, his eyes burst with lightning, and he stared fiercely at Chu Yan. No. Not. Seeing that Heixiao lady was about to go mad, Chu Yan quickly shook his head and explained. The junior dare not lie to the senior, I have already married a wife. Chu Yan replied. What? You have a wife? Heixiao lady was stunned when he heard this, and stared at Chu Yan, dumbfounded. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. This? Heixiao lady frowned, looking at Chu Yan, the corners of his eyes twitched twice. Miss, you have a good eye. Feeling bitter in his heart, Heixiao looked at Chu Yan, with a pair of eyes, the thunder light gradually disappeared, replaced by a flickering light. Yu Linglong was raised by Heixiao lady. Although his status is different, he has always regarded Yu Linglong as his own daughter. Especially after Heixiao's 13 wolves were lost, Heixiao put almost all her energy on Yu Linglong. And Heixiao was ordered by the palace master to guard Yu Linglong from the day she was born, with deep affection. However, just based on Yu Linglong's orders to him, Heixiao can find that Yu Linglong attaches great importance to this Chu Yan. It's just a wife, just divorce. Heixiao waved his hand and spoke suddenly. You must know, my lady, but the young master of the Dark Temple. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately. Divorce. How can this be? Don't say that the other party is the young master of the Dark Temple. Even if it is the master of the world, Chu Yan will never be able to separate from Yuer. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Heixiao lady's face was livid, and he stared straight at Chu Yan, as if waiting for his answer. Not only Heixiao lady, but also Ling Xuantian, all the clan bosses in the audience looked at Chu Yan together, their eyes sparkling. Young Lord of the Dark Temple. This is a great opportunity. If Qin and Jin are formed together, it means that the entire human race has a great backing. In an instant, in Lingyun Square, countless eager eyes fell on Chu Yan. To them, an ordinary wife is nothing, compared to the Dark Temple, it is nothing at all. However, what Chu Yan said next changed everyone's expressions. No. The mountains can collapse, the earth can crack, you and I will never be separated. Thunder Emperor He Xiao was taken aback by the thunderous answer, and then raised his head to look at Chu Yan's eyes, where bloodshot eyes kept bursting out. What did you say? Almost gritting his teeth, He Xiao lady's face became ferocious, and thunder surged all over his body, exploding like a thunderstorm. Boom, boom. Above the entire Lingyun square, Wanlei roared and thunder clouds rolled, scaring all the big bosses, and their faces changed. This Chu Yan, is he crazy? He even rejected God Emperor He Xiao's request face to face. Moreover, such a great opportunity, let alone the human race, even for Chu Yan himself, is almost an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. You must know that although Chu Yan is considered a top genius in the Outland continent, it is nothing compared to the geniuses in the 10 Directions Starfield and the Star List. If one can pass through the Dark Temple and step into the 10 Directions Star Field, it will be an absolute success, and it will be a trivial matter to lose tens of thousands of years of practice. I said, it's absolutely impossible. Chu Yan looked indifferently, looking straight at He Xiao lady, and replied solemnly. Do you want to die? Hearing Chu Yan's answer again, Thunder Emperor He Xiao was finally furious, and the power of thunder all over his body suddenly restrained, condensing in the Xie La spear in his hand. The mad and domineering Thunder Emperor's power moved towards Chu Yan and ruthlessly suppressed him. Aha! The terrifying power of thunder was suppressed on his body. Chu Yan shook his body, and snorted, the blood in his body rushed back, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Chu Yan, promise. Standing behind Ling Xuantian, the 8th elder, couldn't bear to see Chu Yan's appearance, and began to persuade him. That's right. Chu Yan, Senior He Xiao, thinks highly of you. That's right, with the promotion of the Dark Temple, in the future you will be sheltered in the 10 Directions Starfield. That's right, Chu Yan, don't hold on, it's just a Taoist companion. For a while, all the big bosses of the human race in the audience spoke together, persuading Chu Yan, hoping that he could change his mind. After all, the strength and identity of He Xiao lady is by no means a Chu Yan who can be disobedient. #C 1955 I would rather lose the sky than the emperor. In all directions, all the bosses present were trying to persuade Chu Yan. In particular, the Emperor He Xiao lady's imperial prestige, like a tide, kept attacking Chu Yan, and the power became stronger every time. However, Chu Yan gritted his teeth tightly, like a duckweed in a violent storm. No matter how big the waves hit, his whole body stood tall, without any sign of surrender. Moreover, those golden pupils glistening with blood were full of unyielding and stubbornness. No. Never, never possible. Chu Yan's words, word by word, squeezed out from his teeth, and there were also bloodshot eyes in those eyes, flowing wantonly on his resolute face. Except for the refusal, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, there is Juer's tender face, and there is also the beautiful figure in the yellow dress waiting for her under the setting sun. I'd rather bear the heavens than lose Qing. Chu Yan's words fell into He Xiao lady's ears, causing his face to shudder slightly. A pair of eyes that shone with thunder light gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of astonishment. Okay. What a good one who would rather bear the heavens and live up to Qing. To everyone's surprise, facing the disobedient Chu Yan, not only did He Xiao lady not be furious, but the expression on his face disappeared instantly, and the smile on his face reappeared. He looked at Chu Yan with shining eyes, and said in praise. My lady's vision is really good. Nodding again, the smile on He Xiao lady's face carried a trace of deep meaning. You boy, if you are that kind of heartless person, even if you try to punish the patriarch, I will kill you with my own hands. He Xiao lady looked around, and the stunned-looking bigwigs of the clan explained softly. Otherwise, in the future, my young lady will be hurt by love, and it will be too late to kill you. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience was stunned at the same time. It turned out that He Xiao lady was testing Chu Yan, wanting to see clearly Yan's personality. Senior, just as Chu Yan was about to speak. But he was interrupted by He Xiao lady waving his hand. I, a martial arts practitioner, have a long life. As long as I have enough status and strength, 3 or 5 Taoist companions are considered normal. He Xiao lady glanced at Chu Yan, then said. Besides, my lady's thoughts are not for me to guess, you young people's affairs, you can handle it yourself. I just need to know who you are. Others, I can't control it, and I can't control it, just let him go. When Lady He Xiao's words fell to the ground, all the big bosses of the human race breathed a long sigh of relief, and the oppressive atmosphere in Lingyun Square was swept away in an instant. Thunder Emperor He Xiao is really a man of temperament, can you please explain it to the senior sect? Ling Xuantian was full of surprise, bowed his hands to Thunder Emperor He Xiao, and opened his mouth to invite. Okay. It's fine if you have wine, just right, there are some things that I have to explain to this kid. Hearing Ling Xuantian's invitation, He Xiao lady nodded directly. Haha, there is plenty of good wine, seniors please. Ling Xuantian waved his hand, dispersed the crowd in the square, and then led He Xiao lady towards Lingyun Hall. Following Ling Xuantian and He Xiao lady, leading Chu Yan to the Lingyun Hall, the entire Lingyun Square gradually became quiet, and the strong men of the 9 sects also retreated one after another. It's just that every strong human race who left was full of excitement. In this battle, the human race not only did not lose, but on the contrary, let everyone see the sincerity and unity of the human race when fighting against the alien race. Even if it is an ordinary 9 disciples, his eyes are shining, and he can easily feel that the hope of the rise of the human race is getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, this time, he also got the protection of the Dark Temple, plus the second Hunyuan Palace represented by the Golden Leaf Emperor. You can imagine with your heels that the Dark Temple and Hunyuan Palace appeared in the Jiuxiao Mountains at the same time. In the future, who would dare to easily provoke the human race? With 2 behemoths as their backing, the disciples of the 9 masters of the human race only need to practice with all their strength to improve their strength. In this way, the rise of the human race is only a matter of time. Everyone knows that all of this was brought about by Chu Yan. This point, all races belong to, will be kept in mind, and will never forget this name. Ling Xuantian and He Xiao lady, with Chu Yan, arrived at the Lingyun Hall, set up a banquet, and took out the treasured spirit wine to entertain them. The 9 suzerains of the 9 sects were extremely polite to He Xiao lady, and they kept pushing and changing cups, creating a joyous atmosphere. At the same time, the Outland Continent, the general clan of the underworld, and the Hades. Damn the Black Thief! Damn the Dark Temple! The eyes of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor burst into bloody light, and he roared sharply, shaking the entire Nether Palace. How dare you ignore me, how dare you attack me, damn it, damn it! The violent power of the Holy Emperor swept across the entire hall, like a rushing wind, and the few figures who were huddled in a corner of the hall were so frightened that their whole bodies trembled. In particular, they saw that all the altars sitting on the secret law were turned into powder under the attack of the domineering Holy Emperor. He was so frightened that his face turned green, and he didn't even dare to breathe. He carefully looked at the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor who was above the high position, and his whole heart was raised in his throat. After a full 100 breaths of time, seeing that Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor, his anger seemed to have subsided a little, and a figure walked out and said, "Father, calm down. From my point of view, even if that Chu Yan got the blood of the God Emperor, with his current cultivation level, he can't refine it at all. Therefore, as long as we guard the gate of Lingyun Pavilion." The young man in a red robe like blood, with gold and silver borders, spoke. "Well, that's right, what Hauer said is reasonable. Order me to list Chu Yan as the #1 criminal of my Hades, and send my guards to guard the gate of Lingyun Pavilion. I don't believe that the Black Knight thief can guard him for the rest of his life. The Zongxue Saint Emperor pondered for a moment, and gave an order. Yes, Father. The red-robed youth bowed his hands and accepted the order. In addition, Father, the soul lifting of the 9-star altar is almost finished. Should we add a few more ghost stones and continue to lift the soul? Yes. The purity of this batch of spirits is extremely high, and they must all be extracted. The Zongxue Emperor nodded. After receiving the order, the blood-robed youth's eyes lit up. He turned around, left the nether hall, and went directly to the 9 stars altar. At the same time, the witch domain, the witch god hall. Master Wudi, if Heixiao Lady hadn't appeared this time, the subordinates would definitely get that drop of God Emperor's blood. Without waiting for the great elder of the Wu clan to finish speaking, the Wu Emperor, whose figure was like a hill, opened his eyes suddenly on the high golden seat, and 2 brilliant lights flashed, and he punched out with a wave of his hand, hitting the ground directly on the ground. On the body of the great elder of the Wu clan. Boom. Almost at the moment when the Wu Emperor raised his hand, the body of the elder of the Wu clan was bombarded by a mass of nothingness. His whole body flew upside down and hit the door of the palace 10,000 steps away before he fell to the ground. Wu, Master Wudi, this subordinate deserves to die. The great elder of the Wu clan, whose mouth was full of blood, got up from the ground, his face pale with fright, and he knelt down on the ground, trembling all over. He knew very well that his life was saved. If Emperor Wu really wanted to kill him, perhaps one finger would be enough. Humph. The Temple of Darkness. Do you really think that I, the Wu clan, are easy to bully? The Wu Emperor, who stood up long, had a ferocious face, and his voice was like an abyssal ghost, with an extremely cold look, and in his eyes, flames blazed. Immediately, send someone to investigate the deeds of that southern god emperor. Also, send someone to keep an eye on that human kid. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the trembling elder of the Wu clan in the hall quickly took orders, got up, turned around and left. Humph. The blood of the god emperor, besides me, who else is qualified to get it in this outland continent? With the departure of the great elder of the Wu clan, the great hall of the Wu god gradually returned to calm, and the Wu emperor sank into cultivation again. Hashtag C 1956 Proud Work. In addition to the Ming clan and Wu clan, outside the ancient martial arts battlefield, besieged and blocked Chu Yan, and directly pushed the big bosses of various clans to the Ninezun mountain range. After returning to the various clans, report the news to the patriarchs of the various clans as soon as possible. Hearing that the power of the Hunyuan Palace and the Dark Temple appeared in the outland continent, all the patriarchs were moved by the news and started to investigate everywhere. They didn't know how the hegemony of the 10 Directions starfield would suddenly appear in outland continent. Could it be that it was just because of a drop of blood essence of the God Emperor, or the inheritance of the God Emperor of Nantian? It doesn't make sense at all. Because these two things can be said to be heaven-defying treasures in the outer continent, but they are not considered heaven-defying treasures in the 10 Directions starfield. At least, it is impossible to attract 2 overlords to show up at the same time. There must be something strange in it. Outland continent. Because of this incident on the ancient martial arts battlefield, the entire continent and all powerful clan forces were shocked. All of a sudden, the entire continent was surging, and countless big men and strong men were alarmed. Even in the depths of the forbidden areas of the various clans, some terrifying existences were alarmed, and they all woke up from their cultivation. Countless horrifying divine senses swept across the outland continent, spying on the changes in the continent. The entire outland continent was completely shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Have you heard? The human race, Chu Yan, received the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor in the ancient martial arts battlefield. What? In the ancient times, Ouyang Nantian was the first swordsman in the sky. Oh my god, I heard that the Nantian Divine Emperor's cultivation has reached the demigod level. It's too scary. So, a demigod powerhouse will appear in the human race soon. Fart. You are a Chinese cabbage in the demigod realm. The inheritance of the demigod realm is so easy to cultivate. In my opinion, you can cultivate to the realm of the Holy Emperor at most. The realm of the Holy Emperor. My god. The entire outland continent may not even reach 10 strong Saint Emperors. I didn't expect that the human race, which has fallen for countless years, will rise so soon. I also heard that in the Nantian Divine Emperor's inheritance, there is a drop of the Divine Emperor's blood, this heaven-defying treasure, and it also attracted the 2 overlords of the 10 Directions starfield. Hush! Be careful, don't talk nonsense. Various voices of discussion stirred up a large wave of voices, sweeping the entire continent. In countless cities, people are discussing about the ancient martial arts battlefield and what happened in the 9 mountains. Among these discussions, there are envy and disdain, and more are jealousy and greed. After all, the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor, in the outland continent, is definitely a heaven-defying treasure that can allow warriors to ascend to the sky in one step. Who wouldn't want to get it? But with this wave of sound, the name of Chu Yan and the human race spread throughout the entire continent. Whether it is the big boss of the powerful clan, the top powerhouse in the mainland, or the geniuses on the emperor list, they all know the name Chu Yan thoroughly. At this time, the 9 mountain ranges are in the palace. Chu Yan sat, cross-legged in the hall, surrounded by Rakshasa, true energy, exhaling and inhaling as he breathed, constantly adjusting his breath and practicing. The Golden Leaf Saint Emperor rescued him from the siege of the ancient martial arts battlefield, and sent him back to Lingyun Pavilion, through the channel of time and space. Chu Yan remembered this favor, but because of his weak cultivation, he was injured by the turbulence when traveling through time and space, and was severely injured. It took 3 full days, and with the help of the golden pill, Chu Yan fully recovered. 3 days ago, when Ling Shuangtian entertained Chu Yan, the banquet was over halfway, but Xiao Lady mysteriously pulled himself to a side hall, and stayed away from him for a long time. Thinking of what Lady Xiao said to him, Chu Yan could not help but frown slightly, and his heart trembled slightly. Xiao God Emperor put his hand on Chu Yan's shoulder, swept it casually, and said everything about his own 5 martial spirits, which made Chu Yan's face change color in shock. You know, the 5 spirit beasts are Chu Yan's biggest trump card. In the entire world of spirits, Chu Yan didn't tell anyone except Yuer. Even, between Lillian's life and death, when Chu Yan was forced to activate the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts at the same time, he would definitely kill the roots. But now, Xiao Lady, casually, just speak out. However, fortunately, Xiao Lady only knew that he had 5 martial spirits, but he didn't know what kind of martial spirits they were. Moreover, Xiao Lady's words made sense. He thought that his martial soul was the destiny martial soul. Like Xinxingjia's Kyushu Ding Wuhun back then, it is an extremely rare heavenly way against fate Wuhun. However, according to what Xiao Lady told Chu Yan later, this kind of martial spirit may be considered rare in the outland continent, but it is not uncommon in the 10 Directions starfield. Especially in such overlord-level powers as the Dark Temple and Hunyuan Palace, almost the martial souls of the core elite disciples are all this kind of destiny martial soul. Even, other martial spirits that are stronger than the destiny martial spirit also exist. Chu Yan was extremely surprised by this, but he was relieved when he thought that the 10 Directions star territory represented the 1-star continent second only to the God domain. What's more, when thinking of these geniuses on the star list, Chu Yan's blood boiled with enthusiasm, and his eyes glistened with brilliance. Star ranking, Star Wars. It sounds interesting. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, with a slight arc, and he became very excited when he thought that Emperor Xiao suggested that he go to participate in the Star Wars. Now, we still need to improve our strength as soon as possible. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan exhaled and breathed out his energy, slowly received his power, and then he flipped his hands, taking out all the gains from the ancient martial arts battlefield. Nantian inherited blood crystals, Nantian Baojia, Brahmagu 9-turn golden elixir. Dozens of treasures such as the blood of the God Emperor were suspended in front of Chu Yan. I saw pieces of strange treasures such as golden pills, etc., instantly releasing majestic spiritual power, rushing in all directions. Every breath is extremely powerful. Huh? What is this? Chu Yan's shining eyes swept across the powerful treasures and fixed on a wooden jade box. Swish! With a gesture of raising his hand, his spiritual sense was activated, and the jade box flew over directly. Haha, boy, you have a good eye, and you discovered it right away. It's my most proud work. In the sea of consciousness, the remnant soul of the Nantian God Emperor sent out a consciousness and laughed loudly. At the same time, a stream of light rushed out of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, shot out from between the eyebrows, landed 3 steps in front of Chu Yan, and evolved into a blurred phantom. The white robe flutters, and the purple turban moves with the wind. It is at the bottom of the god-devouring lake that I have seen. Nantian God Emperor. Huh. Proud work. What is it? Chu Yan looked up at the Nantian God Emperor with a simple face. His face was startled, and he asked. Boy, do you know that when I fought against hundreds of holy demons, besides relying on the sword in my hand and the armor on my body, what special means did I have? Nantian God Emperor looked at Chu Yan and asked with a smile on his face. Cultivation technique. Emperor technique. Chu Yan replied. Wrong. The Nantian God Emperor directly shook his head, and said, these methods, the strong have their own strengths, and they are not so powerful. What is that? Chu Yan asked. Of course it is. Nantian Shindi raised his mouth slightly, looked at Chu Yan, and said in a long voice. #C 1957, Jade Beetle. Seeing that Ouyang Nantian was trying to trick him, Chu Yan glanced at him, raised his hand, and opened the jade box in his hand. Swish! A brilliance full of aura rushed out of the box, shining with dazzling light. Chu Yan looked down, but it was a jade talisman with a strange shape, lying in the jade box, and the talisman looked like a beetle. What is this? Chu Yan was full of doubts. He held the jade beetle in his hand, turned it over and looked at it, and subconsciously poured a wave of true energy into it. True chi poured into the jade beetle, and suddenly an incomparably mysterious fluctuation rushed out of the jade beetle, like ripples, rippling in the void, moving towards all directions, and spreading rapidly. These mysterious powers fluctuated, and strange scenes also happened. Swish! 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 I saw that in this training hall on Chu Yan's body, the prohibitions and spiritual formations, as long as they are touched by the fluctuation of the jade beetle, they will dissipate instantly and disappear on the spot. What? This? Chu Yan was stunned, and looked up at Sea Strike, stunned. The restraining and defensive spirit formations in this cultivation hall of mine were reinforced by Situ Yang himself, and there were several powerful spirit formations from Lingyun Pavilion on the periphery. Generally speaking, even Emperor Wu couldn't destroy it in a short time. You must know that the most important thing for a martial artist to do is to keep secrets. One is to keep one from being disturbed, so as to be intoxicated, and at the same time, to prevent one's own cultivation methods from being discovered by outsiders. Therefore, all major sect forces and disciples' cultivation halls are all closely guarded and guarded layer by layer. What's more, what is Chu Yan's status in Lingyun Pavilion, and his residence hall is not worse than Lingyun Hall, where Ling Xuantian lives. But now, it was nothing but a small jade beetle. This is too scary. Ha ha ha, boy. You know it's great. Ouyang Nantian, who was standing in front of him, saw Chu Yan's bewildered expression, and laughed wildly triumphantly. This piece of stealing, seizing the Heaven Order talisman, I searched all over the secret realms of the 10 Directions starfield, collected countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and refined it for 100,000 years before it succeeded. It's a pity that my true self is lost, and the puppet has no consciousness, so I can manipulate this war beast countless times. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was stunned, his body trembled suddenly. He looked at Ouyang Nantian in astonishment, and asked in a startled voice. Wait, Senior, you said this is a war beast? That's right. It's genuine, an ancient war beast. Ouyang Nantian's smile was restrained, his expression was solemn, and he nodded heavily. Hiss. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's answer, Chu Yan gasped suddenly, even the right hand holding the jade beetle trembled slightly. Beast. Moreover, it is an ancient war beast. Of course, the spirit cover of warriors like war beast, which only exists in God's domain, has disappeared for millions of years. However, according to mainland rumors, in ancient times, after reaching the realm of Emperor Wu, one could melt into the Tao of heaven, and use the spiritual power of the heaven and earth to physically temper one's spirit beast, causing it to be reincarnated and become a war beast. However, to temper a war beast, one needs the warrior's own martial soul as a guide, burn the blood of the whole body of the spirit beast, and activate the blood of the holy beast in order to be successful. This kind of success rate is extremely low, and only when the blood in the spirit beast contains more holy beast blood can the chance of reincarnation be increased. However, even if the blood of the holy beast is strong, the chance of this kind of reincarnation is only between 10% and 30%. In addition, the warrior's martial soul is also extremely important. Relatively speaking, the beast martial soul has a higher chance of success than other martial souls. According to Chu Yan's knowledge, the blood of the little white bear, Dang Dang, is very likely to be the blood of the ancient holy beast. However, with only a 10% to 30% success rate, it is absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to try with little white bear. Therefore, not only Chu Yan, but also other warriors, like the Nantian God Emperor in front of him, would not easily try with his own spirit beast, but chose an ancient beetle. This ancient beetle has stronger vitality compared to other ancient bloodline spirit beasts. However, Chu Yan knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to find such an ancient bloodline beetle in the current Outland continent. Moreover, according to the probability of fusion, Ouyang Nantian must find at least 8 of them before he can succeed in one. Is really possible to temper spirit beasts and make them reincarnate into war beasts? Chu Yan looked at Ouyang Nantian, still in disbelief. Of course you can. However, in the current world of martial spirits, the spiritual power of the heaven and earth is thin, and the Emperor Wu's cultivation level may not be enough. If you want to refine it, you must reach the demigod level. Ouyang Nantian nodded, fixed his eyes on the jade beetle in Chu Yan's hand, and replied with a serious face. Demigod realm. Chu Yan was taken aback. So far, there are less than 10 people in the entire Outland continent, even the Saint Emperor realm powerhouses. If you want to cultivate to the demigod level, the difficulty is probably almost impossible. Even the Nantian divine emperor in front of him broke through to the semi-divine realm in the ancient times, and the spiritual power and resources of the heaven and earth in the ancient times were far from what they are now. Boy, don't be disappointed. With your current potential, it's not like you have no chance. Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan and smiled lightly. This jade beetle is considered to be my reward for doing things for me. While speaking, Ouyang Nantian's eyes suddenly sparkled, and a flash of spiritual light shot out, directly entering the body of the jade beetle. Suddenly, a little golden light overflowed from the body of the jade beetle and slowly dissipated into the void. Okay. I have taken back the consciousness of recognizing the master in the jade beetle. Now, you can recognize the master. Ouyang Nantian took a deep breath and said. Thank you, Senior. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, a look of joy flashed across Chu Yan's face. An ancient war beast, so easy to get. As if afraid of Ouyang Nantian's repentance, Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all. His whole body surged with true energy, and his spiritual consciousness turned into a five-color brilliance, rushing straight into the body of the jade beetle. Swish! Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's consciousness entered the jade beetle's body, the jade beetle's eyes flashed instantly, the insect's body trembled, its wings spread, and it flew up directly. A faint consciousness appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and there was a feeling of closeness. This consciousness is exactly the consciousness connection established between the jade beetle's success in recognizing its master and Chu Yan's soul. Haha, it's done. Chu Yan looked at the jade beetle flying in front of him, his face was full of joy. Hey, boy, do you know what the purpose of this jade beetle is? Ouyang Nantian smiled wickedly. This? Chu Yan was taken aback. He was so happy that he didn't have time to understand, but this jade beetle was made by Ouyang Nantian himself. Of course, Ouyang Nantian knows its use best. Boy, let me tell you, this jade beetle can break all the restrictions and spirit formations below the divine realm. As long as the number of core altars in the spirit formation does not exceed 8. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's face froze for a moment, and then, the eyes brightened. Can break all restrictions and spiritual formations below the divine realm. Doesn't that mean that you can enter and leave the treasure houses and forbidden areas of the major sects in this outer continent, and even among the stars in the 10 directions, without hindrance? #C1958 Just try. When they were in Haotian continent, Chu Yan and Situ Yang sneaked into the royal family's treasury and looted nearly half of the royal family's wealth in one go. After that, in Haotian continent, whether it was cultivation or alchemy, Chu Yan never lacked the treasures of heaven and earth. What's more than half of the training resources of the hundreds of millions of disciples of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong came from their contributions. When I came to this outland continent, I didn't seem to find some cultivation resources for the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Now, with this jade beetle. Chu Yan looked at the jade beetle in front of him, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Having just experienced the Lingyun Square incident, Chu Yan deeply understood that the rise of a race must be the strength of the whole race. It turned out that Chu Yan planned to let the power of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, as a hidden force of the human race, slowly cultivate and develop slowly. But now, Chu Yan stared at the jade beetle, and his thoughts in the sea of consciousness changed subtly. Hey, boy, do you want to try it? It seemed that he saw Chu Yan's eyes as bright as stars, and the voice of the Nantian God Emperor, with obvious temptation. Try. How to try? Chu Yan was startled. Of course it's the secret storehouse of Lingyun Pavilion. I've already found it. It's directly below the Lingyun Hall, no more than 3,000 steps away. There are just 9 defensive spirit formations and 3 detection restrictions. Ouyang Nantian raised his brows slightly, looked at Chu Yan, and said, in there is a treasure named Yu Luoyin, which is a top-grade spiritual treasure of the emperor rank, and it is just for training hands. You. Chu Yan was taken aback suddenly, and stared at Ouyang Nantian, speechless. Lingyun Pavilion is his own sect. This Ouyang Nantian actually encouraged him to steal the treasure of his own sect. Are you sure you don't want to try? Ouyang Nantian smiled wickedly. Okay. It's okay to try, as for the Yu Luoyin, forget it. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan finally moved. After all, this ancient jade beetle just recognized its master and flew in front of him, so how could it bear it? Took a deep breath. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was aroused, and the jade beetle immediately felt Chu Yan's mind, buzzed and flapped its wings, and landed on Chu Yan's shoulder. Large streams of true energy were swallowed by the jade beetle like a tide, and within the body of the jade-like insect, circles of mysterious fluctuations kept rushing out. While inhaling, Chu Yan's entire body was wrapped by the waves of the jade beetle, and all the breath disappeared without a trace in an instant. It seems that standing there is not a body, but a mass of empty air. It's amazing. Chu Yan's consciousness kept scanning, unable to find any loopholes at all. Not to mention others, even he himself cannot feel the existence of his physical body. Hey, let's go. Ouyang Nantian smiled slightly. Chu Yan nodded, and then his figure flashed. Under the surge of true energy, he couldn't break out of the enveloping circle formed by the jade beetle, but his body had already left the training hall. Traveling through the void, when he reappeared, Chu Yan had already reached the Lingyun Hall, a distance of 3,000 steps. Here is a huge underground cave, above a huge stone gate that is hundreds of feet high. It is densely packed and full of spirit patterns. Moreover, almost every half-breath, there are 3 terrifying auras, sweeping past the stone gate. These 3 auras should be enshrined by the Supreme Master of Lingyun Pavilion. Such a strong aura. At least the cultivation level is the highest martial emperor. Sensing the terror of the 3 auras, Chu Yan's expression froze slightly. Unexpectedly, besides Ling Xuantian, there were 3 higher martial emperors in Lingyun Pavilion. However, this is considered normal. On this continent, that sex forces don't have any whole cards. Although these 3 breaths swept across the position of his body, although there was no pause, it still made Chu Yan's heart beat a little faster. Not daring to breathe, Chu Yan waited for nearly 10 breaths, but nothing abnormal happened. Call. After a long sigh of relief, Chu Yan finally determined that the power of the jade beetle could not be discovered by the consciousness of the upper martial emperor. According to Ouyang Nanshan's words, if he has not reached the divine realm, it is impossible to find himself who is invisible in the void. This ancient war beast, the jade beetle, is really miraculous. Next, let's see if the jade beetle can successfully break through the defensive spirit array of the stone gate in front of it. If it is really possible, then Chu Yan can rely on it to loot the entire outland continent and the treasure house of the top 10 racial forces. At that time, not to mention the cultivation resources of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect, even the cultivation resources of the entire human race will be more than enough. Resisting his excitement, Chu Yan lightly raised his right foot and walked towards the huge stone gate in front of him. Surrounded by a faint jade beetle breath, Chu Yan's body seemed invisible, and he walked to the stone gate in a few steps. As soon as he raised his hand, he slowly pressed the stone door with his jade-like right hand. Keeping his eyes fixed on the stone gate, there were spirit patterns shining with light, and Chu Yan's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Press lightly with the right hand, and the moment it touched the stone gate, the jade energy above the right hand, like a ripple of water, instantly gushes out from Chu Yan's right palm and spreads to the entire stone gate. Wherever the ripples of the jade energy passed, the spirit patterns on the stone gate dimmed one by one. In just the blink of an eye, the Sherman, which was originally radiant and full of flashing spirit patterns, was instantly dead silent, without any trace of spirit formation. Click. After a muffled sound, the stone door without the support of the spirit array directly opened, opening a huge gap. Really, it's just like that. The moment the Sherman opened, Chu Yan's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. Unexpectedly, the treasure house of this sect was opened just like this, so easily and casually, it even gave Chu Yan a feeling that it was much easier than opening an ordinary door. After being dazed for a moment, Chu Yan reacted immediately. After looking at the stone gate with both eyes, he strode out and flashed in directly. As soon as the figure entered the stone gate, in a huge stone hall in front of him, on a small square with a distance of nearly 10,000 steps, the rays of light from the spiritual array suddenly lit up, and then immediately dimmed. Almost as soon as Chu Yan walked there, it would be plunged into darkness. It's as if the current Chu Yan is an insulator. Wherever he goes, the spirit array in that place will fail. But when Chu Yan completely walked through the spirit formation, that spirit formation would return to its original state without any change. Walking a few steps east and west, Chu Yan was just in the treasure house of Lingyun Pavilion, wandering east and west, unable to trigger any spirit formation at all. Great! It really works. Chu Yan clenched his fists tightly, raised his head, and looked around the stone hall, where there were hundreds of small stone gates. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, forming an arc. Yuluyan. It seems to be in that room. The unicorn pupils of both eyes are running, and the 5-color pupils reach each room, without the barrier of the spirit array, and Chu Yan can see clearly. Striding out, Chu Yan swaggered and walked to the innermost room, pressing the door with his right hand. On the wooden door, with a height of 1 person, the last defensive spirit array became invalid in an instant. With a creak, he pushed the door open and walked in. Immediately, hundreds of dazzling lights of spirit treasures made Chu Yan's eyes brighten up instantly. #See 1959 God Emperor Blood. In the room full of spiritual treasures, there are no less than 10 Emperor-level spiritual treasures, full of radiant light and colorful colors. The powerful aura of spiritual treasure filled the entire room with extremely rich spiritual power of heaven and earth. But the most dazzling thing is still a big fist-sized red seal suspended in the mid-air of the room, surrounded by a ball of golden light. This is the Jade Seal. Chu Yan stared wide-eyed, looking at the big red seal. His heart trembled slightly. As a disciple of Lingyun Pavilion, he had certainly heard of the rumors about this Jade Seal. It is said that this Jade Seal is not only an Emperor-level spiritual treasure, but also a Tiger Talisman command to mobilize the Lingyun Pavilion Zhongjuan. As long as whoever holds this Jade Seal, he can order the 90 million Lingyun army to obey his orders. However, to obtain this Jade Seal is more difficult than climbing to the sky. Slightly squinting his eyes, Chu Yan's consciousness swept out in an instant, looking towards the golden light that wrapped the Yulua Seal. This ball of golden light was enshrined by the 3 Grand Masters of Lingyun Pavilion, together with Ling Xuantian. The 4 of them joined forces to lay down a restriction. It is said that, except for Ling Xuantian himself, otherwise, even Daluo Jingxian would never want to open this golden light ball. Unless, under the powerful force, together with the golden prohibition, it is still possible to directly destroy the Yulua Seal. In this case, Chu Yan even doubted whether his ancient jade beetle was still effective. Standing in front of Yuluo Yin, Chu Yan hesitated for a while, but decided to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan poured all his energy into it, and his true energy and spiritual consciousness gushed out together. The jade beetle on his shoulders shone with jade, and circles of jade energy became more and more solidified. The jade energy is like a wave, walking with the wind, and under the guidance of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, he keeps approaching the golden prohibition in front of him. The right hand wrapped in a rich jade aura stretched out without any hindrance, and instantly passed through the golden light group, and grabbed the jade seal in his hand. At this time, Chu Yan's consciousness trembled, and he paused for a moment. After waiting for a full breath, however, there was no trace of vision happening around. The golden light restraint seemed to be unable to feel Chu Yan's hand at all, and there was no sign of being triggered at all. Damn, is it really possible? Chu Yan's pupils shrank, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Puff. As if breaking through a layer of blisters, Chu Yan withdrew his right hand and grasped the Yulua seal. His eyes sparkled. However, before Chu Yan lowered his head to see the appearance of the jade seal, suddenly, the ball of golden light that had lost the restraint of the jade seal suddenly trembled and exploded directly, turning into golden light spots all over the sky. Roar. Roar! Roar! Almost at the moment when the golden ball of light exploded, 3 roars exploded in the depths of Lingyun Pavilion Lingfang. Who dared to touch my Zhongjibao? Bold! That thief dared to attack me, Lingyun. Stop this person and take back the jade seal. 3 berserk auras suddenly rushed up in the sky of Lingyun Pavilion, and with the fury of thunder, 3 terrifying figures shot up from the depths of Lingfang Peak in an instant. Not good. We were discovered. Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and he dared to stay there, threw the jade seal in his hand directly on the ground, and walked away. Swish! Almost as soon as Chu Yan left the treasury, 4 figures appeared in the place where Chu Yan had just disappeared. Fearful consciousness enveloped the entire treasury like a tidal wave, and under the rapid arousal, the tens of thousands of forbidden spirit arrays in the treasury were all opened. Huh! No one. Ling Xuantian frowned, his eyes swept across, and instantly landed on the Yulua seal on the ground. The jade seal is still there. With a soft cry, the 3 figures around Ling Xuantian breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Call. At the same time, Chu Yan appeared in his training hall, and also heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he ran fast. Even if he was half a breath slower, he would be caught by the 4 big bosses on the spot. As the direct disciple of the master of Lingyun Pavilion, and with the identity of a great elder, he even stole his own treasure. If Ling Xuantian caught this, Chu Yan would not be able to explain it. Swish! In front of Chu Yan, a phantom flashed, and the Nantian God Emperor floated over, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a smile. Boy, did you succeed? Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, Chu Yan was startled, looked up, and his face turned dark. What's the deal? I was almost caught. As soon as the jade seal left its original position, it immediately triggered the restriction. Chu Yan gave Ouyang Nantian a hard look, and said. Hey, boy, I forgot to tell you, this ancient war beast, the jade beetle, can ignore the restraining spirit array and easily go deep into the treasure houses. However, once those treasures are obtained, they will often be noticed by the strong. In this case, it will be difficult to leave safely. Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice, and he said. So, no, it's still the same, it's useless at all. No. Boy, that's because your cultivation base is too weak. If my deity is still there, let alone those guys from Lingyun Pavilion, they are the powerhouses of the overlord forces in the 10 directions starfield, who can stop me? While speaking, Ouyang Nantian was full of complacency and expression. Nonsense. You are a demigod, and on this continent, there aren't even many holy emperors. Seeing Ouyang Nanshan's expression, Chu Yan got angry and gave him a supercilious look. Boy, so, you are still not strong enough, such a good beast, but you can't use it, tsk, tsk, tsk. Ouyang Nantian smiled jokingly. Hee, it's useless. That's not necessarily. Chu Yan sneered. Using the jade beetle to move the Zhongman's treasure will be discovered. With this, of course there is no way to do it. However, in a sex treasure house, there are only a few treasures, and the most common treasures of heaven and earth and cultivation resources. Chu Yan still doesn't believe that every spirit treasure and resource in the treasury will be like a treasure, and a slight movement will trigger a restriction. Let's not care about these, let's improve our strength as soon as possible. With a big wave of his hand, Chu Yan directly took out the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor. Senior, can I practice your inheritance? Chu Yan asked. This? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Ouyang Nantian was stunned and hesitated. I, Ouyang Nantian, have been obsessed with the Tao of the sword all my life. Whether it is kung fu or imperial art, they are all related to the Tao of the sword. You, a boy, practice the Tao of the sword. The Tao of the Sword. Chu Yan heard the words. How could he not understand the meaning of Ouyang Nanshan's words? After pondering for a while, Chu Yan thought of a person. If he were to practice Ouyang Nanshan's inheritance, he would be the most suitable person. Boy, I suggest you to fuse that drop of God Emperor's essence blood first. Ouyang Nantian thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice. Integrate the blood essence of the God Emperor. Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Hashtag C 1960 Atmospheric Transport. Is it so easy to fuse the blood essence of the God Emperor? When Chu Yan heard the Nantian God Emperor's words, his eyes flashed brightly, and then his brows furrowed tightly. You know, his current cultivation is only at the quasi-imperial level. Above the quasi-emperor rank is the realm of Emperor Wu, above the realm of Emperor Wu is the realm of Saint Emperor, and above the realm of Saint Emperor is the legendary realm of God. By analogy, Chu Yan's current cultivation base is 3 worlds away from the divine realm. With such a large gap, if the blood essence of the God Emperor is forcibly fused, the power in the blood essence will directly explode the body, resulting in the end of body and soul annihilation. Senior, this God Emperor blood, Chu Yan looked at Ouyang Nantian with a face full of hesitation. Haha, kid, I know what you're worried about. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Ouyang Nantian laughed immediately, but then shook his head. Even if it was me, I didn't dare to fuse the power of the God Emperor's blood essence, so I stayed. It's ridiculous that those Saint Emperors still think in vain to break through their cultivation by devouring the blood essence of the God Emperor. But they don't know that as long as they swallow this drop of blood essence of the God Emperor into their bodies, they will definitely explode and die. In the world of martial arts, chance also represents danger. It's ridiculous that those holy emperor warriors have cultivated for thousands of years, but they still don't understand this truth. Ouyang Nanshan's words stunned Chu Yan. This Nantian divine emperor, with his semi-divine cultivation, dared not devour and fuse at will. Moreover, he also laughed at those holy emperor powerhouses who wanted to snatch the blood essence of the God Emperor. The idea of wanting to devour the blood essence was simply courting death. Then he still remembers to fuse himself. Looking at Ouyang Nantian with a pair of eyes, Chu Yan's face was covered with black lines. Hey, kid, don't get me wrong. With a glance, Ouyang Nantian immediately noticed that Chu Yan's face was wrong, so he quickly smiled and explained. This God Emperor's blood, for others, may be a chance to die. But, for you. You, a Saint Emperor and a demigod, can't do it, but I can do it. Chu Yan looked at Ouyang Nantian from the corner of his eyes, with suspicion on his face. Of course. In Nuoda's martial spirit world, apart from those guys from God's domain, you are the only one who can safely fuse this drop of God Emperor's blood. Who would have thought that upon hearing Chu Yan's question, Ouyang Nantian would answer very positively? Why? Chu Yan asked anxiously. Because you are the one who fulfilled the fate of Tiandaming mantra, and you have great luck. Ouyang Nantian said solemnly. Puff. Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's answer, Chu Yan held back his breath and let it out. Lucky fart. You are asking me to gamble with my life. Chu Yan scolded directly. What a dog, a man who lives up to his fate, what kind of great luck, those are all illusory things, fused with the essence and blood of the God Emperor, such a dangerous thing, this old guy actually let himself rely on luck. Although, since Chu Yan stepped into martial arts practice, he has always gone against the sky, wandering on the edge of life and death all the way. However, it doesn't mean that Chu Yan will take his own life for this kind of unsure gambling. What's the difference between this and courting death? Boy, it seems that you still don't understand. However, Ouyang Nantian didn't realize it at all, instead he shook his head with a look of regret on his face. Could it be? Seeing Ouyang Nanshan's expression, Chu Yan was startled. In the ancient tomb at the bottom of the God-devouring lake, I have already told you that you have the source of the 5 elements, and you are also a fusion of yin and yang. Speaking of this, Ouyang Nantian suddenly looked at Chu Yan, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and smiled slightly. These two, anyone, are destined to go against the sky. So, this is your fate, you can't escape. And you are the only one who can fuse this drop of the God Emperor's blood essence and open your path to cultivation in the divine realm. In the dark, everything is predestined by the way of heaven. Maybe, I got this God Emperor's blood essence back then, just for your appearance in a million years. Hey! I became a beauty in anger, and I was buried between heaven and earth. My fate, how can I solve it? Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan, let out a long sigh, turned around slowly, raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes flickered slightly, and seemed to be caught in a certain emotion. The source of the 5 elements, the body of the fusion of yin and yang. Chu Yan frowned when he heard Ouyang Nantian's words, and began to think. His 5 gods and beast spirits, as well as the gold and silver Saint Rakshasa deity, are the source of the 5 elements and the fusion body of yin and yang that Ouyang Nantian pointed out. Could it be that he could really fuse the blood essence of the God Emperor? Slightly raising his head, he looked at the blood essence of the God Emperor floating in front of him, and felt the majestic breath in it. Chu Yan's mind moved, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Boy, your time is running out. Suddenly, Ouyang Nantian spoke again. His voice was like a valley, which made Chu Yan startled. I feel it, the one from God's domain has already set off, and he will arrive at the 10 Directions starfield in a short time. That one? Who? Chu Yan asked suspiciously. I believe that the purpose of her coming to the 10 Directions starfield is to destroy the 9 sky-connecting towers, and in addition, to kill you. In this way, the heavenly Daoming mantra will no longer pose a threat to them. Ouyang Nantian talked to himself, as if he didn't hear Chu Yan's question at all. You were born at the right time, but unfortunately, the time is still too short. If you don't start the path of cultivation in the divine realm as soon as possible, I'm afraid I'm going to die. Chu Yan asked in a calm voice. Ha ha ha, death. What is it? Ouyang Nantian laughed wildly, and the sound echoed throughout the hall, but soon, the laughter stopped abruptly, and he glared at Chu Yan, saying, The sad thing is that all the martial artists who practice the way of martial arts in the whole continent will be buried with him. Heaven's Daoming curse is activated, and the battle between gods and demons reappears. After saying a word, Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan with an extremely deep and solemn gaze. Good. At this moment, Chu Yan looked into Ouyang Nantian's eyes, finally believed, and made up his mind to fuse that drop of God Emperor's blood. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan's body surged with true energy, and his spiritual consciousness gushed out, wrapping away the blood essence of the God Emperor in front of him. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's consciousness came into contact with the drop of the God Emperor's blood essence, a vast and powerful aura rushed into Chu Yan's body like a raging sea. At the same time, that drop of the blood of the God Emperor turned into a golden light and shot straight into the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows. Boom, boom. The God Emperor's blood entered his body, like 10,000 thunderbolts, exploding in Chu Yan's body at the same time, making his sea of consciousness and soul tremble crazily. Good, so strong. Chu Yan's face was grim and distorted, and he quickly sat cross-legged, all the strength in his body burst out. Roar! 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 The next moment, with the earth-shattering roar of the beast, the 5 spirits of the gods and beasts all broke through the void and appeared around Chu Yan. 5 dazzling lights of Wuhun fell on Chu Yan in an instant, enveloping him. Boom! There was a sound of the void collapsing, and the holy Rakshasa himself stepped on the void with 1 foot and appeared behind Chu Yan. In his eyes, 1 gold and 1 silver, 2 lightning-like pupils also shot at Chu Yan. Hashtag see 1961 Quasi-Imperial Peak. With the Wuhun of the five gods and beasts, and the blessing of the holy Raksha himself, the roar of thunder in Chu Yan's body finally calmed down slowly. Next, endless power, like a river of spiritual veins, poured into Chu Yan's whole body, and merged into every flesh and blood cell in every corner. Just like the long-dried seedlings are moistened by the spring rain, Chu Yan can't believe that his own flesh and blood are so eager for the power of the blood of these god emperors. Crazy swallowing, crazy growth. Even his own bones are undergoing changes, releasing a light and breath. Good, what a mysterious feeling. Chu Yan felt the changes in his body, his eyes were dull, and he couldn't believe it. A small drop of the blood of the God Emperor has such a powerful power. You know, Chu Yan's physical body is not weak even compared to the Middle Emperor Wudi. However, after this drop of the God Emperor's blood entered his body, Chu Yan's flesh and blood, and even his bones were nourished, all of them were improving crazily, and some strange mutations even occurred. Boom, boom. In the sea of consciousness, a bolt of lightning split the sky, and the sound of thunder was endless. A large piece of light, like the light of a god, descended from the sky, illuminating the world of consciousness dazzlingly. In an instant, countless voices resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. These sounds are like the sounds produced when the air flow is flowing in the void, and they are also like the mysterious sounds produced by the power of heaven moving in the dark. What is this? Chu Yan's face was full of confusion, his eyes were fascinated, and his whole soul seemed to be completely immersed in it. However, before Chu Yan could react, a sudden change occurred in his body. Boom. 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 In the sea of Qi, 32 inner alchemy burst out suddenly, and the endless tide of true Qi picked up the torrential waves of the sky and blasted towards the bottleneck of cultivation. At this moment, the fusion of the God Emperor's blood and flesh. Finally, a qualitative change occurred. At the same time, Chu Yan's cultivation level skyrocketed again. The middle Quasi-Emperor 7th Heaven. The middle Quasi-Emperor rank 9th Heaven. The upper Quasi-Emperor 3rd Heaven. The upper Quasi-Emperor 5th Heaven. The upper Quasi-Emperor 7th Heaven. The upper Quasi-Emperor rank 8th Heaven. The upper Quasi-Emperor rank Jiuxiao. Almost in a single thought, Chu Yan's cultivation was like riding a rocket, from the middle level of the 7th Heaven of the Quasi-Emperor rank, directly to a big realm, all the way to the upper Quasi-Emperor rank of the 9th Heaven. Although the true energy behind was still as violent as a tide, it was stuck to death by the bottleneck of the Emperor Martial Realm. Even though Chu Yan was full of excitement, he kept urging his true energy, and even swallowed a bottle of golden elixir, but he still didn't cross this last step after all. In the end, Chu Yan shook his head, his face full of disappointment, his cultivation soared, and he was also fixed at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor rank. At this time, Chu Yan was only one step away from the Wudi realm. However, the distance between this layer of window paper is the difference between heaven and earth. Damn, kid, what's your expression? Ouyang Nantian stared at Chu Yan, seeing him shaking his head and sighing again, his face suddenly twitched. One breath, raise a realm, you kid is not satisfied. In martial arts practice, after reaching the Quasi-Emperor rank, it is extremely difficult to ascend to the sky step by step. It would take decades or even 100 years for ordinary warriors to improve their cultivation at the first level. And Chu Yan, directly from the middle Quasi-Emperor rank, rushed to the peak of the upper Quasi-Emperor rank, and raised his cultivation base by nearly 13 heavens at once. But this kid, what expression? Ouyang Nantian, although his cultivation has reached the terrifying demigod state, how could he forget that he has experienced many lives, deaths, and tribulations in order to break through to this point? Moreover, it took Ouyang Nantian a full 300,000 years to break through to the demigod realm. The improvement of each level of cultivation is extremely difficult and painstaking, but now, seeing Chu Yan, He can instantly improve his cultivation level by more than 10 levels, and he is still not satisfied. This made Nantian God Emperor feel so embarrassed. This is the blood essence of the God Emperor. I thought it could break through to the martial emperor realm directly. Chu Yan rested, got up slowly, looked at Ouyang Nantian, whose face was twitching, and explained. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the corners of Ouyang Nantian's eyes twitched violently again. Looking at Chu Yan with a calm face, he suddenly had the urge to strangle this kid to death. Boy, you don't know it. Emperor Wu's realm can't be improved by relying on the cultivation of true energy. It depends on the understanding of the way of heaven and the improvement of one's own will, to have the possibility of breakthrough. So, not to mention a single drop of God Emperor's essence blood, even a pool of God Emperor's essence blood, it is impossible for you to directly break through the Emperor martial realm. Ouyang Nan roared in despair. So that's how it is. Chu Yan's face suddenly revealed upon hearing this. Just after breaking through, he can still feel that the mysterious and majestic power in his flesh and blood has not weakened in the slightest. Boy, less than 30% of the power of this drop of the God Emperor's blood has been exerted. I believe that in the future, as your cultivation level improves, it will be of great help to you. Ouyang Nantian exhaled a long breath, and finally suppressed the madness in his heart. Okay. Boy, release your 5 spirits, and I'll seal them for you. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately. Seal, my own martial soul. Senior, you. Chu Yan took half a step back subconsciously, looking at Ouyang Nantian with a look of vigilance. What kind of eyes do you have, as if I want to harm you? Ouyang Nantian grinned grimly. Isn't it? Chu Yan said. What is Wuhun? That is the source of all the strength of warriors. Any martial artist knows that if the martial soul is injured, it means that all martial arts cultivation bases will disappear, and they will directly become useless. And the so-called seal, isn't it the same as the Wuhun being abolished? Chu Yan clearly remembered that when she first met Yuer, her martial soul was in a sealed state, so at that time, Yuer didn't have a trace of the power of a warrior. Boy, as I said just now, the one from God's domain has already set off, and the target is the 9 sky-connecting towers and you. Ouyang Nantian's face gradually became serious, and he said to Chu Yan solemnly. Her first destination must be the 10 directions starfield, and you, kid, are going to participate in the star ranking battle. As long as you step into the 10 directions starfield and make a splash, you, the source of the 5 elements, will be recognized by her at a glance. At that time, Deluo Jingxian will not be able to save you. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan was startled, and finally understood his purpose. But, senior, if the Wuhun is sealed? Chu Yan doubted. Don't worry, who am I? I am the Nantian God Emperor, the first sword in the sky, and the existence of the invincible star field back then. I possess more than 10 million imperial arts. To seal your 4 martial spirits, and at the same time, leave a restriction so that when you are in crisis, you can break the restriction and release all the martial spirits at the same time. It's a small thing. When Chu Yan heard this, he finally understood completely, and nodded immediately. After all, now Ouyang Nantian is saved by himself, and the residual consciousness is also stored in his body, so he should not harm himself. Also, there is another very important thing that you must do as soon as possible. Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan, and said seriously, your yin and yang are one body. If you want to break through the realm of Emperor Wu, you must find the spirit of chaos. Spirit of chaos. Chu Yan was startled. Hashtag see 1962 Soul Demon Purgatory. Ouyang Nantian's words made Chu Yan nervous instantly. Breaking through the realm of Emperor Wu is something Chu Yan has been looking forward to for a long time. On that day, I will kill the Ming clan, rescue my mother, and reunite my family. Moreover, almost every day, Chu Yan would think of his mother, who was suffering from soul refining in the dark hall of the Mingzhu. Therefore, when Ouyang Nantian mentioned that the spirit of chaos could help him break through the Emperor Wu realm, how could Chu Yan not be nervous? Chu Yan, this spirit of chaos is extremely rare in the world, and it is of great help to the cultivation of ordinary warriors. Ouyang Nantian saw Chu Yan's nervousness, so he directly explained. It is said that when the world was first divided, this chaotic spirit was the original spirit that gave birth to the world. The world was formed, and the remaining chaotic spirits became the purest aura in the world. However, this kind of chaotic spirit cannot be contained and generated. It is all left over from when the world first opened. If we can find this primal chaos spirit, not to mention breaking through the martial emperor realm, even breaking through to the saint emperor realm, or the half-god realm, it's not a problem. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled instantly, and his face flushed. Boy, don't be too happy. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Ouyang Nantian snorted softly. This spirit of chaos is extremely secretive. Ordinary warriors don't even know where it is. However, when I broke through the realm of demigods and fought against the demons, I found a trace of the spirit of chaos in the land of the demons. The land of the demons? Chu Yan asked anxiously. That's right. That place is located on the border of the demon race. In ancient times, it was a battlefield for the great war between gods and demons. It's called Soul Demon Purgatory. Soul Demon Purgatory. Chu Yan couldn't help but feel a chill when he heard the name. Yes, this Soul Demon Purgatory, in ancient times, some special demons who died in battle will be reborn in this place. At that time, I suspected that there was a spirit of chaos in this place. If those special demons are really reborn with the power of the spirit of chaos, then according to the number of reborn demons at that time, I believe there should be more than one chaotic spirit. Hearing Ouyang Nantian speculate that there are more than one chaos spirit in Soul Demon Purgatory, Chu Yan was even more surprised. According to Chu Yan's plan, if he broke through Emperor Wu's realm, he would kill the Mingzhu. However, Chu Yan certainly knows how dangerous this kind of behavior is, especially after seeing the strength and terror of Xingshua's sacred emperor, the patriarch of the Ming clan, a few days ago. In Chu Yan's heart, he naturally dare not underestimate the strength of the Mingzhu. Therefore, if possible, Chu Yan certainly hopes that the higher his cultivation base, the better. In this way, by killing the Ming clan, they will have a chance to rescue their mother, and at the same time, they will be sure to escape unscathed. Therefore, whether the spirit of chaos can be found, and how many spirits of chaos can be found are very important to Chu Yan. However, don't be too happy. Back then, after I brought the news of the spirit of chaos back to the Zongmen also sent many martial emperor realm experts, and even more than a dozen holy emperor experts, to the Soul Demon Purgatory to search for it. However, the person who can finally find the spirit of chaos. After Ouyang Nantian said this, he returned to his original nature and raised his long voice. How much? How much? Chu Yan stared at Ouyang Nantian closely, and asked excitedly. Not one. Ouyang Nantian replied. What? Not a single one. Chu Yan was startled, his face full of astonishment. Of course, do you think that the spirit of chaos is those dogs, fard emperor treasures and fake artifacts, so easy to find? Let me tell you, it is impossible for people without great luck to find the spirit of chaos. Ouyang Nantian shook his head, and poured a basin of cold water on his head, which made Chu Yan completely icy cold. Even a dozen or so holy emperors couldn't find the chaotic spirit, so he. Great luck again. Chu Yan murmured with disappointment on his face. The great luck I'm talking about is not luck. Ouyang Nantian explained. What is that? In martial arts training, there is luck. Every sliver of improvement and strength is in exchange for hard work and life and death. Of course, some talent and opportunities are also required. It's like the spirit of chaos. In fact, its original power is a mixture of yin and yang attributes. That's why I am sure that if you want to quickly break through the martial emperor realm, you must rely on this chaos spirit. Having said that, Chu Yan finally understood. This chaotic spirit actually has the same origin as his own holy Rakshasa himself. If that's the case, then I'm really going to go to this soul demon purgatory. Chu Yan took a deep breath and made up his mind. Yeah. Not bad. But... Ouyang Nantian nodded, but soon shook his head again. Chu Yan, this soul demon purgatory is extremely dangerous. With your current strength, you are still a little weaker. I suggest you to consolidate your cultivation as soon as possible and improve your imperial skills at the same time. In addition, I see that in your sea of consciousness, there is an ancient demon emperor. If its strength can be restored to its peak state, maybe it can help you a lot. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay. But before that, I still have some things to do. Having said that, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yan Wanhai and Xiao Liang. Regarding the matter of Yuying City, the layout of Lingyun Hall, and the ancient martial arts battlefield, Xiao Liang's various performances, Chu Yan can be sure that Yan Wanhai and Xiao Liang must have created the Mingzhu. These two people, whether it is against the human race or against themselves, must be dealt with before they go to the soul demon purgatory. Afterwards, Chu Yan practiced for a while, stabilized his soaring cultivation base, and left the training hall directly, heading towards the Lingyun Hall. Last time, in this Lingyun Hall, Yan Wanhai took advantage of Ling Xuantian's opportunity to confine himself to death, and wanted to set up a trap to kill himself. Even if one plan fails, another plan will be made. No wonder Yan Wanhai would let himself go to the ancient martial arts battlefield. That's because he colluded with the Ming clan to create opportunities for Imo Qianren and Wu Mufeng to attack him in the God-devouring lake. This person is absolutely impossible to stay. After sending out his divine sense and begging to see Ling Xuantian, Chu Yan stepped into the Lingyun Hall and explained to Ling Xuantian directly what he wanted to do. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that just a few hours ago, Yan Wanhai and Xiao Wenliang asked Ling Xuantian to ask for leave, saying that they wanted to go home to worship their ancestors. Humph. They are trying to escape. Standing in Lingyun Hall, Chu Yan snorted coldly. Chu Yan, I don't ask about this matter. How to deal with it is up to you. Ling Xuantian said. Regarding the matter of Yan Wanhai, the eighth elder had already told him clearly. Now with what Chu Yan said, it can basically be confirmed that Yan Wanhai has really joined forces with the Ming clan and betrayed the interests of the human race. For such a person, Ling Xuantian is even more impolite than Chu Yan. You still have the status of the great elder of Lingyun Pavilion, so you represent Lingyanzong, go there and judge Yan Wanhai and Xiao Wenliang. With a big wave of Ling Xuantian's hand, a Lingyun token flew towards Chu Yan. Yes, master. With the order in hand, Chu Yan turned around with big strides, left the Lingyun palace, and jumped into the air, soaring straight into the sky. #See 1963 Underworld Sage. Bloodlines City is located in the northern wilderness of the Cunlong realm, bordering on the Jiuxiao realm. Yan Wanhai's family is located in Bloodlines City, and it is considered the largest family in the area, with powerful strength. After hundreds of thousands of years of operation, the Yan family of Bloodlines City has a large family property and clan not only in Beihuang, but even in Jiuxiao. However, as we all know, the giant green domain has had a strange relationship with the Ming clan for nearly 100 years, and it is very likely that it has already belonged to the Ming clan. Flying all the way, in less than half a day, Chu Yan arrived at Beihuang and landed in front of the gate of Bloodline City. After landing, Chu Yan raised his eyes to look at the Crimson City gate, and frowned suddenly. The situation is not right. Looking around, there was no one in front of the gate of the Bloodline City, and even through the gate, the streets in the city were empty. On both sides of the wide street, there are rows of commercial and residential buildings, and the gates are closed. The whole city has a strange atmosphere. No one. Chu Yan was startled for a moment, and then, he spread his consciousness and went to explore the city. Bloodline City is the largest city in the northern wasteland. Not only the number of warriors is no less than 100 million, but even the number of ordinary people has reached nearly 1 billion. How could a city stretching for tens of miles and a commercial city be so depressed? This is totally unreasonable. Following Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, he swept across the city, and found no breath of life in those buildings. Going to the center of the city, sweeping away the Yan family that looks like a palace, Chu Yan made some discoveries. However, these discoveries made Chu Yan's face even more gloomy and dignified. Because, in the Yan mansion in the center of the city, Chu Yan detected a familiar aura. Bad air. Chu Yan frowned slightly, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. You know, although this Bloodline City is in the northern wilderness, but it is an authentic human city. How could there be such a strong evil spirit in such a place? Combined with what I saw in front of me, the entire city was empty, and there was obviously something wrong. In less than 10 breaths, Chu Yan swept the entire Bloodline City, inside and out, with his divine sense several times. Except for the discovery of a large amount of evil spirit in the Yan mansion, which formed a thick fog and enveloped the entire Yan mansion, no living beings were found in the Bloodline City. Here, it turned out to be an empty city. However, Chu Yan knew that the answers to all the questions were hidden in the strict mansion full of evil spirits. Go to town and have a look. Chu Yan urged Rakshas's true energy to form a body-protecting energy, and strode towards the city gate with the empty gate wide open. An evil spirit. For ordinary warriors, it may be a great threat, but for Chu Yan, who has the holy Rakshasa deity, it is not a worry at all. Step into the city gate and walk along the empty avenue. The closer Chu Yan got to the Yan mansion, the more chill he felt. Moreover, the familiar feeling in this evil spirit is also becoming more and more obvious. Don't say anything about evidence, just the evil spirit that appeared in this Yan's mansion. Chu Yan can be sure that Yan Wanhai has a close relationship with the Mingzhu. The gate of the Yan mansion has no restrictions or defenses, and even a guard warrior cannot be seen. Above the vermilion lacquer gate in Phnom Penh, a plaque with 4 big characters Bloodline Yan Mansion hangs high and looks extraordinary. In this Yan family, because Yan Wanhai is the supreme elder of Lingyun Pavilion and is protected by the 9 sects of the human race, the entire family has grown extremely large. Eat the inside out, hum. Standing in front of the gate of Yan Mansion, Chu Yan glanced at the plaque and snorted coldly. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! With a muffled sound, the 2 vermilion lacquer gates were instantly opened, and several figures came out of the mansion gate, with strides. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you are still here. The leader is none other than Xuanhuan Liang, the original young generation of Lingyun Pavilion, the #1 genius. On the 2 sides behind him, there are 2 middle-aged warriors with a strong breath, with a pair of eyes shining fiercely, staring straight at Chu Yan, as if staring at a prey. At the brows of these 2 people, 2 blood-colored spiritual seals have emerged because of the rising of true energy. Ningzhu. Chu Yan frowned. Chu Yan has seen this kind of blood spirit seal countless times, and he will never admit it wrong. Moreover, among the Ming clan, only warriors of the main lineage can possess the bloody spiritual seal. In other words, these 2 warriors of the Ming clan are warriors of the royal clan of the Ming clan. In the Yan mansion, how could there be warriors from the Ming clan royal family? You guys know that I'm coming. Chu Yan regained his composure and looked at Xuanhuan. Chu Yan, do you know that Ling Xuantian, an old fox, was sent to die by you at all? Xuanhuan's face was full of grim smiles. Death. Chu Yan was startled. Ha ha ha, it seems that you are still in the dark. Xuanhuan laughed triumphantly when he saw Chu Yan's faceless reaction. Poor people have been used as cannon fodder, and they don't know it at all. Xuanhuan was full of excitement, and continued to say triumphantly. Master and I, just after returning to Bloodlines City, Ling Xuantian sent an elder to deliver the order. Do you know the result? Elder Hiying Tian, he is dead. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan was stunned. Sixth elder, dead. Good. Xuanhuan didn't hide anything, looked at Chu Yan, sneered, and said. My master, I have decided to submit to the Saint clan. The sixth elder came to persuade me, and I am looking for death. And now, Ling Xuantian sent you here again, not to die, but what? Ha ha ha. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Chu Yan smiled lightly. Xuanhuan, you want to kill me? Squinting his eyes slightly, Chu Yan looked at Xuanhuan, with a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. This time, the purpose of Chu Yan coming to Bloodlines City was to kill Xuanhuan and Yan Wanhai, so of course Chu Yan knew their strength. Even with the sight in front of them, these two royal warriors of the Ming clan couldn't get into Chu Yan's eyes at all. Those below the middle martial emperor realm are no match for Chu Yan at all. Unless the opponent, with more than 100 people, may be able to pose a threat to Chu Yan. However, how many middle martial emperors can there be in the Songlong realm, or even in this northern wilderness? Just relying on these few people, wanting to kill himself is simply a dream. Seeing the change in Chu Yan's eyes, Xuanhuan sneered again, without the slightest. Chu Yan, I know that you are powerful, but this Bloodlines City is not the 9 mountains. While speaking, the smile on Xuanhuan's face became even more ferocious. Today, this Bloodlines City is where you, Chu Yan, died. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression froze, and he looked at Xuanhuan, who was grinning grinningly, and the two Nadir warriors beside him, and immediately reacted. This Xuanhuan obviously relied on something. Two saints, this son is Chu Yan, please do it and kill him. Xuanhuan suddenly stepped back and shouted at the same time. Almost as his voice sounded, 2 waves of air surged from the 2 strong Ming clansmen in all directions at the same time. Sensing the wave of divine consciousness of the 2 Mingzhu warriors, Chu Yan's heart tightened suddenly. Holy Master! #C1964, can't kill? Accompanied by the breath of the 2 powerhouses of the Hades rising, the ground around them seemed to be hot, and red smoke rose continuously. Chu Yan's face darkened, and his eyes scanned the surrounding ground, but he saw that within a range of nearly 10,000 steps, there was this kind of bloody smoke, which happened to be centered on the position he was standing on. Could it be some kind of spiritual array laid in advance? Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he was about to exit this area. However, almost at the moment when he dodged to retreat, suddenly, a palm broke through the ground under his feet, and suddenly grabbed his right foot. What? Chu Yan was startled, and looked down, only to see that on the ground where there was nothing, there were lumps of soil bumps, some of which had been broken open, blood-colored palms, with streaks of black, coming from the ground. Lean out. Depend on. With a loud shout, Chu Yan stomped on the ground with his right foot, and his violent power burst out instantly. Tom. In the muffled sound, with Chu Yan's right foot as the center, all the bloody palms on the ground were instantly shattered by the impact of true energy. What are these? Chu Yan jumped up, suspended in the air, and looked at the ground with a look of astonishment on his face. Because, the blow just now shattered all the red palms that broke out of the ground, but Chu Yan could clearly sense that the sinister aura under the ground did not weaken at all, but became stronger and stronger. Not far away, two powerhouses of the Ming clan, one of them red and one black, radiate dazzling light, and the handprints of both hands are flying, as if they are controlling some kind of strange power. What's more, to Chu Yan's surprise, in the entire Yan mansion, those strong evil spirits were also rising crazily, and roars came from the depths of the Yan mansion, which sounded creepy. Boom! 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 Before Chu Yan could react, countless cracks on the ground below exploded, and the soil guide arched. A respectful body climbed out from the ground, and the figure swayed around. These figures crawling out of the ground are dilapidated, some lack hands, some lack feet, and even some not even a head. Each remnant body is red all over, with black tendons winding around the whole body. It seems that there is no skin, and it looks hideous and bloody. However, among the densely packed bodies, there is a strange mark on almost every chest position, shining with a black light. From a distance, it looks like a shining black eye on the chest, which is particularly permeating. These are not ordinary Yin puppets. Chu Yan frowned, feeling a bad feeling in his heart. As a martial artist who cultivated both alchemy and weapons, although Chu Yan did not specialize in the way of refining Yin puppets, he knew a lot, and he had personally refined Yin puppets. But these crippled puppets in front of them look completely different from ordinary puppets. You know, according to the ranks of Yin puppets, they are divided into corpse puppets, iron corpses, silver corpses, golden corpses, emperor corpses, and the legendary god corpses. At present, in the Outland continent, the god corpse has not appeared for countless years, and it is said that its refining method has been lost. That's because the corpse puppet refining method needs to use the corpses lost by the strong, so it has always been restricted by martial arts, and no one dares to disclose it. However, Chu Yan is very clear that the forces of all major sects are secretly refining black puppets. Especially some powerful sects are trying their best to invest a lot of resources to refine the emperor's corpse. Moreover, some Yin puppet masters who have fallen into the evil way are even constantly improving the method of refining Yin puppets, and sacrificed the same special Yin puppets. In front of these, Chu Yan can clearly conclude that these are not ordinary puppets. Moreover, the bodies of these Yin puppets all shone with a strange light, and it was obvious that the entire body had gone through a refining process similar to spirit treasures. 3,000 ghosts return to the world. The two powerhouses of the Ming clan almost spoke in unison, and between singing and harmony, the evil spirit in all directions became more and more intense. Moreover, as these obscure sounds spread, those crippled puppets that climbed out of the ground gradually quieted down, standing there motionless like wooden stakes one by one. Holy Master! It turns out to be the Yin puppet master. Chu Yan was suspended in the air, his eyes flickering. It turned out that Xiao Wenliang and the Mingzhu wanted to use the puppet to deal with themselves. At a glance, there are nearly 500 ghost puppets, all of which are at least above the golden corpses, and there are a few relatively high-ranking emperor corpses, whose remnants are particularly tall. Moreover, those 5 emperor corpses were still holding spiritual weapons in their hands, and the remaining emperor prestige, without a trace of suppression, rushed in all directions like a frenzy. Thousands of dead soldiers, fierce anger, kill me. A command sounded, and the 2 dark puppet masters of the Ming clan waved their hands, and a frenzied wave of evil spirit rushed away, setting off a violent wave of black air. Woo! 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 Swept by the black tide, the puppet-like puppets suddenly turned their heads, and hundreds of pairs of blood-red eyes glared at Chu Yan, who was suspended in mid-air. Like the roar of a wild beast, suppressed deep in the throat, one can feel a strong and fierce breath. The next moment, hundreds of figures rose into the air and rushed towards Chu Yan. At the same time, a ball of black light exploded on each corpsine puppet at the same time, turning into beams of energy, and blasting straight at Chu Yan. Hundreds of attacks, like a flood, covered the sky and covered the earth, completely covering Chu Yan's space in all directions, leaving no room for it. Snort. With a heavy snort, Chu Yan's whole body exploded with true energy, condensing into a golden dragon shadow in front of him, trembling the void, and roaring. "Destroy me!" The shout was like thunder, and Chu Yan raised his hand and punched out, and the huge golden dragon shadow, like thunder light, slammed down. Boom! 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 Just like a giant dragon rushing into a herd of beasts, the golden dragon shadows passed by, and groups of black attacks were instantly smashed to pieces, blasting the sky waves and rushing in all directions. Roar! Long Ling shocked the sky, smashing all the strength in the sky, and at the same time, it was so heavy that it rushed to the corpse of the emperor who was at the front. Boom! With the power of Wan Lai's dragon strength, it exploded instantly, and the emperor's corpse was sent flying upside down, shot straight to the ground, and was blasted out of the depths of the ground. Crash Heaven Emperor Art, Crazy Thunder! With a successful punch, Chu Yan didn't stop at all, and raised his hand to blast out another move. Boom, boom. Amidst the endless thunder, hundreds of punches, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, enveloped the entire sky, and slammed down towards the tide of puppet corpses. Tom! 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 Amidst muffled sounds, all the puppets who were bombarded by Bengxiandi's technique were blown upside down like dumplings. In an instant, the sky, which was originally ferocious like a tide, instantly cleared up. Xiao Wenliang and Yu Mingzhu want to use these puppets to deal with, huh? Chu Yan let out a cold snort. He had just opened his mouth, but before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly sank, and he looked at the ground in surprise. I saw, as far as I could see, those puppets who had been blasted into the ground crawled out one by one. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, wait to die. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wenliang seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and laughed wildly. Not only Xiao Wenliang, but even behind him, the two dark puppet masters of the Ming clan sneered again and again, looking at Chu Yan with killing intent. What are these puppets? Chu Yan looked at the puppets who crawled out from the depths of the pit, and found that there was no scar on their bodies, and immediately frowned. #See 1965 Immortal Body. Seeing the intact puppets on the ground, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The power of the Bengdian Emperor technique, even a genius on the Emperor list, cannot resist it. However, dealing with these puppets has no effect at all, it just repels them. This is very abnormal. If it was those few emperor corpses, Chu Yan could barely accept them, but the other hundreds of golden corpses were also intact, which is somewhat unreasonable. Naturally, Chu Yan would not doubt the Tianbing Emperor technique. Moreover, Chu Yan is now practicing the third move, which is only stronger than before. And under one blow, none of the puppets were destroyed, and even the wounds were not left. Of course, the problem lies with those puppets. Therefore, at the very beginning, the aura of spiritual treasures that Chu Yan felt on the corpses of these puppets should be the problem. The body of the puppet will have a trace of remnants of consciousness left in life, and it can't withstand the furnace fire refining at all. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he kept pondering in his heart, and the unicorn's pupils kept scanning the heads of those puppets who were shaking their heads. Just like Xuanhuan of the Dragon Clan and Jiuming, if they are refined with the Tianwen 9 remnant furnace, they will probably destroy all the remnants of consciousness. In that case, the puppet will not be able to move normally at all, no different from a stone. However, if it is not refined in the furnace, how can these puppets have the breath of spirit treasures? Moreover, according to Chu Yan's spiritual investigation, these ghost puppets' corpses, if they were ranked according to Lingbao, almost all reached the emperor rank. Because the Yin puppet itself has the strength of the physical body, coupled with the power of the god-level spirit treasure, the combination of the two makes the defense power skyrocket. Therefore, this is also the reason why Chu Yan, even with the use of the Bingdian Emperor technique, cannot destroy it. What did these Hades guys do to these corpses? Chu Yan's eyes kept flickering, and he couldn't figure out what kind of secret technique this was, which could refine Yin puppet to such a formidable power. These 500 Yin puppets, even those who are strong in the Emperor Wu realm, are no match for them at all. Chu Yan, the two great saint masters of our saint clan, have taken action. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Xiao Wenliang laughed wildly, roaring loudly, extremely proud. Don't talk nonsense with him, talk to him first. Among the two saint masters, one opened his mouth and glared at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of embarrassment. Holy Master! So that's the case. Chu Yan looked at the two of them with his eyes, his face darkened. Obviously, this time in Bloodlines City, the Ming clan sent two so-called sage masters to deal with them. These two saints are not comparable to ordinary Yin puppet masters. I am afraid that they have mastered a special method of refining Yin puppet. These 500 ghost puppets are probably one of the cards of the Mingzhu. But, can you deal with yourself in this way? Of course not. After thinking up to this point, Chu Yan didn't bother to think about it anymore. Anyway, no matter if it was an ordinary puppet or a special puppet, just kill it. Clang! Jianling screamed, a flash of cold light flashed, and the Haoyan sword was unsheathed. This is the world's #1 magic soldier. Seeing Chu Yan draw his sword out, streams of extremely sharp and chilling sword energy surged out of the sky, and the expressions of the two holy masters of the Mingzhu all changed. Outside the battlefield of ancient martial arts, the divine sword returned from thousands of miles away, and it shattered the spiritual spear of the Wu clan and Town clan with one strike. This matter has basically spread throughout the mainland, and almost everyone in the major sects knows that in Chu Yan's hand, there is a weapon made by the top 10 refining masters of the Heavenly Artifact Building, the world's #1 magic weapon. Therefore, just as Chu Yan's Haoyan sword was unsheathed, feeling the terrifying sword energy, a blush flashed in the eyes of the two saints at the same time. You know, this is the world's #1 magic soldier. Its value can no longer be measured by the source of the Emperor's crystal, or even any natural treasure. Who wouldn't want to get such a magical weapon? Come. Come again. Chu Yan pointed with his long sword, and the sword spirit surged out of his body. He looked at a group of puppets on the ground with his eyes, smiled coldly, and shouted. It doesn't matter whether you are an emperor's precious body or an emperor's corpse, I don't believe it, you can withstand Haoyan's sword. Roar. As if stimulated by Chu Yan's provocation, several tall emperor corpses all raised their heads and roared at Chu Yan. Swish. 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 In the next moment, those imperial corpses bursting with precious aura rose up from the ground, wielding a spiritual knife in their hands, and slashed at Chu Yan fiercely. Die. Drinking one word, the sword energy is like a tide, the two-color sword gang, like the birth of two dragons, cuts the sky and the earth, and falls straight down. The sword gang, like the sword of a god, descended from the sky, and slashed straight at the spirit knife held by the corpse of the emperor rushing forward. Clang! There was a sound of metal collision, sparks burst out, and the emperor-level spirit knife shattered in response. The Haoyan sword slashed straight down without any hindrance. The stone was split left and right, directly cut into two halves. Puff! Puff! The two corpses flew left and right, and fell straight to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Because it was a puppet, there was no trace of blood splashed out. When it landed, the two corpses were still struggling and convulsing, looking extremely terrifying. However, at the next moment, Chu Yan's eyes that swept across the ground suddenly stared, and his face changed. I saw that on the ground, the two corpses bounced up from the ground, leaned on each other, and stuck together again, and black air gushed out, continuously overflowing at the wounded place of the corpse. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, the two half-fan corpses grew together again. Hiss, this. Chu Yan, who was hanging in the air, saw this scene, his pupils trembled slightly, and his face was surprised. These things can be reborn. Even though Chu Yan has practiced martial arts so far, he has broken through countless secret lands and encountered countless monsters and foreign objects, but he has never seen such a strange existence. It was cut in half, and it still didn't die. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you know how powerful you are. Xuanhuan was extremely excited, and his proud laughter resounded through the sky. Humph. I don't believe it. Hearing this, Chu Yan burst out with sword energy all over his body, and Kaitian Jianjue swung out the sword intent all over the sky, forming a storm of sword energy, moving towards the surroundings, and sweeping out the other puppets surrounded by him. Call out! Call out! Call out! The sword intent was like a tide, and the sword light soared into the sky and struck the ground. In the place it passed, hundreds of corpses of puppets were dismembered into countless pieces and scattered in all directions. It was as if there was a rain of corpses, with limbs and arms falling all over the ground, everywhere. Hundreds of puppet corpses were all chopped into pieces, and some of them were chopped into hundreds of pieces, only fist-sized pieces. According to Chu Yan's estimate, even if these puppets can be reborn, there should be a limit. However, the next moment, those corpses that spread all over the ground, like flesh worms, began to attract each other, gathering together in piles. In less than a few breaths, hundreds of piles of flesh, like bamboo shoots after rain, grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 10 breaths, hundreds of brand new corpse puppets stood on the ground again. Chu Yan glanced over in surprise, and found that not only did not have the slightest scar on these corpse puppets, but even the and evil spirit did not have a trace of loss. This time, I'm in trouble. Chu Yan's face darkened for a moment, and when he swept his eyes, he saw that Xuanhuan and the two Mingzu Saint Masters on the ground were all grinning. #C 1966 King of Puppets. What the hell are these Mingzu guys for finding out? Chu Yan's bending heaven emperor technique, even if it was a dragon warrior with a changed keel, it is impossible for him to be hit by himself without any trauma. Could it be that the strength of these ghost puppets surpassed that of dragon bones after they were turned into spiritual treasures? Impossible. Chu Yan shouted in his heart. One must know that the bones of his own Dragon Clan war guard were exchanged for real dragon bones, and even the Qinglong Wuhun was extremely reluctant. Among monsters, the dragon is the most respected. Because, among monsters with strong physical bodies, the bones of the dragon's body are definitely the hardest existence. Even warriors of the same rank couldn't break through even the most basic defense when fighting with it, which created the legend of Shenlong's invincibility. But now, how could the corpses of these puppets in front of them be so strong? The most troublesome thing is that these puppets have the ability to regenerate. Why can't they find their flaws? If they continue to fight like this, they will be exhausted to death. One must know that the true energy of warriors is limited. If these puppets can regenerate infinitely, no amount of gold cores will be enough to consume. Holy Master! Chu Yan's eyes swept away and landed on the ground, where the two holy masters were constantly flipping their fingerprints and manipulating the puppets. Get rid of you first. With one thought, Chu Yan shook the long sword in his hand, and once again swiped out a wave of thousands of swords, sweeping towards the ground, merging with the reborn puppets. As the sword wave passed by, the large group of puppets who had just recovered were once again cut into corpses scattered all over the ground. Swish! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yan flew over, pointing the long sword in his hand at the two Mingzu Saint Masters on the ground. The figure is like electricity, pulling out a long afterimage in the air, the Haoyan sword in his hand. The sword glows into the night, and the sword light is like a crescent moon, smashing the void, and slashing straight at the two saints on the ground division. Boom! Boom! Without waiting for Chu Yan's sword light to fall. Seeing Chu Yan rushing towards his own master of the Ming clan, he just raised his mouth lightly, took out a jade talisman at random, crushed it hard, and two balls of red light exploded directly. The defensive cover formed by these two balls of jade talisman completely enveloped the bodies of the two holy masters, reaching a radius of 100 steps. The Haoyan sword light cut on the red spiritual power cover, blasting two waves of air, rushing in all directions. The red spiritual power shield trembled violently, but there was no sign of it breaking. After shaking it, it quickly returned to normal. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, stop dreaming. What is the status of a saint teacher? There are 800 defensive spirit treasures on his body. With your quasi-emperor level cultivation base, it is simply delusional to break through. Xuanhuan was extremely proud and laughed wildly. Seeing that Chu Yan's attack was fruitless, his face was full of excitement. Hearing this, Chu Yan withdrew his sword and paused. Seeing Haoyan's sword light being blocked by the spiritual power shield, his expression froze. Although Chu Yan also guessed that it is impossible for these Mingzu Saint Masters to have no means of defense, they still have to try. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. With a soft drink, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and the flames on his body shot up into the sky. The Suzaku Emperor Fire set off a large wave of fire, and submerged it towards the wriggling corpses on the ground. Ha, ha, ha. The flames were raging, and the fire rushed to a height of nearly 100 feet, and the 500 puppets were instantly swallowed by the Suzaku Emperor Fire. The appearance of Suzaku Emperor Hua made the expressions of the two Mingzu Saint Masters change, and their eyes stared at all the puppets in the sea of flames. Although, before they came, they had already obtained information about Chu Yan, knowing that Chu Yan was a golden alchemist, and at the same time had a powerful fire-type martial soul that could leave the body with fire. Zizizi. Even the stones on the ground were melting under the blazing flames of the Suzaku Emperor. Those puppets in the sea of flames were emitting smoke all over their bodies, and their entire bodies were flickering with black light. What a strong pill fire! The face of the Holy Master was full of nervousness. He was staring at his puppets, not daring to blink. The corpses of these dark puppets refined by the furnace fire are comparable to emperor-level spirit treasures, and ordinary flames can't do anything to them at all. However, Chu Yan's fire-type martial soul is powerful, and they have heard of it. Whether these shady puppets can block Chu Yan's pill fire is the only thing they worry about dealing with Chu Yan during this trip. In midair, Chu Yan's whole body was bathed in fire, like a volcano. Behind him, the Suzaku martial soul opened his mouth, and a large pillar of fire continued to plunge into the sea of fire and purgatory below, burning those puppets. Soon, 10 breaths of time passed. Those puppets shrunk into a ball burned by the flames, motionless. Only the black light on their bodies gushed out from their bodies, forming a protection outside their bodies, resisting Suzaku Emperor Fire. No way. Emperor Suzaku can't burn them. Chu Yan's face darkened, looking at the black air flow outside the bodies of those puppets. He secretly said in his heart. In the distance, the two holy masters of the Ming clan saw 500 ghost puppets in the sea of flames, none of which were injured, and their hearts were suspended, and they were completely relieved. In this way, their shady puppets have no weaknesses. Chu Yan, what other tricks are there? Just use them, the two Mingzu Saint Masters roared arrogantly with confidence on their faces. Worthy of being the undercard of the Ming clan. These puppets refined with secret techniques can't be killed or burned. For Chu Yan, they are the most difficult opponents he has encountered so far. Kill me. Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, the two holy masters shouted together, pushed by their fingerprints, and in the sea of fire, 500 puppets stood up together. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared at Chu Yan in the air, and his face was full of white teeth, revealing a cruel look. Roar! Roar! With a beast-like growl in their throats, hundreds of puppets rose into the air again and rushed towards Chu Yan. Destroy me! Received the Suzaku martial soul, held the Haoyan sword in his hand, and swiped out a wave of swords that filled the sky, split the rushing puppet into countless corpses, and threw them down. However, no matter how Chu Yan killed them, these shady puppets, batch after batch, kept rushing towards Chu Yan as if there was no limit. I don't know what method the Mingzhu Saint Master used. The rebirth speed of these dark puppets is constantly increasing. At the back, even before the corpses fell to the ground, the fusion had been completed, and they rushed towards Chu Yan again unharmed. Like a pack of wolves, staring at the bloody prey, countless pairs of bloody red eyes surrounded Chu Yan in all directions, corpse aura surged, and evil spirits crisscrossed. Debris. A lone tiger fighting a pack of wolves is a game of life and death. We must find their flaws as soon as possible. Chu Yan kept the long sword in his hand, but his spiritual consciousness kept sinking, and the pupils of the unicorn moved to the extreme, sweeping towards the puppets. Regardless of whether it was complete or those that were constantly dismembered, Chu Yan's eye carefully checked them one by one. After the Haoyan sword is upgraded, the consumption required for each use has increased several times, and the consumption of the sword intent tornado using the opening sword art has also doubled. Continuing to fight, the consumption of true qi is becoming more and more difficult to make ends meet, and the constant swallowing of golden pills also makes Chu Yan's true qi continue to decrease. If I can find out the refining method of these ing puppets, then the strength of my dragon warriors and Jiao Ming will also increase several times. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, his mind moved, and while fighting, the corners of his eyes kept sweeping towards the two Mingzhu Saint Masters. We must find a way to catch those two saints alive. After making up his mind, Chu Yan approached the gate of Yan Mansion intentionally or unintentionally while dealing with Yin Puppet. #C1967 Give me. A set of plans is constantly deduced in Chu Yan's Sea of Knowledge. After several times of rushing, the straight-line distance between Chu Yan and the gate of Yan Mansion was controlled within 10,000 steps. At this distance, Chu Yan only needs a flash, but it can be reached in an instant. In front of the gate of Yan Mansion, two Mingzhu Saint Masters also noticed that Chu Yan was approaching them. However, I have tried it just now, and Chu Yan's attack can't break through their defensive spirit shield at all, so the two saints didn't worry too much. They just blindly urged the puppet, and kept besieging and killing Chu Yan. As Saint Masters, they certainly knew that using a large group of puppets to attack powerful warriors would basically kill them. But now, the battle between Chu Yan and Yin Puppet has lasted for almost half an hour. For ordinary warriors, in the face of high-intensity battles, the duration of true energy is only about an hour. As a golden alchemist, Chu Yan has countless golden alchemy to replenish his true energy, but this is already in their calculations. So, now, even they who are Yin Puppet Masters can see that Chu Yan's attack strength is getting weaker and weaker. Just work harder, that human kid, he's about to die. The Holy Master was grinning all over his face, and they were communicating with each other. Their faces were full of joy. After all, Chu Yan is now the #1 felon of the Ming clan, and even the Patriarch personally issued a hunting order. If they succeed, the reward will definitely be astronomical. At this moment, the two saints seem to have seen that those resource rewards are waiting to themselves. However, just as their expressions relaxed a little, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened in midair. 5 divine beasts, come out. With a roar, behind Chu Yan, 5 terrifying figures broke through a large void and appeared together. Roar! 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 Roaring and shocking, the power of the martial soul is as mighty as clouds, with various lights, like a flood, rushing to the sky. covering the entire area within a few miles. Time and space seal. Chu Yan's eyes were red. A large amount of golden elixir was swallowed down, and the whole body's true energy was crazily poured into the body of the Qilin Wuhun. After absorbing Chu Yan's true energy, the unicorn Wuhun, who is stepping on the 5-color auspicious clouds, bursts out with 5-color lights all over his body, and the power of time and space in circles, like water ripples, continuously overflows. With the spread of the power of the unicorn martial soul, the time and space within a few miles, the originally flowing air and the source of the void all stagnate. The whole world, at this moment, is completely sealed. This is the first time Chu Yan has used Qilin Wuhun's natal Wuhun skills, the seal of time and space. What? This kid has 5 spirits. What's the situation? The time and space are sealed. What is he doing to seal the time and space? Seeing the sudden change, the expressions of the 2 saint masters all changed. Even Xuanhuan Liang, who was hiding behind the gate of the Yan mansion, shrank his pupils, and the excited smile on his face froze instantly. Not only did the 2 saints not expect, even Xuanhuan Liang did not expect that Chu Yan would have 5 martial souls. However, if he knew now, the thoughts in Chu Yan's heart might not only be surprised. Because, when Chu Yan just summoned the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, he had already made up his mind that no one in this Bloodline city would be spared, and all of them must be killed. Only in this way can we guarantee that our whole cards will not be revealed by Qi. On this point, even the Nantian Divine Emperor reminded himself, and even left an imperial art restriction in his body, just to prevent some powerful warriors from detecting the secret of his martial soul. Dragon Zhanwei, Jiao, come out for me. The 5 martial spirits appeared, and immediately turned into the beast god himself, like 5 lightning bolts of different colors, blasting towards the group of Yin puppets. Although the 5 divine beasts have not yet evolved into battle spirits and cannot fight entities like Yin puppets, with the power of their martial souls, it is more than enough to suppress and delay these hundreds of Yin puppets in a short period of time. The void trembled immediately, and a tall figure appeared in front of Chu Yan, holding a 3-pointed double-edged gun and carrying 8 golden skeletons. As soon as he appeared, Jiu Dao's icy eyes stared straight at the 2 imperial masters in front of the gate of Yan Mansion. With this glance, the 2 holy masters trembled all over for no reason, and a chill came out of their hearts. This is the ancient demon emperor. Also, there are emperor-level puppets. Surprised expressions appeared on the faces of the 2 saints at the same time. Looking into the air, the eyes of the 9 skeletons trembled slightly. Just now, seeing Chu Yan summoning 5 martial spirits already surprised them, but now. Without waiting for them to react, Chu Yan waved his hand and summoned another ancient demon emperor and 9 emperor-level skeletons. Moreover, the cultivation base of the ancient demon emperor was so demonic, and his cultivation base had reached the peak of the upper martial emperor. The other 8 golden skeletons, from top to bottom, were filled with dragon power aura, rushing like wild clouds, making everyone's spirits tremble. Dragon clan guards, 7 people go out to fight, hold back the enemy, and 1 person protects the lord. While the monster energy in Jiuming's whole body was crazily rising, he gave the order directly, and gave the order to the dragon guard behind him. The words fell to the ground, and others were fine, but the eyes of the 2 saints were instantly rounded, and the scalps all over their bodies exploded. The 2 pairs of eyes, looking at Jiuming in the air, froze on the spot in shock. It has spiritual consciousness. How is this possible? Having lived for tens of thousands of years, they have seen and refined Yin puppets. If not 100,000, there are 80,000. However, this is the first time the 2 of them have seen a Yin puppet with spiritual consciousness. Moreover, from the day they became Yin puppet masters, their master told them that in this continent, if they want to become the most powerful Yin puppet masters, they must refine Yin puppet with spiritual consciousness. Because only a puppet with spiritual knowledge can help his master lead the army of puppet to conquer the world. The biggest weakness of a Yin puppet master is the number of Yin puppets he can control. Even the most powerful Yin puppet master can control thousands of Yin puppets at most, and his consciousness has reached its limit. However, after tens of thousands of years, the two of them are completely ignorant of the most basic refining method, not to mention refining a puppet with spiritual consciousness. Really? This is true. The Yin puppet actually has spiritual consciousness, and it was ordering other Yin puppet just now. The faces of the two holy masters were full of disbelief and horror. This sudden change made the two saint masters of the Ming clan completely forget even controlling their subordinate puppets. Nearly 500 undead ghost puppets, without the control of the holy master, are like wooden stakes, standing sluggishly and completely unable to operate. Of course, Chu Yan saw the reaction of the two saints, and a look of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Chu Yan would never miss such a good opportunity. Give it to me. With a roar, the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand shot up to the sky, and the storm of sword intent all over his body erupted like a raging sea. #C 1968 Big Harvest. The 8 dragon warriors, like 8 golden thunderbolts, rushed into the group of frozen puppets, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Wherever they passed, the stumps and broken arms flew together. They are also Yin puppets, and the battle strength of the dragon warriors is more than 3 times that of these Yin puppets. In addition, the two holy masters of the Mingzhu lost their minds for a short time, causing the 500 ghosts to lose control, and they had no combat power at all. Boom! 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 Holding a 3-tip and 2-edged spear, Jiao Ming stepped across the air, and with every step he took, a void collapsed, and he rushed to the top of the two holy masters in almost 3 steps. Break! The ancient demon emperor, the top martial emperor, coupled with the power of a divine weapon, stabs down with a single spear, and thunder moves in all directions, and the stabbing light is like lightning, stabbing two holy masters straight. Boom! With a bang, the defensive spirit array on the Saint Master's body was completely dented by the stabbing. Not good. Resist. Bring the Yin puppet back. Feeling the terrifying aura of the ancient demon emperor on Jiao Ming's body, and seeing the guardian spirit circle on his body, which was completely deformed by the stabbing and creaking, the expressions of the two holy masters changed drastically, and they woke up suddenly, roaring in unison. The handprints of both hands were turned, and the spiritual consciousness was rippling like a net like water, surging out, and the 500 immortal puppets in midair all turned their heads and were about to rush back to the gate of Yan Mansion. Dragon warrior guards, form in formation, to resist. Seeing this scene, Jiao Ming shouted loudly, and at the same time withdrew the 3-pointed and 2-edged spear in his hand, and under the infusion of monster energy, he poised to stab again. Tom! Tom! The shadow of the spear was like lightning, and it stabbed hard again. Amidst the two muffled sounds, the defensive spirit shield on the Saint Master's body was sunken deeper than last time. In the sky behind him, 8 dragon warriors, armed with imperial soldiers, flashed in unison, blocking the 500 Yin puppets who had just turned around. The golden light of the dragon's breath flowed out from them, blended and merged with each other in the air, forming a golden area in an instant. In this golden light, a pure golden dragon shadow slowly took shape. Dragon warrior. And this trick? Holding the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan unfolded the white tiger black pattern technique. Taking advantage of the outbreak of the war, his figure disappeared on the spot. When he was traveling through the void, he suddenly turned his head and saw the formation formed by the dragon warrior guards. He was stunned for a moment. Chu Yan himself has never taught the dragon warriors how to practice any formations, so this formation can only be taught to them by Jiao Ming. After subduing Jiuming, these dragon warriors have almost become its younger brothers. Even when practicing in the tower hall, Chu Yan sometimes felt that the dragon warriors were practicing some special secret technique. Swish! Sneaking slowly as if in nothingness, when Jiuming stabbed the ninth spear, Chu Yan had already moved behind the two saints. It's now. Unlocking the white tiger black pattern technique, Chu Yan, who appeared from the void, stared closely at the 10th spear stabbed by Jiuming. At the same time, the Haotian sword in his hand, with the power of thunder, slashed out almost at the same time. With the front spear and the sword at the same time, he slashed at the Saint Master's defensive spirit hood at the same time. The violent power exploded, and the entire void suddenly stagnated. Boom, boom. The defensive spirit shield, which was stabbed 9 times by the power of Jiuming's ancient demon emperor, couldn't hold it anymore and exploded with a bang. Die. Seeing the spirit hood exploding and filling the sky with bright spots, Jiuming held a 3-pointed and 2-edged spear, hesitating there, and smashed it straight down at the head of one of the saints. Keep alive. Chu Yan yelled sharply, grasped it with his right hand, condensed a huge Gangyuan claw print, and grabbed the nearest holy master. Yes, my lord. Hearing Chu Yan's order, Jiuming quickly retracted his gun, and just like Chu Yan, he threw out his left fist. Tom. Boom. There were 2 muffled sounds, and the 2 holy masters whose spirit shields were broken faced Jiuming and Chu Yan. There was a trace of resistance there. One was directly pinched by Chu Yan's neck, and the other was punched by Jiuming, smashing both of them. His eyes darkened, and he passed out on the spot. As a Yin puppet master, apart from manipulating the Yin puppet to fight, his own combat power is not even as good as the Emperor's. Without the Yin puppet and the defensive spirit shield, there is no other way but to bind her hands. Roar! 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 Crazy, the large group of puppets attacking the defense line of the dragon clan fell silent almost at the same moment when the 2 saints were arrested. Hundreds of Yin puppets huddled together and froze on the way to rush back to rescue the 2 Mingzhu saint masters. Receive! With a low shout, Chu Yan collected the 2 holy masters into the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, turned his head, looked into the air, and scanned 500 undead puppets. With a sweep of consciousness, I found that there was no trace of breath on these immortal puppets, as if they were dead. Receive! After pondering for a while, Chu Yan waved his hand again, bringing all the 500 puppets into the Rakshasa space. The Rakshasa space can store dead things, separated from the 2 holy masters, and there is no fear of the holy masters waking up and manipulating them to resist. Call. With the disappearance of the Saint Master and the immortal puppet, the gate of the Yan mansion was instantly emptied, and all the pressure completely disappeared, which made Chu Yan heave a long sigh of relief. It was not because of these powerful enemies who were eliminated after a fierce battle, but because Chu Yan captured 2 holy masters according to his own plan, and also took 500 immortal puppets with him. Chu Yan has a feeling that in today's battle, these 2 saints and 500 immortal puppets have an extremely great effect on him. Just as Chu Yan was pondering, suddenly, a figure rushed forward and rushed into the depths of Yan Mansion. Turning around suddenly, he glanced over and just in time to see Xuanhuan fleeing in a panic. Moreover, at the same time, some figures appeared from the thick black fog in the mansion, and were also flying towards the gate. Die to me. Seeing that Xuanhuan was about to escape, how could Chu Yan let him go? He raised his hand and punched him. Long Jean pierced through the air, and the violent fist radiated thousands of golden lights, sweeping all directions, and blasted straight at Xuanhuan's vest. What? Xuanhuan, who was fleeing in a hurry, felt the punch coming from behind. His expression changed immediately, and he turned around quickly, ready to resist. Chu Yan, you die for me. Xuanhuan's face was full of ferociousness, twisted into a ball, his whole body's true energy exploded, and his cultivation at the Emperor Martial Realm exploded in an instant, and he also punched out. Boom. In the midst of a counter-bombing move, the blasted air wave set off a rush of energy, and the entire Yan mansion trembled suddenly. In the berserk vigor, Xuanhuan, with dull eyes, stared at Chu Yan in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Quasi-Emperor peak. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't believe it. In just a few days, Chu Yan, who had only been in the middle of the quasi-imperial rank, suddenly rose to the peak of the quasi-imperial rank. With such a cultivation base, even if it is only a thin line away from his lower martial emperor realm. However, in less than 3 days, how did this Chu Yan cultivate? Xuanhuan was completely dumbfounded, looking at Chu Yan as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, it's you. There will be no fear in Xuanhuan's heart. Chu Yan glanced at it, and found that the figures were getting closer and closer in the depths of the Yan mansion, and immediately shot again, another fist blast. Before those people arrive, kill this Xuanhuan first. Boom. Seeing the huge fist, roaring like a dragon god, smashing the void all the way, rushing towards him, Xuanhuan's scalp almost exploded. No. With a loud roar, Xuanhuan, whose eyes were bloodshot, immediately burned his blood essence, and his whole body exploded with Xinqi, doubling his power, and punched out suddenly. Boom. The two fists collided fiercely and exploded instantly. Even the sky trembled. As if two 10,000 zhang mountains collided together, even Yan Wanhai, who was rushing from the depths of the Yan mansion, froze in stature. #C1969, who submits to whom? The two fists collided, and the energy was like a wave. Chu Yan stood upright, and as the air wave passed by, the black robe fluttered like a flag. On the other side, Xuanhuan, who was burning with essence and blood, was twisted all over his face. The void in front of his right fist twisted rapidly, and the flesh above the fist cracked little by little. Under his horrified eyes, the flesh and even the bones on his right hand seemed to be being cut and disappeared by an invisible sharp knife. First the 5 fingers of the right hand, followed by the forearm, then the upper arm, and finally the entire right hand, like the cracked earth, constantly cracking. The entire arm instantly became a bloody mess. Boom. As if his strength had reached the limit point, it exploded in an instant. Xuanhuan, who was still staring at his right hand, was blown backwards by the force of the shock. Rolling in the air, like a fallen leaf without a duckweed, it flew past and fell in front of Yan Wanhai. Pon. With the loud noise, Xuanhuan's body fell into the ground, forming a big pit. Yan Wanhai, who had just rushed over, was taken aback for a moment, and looked at his feet. His whole face froze, and he was completely stunned. How can this be? A martial artist at the quasi-emperor level blasted a martial emperor into the ground with one punch. How did Chu Yan's combat power increase so much all of a sudden? As the former supreme elder of Lingyun Pavilion, he has met countless talented disciples. However, this is definitely the first time Yan Wanhai has encountered someone who can be a genius to this level, even more so than a monstrous one. A pair of red eyes moved away from the human-shaped pit on the ground, slowly raised his head, and looked at the opposite side. The black-robed figure in the dust and mist filled the sky, and the violent murderous aura kept gushing out, smashing the surrounding air to pieces. Tread! 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 With the sound of footsteps, Chu Yan strode forward, and within a few steps, he walked in front of Yan Wanhai, staring straight at Yan Wanhai with a pair of thunderous eyes. The two pairs of eyes stared straight at each other, and the murderous aura gushing out at the same time made the atmosphere of the audience instantly become extremely depressing, and the battle was imminent. However, at this moment, a figure flashed out beside Yan Wanhai and stood between the two of them, causing their gazes to freeze at the same time. Chu Yan, are you willing to submit to my Wu clan? The figure spoke hastily, and said to Chu Yan. Humph. Submit to the Ming clan. Chu Yan was startled, raised his head in doubt, and looked at the speaker. With a glance, he immediately recognized it. At this time, it was outside the ancient martial arts battlefield, the leader of the 10 major ethnic forces who wanted to deal with him, the great elder of the Wu clan. Chu Yan did not expect that this bloodline city, this Xuanhuan, not only colluded with the Ming clan, but even secretly had an affair with the witch clan. If the Ming clan is just an evil nation of alien races, then the Wu clan is the great enemy of the human race and the main enemy that directly led to the decline of the human race. Same as this old dog. Chu Yan sneered, pointing at Yan Wanhai. That's right. Yan Wanhai has surrendered to my Wu clan. I know you have a grudge against him, but as long as you are willing to submit to my Wu clan, this person, I will kill you for you. When Yan Wanhai heard the words of the great elder of the Wu clan, his whole body trembled suddenly, and his eyeballs almost popped out of shock. Elder, don't trust this Chu Yan, this son has a vicious heart, you can't trust him. Yan Wanhai, who was frightened out of his wits, was really afraid that Chu Yan would nod his head and kill himself with the help of the great elder of the Wu clan, so he hurriedly roared. Boom! Without waiting for Yan Wanhai to finish speaking, the great elder of the Wu clan raised his hand and slapped Yan Wanhai, sending him flying backwards. Yan Wanhai would have thought that this elder Wu Fangfang was really coming, and he couldn't guard against it at all. With one palm, he only had time to let out a scream, and his whole body was directly shot into the ground. With half of his body submerged in the soil, Yan Wanhai's terrified eyes were full of disbelief and humiliation. The great elder of the witch clan really attacked himself. The surrounding powerhouses of the Ming clan and Wu clan glanced at Yan Wanhai with more than a dozen eyes, all of them were disdainful and contemptuous, as if they were looking at an ant. A sense of coldness rose from Yan Wanhai's heart. He raised his head and looked at the group of elders from Wu Ming and Ming clans who were smiling just now, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Chu Yan, did you see that? This is my sincerity, the great elder of the Wu clan said to Chu Yan without looking at Yan Wanhai out of the corner of his eyes. As long as you are willing to submit to my Wu clan, in the name of the great elder, I promise you that I will use up all the resources of my Wu clan. Within 10 years, you will break through the realm of Emperor Wu, and within 100 years, you will break through the realm of Saint Wu clan. Realm of the Emperor. When these words landed, more than a dozen people in the audience were shocked. 10 years of Emperor Wu, 100 years of Emperor. All the resources of the Wu clan are exhausted, and this Chu Yan must also be cultivated. In an instant, more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yan with red eyes. This kind of chance to reach the sky in one step and guarantee the cultivation of the Saint Emperor realm is even more than a heaven-defying chance. Martial Emperor realm, how many warriors stop here? And the realm of the Holy Emperor is a realm that many people dare not dream of. However, now there is the great elder of the Wu clan who has personally promised. No one doubts that even if Chu Yan's talent is only ordinary, it can definitely be realized. Stared at by more than a dozen pairs of envious and jealous eyes, Chu Yan shook his head and smiled, and said softly. The resources of the Wu clan will be mine sooner or later. Also, does it take 10 years to break through to Emperor Martial Realm? What a joke. However, if you submit to me now, I can let you go when I destroy the Wu clan. When the words fell to the ground, all the eyes in the audience trembled. Even Yan Wanhai, who was half body in the soil, changed his face, his eyeballs almost popped out, and his chin hit the ground. Ha! Ha ha ha! Hearing this, the great elder of the Wu clan was taken aback for a moment, then he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and then looked at Chu Yan with killing intent in his eyes. You are really arrogant, you brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Since you were given a chance, if you don't want it, then you can die here today. Moving his eyes lightly, looking towards the ground, the great elder of the Wu clan spoke again. Yan Wanhai, I'll give you a chance to make meritorious deeds. Now, act immediately and kill this son. I guarantee you the Wu clan and become a deacon elder. Hearing the words of the great elder of the Wu clan, Yan Wanhai was full of excitement, and quickly crawled out of the soil, saying, "Thank you, great elder." Yan Wanhai was completely excited about the quota of deacons and elders of the Wu clan. With genuine energy rising all over his body, he walked towards Chu Yan and said directly, "Chu Yan, since you can deal with the two holy masters of the Mingzhu, you must have some means, use them all. Otherwise, you have no chance." According to the discussions between Yan Wanhai and Wu Ming, they originally thought that it would be enough to dispatch two holy masters to take down Chu Yan and extract a confession. But they didn't expect that they still underestimated Chu Yan. Jiao Ming hasn't seen blood for a long time. Chu Yan nodded and smiled when he heard this. In order to deal with the two holy masters just now, Chu Yan has summoned the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, as well as Jiao Ming and the dragon warrior. Therefore, according to his plan, none of the people here can stay today. To prevent these people from escaping, Jiao Ming's action is the best choice. Jiao Ming, come out. As soon as the word landed, a terrifying demonic aura swept across the audience, and a large void suddenly collapsed. A tall figure, holding a spear, appeared behind Chu Yan. The appearance of Jiao Ming made nearly 10 big bosses present all stunned. The ancient demon emperor. The peak cultivation base of the upper demon emperor realm. Damn it. Yan Wanhai glanced over, his entire face turned green. #C1970 full strength. Although Yan Wanhai guessed it, Chu Yan had a whole card in his hand. However, originally he just thought that Ling Shuangtian gave Chu Yan a certain treasure of Lingyun Pavilion. Of course he was aware of some treasures in Lingyun Pavilion, so he didn't pay attention to Chu Yan at all. But now, Chu Yan just waved his hand and summoned an ancient demon emperor. Moreover, it is still at the peak of the upper demon emperor realm. What a concept! The combat power of the demon emperor is already much stronger than that of human fighters, so, based on the most basic calculation of the third-tier combat power, the combat power of this ancient demon emperor is probably infinitely close to that of the holy emperor. What made Yan Wanhai's calf tremble even more was that he could clearly see that what the ancient demon emperor was holding was a magic weapon. This is a fart. Yan Wanhai, who had a proud face just now, looked at Jiao Ming, who was hundreds of feet tall, with trembling pupils, his whole face turned ashen. As a middle-ranking martial emperor, I challenged an ancient demon emperor with the peak strength of the upper-ranking martial emperor. What's the difference between this and an ant fighting an elephant? Not only Yan Wanhai, but even the great elder of the Wu clan and other strong men of both Wu Ming and Wu Ming, all of them stared blankly and their faces were full of surprise when they saw Jiao Ming's appearance. Dragon warrior guard, come out. The next moment, I ignored them at all, and Chu Yan waved again to the dazed leaders of the Wu and Ming clans, and 8 golden figures appeared. Hiss. The evil puppet of the Emperor realm. Huh. Why does it have the aura of dragon power? Oh my god, this puppet is actually refined by the Emperor's corpse? Damn, those golden bones can't be dragon bones. Could it be that the two saints can't deal with this, Chu Yan? Everyone felt the evil spirit all over the sky, and their eyes straightened. Chu Yan. You really surprised me, but you still have to die. Glancing in front of Yan Wanhai, who was trembling with fright, the great elder of the Wu clan kicked him away, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Boom. With a palm strike, the airwaves are like peaks, breaking through the air and striking out, with overwhelming power. At the same time, the strong men of the Wu Ming and Ming clans who stood behind also dodged together, but they did not attack Chu Yan, but attacked Jiuming and the Dragon Clan War Guard. As long as you entangle Chu Yan's help, with the cultivation base of the Great Elder of the Wu clan, killing Chu Yan is as easy as flipping your palm. At this moment, the Great Elder of the Wu clan saw that Chu Yan was completely covered by his own palm power, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up, and a sinister smile flashed in his eyes. Even Yan Wanhai cheered up and joined the battle circle when he saw all the strong Wu Ming fighting together. Two high-ranking martial emperor-level powerhouses rushed straight to Jiuming. These two, together with the Great Elder of the Wu clan, were the most powerful of the three. The others, most of whom were cultivated in the Middle Emperor Wu, rushed to the dragon warriors, respectively, and fought with them. At this time, no matter whether it is Jiuming or the Dragon Clan War Guard, there is no help, and they can get out to help Chu Yan. Hey, Chu Yan, die! The Great Elder of the Wu clan, with a grim smile on his face, was determined to win. However, at this moment, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up on Chu Yan's indifferent face, and 5 strange lights shot up into the sky. Roar! 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 The 5 earth-shattering beast roars made the sky tremble, and 5 tall figures appeared together, covering almost the entire sky. The blue dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, the red bird in the front, the fantasy in the back, and the unicorn in the middle. The 5 beasts tower over the sky, and the spiritual power of the Tao of Heaven carries the majesty of the beast gods, sweeping the world and intimidating all directions. The beast soul rushed past like a tide, and the attack of the Great Elder of the Wu clan stopped instantly. Everyone was terrified, and looked up at the same time behind Chu Yan. 5 spirits. An elder of the Wu clan trembled all over, and cried out in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. 5 souls, and the 5 elements are complete. My God! This Chu Yan actually has 5 beast-type martial souls, and he learns that the attributes of the 5 elements are complete. Everyone gasped in unison. The Great Elder of the Wu clan looked at the 5 tall beast souls with a look of horror on his face, and froze on the spot in shock. In the Outland continent, among the human warriors, he has seen twin martial souls, and even triple martial souls, so it is not surprising at all. Because most of the twin martial souls or triple martial souls have 1 main martial soul and 2 weak martial souls, their talent and strength are several times stronger than ordinary martial artists. Only a very few warriors, like a rare existence, could have 2 or 3 powerful martial souls. With such a genius, his future achievements in martial arts will all be the overlord of one party and invincible in the world. But now, this Chu Yan actually has 5 master martial spirits. Moreover, what the Great Elder of the Wu clan couldn't even imagine was that these 5 divine beasts possessed 5 element attributes, and the power of each other's martial souls could be blended and enhanced. Gathering the soul power of the 5 elements, this effect. The Great Elder of the Wu clan, his eyes were straightened, and he didn't dare to continue imagining. Looking at the 5 divine beast spirits behind Chu Yan, and confirming again and again that it was not his own dazzle, the face of the Great Elder of the Wu clan became darker and darker, and gradually turned into a gray color. He had to admit that, like Chu Yan, a genius with 5 element attribute martial spirit had never appeared in the Outland continent, or even in the 10 Directions starfield, for millions of years. As for the age of gods and demons a million years ago, that is beyond his knowledge. Full of shock, fear and doubt, everyone trembled in their unbelievable eyes. But at this time, the 5 divine beast martial souls behind Chu Yan had already condensed the power of the martial souls, and the 5 violent martial soul attacks all broke out. The power of the 5-colored martial soul gathered together to form a dazzling group of different colored light, which blasted straight at the palm of the Elder Wu clan's elder, and directly blasted the palm of the superior martial emperor completely. Perhaps, the strength of the martial soul was greatly reduced when fighting with the martial artist, but when the power of the 5 elements of the martial soul was gathered, this natural disadvantage was instantly reversed. Roar! 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 Led by the Qilin martial soul, the five gods and beasts continued to attack, spewing out the power of the martial soul frantically, attacking the great elder of the Wu clan. Space exploded, heaven and earth collapsed, and countless void cracks appeared in the sky. The great elder of the witch clan was besieged by five divine beast spirits, as if he had been suppressed by five mountains. Although the might of the powerful divine beasts could still withstand the attack, the oppressive aura of those divine beasts made his body sink into a swamp. Die! How could Chu Yan miss such an opportunity? With the Haoyan sword in his hand, the sword glowed soaring to the sky, and a sword continued to slash out, attacking the great elder of the Wu clan. On the bright side, the great elder of the Wu clan is fighting with Chu Yan alone, but in fact, he alone needs to deal with 6. At this time, the innate disadvantage of Wu clan warriors without martial souls was fully exposed. Moreover, this is still Chu Yan's martial soul, and he has not reincarnated into a battle soul. Otherwise, as long as one of the 5 divine beast martial souls comes out, he can deal with him. Ah! Come and help me. The great elder of the witch clan lasted for less than 10 breaths. Under the heavy pressure, his face was purple, his veins were bulging, and he was almost going crazy. In particular, the magic soldier Haoyan in Chu Yan's hands can even cut his palm in 2 with a single sword. Therefore, the great elder of the witch clan, who was no opponent at all, could only turn around and call for support. However, when he turned his head and glanced over, he was so startled that his entire body stood upside down, and his eyes were bigger than a bull's. #C 1971 Big Things to Do. The great elder of the Wu clan glanced over. Just now there was still a great battle in the air, but now it was completely silent. Only the ancient demon emperor with a 3-pointed and 2-edged gun was left, and behind him, 8 golden bone dragon warrior guards standing in a row. 9 pairs of eyes, with red and golden fire, all looked at him. What? All dead. The great elder of the Wu clan felt a chill in his heart, his body staggered, and he almost fell from the air. And on the ground below, the nearly 10 Wu clan and Ming clan powerhouses who were with him just now, all turned into pieces of meat and blood flowing across the ground. The battle to stop Jiao Ming and the dragon warriors is over. You know, with only 2 high-ranking martial emperors, it is impossible to stop Jiao Ming, who is at the peak of the high-ranking demon emperor realm. On the other side, several strong men in the middle martial emperor realm would have no chance to single out against the invulnerable dragon warriors who were all killed. Therefore, in less than 10 breaths, except for the battle between Chu Yan and the great elder of the Wu clan, all other battles were over. Damn my lord! Jiao Ming's eyes burst into flames, and he dodged, pulling out a long afterimage in the air. The 3-pointed and 2-edged gun in his hand raised a large force of soldiers, and slashed fiercely at the great elder of the Wu clan. Burst! Seeing Jiao Ming's attack, the elder of the Wu clan shrank his pupils fiercely. He still hesitated there, so he raised his hand and slapped it out. The huge palm prints turned into black waves all over the sky, soaring into the sky, facing the spear light falling from the sky. However, such resistance is simply futile. With his cultivation of the 6th level of the upper martial emperor realm, he was fighting against the peak of the upper demon emperor realm, and the opponent was also an ancient bloodline demon emperor. In such a battle, there is no chance at all. The fist print passed through the air and collided with the spear light of the magic weapon. It was twisted into pieces in an instant, and turned into a surge of energy all over the sky. What? Great elder of the witch clan. Eyes full of horror, he turned and fled. However, just as he turned around, a giant palm crashed down from the sky, completely submerging his figure. Call out! Like a meteor falling from the sky, the body of the great elder of the Wu clan smashed hard into the ground. Accompanied by a dull sound, the entire ground was buzzing and trembling. With one move, the great elder of the Wu clan, who was in the upper martial emperor realm, was shot directly into the soil. This is the strength of the ancient demon emperor, Jiao Ming. Chu Yan hung in the air, the corners of his eyes swept to the ground, there was a deep human-shaped pothole, his face was indifferent, and he didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. Jiao Ming rushed to the ground, pierced the ground with a gun, and dug out the elder of the Wu clan, who was only half alive, and then blasted his head with a punch, throwing the body aside. Swish! With a flash, Jiao Ming held the spear of the divine weapon, returned to Chu Yan, and stood firmly. Good job. Chu Yan nodded, extremely satisfied. Jiao Ming, with the dragon guards, searched every corner of the city, leaving no one alive. Yes, my lord. Holding the gun, Jiao Ming took the dragon guards and turned around to leave. Not long after, there were occasional shrill screams and the sound of fighting in Bloodline City. Chu Yan didn't care about these things. He knew very well that with Jiao Ming's strength, there would be no problem in cleaning up the remnants of the Wu Ming and Ming clans. At this time, his gaze swept to the ground, and with a wave of his big hand, more than a dozen broken corpses rushed out. In the sky full of flames, Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, while refining the blood energy and spiritual power floating out of the flames. At the same time, he kept thinking in his heart. Since the last time the top 10 racial forces surrounded the Jiuxiao mountain range, Chu Yan's state of mind has undergone some changes. Compared with his previous self, Chu Yan is more inclined to be alone, but now Chu Yan is starting to think about cultivating his own strength. After all, a person's power, no matter how powerful it is, will eventually run out. In the future, whether it is the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect or the entire human race, they may face extremely powerful enemies because of themselves. At that time, what Chu Yan needed was not only his own strength, but also a powerful power that he could control in his own hands. Therefore, in the entire Bloodline City, except for the 2 Yin puppet masters of the Ming clan, Chu Yan had no intention of leaving anyone alive. After all, this time, Chu Yan almost took out all his trump cards. Anyone he has seen must be a dead person, or someone who completely obeys him. In front of the eyes, the waves of fire were noisy, and as the blood energy and spiritual power in the fire light continued to decrease, Chu Yan's figure rose into the sky, and flew towards other places in the city. Standing on the top of the city gate, Chu Yan watched from a distance, observed Jiao Ming, commanded 8 dragon warriors, and searched the entire venue. At the same time, Chu Yan himself let go of his consciousness, covering the whole city. Half an hour later, Chu Yan's figure soared into the sky from Bloodline City, and flew back towards Lingyun Pavilion. After flying for half a day, Chu Yan entered the range of the Jiuxiao mountain range, within 10,000 miles of Lingyun Pavilion. That place is great. Being high in the sky, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils were running, constantly spying on the mountains and peaks below, looking for a place to stay. This time, Chu Yan planned to do an extremely important thing before returning to Lingyun Pavilion. And this matter, no one can know. Therefore, Chu Yan chose to find a hidden place near the Jiuxiao mountain range. Swish! The afterimage of the black robe pierced the sky, and Chu Yan plummeted down from the sky, fell to a valley, and stood in front of a cave. Jiao Ming, come out! With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, a tall black light flashed, and Jiao Ming's figure, nearly 100 feet tall, appeared. Hold the hole and don't let anyone get close. Yes, my lord. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan strode into the cave and headed for the depths of the cave. As soon as his figure entered the cave, Jiao Ming stepped out in a big stride, and stood in front of the cave. The 3-pointed and 2-edged spear in his hand landed heavily, and the evil spirit rushed out of his whole body. Like a black cloud, it scattered and surged in all directions, covering a radius of 100 miles almost in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan continued to move forward along the cave passage, and every 100 steps, a restriction would be set. After walking tens of thousands of steps, I finally arrived at a karst cave space deep in the cave. The cave at the bottom of the mountain, which is nearly 1,000 steps away, is silent. Two saints, come out and get some air. After checking the surroundings and placing a few restrictions, Chu Yan waved his hand, and the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts flew out, and two figures tumbled out of the 5-colored rays of light cast in the picture. Boom! Boom! Almost at the moment when the two figures fell to the ground, Chu Yan threw out both fists, and the two fists blasted out, hitting the stomachs of the two of them heavily. Ah! Ah! Two screams sounded, and the faces of the two dark puppet masters were full of pain and despair. With this punch just now, Chu Yan directly blasted the sea of energy of the two of them, abolishing their cultivation bases, and turning the two powerful Mingzhu Saint Masters into ordinary people. You! Glaring at Chu Yan, the two saints dared not speak out, their faces flushed. Now, their lives are in Chu Yanrong's hands. If they offend the other party, not to mention their cultivation, they may lose their lives. Speak. While I'm still interested. Chu Yan sneered, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a slight arc was raised, and the depths of his eyes shone slightly. #C 1972, the trick is in hand. The two saints, whose faces were distorted in pain, heard Chu Yan's words, and looked up at Chu Yan, with hatred in their eyes. What do you want to know? One of the saints struggled to ask. Stop talking nonsense. You should be able to understand. Chu Yan frowned slightly, then waved his hand, took out an immortal puppet from the Rakshasa space, and threw it in front of the Holy Master. Seeing the appearance of the immortal puppet, the eyes of the two Holy Masters lit up at the same time, and they all looked up. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation of spiritual consciousness continuously overflowed from the eyes of the two of them, covering the undead puppet. Soon, the undeading puppet on the ground twitched its whole body, its legs began to bend slowly, and its upper body lifted slightly, as if it wanted to stand up from the ground. However, when the two Holy Masters were so suppressed that their faces turned purple and the veins on their foreheads bulged, they could only make the undead puppet raise his upper body slightly. Chu Yan, you dare to waste my sea of energy, my saints will never let you go. After a fruitless attempt, one of the Holy Masters looked at Chu Yan with despair in his eyes, and roared viciously. Too much nonsense, then die. Hearing this, Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him at all. He raised his hand and punched him out, blasting his entire head so that it exploded, and the red and white flesh and blood scattered in all directions. Hiss. Another Holy Master, seeing his companion's tragic death at such a close distance, shrank his neck in fright, his whole face turned pale, his whole body trembled, he couldn't help it, and gasped. Say, or, don't say. Chu Yan withdrew his right fist, looked at another Holy Master, and asked word by word with a cold face. I said. As if at this moment, exhausted all the strength of the whole body, the tense body became limp in an instant, facing the threat of death, the Holy Master finally succumbed. Next, the Holy Master climbed to the immortal puppet on the ground, and began to explain to Chu Yan every spirit pattern on the puppet's body. At last, Chu Yan was also told about the method of refining the immortal puppet that had been passed down by the Ming clan for nearly 1,000,000 years and spent countless resources on research. For a whole hour, Chu Yan listened quietly, the shock in his heart was like a river. In addition, the doubts that had been buried in Chu Yan's heart finally had an answer. In fact, this refining method of immortality has a great relationship with the secret method of refining living people on the altar in the dark hall that Chu Yan saw in his spiritual thoughts. That is, Chu Yan's mother, the secret method of the soul sacrifice that she endured is an important means of refining this kind of immortal puppet. As Chu Yan guessed, if this kind of immortal puppet wants to be reborn in battle, the most important thing is that after being refined into a puppet, it must enter the refining furnace, and then repeatedly refine for 3 years. Transform the body of an ordinary puppet into an emperor-level Lingba-level treasure body. Only in this way can it be possible to achieve damage and rebirth. This point is based on the fact that the refining masters will engrave some precious spirit treasures, and the principle of repairing the spirit array is exactly the same. As for the Mingzhu, on the one hand, they have strengthened the spirit formation that the spirit treasure repaired by myself, and at the same time, they have also found a way to make the Yin puppet withstand the calcination of the furnace. To put it simply, it is the method of refining the soul, using the martial artist's characteristic of martial arts will. During his lifetime, he used the fire of the altar to continuously refine his soul, making him gradually adapt to the temperature of this kind of furnace fire refining. Therefore, among the souls of the life sacrifice, the longer the warrior who persists, after he is lost, the residual consciousness that penetrates the Yin puppet's body can also make the Yin puppet withstand the furnace refining for a longer period of time, and become a higher-level undead Yin puppet. According to the Holy Master in front of him, within the Ming clan, it is said that there are still a few immortal puppets at the Holy Emperor level. Call. With a long exhalation of turbid air, Chu Yan's tense mind finally relaxed. It has to be said that Chu Yan was extremely shocked by the nadir secrets he just heard. Unexpectedly, a Ming clan, who is not even one of the top 10 races, and wants to rely on the Witch clan to survive, will have several immortal puppets with the strength of the Holy Emperor. What do you say? In the dark, the Hades who are preparing these terrifying forces must have a plan, and this plan is not small. At least, Chu Yan can be sure that if the Mingzhu announces these powers to the public, it will be enough to sweep half of the outer continent. Moreover, the Hades, who are only a second-rate power in the outland continent, have such a powerful hidden power, so how strong will the top 10 race forces in the outland continent be? Up to now, Chu Yan disagrees and does not admit it. In the past, he still underestimated the Ming clan and the powerful overlords of this outer continent. At the same time, Chu Yan is also more determined to develop a group of powerful forces of his own as soon as possible. With these powers, at critical times, you can protect the human race, protect the Rakshasa Soul Tianzone, and protect everyone you want to protect. After all, I will go to the God realm in the future, and it is impossible for my relatives and sects to take all of them with me. Even if you really have it with you all the time, sometimes you will enter the secret realm for a few months or years. At that time, who can protect them? After pondering for a while, the light in Chu Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Very good. You are very cooperative. Chu Yan looked at the nadir Saint Master, who looked like a deflated ball on the ground, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a smile. Next, there is one last thing. If you can cooperate well, then I will let you go. Really, really. When the Mingzhu Saint Master heard Chu Yan's words, his eyes lit up suddenly, and his already desperate heart suddenly lifted up. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, he stepped out, walked in front of the Holy Master, stretched out his right hand, and pressed it on the Holy Master's celestial spirit cover. The whole body of spiritual consciousness condensed into a stream, like a powerful flood, suddenly rushed into the Holy Master's body. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, his face was purple, his eyes were bloodshot, and the eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Forgive, ah! As a dark puppet master of the Ming clan, how could he not know that what Chu Yan is using on him now is the soul-searching secret technique? There are 2 types of this kind of secret technique. One is to detect the strength of the cultivation base. The technique is soft, and there is almost no feeling when the spell is cast. And the second way is to forcibly destroy the opponent's sea of consciousness. While smashing the opponent's sea of consciousness into pieces, a large number of memory fragments can be extracted. If you are lucky, you can get important information. However, the result of the caster ranges from becoming an idiot to a breakdown of the soul and direct loss. But now, what Chu Yan used to him was of course the second one. Chu Yan's purpose, of course, is to verify that the secret techniques he just mentioned are true or false, because this is very important to Chu Yan. After nearly 100 breaths of time, Chu Yan slowly withdrew his right hand from the top of the Saint Master's head. At the same time, the face of the puppet master of the Netherworld race had completely frozen, and there was no trace of life in the pupils that had been enlarged to the extreme. As Chu Yan's hand left, a cold corpse fell to the ground. Humph. Sure enough, I kept a hand. If you don't search for the soul and practice according to the method he said, I'm afraid you will end up in a state of madness. Chu Yan glanced at the corpse on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, the Emperor Suzaku fire burst out, instantly burning it to a pile of ashes. The people of the Ming clan are unbelievable. Great! I finally got the complete method of refining the undead puppet. Clenching his fists tightly, Chu Yan's face was full of excitement, and his eyes were full of ecstasy. After obtaining the complete method of refining the immortal puppet, Chu Yan has a comprehensive understanding of the strength of this kind of puppet. At the same time, among the secret methods, of course, it also includes the refining method of the Holy Emperor-level immortal puppet. That is to say, as long as the materials are sufficient, Chu Yan can also start refining the Yin puppet of the Saint Emperor rank, and even let Jiao Ming directly break through to the Saint Emperor realm, including the 8 Dragon Warriors. #C 1973 Cute. However, the materials needed to refine the undead Yin puppet are extremely complicated. As for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to refine the Holy Emperor-level Yin puppet, even a golden alchemist like Chu Yan would gasp when he saw it. Among those materials, not to mention anything else, just the spiritual source above the second rank is almost equivalent to the entire wealth of a middle-level sect in the Outland continent. No wonder, in the hundreds of thousands of years of the Ming clan, only a few Saint Emperor puppets have been refined, and there are less than 10,000 ordinary ghost puppets. The reason for this is that the required materials are too terrifying. However, for Chu Yan, there is also good news. That is, Chu Yan's Tianwen 9 Remnants furnace has the ability to refine divine weapons. That is to say, if the materials are sufficient, the immortal puppets refined by Chu Yan will not only reach the Emperor rank. Lingbao. Rather, a more powerful divine soldier rank. Just imagine, an immortal puppet of the Holy Emperor rank, coupled with a physical body of the divine soldier rank. This kind of strength is probably enough to sweep the entire Outland continent. Moreover, what Chu Yan has been worried about is about the heavenly Dao Ming curse, and in the future, when he goes to God's domain, he will have one more means to save his life. It seems that we have to find a way to make some money. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then turned around and left. After leaving the underground cave, he took Jiuming away and headed towards the Jiuxiao mountain range. In less than an hour, Chu Yan returned to Lingyun Pavilion. After entering Lingyun Hall first, Chu Yan truthfully reported the situation in Bloodlines City to Ling Xuantian. However, Chu Yan thought about the fact that he had obtained the secret method of refining the undead puppet from the Ming clan, but did not tell Ling Xuantian. It's not that he doesn't believe in Ling Xuantian, but because Chu Yan is not fully sure whether it can be refined or not. If you tell Ling Xuantian now, when the time comes, you will fail in refining again, then it will be difficult to explain. Therefore, Chu Yan still intends to tell Ling Xuantian after the result is obtained. At present, the most important thing is how to earn more money to buy those precious natural materials and earth treasures. Although as a golden alchemist, with Chu Yan's Tianwen Jukanlu and Dihua, if they really want to make money and try their best to refine the elixir, there is no problem. However, if this is the case, I will spend a lot of time refining the elixir, and the practice will be completely stopped. More importantly, the more the number of undead puppets, the better, and the higher the rank, the better. This is tantamount to a bottomless pit. If there is no long-term source of income, alchemy alone will definitely affect Chu Yan's cultivation. About this, Chu Yan asked Ling Xuantian. As a result, Ling Xuantian's suggestion was to let Chu Yan think of a way in the soul demon purgatory. When it comes to finding a way, Ling Xuantian's face is full of weird smiles, and Chu Yan understands that look with just one glance. Moreover, afraid that Chu Yan would not understand, Ling Xuantian also specially reminded Chu Yan that there are many strong people in the soul demon purgatory every year, who try their luck. Moreover, these strong men are all powerful existences among the major racial forces, and their status will not be low. The meaning implied in it has almost reached the level of explicitness. It seems that this soul demon purgatory is very important. The only thing Chu Yan can use at the moment is soul demon purgatory, which is regarded as an absolutely dangerous place by the whole continent, and has already become a three-way zone. Even if something happens, I believe it will not cause me too much trouble. Of course, if you want to achieve Chu Yan's goal in soul demon purgatory, you still need to rely on strong strength as the basis. Therefore, after Ling Xuantian learned about Chu Yan's plan, he suggested that he stay in Lingyun Pavilion and retreat for a period of time before setting off for soul demon purgatory. This suggestion is the same as Chu Yan's plan. Of course, Chu Yan not only wanted to consolidate his plan and improve his strength, but also wanted to take this opportunity to spend a good time with Yue. Chu Yan has been busy since arriving in Outland Continent. In this regard, Yue is very considerate of Chu Yan, but only concentrates on taking care of Chu Yan's family, and taking care of the Raksha Soul Tianzong, and rarely bothers Chu Yan. Except occasionally, when Chu Yan is practicing, Yue will quietly come to Chu Yan's training hall, stand quietly in the corner, watch for a long time, and then leave quietly. Of course Chu Yan knew all this, which made him feel extremely guilty. This time, maybe in the soul demon purgatory, there is a chance to break through to the realm of Emperor Wu. At that time, after participating in the Star List battle, we will have to settle accounts with the Ming clan. As expected, Chu Yan has already made up his mind, and the next step is to act. Leaving the Lingyun Hall, Chu Yan did not go directly back to the Cultivation Hall, but went to the forbidden area of Lingyun Pavilion, and went to the world of the Kingdom of God through the time-space portal. At present, the news about the world of the Kingdom of God is still top secret in Lingyun Pavilion. Few people know that deep in the forbidden area of Lingyun Pavilion, there is a passage leading to the world of the Kingdom of God. A few months later, when he came to the world of the Kingdom of God again, Chu Yan discovered that the world of the Kingdom of God had changed very much. The army of the human race continued to fight with the army of the Wu clan in the world of the Kingdom of God. From being weak at the beginning, it gradually developed into a state of anxiety on both sides. The disparity in strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes under Chu Yan's original arrangement. After all, in the world of the Kingdom of God, the Wu clan does not have the support from the outside world anytime and anywhere like the human clan. Moreover, the Wu emperor of the Wu clan has been in seclusion 100 years ago, and until now, he has no intention of breaking through. And those high-level bosses of the Wu clan have already shifted their attention to the 10 Directions star field. I want to seek development in the higher-level 10 Direction star field based on the outer domain continent. In this way, it gave the human race an excellent opportunity in the world of the Kingdom of God. The night sky is thousands of miles away, and the stars are shining brightly. On a mountain peak in the Kingdom of God, Chu Yan and Yue sat side by side. In front, there is a stretch of majestic mountains, and in the distance, there is an ocean. This kind of scenery makes people very addicted, especially among the green mountains and green waters. The feeling of peace of mind and tranquility of all things makes people forget all troubles. Under the silvery moonlight, Yue leaned quietly in Chu Yan's arms, with a faint smile on her face. No one spoke, but there were thousands of words in their hearts, and they didn't know where to start. However, both of them felt that without saying anything, anyone could understand the other person's mind. Chu Yan's hand was always holding a pair of slightly cold hands, which were smooth and soft. Smelling the familiar body fragrance from Yuer, Chu Yan's heart inadvertently became hot. Seemingly feeling that Chu Yan's breathing was getting heavier and heavier, Yuer gently sat up her delicate body, looked at Chu Yan with a pair of big agile eyes, and said with a light smile. "Brother Chu Yan, promise me, you must pay attention to safety when you go to Soul Demon Purgatory." "Well, don't worry." Chu Yan felt warm and nodded. "I will definitely wait for you." Yuer's small face and that never-changing heart filled Chu Yan's heart instantly. Tightly hugging that lovely person into his arms, Chu Yan never wanted to let go. #See 1974 Tianyang Mountains. In the world of the Kingdom of God, I stayed for 7 full days. Chu Yan and Yuer built a simple hut on the top of the Lingfeng Peak. Although simple, this hut with a yard, every piece of wood is made by 2 people. After planting a courtyard full of hulua flowers, under Yuer's happy and reluctant eyes, Chu Yan left the world of the Kingdom of God and returned to Lingyun Pavilion. Before going to Soul Demon Purgatory, Chu Yan still has a lot to do. One is to consolidate the cultivation of the previous breakthrough, and at the same time, as soon as possible, all the 500 undead puppets will be re-identified as their masters. At the same time, Chu Yan still has to try to practice the secret method of Yin Puppet, to see if he can first refine the Dragon Warrior Guard. However, things did not go as smoothly as Chu Yan thought. The first is the 500 undead puppets, because the Ming clan used a special method to extract the souls of living warriors and inject them into them. Therefore, it is very difficult to make these immortal puppets recognize their masters again. And when Chu Yan was practicing the secret method of immortality, he was also stumped by a problem. That is, the Ming clan can use altars to extract the souls of living people, but he, Chu Yan, would never do this. Therefore, the source of this living soul has become a big problem. The picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts can extract people's souls, but for this soul-refining altar, we have to find Fatty Situ to find a way. Chu Yan thought for a long time, and after conceiving Situ Yang through the sound transmission of his spiritual consciousness, he sank into cultivation with all his heart. At the same time, all 500 undead puppets were handed over to Jiao Ming for refining. This time, after a full 3 months of retreat, Chu Yan, who was fully prepared, finally bid farewell to Ling Xuantian, and set off towards Soul Demon Purgatory together with Little White Bear Dang Dang. Little White Bear's current cultivation level, like Chu Yan's, is stuck at the peak of the Quasi-Demon Emperor realm. Its harvest in the 10 Directions God realm is much greater than that of Chu Yan. During the time when Chu Yan went to the ancient martial arts battlefield, the Little White Bear slept in the Lingyun Pavilion and crazily improved his cultivation. Even Ling Xuantian was shocked by the speed at which his cultivation improved. More than once, Ling Xuantian confessed to Chu Yan that the blood of the Little White Bear must be an ancient holy beast. And in the ancient martial arts battlefield, Chu Yan, who got the Jade Beetle, thought of the powerful and terrifying ancient war spirit, and kept guessing whether the Little White Bear had a chance to be promoted to the ancient war spirit. Therefore, when Chu Yan went to Soul Demon Purgatory this time, he took Little White Bear with him without hesitation. One person and one bear all hoped to find a chance to break through the Emperor's realm in the Soul Demon Purgatory. The vast sea, the sky, and the earth are like a curtain. The location of Soul Demon Purgatory is almost at the border of Outland Continent and 10 Directions Starfield. Chu Yan took the Little White Bear and flew for 2 full months, before gradually approaching the area mentioned by the Nantian God Emperor. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that the outskirts of the Soul Demon Purgatory were surrounded by a large area of thick fog. It took Chu Yan and Little White Bear nearly a month to break through this barrier that could make even Emperor Wu lose. This is still under the premise of Little White Bear's innate demon sense induction. If Chu Yan alone relies on himself, it may take half a year to break through. And in that area with strong barriers, Chu Yan and Little White Bear even encountered some powerful ghosts and monsters. The strength of each of these monsters that have been wandering in the dense fog for thousands of years is not lower than that of the emperor. After fighting all the way, Chu Yan and Xiao Baixiong also had a deeper understanding of Soul Demon Purgatory, known as the most fierce place in the Outland continent. Stepping into the land of Soul Demon Purgatory, before they had time to see clearly the surrounding situation, the overwhelming demon energy completely submerged the two of them. There is a trace of extremely tiny purple and red air currents in these devil chi, which endows the devil chi with powerful corrosive power. And this kind of power belongs to the Yin attribute, a very special kind of mutant power. Without Chu Yan's urging at all, the holy Rakshasa himself appeared directly behind Chu Yan, and the majestic power of the holy Rakshasa surged out, swallowing all the purple and red air currents in the strong magic energy. The Little White Bear stared at Chu Yan, his face was full of astonishment, his mouth was wide open, and he couldn't close it at all. Demon energy can be swallowed. Chu Yan, the holy Rakshasa himself, had swallowed the evil spirit in the Hautian continent before, and the Little White Bear had seen it before. But now, it never imagined that even such a powerful demonic energy with the corrosive power of Yin could be swallowed by Saint Rakshasa. Moreover, what made Little White Bear even more surprised was that after Saint Rakshasa devoured the devilish energy, Chu Yan's aura of cultivation became stronger obviously. Stop staring at me, hurry up and move forward. Although Chu Yan was also a little surprised, but feeling the improvement of his cultivation base, he immediately became very interested in these devilish energy, and was going to try another place with more devilish energy. The devilish energy seems to have evolved from the corpses of the fallen demons during the war between gods and demons, and after countless years of accumulation and changes, it will become like this. The words of the Nantian God Emperor made Chu Yan and Little White Bear suddenly realize at the same time. Demon race. Chu Yan was a little surprised. Could it be that there is still a connection between this soul demon purgatory and the land of the demons? One must know that millions of years ago, no one knew the outcome of the great war between gods and demons. Although the war stopped in the end, no one knew whether it was the Protoss or the demons that won. However, in the past million years, everything about the Protoss has disappeared, whether it is the Outland continent or the 10 Directions starfield. Including the Jedi of the gods of the 10 Directions that Chu Yan has been to, as well as the ancient martial arts battlefield, there are only relics left by the Protoss, and nothing else. Demons should still exist. Hehe, Chu Yan, if you are lucky, you might meet the demons. Seeing that Chu Yan was very interested in the affairs of the demon race, the Nantian God Emperor immediately teased and said, although I only participated in the initial battle of the Great War of Gods and Demons back then, I am sure that there must be a passage connecting the land of the demons in the 10-star fields, and at the same time, there are hidden forces of the demons. Back then, this area was a battlefield for the battle between gods and demons. Soul Demon Purgatory was also born because of that battle between gods and demons, and because of this, it became famous in the 10 Directions starfield. You mean, if we find a passage, we can also go to the land of the demons? Chu Yan asked with a move in his heart. Boy, are you crazy? Entering the land of the demons, looking for death. That is equivalent to the existence of God's domain. The Nantian God Emperor was taken aback, and hurriedly shouted, for fear that Chu Yan would really go to the land of the demons for a while. You'd better hurry up and find the spirit of chaos, that's the right thing to do, otherwise, you'll never even think about breaking through the martial emperor's realm. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled wryly and shook his head. Really, right now, I am only at the peak of the quasi-emperor rank. If I really enter the land of the demons, or the realm of the gods, I am afraid that it will not be enough for others. Spread out your consciousness, and move forward cautiously with Little White Bear. The closer to the central area, the stronger and stronger the Yin attribute corrosion power in the devilish energy. Fortunately, Chu Yan has the protection of the holy Rakshasa, which makes this extremely terrifying demonic energy to others become a great tonic for him. The holy Rakshasa himself was suspended above Chu Yan's head. Wherever he passed, the surrounding demonic energy poured into Chu Yan's body like a whirlpool. Yes. That's right here, go over there. When a black mountain range appeared on the horizon in the distance, the Nantian Divine Emperor's excited cry immediately rang out. That Tianyang mountain range is, of course, the place where I sensed the spirit of chaos. Hearing that, without hesitation, Chu Yan turned around and flew straight towards the black mountain range on the edge of the sky. #C 1975 Dabu. The further you go into this soul demon purgatory, the more and more strange situations will appear. Although the demonic energy diffused around did not affect the line of sight, it seemed to play some special role, making the distance of thousands of miles extremely far away. With Chu Yan's cultivation base, the distance of thousands of miles is about 100 breaths of time. However, after seeing the Tianyang mountain range, Chu Yan flew all the way, and it took nearly a full day to get close to half the distance of the Tianyang mountain range. The devilish energy is too weird, there is no way to tear through the void and move forward. Chu Yan said with a depressed face. Tear the space. The Nantian God Emperor chuckled, shook his head, and said, in this purgatory of soul demons, there are demonic energy and monsters everywhere. If you accidentally fall into the turbulence of the void, you may never want to come out. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. The void in every place is related to the origin of this place, so the void in this soul demon purgatory area is probably even more dangerous. Roar. Roar. After another half-day, Chu Yan was getting closer and closer to the Tianyang mountain range, and roars came from the dark mountain range. This is a ghost beast. Nantian Divine Emperor explained. There are not only monsters here, but also monsters, but most of the monsters here are in attributes, and there are many lost masterless martial souls, so they are all called ghost beasts. The 9 attributes of heaven and Tao, besides the usual metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, the Yin attribute has always been the most special existence. Therefore, monsters with Yin attributes are much stronger than ordinary monsters with other attributes, both in terms of physical body and strength. And those monsters hidden in the mist, like clusters of shadows, passing by from time to time, are even more dangerous. Most of these monsters are demons who were lost during the war between gods and demons. Moreover, some of the gods were lost. The remnant souls were corroded by these demonic energy, and they continued to accumulate Yin attributes and turned into monsters. These insubstantial ghosts have been nourished by demon energy for countless years. It is extremely difficult to deal with them. Call. Call. Just as Chu Yan was carefully approaching the edge of the Tianyang mountains. Suddenly, in a mountain peak, 2 black shadows charged towards the little white bear like lightning. These 2 figures are just the monsters that have been hiding in the mist and wandering nearby. With a sweep of consciousness, Chu Yan's face tightened immediately. The strength of these 2 monsters has reached the first and second heavens of the Emperor realm. Sure enough, the strength of the monsters that jumped out from there has reached the Emperor level. If we go deeper inside, I am afraid that the strength of these ghost beasts and monsters will be even stronger. Maybe there are not a few of Emperor Wu who are at the peak. Roar. With a roar, the little white bear turned directly into its own body, with a pair of bear paws, carrying purple lightning, and slapped it fiercely, directly smashing the 2 monsters into powder. The little white bear who practiced Song Lei Dao has the purple thunder demon power all over his body, which is just right to restrain these monsters. The holy Rakshasa himself shot out 2 beams of silver light, devouring all the overflowing spiritual power of the monsters. The holy Rakshasa himself, who had devoured the spiritual power of the monster, suddenly trembled slightly, emitting thousands of golden lights. Most of these golden lights poured into Chu Yan's body, which increased Chu Yan's strength again. What pure power! Chu Yan's face was happy, and he clearly felt that the spiritual power of these monsters was many times purer than the demonic energy outside, and it was definitely a great supplement. Hey, boy, how about it? This place is not bad. The Nantian God Emperor watched Chu Yan devouring the spiritual power of those monsters. The corners of his eyes twitched twice, and said with a smile. Not bad. Not bad. The spiritual power of these monsters is exactly the same as the power of my holy Rakshasa deity. Chu Yan replied. Of course, your Saint Rakshasa is a homologous body of yin and yang attributes. I don't even know how you did it. You are really a monster among monsters. What if? Huh. Nantian God Emperor just said halfway. When he turned his head, he saw, not far away, the little white bear picked up the magic core dropped by the two monsters from the ground, sniffed it, and threw it directly into his mouth. Crashed and ate. That can't be eaten. It has corrosive demonic energy. The Nantian God Emperor was startled, and quickly roared loudly, but the little white bear, who heard the sound, slowly turned his head, cast a disdainful look, grunted, and swallowed it directly. Then, streaks of purple demonic energy surged from little white bear's body, and the cultivation base of the demonic energy gradually increased. You. The Nantian Divine Emperor stared at the little white bear with non-existent eyeballs, as if he had seen a ghost. A monster man and a monster bear, you two are a perfect match. The Nantian God Emperor, who was speechless, glanced at Chu Yan and the little white bear, and the corners of his eyes twitched non-stop. Are you okay? Although Chu Yan started to know the little white bear, it continued to devour all kinds of demon cores and natural treasures, as if there was nothing in this world that it could not eat. However, after hearing what the Nantian God Emperor said, he still couldn't help but feel worried, so he asked little white bear. It's delicious, hee. The little white bear grinned, his bear eyes sparkling. Of course, Chu Yan is familiar with this kind of gaze. This is the beginning of the little white bear's crazily devouring. Sure enough, next, when they entered the Tianyang mountain range area, the little white bear deliberately made noises to attract those monsters to rush out of the darkness and attack them. Then, with one palm, smash them all. The magic energy and spiritual power belong to Chu Yan, and the magic square belongs to it. Even later, the little white bear took the initiative to attack, and even those monsters who were not willing to provoke them were not spared, and they were all caught, made into powder, and shared the spoils with Chu Yan. In the Tianyang Mountains, after walking for nearly 7 days, the cultivation of the two has improved a lot. Especially Chu Yan's holy Rakshasa deity, a pair of gold and silver eyes, became extremely bright, like 2 stars. As for little white bear's true self, his demon body has grown by nearly 10 feet, and has reached a height of nearly 90 feet. Chu Yan, there are fluctuations over there, go over there. The Nantian God Emperor was surprised by these 2 monsters at the beginning, and now he is gradually getting used to them. He just searched for the breath of the spirit of chaos all the way, and suddenly reminded him. Over there, it seems to be a plain. Chu Yan turned his head and saw that there was a flat land between the 2 mountain ranges, and the fog was extremely dense. In this piece of soul demon purgatory, it seems to be in the 10th level of fog. The sky is covered with fog, and it is impossible to tell whether it is day or night. The whole world is full of demonic currents of various colors, and the light of spiritual power shines on it, becoming the main light source. However, Chu Yan can still tell the difference based on the changes in the surrounding temperature. When the surrounding temperature becomes extremely cold, the number of monsters around will increase significantly. At this time, it must be night. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan and little white bear came to the plain. It's so deadly. Chu Yan's consciousness swept away, and his brows were slightly frowned. Looking up, the area of this plain is huge. In the midair between the two peaks, the black magic energy and the gray death energy blend together, and the intensity is almost substantive. Stepping onto the plain, walking less than 10,000 steps, pieces of bones kept appearing. #See 1976 Walk on the Bone. These bones include human races, monsters, and some that Chu Yan has never seen before, with horns on their heads, or existence with 3 eye sockets. According to the Nantian God Emperor, these two types are the god race and the demon race in ancient times. Even, Chu Yan found some bones of sea monsters, huge fish bones, nearly 500 feet in size, which shows how huge the sea monsters were before they were alive. It's just that the bones of these various races are almost incomplete, dismantled, and scattered all over the ground. On the ground, there are cracks everywhere, and chasms are scattered in all directions, accompanied by some traces of swords. It is obvious that there have been tragic battles in these places. Little White Bear seems to be a little afraid of those God clan bones, and will deliberately avoid them. However, as the two continued to go deeper, the number of bones on the ground increased, almost covering the entire ground, and it was impossible to go around anymore, and could only walk on the bones. The core of the plain is a small hill less than 100 feet high, with a huge area and a diameter of nearly 1,000 feet. A huge corpse fell on the mountain bag, almost completely covering the whole mountain bag. What surprised Chu Yan and Little White Bear when they saw the corpse was that the corpse was complete, not even the flesh had rotted at all. This is the prehistoric beast, the black marsh scorpion. The Nantian God Emperor's eyes were straightened, looking at the huge corpse, his eyes were staring straight away. This is a treasure. The whole body of the primordial beast is full of treasures, especially the scorpion tail, which contains the source of all poisons. It seems that the bones here are all lost from fighting with it. Moreover, it's precisely because of its scorpion tail, the source of all poisons, that it co-generates with the devilish energy in the soul demon purgatory, so the bones are not rotten. I see. Chu Yan nodded. The Nantian Divine Emperor's words are very consistent with the situation at the scene. The closer you get to this hill, the more and more bones there will be of the powerful people of various clans. Coupled with the traces of the surrounding battles, it should be that after the prehistoric beast killed these human races, god races, and demon races, it lost its strength here. But, how could this prehistoric beast appear in Soul Demon Purgatory? That wave is from this mountain bag. Suddenly, the Nantian God Emperor looked down at the black marsh lion and scorpion, the hill that was only 12 feet high, and said in a startled voice. What? Mountain bag. Chu Yan was startled, and immediately turned his head to look at the small hill. The body of this black swamp lion and scorpion is so huge that it completely covers the entire hill, making it impossible to see the whole picture of the hill. Moreover, Chu Yan was also a little puzzled. Why did the black marsh lion and scorpion fall to this place alone? Could it be that there is really something weird about this small mountain bun? Little White Bear, move it away. Chu Yan said. Roar. With a roar, the little white bear directly turned into its real self. The bear's body, which was nearly 100 feet high, stepped out with one step, and the ground trembled suddenly. The whole body was filled with monster energy, and the purple color overflowed. The little white bear held back all his strength, pulled the tail of the black marsh lion and scorpion, and dragged it down from the mountain. However, when the corpse of the black marsh lion and scorpion just left the hill, the entire corpse began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Yan and Nantian Divine Emperor spoke out in surprise at the same time. Chu Yan, hurry up, take the corpse of the lion and scorpion. Nantian God Emperor reacted very quickly and roared anxiously. Swish. Almost at the moment when the Nantian God Emperor spoke, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and Rakshas's true energy surged, and the huge monster of nearly 500 feet was directly brought into the Rakshasa space. The strength of this prehistoric beast has probably reached the peak of the Demon Emperor. Look back and see if it can be refined into a puppet. Regarding Chu Yan's plan, the Nantian God Emperor was very clear and extremely supportive. Such a corpse of the peak Demon Emperor is an excellent material for refining the immortal puppet, and it can't be encountered everywhere. After collecting the body of the black marsh lion and scorpion, the original appearance on the hill was finally revealed to them. I saw that the top of the hill was a platform with a radius of hundreds of feet. On the platform, there are all kinds of mysterious runes, which are combined into a huge pattern array. Faint gleams are scattered, and countless stars are scattered in the air. In this pattern, every rune is extremely mysterious and profound, completely different from ordinary spirit patterns. Even the aura of divine power contained in those divine lines that Chu Yan has seen is stronger. Moreover, even if you just stare at it for a while, Chu Yan's consciousness will become blurred and sluggish, and the whole person will be a little absent-minded. Tread. 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 Just when Chu Yan was in a trance, the little white bear beside him had his pupils dilated, like a walking corpse, and he was walking towards the God map formation on the platform. Without waiting for the little white bear to step onto the platform, a rune suddenly lit up in the divine map, emitting a large amount of divine light. These water-like divine lights, extremely soft, rushed towards the little white bear, forming a barrier in front of it, blocking it out. Roar! Roar! The little white bear in the confusion found that the way forward was blocked, and suddenly became furious. With a pair of bare paws, wrapped in the demonic power of purple thunder, he slapped heavily at the divine light barrier. Boom! 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 Xie exploded, with demonic aura soaring to the sky, one palm after another. Little White Bear's demon power instantly rose to its peak. However, the power that could almost smash the next Emperor Wuhun to scum with one palm hit the divine power barrier, but it seemed to hit a pile of cotton, without any sign of breaking at all. Moreover, Chu Yan and the Nantian God Emperor also discovered at the same time that the barrier of divine light was still devouring the purple thunder demon power blasted by the little white bear. This is the primordial chaos spirit formation. Nantian God Emperor revealed a look of shock on his face. Primeval chaos spirit formation. Is it powerful? Chu Yan was stunned and asked. One must know that the Nantian Divine Emperor was a strong man in the demigod realm in ancient times. In this world, there are really not many things that can shock him. Of course. This kind of grand formation was passed down to the ancient times. It was a more terrifying time than the ancient times. It is said that in that era, the holy emperors were everywhere, and the gods were countless. Even among the craftsmen and spirit formation masters, there are a large number of god-level powerhouses, and these spirit formation masters with a god-level cultivation base, and the large formations they refine are collectively called the primordial chaos spirit formation. Although this formation has lost a lot of spiritual power after millions of years, in my estimation, even if there are a few strong people at the Saint Emperor level, they will lose it. What? Even the Holy Emperor will be lost. Chu Yan was shocked when he heard this. The Holy Emperor powerhouse, in the Outland continent and the 10 Directions starfield, is the existence that represents the pinnacle of warriors. If even they can't deal with this primordial chaotic spirit formation, who can crack it? Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C1977, Taiku God Diagram Grade Array. Seeing the astonishment on Chu Yan's face, Ouyang Nantian pondered for a while, but decided to take this opportunity to tell Chu Yan about the situation in the ancient times. After all, if Chu Yan goes to God's domain in the future, the enemies he will face will all be existences of that level. According to the rumors of ancient times, in the ancient times, there was a powerful spirit array master who spent 100 years setting up a super ancient chaos spirit array to conquer a piece of God's domain continent. As a result, after the big formation was formed, almost all the creatures on the land of God's domain were swallowed by the big formation. Hiss. The corner of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he gasped. A large formation devours a piece of God's domain continent. This kind of spirit formation of the same level, even if it is Situ Yang, compared with Chu Yan's big array of ancient God patterns that Chu Yan showed off countless times, it is simply a drop in the bucket. At this moment, Chu Yan had a new understanding of the primordial chaos spirit formation in front of him. However, fortunately, this primordial chaotic spirit array has lost most of its spiritual power after millions of years. Otherwise, I am afraid that this soul demon purgatory will really become a purgatory of extinction. However, why is there a primordial chaotic spirit formation here? Chu Yan swept his eyes around, his face full of confusion. Based on my judgment, this immemorial spirit array should not be used for battle, but a teleportation array. Nantian Divine Emperor released a faint trace of consciousness, and kept scanning the divine map. Teleport the spirit array. Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, Chu Yan's eyes widened in shock. What a joke! There is only one teleportation spirit array in such a powerful spirit array, and the little white bear can't destroy it with all his strength. If this is the primordial chaos spirit formation used for battle, how terrifying it would be. It seems that this spirit array is still functioning, so does that mean? Chu Yan was puzzled. That's right. It should still be usable, teleporting people to a special place. And, based on this calculation, that prehistoric scorpion should be the existence guarding this teleportation formation. And all the bones that were lost around here should have been lost here when they wanted to enter this teleportation array. While explaining, Ouyang Nantian kept pondering, his face was full of contemplation. This big formation, do you have a solution? Chu Yan asked with his eyes shining. If the corpses scattered all over the ground are all for entering this large formation, then it can only mean that there is definitely a heaven-defying treasure in the place that this teleportation formation leads to. No way. Ouyang Nantian shook his head without thinking. Even if I regained the peak strength before the loss, it is impossible to crack this big formation. But what? Chu Yan asked anxiously. However, the owner of this large formation should have been lost and turned into an ownerless spirit formation. In this case, it's no problem to start it. Ouyang Nantian said. Can you enter? Chu Yan asked with surprise on his face. It is possible to enter, but no one knows where this great formation leads, and it is impossible to estimate how dangerous it is. Moreover, with my current remnant soul power, if I want to open this great formation, I can't stop it, so once you enter this great formation, I can't help you at all. All dangers must be dealt with by yourself. Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, Chu Yan's face suddenly revealed a dignified look. Since Chu Yan stepped into this soul demon purgatory, all the monsters and soul beasts that he killed along the way were extremely powerful existences. But now, the corpses that fell around this spirit array are all extremely terrifying existences. In other words, the place where this formation leads is by no means simple. It is even possible that it is the inheritance of a certain peerless power in the ancient times, or the existence of the cave gods. Such a treasure land is definitely a great opportunity for Chu Yan to improve his cultivation and even break through the martial emperor realm. The only thing to worry about is that other than chance, it is accompanied by terrorist crises. In particular, without the Nantian God Emperor who is familiar with these things to follow, entering this teleportation formation, the degree of danger must be multiplied several times. Chu Yan, let me remind you, based on my guess, the reason for attracting so many powerful beings even if it is death, to attack this ancient teleportation array is very likely. Chaos spiritual energy. Chu Yan immediately reacted and blurted out. Not bad. Nantian Divine Emperor nodded with a solemn expression. Chu Yan's eyes stared straight at Ouyang Nantian, and after a while, he slowly turned to the immemorial god's map, and his eyes were full of brilliance. I don't believe it. Fight. Finally, Chu Yan gritted his teeth fiercely, and made up his mind. If the chaotic aura is right in front of him and can help him break through the realm of Emperor Wu, how could Chu Yan miss such an opportunity? Even if he gave up and left, Chu Yan would not be reconciled. Moreover, Chu Yan is very clear that the road to martial arts has always been extremely dangerous. If you don't fight now, when will you wait? Okay. Now, I will activate this ancient teleportation array and send you and the little white bear inside. Seeing that Chu Yan had made up his mind, Ouyang Nantian nodded slightly, without any persuasion. On the contrary, if Chu Yan gave up this opportunity, he would instead persuade him to give it a try. This son's disposition is very against his temper. However, Chu Yan, remember, my remnant soul is limited, and it can last up to half a day. At that time, you must come out. Otherwise. Ouyang Nantian's face became extremely serious. Otherwise, what? Chu Yan asked. If it wasn't for the two-way teleportation array, then you would be lost in it forever, and you would never be able to get out again. Okay. It took me half a day to write it down. Chu Yan nodded heavily, then turned to look at the little white bear, with some hesitation on his face. Little white bear, how about? Boss, if you go there, I'll go there. Little white bear didn't give Chu Yan a chance at all, and shook his head without waiting for him to finish speaking. Okay. Let's go together. Chu Yan's heart warmed, and he nodded heavily. If there is a chance, it is also an opportunity for little white bear. Get ready. I'm starting. Ouyang Nantian saw that the two of them had discussed it well, so he stopped hesitating. A large amount of spiritual consciousness kept pouring out from the remnant soul body, transforming into complex spirit seals, which kept pouring into the ancient divine map. As Ouyang Nantian's spiritual consciousness poured in, on the ancient formation, ripples like ripples appeared on the divine light barrier. Boo! Amid the sound of soft water waves breaking, a gap was suddenly opened on the divine light barrier, which was unable to blast away even the little white bear's full strength just now, just enough for one person to pass through. Quick! Go in! Ouyang Nantian shouted loudly. Swish! Swish! The two figures, one in front and one behind, dodged almost simultaneously and rushed into the shield of divine light. As soon as he stepped on the ground of the divine map, two mysterious lights lit up, one person and one bear, and the two figures disappeared immediately. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C1978 Sea of Blood. Traveling through time and space, the light in front of your eyes bursts out, and the scenery keeps changing. When Chu Yan was able to open his eyes again, he had already arrived at another place. Within sight, there is a tall Lingfang, and a bluestone avenue leads from the foot of the mountain to the top of Lingfang. There are huge stone monuments, tall buildings along the road, and large squares. No matter where you look at it, it looks like a place where the mountain gate of a powerful sect is located. However, in this mountain gate, there is a dead silence, no breath of life can be seen or sensed, and there is no breath of restraining spirit array. Obviously, it is also a completely fallen mountain gate, lost for endless years. Along the stone path of the mountain gate, Chu Yan walked all the way up, and it didn't take long before he came to a tall palace building. This palace engraved with a large number of divine patterns should be the former main hall of this sect. Standing in front of the main hall, Chu Yan looked around, and there was silence all around, not even the sound of birds, beasts, and insects. Time, as if here, disappears completely. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan strode out and walked towards the gate of the palace. Stretch out your hands, push gently, and suddenly, with a creaking sound, the palace door was easily pushed open. With the opening of the palace door, a prehistoric aura rushed out of the palace, causing Chu Yan's expression to tighten suddenly, and the true energy all over his body exploded instantly, forming a body-protecting energy, firmly blocking himself and the little white bear. Behind. After waiting for nearly 10 breaths, there was no other movement except for those prehistoric auras rushing out, before Chu Yan stepped into the hall. In this resplendent and magnificent hall, there are 8 huge jade pillars, each of which is nearly 10 feet thick. There was a sound of swinging iron chains, and 8 huge monsters were bound by iron chains and tied to the jade pillar. Each of these 8 monsters is nearly 100 feet tall, and, from the looks of it, it is easy to judge that this is not the body of their true self, just like the current appearance of the little white bear. However, the incarnation of little white bear was only half a person tall, and when he transformed into the body of the deity, it was nearly 90 feet tall. But now, the 8-headed demonic beasts have a height of 100 feet in their incarnations, so how tall will the body of this deity be? At least 500 feet. Chu Yan was shocked by the answer in his heart, and suddenly remembered that the wild black marsh lion and scorpion guarding the teleportation map outside, its monster body was nearly 500 feet in size, like a hill. Among the 8 monsters, there are 2 golden-scaled pythons, 2 golden-winged thunder eagles, 2 blue-ringed sea whales, and 2 golden-toothed tigers. There are 8 monsters, 4 types, heaven and earth, sea and forest, all of them. The key point is that Chu Yan has never seen these 4 monsters before, and they are obviously ancient beasts, which are very different from the current monsters. In particular, the prehistoric demonic power on them rushed out like a 10,000 hectares of wind, with a ferocious aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Roar! Roar! Just in Chu Yan. When he tried to approach and test the strength of the 8 monsters, the little white bear beside him suddenly turned into his own body, roaring and roaring at the 8 monsters. Roar! 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 Hearing the roar of the little white bear's body, the 8 giant wild beasts roared in unison, and the demonic aura that filled the hall swept away like an endless storm. Chu Yan was startled, turned his head suddenly, looked at little white bear, and saw the original pair of purple thunder eyes. At this time it became a red, bloody red, grinning, his whole body stood upside down with bare hair, and his demonic aura rose. It was obvious that he wanted to make a move and fight with these 8 monsters. Dang dang, wake up! Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face was full of anxiety, and immediately his consciousness condensed into a ball, and stabbed fiercely at the sea of monster consciousness of little white bear. Because there is a spiritual contract between little white bear and Chu Yan, Dongdong's sea of demon consciousness is almost defenseless against Chu Yan's consciousness. This impact is extremely powerful. Shocked by Chu Yan's consciousness, little white bear's body trembled suddenly, he stepped back several steps, and the redness in his eyes quickly receded. The little white bear who swayed and stood still, and returned to the avatar state, shook his head severely, with a dull expression on his face. What happened just now? The little white bear stared straight at Chu Yan and asked. It should be the demonic nature of blood in your body that has been activated. These 8 prehistoric monsters are a bit weird. Be careful. Guard the sea of demon consciousness. While Chu Yan was speaking, his eyes looked at the 8 primordial beasts, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Fortunately, I reacted quickly just now. If the little white bear really rushed up, the consequences would be disastrous. Unexpectedly, although the monster bodies of these 8 prehistoric monsters are locked here, their monster senses still have such a terrifying will. If those iron chains were let go, perhaps with one blow, he and the little white bear would be turned into ashes on the spot. As the little white bear recovered, the 8 prehistoric monsters in the hall seemed to be extremely angry. Their roars became louder and louder, and they kept trying to break free from the chains. Go! Go around! Chu Yan swept his eyes, looked in the direction of the apse, and called the little white bear. In the hall in front of me, there is nothing else except these 8 wild monsters and 8 jade pillars. As for himself and the little white bear, it is impossible to be the opponent of any monster among them. It is better to leave early. The corridor leading to the apse is quiet and deep. After walking nearly 10,000 steps, the two arrived at the apse. Pushing open the door of the palace, a majestic demonic energy gushed out from the door, instantly swallowing Chu Yan and little white bear completely. Not good. Saint Rakshasa, blast me. Feeling those demonic energy, like countless corpse worms, crazily gnawing at his body protecting energy, Chu Yan shouted anxiously. Boom. The holy Rakshasa himself came out through the air, and swayed thousands of silver lights. Wherever he passed, all the devilish energy was swallowed up. Call. Call. One person and one bear breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, their faces turning pale. Fortunately, there is a holy Rakshasa bodyguard, otherwise, the wave of demonic energy just now would have damaged both of them. Inside the palace gate, the devilish energy rushing out was like the water of a river and sea, endless. The holy Rakshasa himself, shining with silver light, with shining eyes, was extremely excited, and the Rakshasa's true energy was surging all over the sky, devouring the demonic energy 10 times purer than the outside world with all his strength. The majestic demonic energy was swallowed by the holy Rakshasa himself, and transformed into a more pure Rakshasa true energy, which poured into Chu Yan's body. For a while, Chu Yan's physical strength increased wildly. Moreover, that kind of forced filling made Chu Yan's face look painful. Sitting cross-legged, directly running the Rakshasa promise art, it took a long time for Chu Yan to refine all the pure Rakshasa true chi. Physical strength skyrocketed. Slowly recuperating and getting up, Chu Yan's eyes were bright, and he raised his hand and punched out. The berserk fist pierced through the air, blasting the demonic energy gushing out from the hall in front of him at a significantly reduced speed, and scattered it in all directions. Fist gang entered the hall, and the whole hall trembled suddenly. At this time, Chu Yan's aura was obviously stronger. Immediately, Chu Yan and Xiao Baixiong stepped into the gate of the palace with full vigilance, running the bodyguard Gang Yuan. Boom, boom. The moment they stepped into the gate of the palace, the two of them seemed to travel through time and space to another world. The environment in front of me is not an ordinary hall environment at all, but a land of mountains, seas, and lakes, with continuous and monstrous waves, setting off waves covering the sky, hitting the shore, splashing countless blood. This is the Sea of Blood. Chu Yan and Xiao Baixiong glanced at each other, and they were startled at the same time, staring at the Sea of Blood in front of them, dumbfounded. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C 1979 Countless Demon Cores. Chapter 1979. This land of the apse leads directly to a sea of blood. Chu Yan's face was filled with astonishment. Couldn't these be real blood? Chu Yan was a little dazed. At a glance, the area of this sea of blood is definitely not less than 10,000 miles. If real blood is to be used, how many creatures are needed? No. But there were streaks of blood in little white bear's eyes, and his expression became extremely strange. But it's all monster blood essence. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan looked at the little white bear with doubts on his face. Essence blood. Yes. I can feel the strong power of monsters in these blood essences, which makes my blood boil. Little white bear's eyes were bloodshot, but purple light surged, and he was extremely excited. "Boss, the blood of these monsters is not from killing beasts and bleeding. There is something at the bottom of the lake." Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, Little White Bear jumped straight into the sea of blood after finishing speaking. Dang dang. Seeing the figure of the Little White Bear submerged under the surface of the sea of blood and being instantly swallowed by the waves, Chu Yan panicked, leaped forward, and quickly jumped into the sea of blood. Thousands of miles of blood sea, the sea's violent tide and huge waves, but below the sea's surface, there are dark whirlpools, extremely dangerous. However, as Chu Yan and Little White Bear continued to sneak towards the bottom of the lake, the scene that appeared in their eyes surprised them both. The entire bottom of the sea, stretching for an unknown number of miles, is densely covered with demon cores. There are low-level and high-level monster cores, each of which emits a faint monster energy and shimmers with a faint light. Originally, the demonic aura overflowing from each demon core was extremely weak, but when countless demon cores gathered together, they formed a violent scene, causing the entire sea of blood to surge into the sky. Below the surface of the sea is more dangerous than above the surface. Chu Yan and the Little White Bear, like floating leaves, drifted up and down with those eddies, and it was difficult to control the direction of travel. When approaching the seabed area, under the berserk force, it became extremely difficult to even take a step forward. Often, an undercurrent rushes in, and the two of them are rushed back several tens of feet, and the distance they just swam with all their strength is in vain. "Give it to me." Chu Yan mobilized the Rakshasa true chi all over his body to the extreme, and dived crazily towards the bottom of the sea. When he got close to a pile of cone-shaped demon cores, he was about to ingest them with a big wave of his hand. Not only is the body out of control, but even Rakshasa's true energy is affected. Every time a distance of 1 foot is rushed, the strength will be doubled and sharply reduced. When Rakshasa's true energy touched the seabed demon core, only a faint trace remained. Swish! 1 volume of true energy, hundreds of demon cores, but wrapped in Rakshasa true energy. Income into Rakshasa space. This is too useless. Chu Yan couldn't imagine that even his Rakshasa true chi was swallowed by these undercurrent vortexes, and how strong these monster core breaths were. However, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness scanned the more than 100 demon cores just received from the Rakshasa space, and easily discovered the reason why these demon cores made the Little White Bear so excited. Because, although these demon cores are not of high rank, each one is an ancient demon core. The pure monster power contained in it is probably completely incomparable to the current monster crystal cores. If such a demon core is swallowed by the Little White Bear, it will not only improve its demon energy, but more importantly, it will make its ancient holy beast blood more refined. That's why the Little White Bear is so desperate. Even as a demon bear, swimming like a turtle, he is desperately digging water and rushing towards the bottom of the sea. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yan mobilized his true energy again and dived towards the bottom of the lake. Withstood those terrifying undercurrent forces. As soon as he got close to the bottom of the lake, he would wave his big hand and absorb a small pile of demon cores. After repeating this for an hour, Chu Yan's true energy was almost exhausted. If he didn't go ashore again, with 30% of his true energy in his body, he might return to the bottom of the sea when a dark tide came over. Turning back and swimming quickly, after swimming for a long time, I finally returned to the shore where I just entered the water. As soon as he climbed to the shore, the Little White Bear, who had been running around in a hurry because of the lack of demon power, hurried over. "Boss, how are you doing?" Waving his hand, Chu Yan took out 2 bottles of golden elixir, threw 1 bottle to the Little White Bear, and after taking a bottle himself, said, "It's okay, it's just that the undercurrent in the sea is too scary." With a wave of his hand, a large pile of thousands of demon cores appeared in front of the Little White Bear. "Wow, that's great. Long live the boss." With a cheer, the Little White Bear jumped onto the pile of demon cores, swallowed those demon cores frantically one by one. Most of these demon cores are of the rank of the emperor, and the demon power and blood aura contained in them are not strong. Chu Yan saw the higher-level demon core, but couldn't get close. Half an hour later, Chu Yan's true energy recovered to 60%, and the little white bear was eating, and he could barely walk, so the two left the back hall and returned to the front hall. In the front hall, the 8 prehistoric monsters had completely calmed down, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. They just glanced up at the reappearance of Chu Yan and Little White Bear, and ignored them. This time, they didn't even try to break free from the chains. Of course, those iron chains full of divine patterns couldn't be broken free either. After opening the pupil of the unicorn, Chu Yan inspected the hall again. Except for the corridor leading to the apse, there is no other way to go, and there is no secret room and forbidden area. This time, Chu Yan's face was full of disappointment, just like the little white bear. Originally, Chu Yan came to look for the spirit of chaos with hope, but in the end, he found nothing. However, considering the rarity of primal chaos chi, of course it won't be so easy to find. After leaving the main hall, he sent a divine sense to the Nantian God Emperor, and the figures of one person and one bear disappeared into the lost sect immediately. Swish! Swish! When they reappeared, Chu Yan and Little White Bear had already returned to the small hill, and the Nantian God Emperor was right in front of them. Seeing that Chu Yan and the Little White Bear had returned safely, the Nantian God Emperor's nervous expression suddenly relaxed, and he opened his mouth to ask. "How is it? Have you found the chaos spirit?" Chu Yan shook his head, disappointed, and briefly explained the process, then took out a few demon cores and showed them to the Nantian God Emperor. "This is Zhongjuan Beast." The Nantian God Emperor was taken aback. "Zhongjuan Beast?" Chu Yan asked, "Is it any different from ordinary monsters?" The Nantian Divine Emperor smiled lightly, and said, "This is a good thing. It can be used to refine spirit treasures, comparable to the current Emperor-level demon core. If it is put up for auction, I am afraid that one piece will be worth 10,000 Emperor crystals." Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard the words. Now, he is short of money. He didn't expect that these demon cores are so valuable. "Fortunately, you didn't provoke those 8 prehistoric monsters." The Nantian God Emperor glanced at Chu Yan, and said, "The 8 monsters should be Zhenzong monsters. Don't look at them with only the peak strength of the Emperor realm. If the 8 heads form a monster battle formation together, they will be considered 8 holy emperors, are not their opponents." "What? Monster beast battle formation?" Chu Yan was stunned. "I've never heard that monsters will use battle formations, it's impossible." Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 1980 Sun and Moon Shinzong. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Nantian God Emperor smiled and explained. "The sea of blood you encountered should be from the soul pool of a powerful beast-controlling sect in ancient times." Soul pool? Yes. Those are all raised by the beast familiar sect since they were young, fed with various treasures of heaven and earth, and then select the ones that will open up their spiritual intelligence and cultivate the combat power of the Zhongjuan, that is, Zhongjuan beast. During the Zhongman War, there will be a frenzy of beasts. It is not a powerful Zhongman, and it cannot be resisted at all. In particular, most of the monsters have practiced the way of monster battle formation, and their combat power can be increased several times. Hearing the Nantian God Emperor's words, Chu Yan and Little White Bear opened their mouths in shock, completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, in ancient times, those sects would be so powerful. Not to mention, how terrifying is the lineup of Zhongjuan beasts in this frenzy of beasts. How much resources would be consumed to keep so many monsters in captivity with only natural materials and earthly treasures? Chu Yan and Little White Bear saw the demon cores under the bloody seabed, almost covering the entire seabed, piled up like a mountain. Treasures of heaven and earth, feed the monsters. Chu Yan said in shock. This is nothing. In ancient times, such a beast-controlling sect set the ultimate goal of cultivating war beasts. The value of a war beast cannot be measured by Dijing at all. Even if you can't become a battle beast, you can become an existence like the 8-headed battle monster you met, which is extremely powerful. In ancient times, there was a beast-controlling sect. Relying on 7 monsters, they set up a heavenly battle formation with extraordinary strength. Nearly 100 holy emperors died under their hands. And this monster blood pool is not something that any sect can have, but it is a miraculous treasure formed with the help of the heavenly spirit. Furthermore, it takes 100,000 years to take shape just for the sacrificial training. Then, the demon core can be bred and used as a resource for the cultivation and promotion of monsters. Hearing the words of the Nantian God Emperor, Chu Yan suddenly turned his head, glanced at the little white bear, and asked. Those monster cores are not obtained from killing monsters, but bred by that sea of blood. How can these monster cores be used to increase the power of monsters? Ordinary monsters can't swallow monster cores? Not bad. But. Hearing the words, the Nantian God Emperor immediately understood what Chu Yan was going to ask, turned his head to look at the little white bear, and explained with a light smile. Only monsters with the bloodline of ancient holy beasts can directly devour monster cores and improve their cultivation. This little demon bear is the blood of the ancient holy beast. Ouyang Nanchan's words made Chu Yan suddenly understand why when he met the little white bear, it was able to swallow the demon core to improve its cultivation, much faster than ordinary monsters. So, that soul pool is a treasure. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled. If you can take part of this soul pool and receive the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts, or the world of the kingdom of God, that's not a big deal. This is a soul pool that can breed countless demon cores. It is simply an existence at the level of defying the sky. Certainly. Ouyang Nantian nodded heavily, but then looked at Chu Yan with contempt and said, with your current cultivation, you can't get close to the core of the soul pool. When will you reach the divine realm? It will be possible. Divine realm. Chu Yan stared, stunned. He is only at the peak of the emperor rank now, and he is still 108,000 miles away from the divine realm. Shaking his head, Chu Yan finally dismissed the idea of the soul pool with a face full of unwillingness, and discussed with the Nantian God Emperor, planning to go deeper into the Tianyang Mountains intermittently. Although the Tianyang Mountains are dangerous, there are many monsters. Chu Yan and Little White Bear followed the direction pointed out by the Nantian God Emperor, going deep all the way, sweeping away all the monsters and ghost beasts. Swallowing the devil's energy and swallowing the devil's core, the cultivation of the two of them is rapidly improving. Time flies, 1 month later. When they arrived at the core area of Tianyang Mountains, the devilish energy here was almost all bloody and purple, exuding a suffocating cold aura. Chu Yan was fully focused and moved forward slowly. Suddenly, the magic energy was increased by nearly 10 times, and the consumption of Chu Yan and the little white bear was also increasing. After the sky darkened, the two found an underground cave and decided to take a good rest. In the depths of the cave, Chu Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, refining the demonic energy that had been devoured along the way, and consolidated his cultivation. Along the way, Holy Rakshasa swallowed an unknown amount of demonic energy, and now, Rakshasa's promised divine art has been upgraded by 3 levels. However, the improvement speed of this Rakshasa infinite god art is also getting slower and slower. The little white bear squatted beside Chu Yan, with a pile of ancient demon cores in front of him, as if eating jelly beans, and threw them into the bear's mouth one by one, feasting on them. Jiao Ming guarded the entrance of the cave. His whole body was filled with monster energy. While guarding, Tong Jin continued to refine those 500 immortal puppets. A gust of sinister wind blew past the entrance of the cave, bringing with it the sound of hissing and howling. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly exploded in the night sky. Boom! The berserk force, hundreds of miles away from the cave, suddenly exploded, and under the surge of energy, the void ripples continued to spread. Chu Yan and the little white bear woke up at the same time, turned their heads suddenly, and looked out of the cave. Through the sky outside the cave, one can clearly see circles of dark red knife waves above the sky, like tides, constantly rushing past. At the same time, there were streaks of meteor-like gun lights rushing past, stirring up all these waves of swords into nothingness. Soon, above the sky, a group of youths wearing iron armor and holding dragon guns, with red waves surging all over their bodies, swept all directions like thunder and lightning. Another group of warriors in brown robes holding spiritual knives, all of them held the imperial swords. Their saber aura was like waves, with a domineering and maddening momentum, sweeping through the sky like a thundercloud, every time they swung the spiritual knives, and the falling blade lights all carried red flames. A few hundred miles away, Chu Yan has absolute confidence in Situ Yang's breathtaking spirit array, and it is impossible to be discovered. On the contrary, Chu Yan's unicorn pupil scanned these people, and his face became more and more serious. The cultivation bases of these people have all reached the middle martial emperor realm, and they are extremely powerful, which Chu Yan has never seen before. I didn't expect that after so many years, the Sun Moon sect and the Xuanhuan sect are still there. Ouyang Nantian glanced outside the cave, his face was startled, his brows were slightly frowned, and he spoke softly. Sun Moon sect and Xuanhuan sect. Could it be an ancient sect? Chu Yan knew that Ouyang Nantian was a strong man in ancient times, so the sect forces he could recognize probably existed for hundreds of thousands of years. That's right. In ancient times, these two sects had very few people, and they were only responsible for guarding the passages of the demons. They never appeared on the mainland. Now, they appear in Soul Demon Purgatory. I'm afraid it has something to do with the change of the demon channel. Speaking of this, the expression on Ouyang Nantian's face became more serious. It can't be, the war of gods and demons is about to start again. Chu Yan was startled, and suddenly remembered what Ouyang Nantian and the Qingjiao giant had said to him last time, and asked anxiously. It's very possible. The end of the ancient era was due to the war between gods and demons, which consumed a lot of spiritual sources of heaven and earth, and in the ancient era, almost every million years, there will be movement on the side of the demons. It's just that I have a feeling that the change of the demons this time may be disastrous. Hearing this, Chu Yan was shocked. Could it be that the real battle between gods and demons is about to start again? How long? Chu Yan asked. Not more than 1,000 years. Ouyang Nantian answered with great certainty. 1,000 years. Chu Yan took a deep breath, frowning. 1,000 years sounds like a long time, but in fact, for a strong person in the imperial realm, a retreat may take hundreds of years. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 1981 Evil Moon Demon Heavenly Furnace. While Chu Yan was shocked, on the sky outside the cave, the disciples of the two sects had already passed through the sky and disappeared into the distant sky. The disciples of these two sects are very strong. A man and a woman of the Sun Moon sect, with 2 swords combined, can increase their combat power by 5 times. The disciples of the Xuanhuan sect, the spiritual soldiers of each disciple, are their own. His martial spirit, his natal spear skills, are extremely powerful. In the future, if you encounter disciples from these two sects in the 10 Directions starfield, be careful. Ouyang Nantian glanced at Chu Yan and reminded him carefully. After all, Chu Yan is going to the 10 Directions starfield in the future, and Chu Yan doesn't understand that place at all now, so the Nantian God Emperor will take this opportunity to remind him. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression froze, and he looked at Ouyang Nantian in astonishment. Because Ouyang Nantian is very clear about his own talent and strength, under such circumstances, Ouyang Nantian has to remind himself so solemnly. It can only be explained that the disciples of these two sects are really powerful. Thinking of this, Chu Yan nodded slightly, secretly remembering the Sun Moon sect and the Xuanhuan sect in his heart. After one night in the cave, Chu Yan and the little white bear recovered a lot, then cheered up and set out on the road again. This time, after walking for nearly 10 days, he finally arrived at the place that Ouyang Nantian pointed out. Once again, there was a very likely place where the spirit of chaos existed. Here is a swamp. The fog is extremely heavy. It seems that there are some powerful monsters and ghost beasts hidden in the layers of barriers. Just the roar of the beasts can make Chu Yan's soul tremble slightly. Such a situation made Chu Yan's mind suddenly tense. The Nantian God Emperor, with his ghostly remnant soul body, walked in front, stopping from time to time to identify the direction. In the dense fog, you can't see your fingers. If he hadn't led the way in front, it would be impossible to find the direction with Chu Yan alone. That's right, that's over there. Let's go. The Nantian God Emperor felt it carefully, and turned his head to Chu Yan with a happy face and said. Chu Yan and Little White Bear hurriedly followed after hearing the words. After walking for nearly a day in the thick fog of the swamp, he finally walked out, and the sight suddenly opened up, and all the fog disappeared. What appeared in front of Chu Yan was a forest of stones, a mess of stones, piled up everywhere. Some are scattered in piles, and some are erected into towers. The thick ones are 10 feet in diameter. On each stone, there is still a faint light, which looks like a piece of firefly attached to the stone. As soon as he walked to the edge of the stone forest, Chu Yan could feel a majestic aura of spirit patterns coming towards him. The spirit patterns on these stones are all existences comparable to God patterns. Although there are very few graphics, and you can't see them unless you look closely, the power of the spirit patterns that radiate is extremely powerful. Moreover, Chu Yan's unicorn pupil swept over and found some spirit patterns on these stones, almost all of which are earth element spirit patterns, and there is a special connection between them. Chu Yan can accurately judge that if nothing unexpected happens. This stone forest is by no means simple, it should be an extremely fierce place. This stone forest is an ancient sect, the earth formation that calms the mountain gate. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Nantian God Emperor opened his mouth to explain. The formation guarding the mountain gate. Chu Yan was startled. Chu Yan has never seen this kind of layout before. Most of the ordinary sects set up the Zhenzonglingzhen for defense. Unexpectedly, the sect in the ancient times would actually set up such a large formation at the Shanqian gate. If this stone array is activated, these stones can evolve into 99 or 81 kinds of changes. When they are weak, they will be weak, and when they are strong, they will be strong. The tall stone giant is comparable to a god-level powerhouse. Hiss. As soon as Ouyang Nantian's words landed, Chu Yan gasped. A large formation can reach the strength of a strong man in the divine realm, which is almost invincible in the Outland continent, or even in the 10 Directions star field. If you move to the 9 Zun mountains, then you don't have to worry about it anymore, who will break the human clan's land. However, that was the ancient times, and this sect has been lost for countless years, so the power of this great formation should be less than 10% left. Come with me, be careful. After Ouyang Nantian finished speaking, the remnant soul flashed and floated into the stone forest. Chu Yan and Little White Bear, who dared to neglect, followed closely behind Ouyang Nantian, not daring to make a wrong step. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that Ouyang Nantian seemed to know the way to pass through the stone forest. He moved a few steps to the left and a few steps to the right, walked through the stone forest without triggering any restrictions, and led them safely through the stone forest all the way. Great array. After leaving the formation, they passed through a gate tower with stone monuments, and a vast palace complex appeared in front of the two of them. The palace complex, which covers an area of nearly 100 miles, is as majestic as the sea, majestic and extremely extraordinary. Moreover, the building materials of these palaces are extremely special, not ordinary wooden structures at all, but extremely rare spar structures. This is a building complex built with spirit stones. Chu Yan glanced at it and was immediately stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. Although spirit stones are the lowest existence in the world of martial arts, if you want to build a palace complex covering an area of nearly 100 miles, the spirit stones you need to consume may require spirit stones with the weight of more than 12,000-foot mountains. It must be enough. Such a huge number of spirit stones is almost an astronomical figure. Moreover, the main beams, gates, and other important structures of those buildings were even directly constructed with emperor crystal. With a face full of surprise, Chu Yan followed Ouyang Nantian to a building. This building, a spar pagoda, has a height of 9 floors, and the aura of the tower is so high that it is much more conspicuous than other gloomy buildings around it. Pushing open the tower door, Chu Yan raised his head and looked into the tower. His face was shocked. Pan furnace. The space inside the pagoda is a seamless one, not divided into 9 floors at all, but a huge space, above the altars all over the floor. In midair, a huge golden cauldron floats in the air. However, on the golden cauldron, cracks were densely covered, and it was obviously damaged. A large amount of furnace gas continued to overflow, and was locked by the altar below, unable to flow out of the tower. Evil moon demon heaven furnace. Ouyang Nantian glanced over, his eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed. I didn't expect this sacred furnace to be here. Xie La Jiao furnace. Chu Yan looked at Ouyang Nantian and said in a daze. That's right. In ancient times, the top 10 elixir furnaces ranked third. As long as there are enough materials, you can refine the furnaces for divine elixir. God pill. The pupils of Chu Yan's eyes instantly magnified to the extreme. Together with the alchemists, the highest rank at present is the 9-turn golden elixir. Divine pill, isn't that a heaven-defying thing that only exists in legends? How could it be possible? In this world, there is really someone who can refine a magic pill, and, according to Ouyang Nantian, with this magic furnace, any alchemist can refine a magic pill. That's right. It's only possible that this furnace body has been damaged. I really don't know who can damage this chaotic spirit treasure. This person is probably the supreme powerhouse. It's a pity, it's a pity. It's a pity twice. Ouyang Nantian's face is full of regret. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C 1982 Qingyou sect. As an alchemist, seeing the top-quality alchemy furnace appearing in front of him, coupled with Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled instantly. You know, with Chu Yan's current alchemy cultivation base, he can only refine a 7-rank golden pill at most. However, the Xie La Jiao furnace in front of him can actually refine a magic pill. What is the chaos spirit treasure? Chu Yan asked anxiously with a red flash in his eyes. There are many kinds of artifacts. Among them, the real artifacts are not refined by humans at all, but are raised by nature and nurtured by the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This kind of pure artifacts was called chaos spiritual artifacts in ancient times. Ouyang Nantian explained softly. Naturally raised. Then, can this chaos spirit stove be repaired? Chu Yan asked. Yes, it is possible, but you need the chaotic spirit energy, and you also need hundreds of natural treasures such as the 5 Emperor Stone of the Great Tao, the Red Mingxiu Heavenly Stone, etc. Among them, nearly half of them, even in the realm of the gods, have long since disappeared. If you want to find all these materials, I'm afraid it will be more than 100 times more difficult than finding chaotic spiritual energy. Moreover, it seems that the chaotic spiritual array in the Xie La Jiao furnace has also been damaged. If you want to repair it, it will be more difficult than searching for heaven and earth. Bao, it's even more difficult. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was full of disappointment. Ouyang Nananchan's simple words shattered all of Chu Yan's expectations. Materials that cannot be found even in God's domain are simply irreparable. What are the Tao 5 Emperor Stones, Red Mongolian Stone, these things that I have never heard of, how do I find them? Chu Yan twitched all over his face, turned his head slowly, looked at the Xie La Jiao furnace, and stared for a long time. The top 10 sacred furnaces, the pill furnaces that can refine the divine pills, have they been lost like this? Swish! With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan put the Xie La Jiao furnace, including the altar below, into the Rakshasa space. After all, the first time he encountered an artifact, it was still a pill furnace, so how could Chu Yan be reconciled to just throwing it away? Maybe, when I go to God's domain in the future, I will have a chance to find those materials that can repair this alchemy furnace. Leaving the tower, Chu Yan followed Ouyang Nantian towards the main hall, not far away. Looking in front of you, almost half of the building materials of this tall main hall are Emperor Crystal, which looks extremely luxurious. Although after endless years, most of the aura of heaven and earth in these Emperor Crystal materials has disappeared, but the aura is still soaring and magnificent. On the gate of the tall main hall, a jade plaque hung high. Chu Yan looked up. Blue Cow Sect. Seeing the majestic and thick 3 characters, Chu Yan's face was startled. You must know that among the sect names given by the martial arts sect, this is the first time Chu Yan has encountered such a low-key and down-to-earth one. Senior, do you know this sect? Chu Yan suddenly became interested in this Qingyao sect and asked. No, never heard of it. Ouyang Nanchan's gaze. Scanning the jade plaque, he shook his head directly. Huh. Chu Yan was startled, looking at Ouyang Nantian. What do you look at? There are as many sects in the ancient times as there are stars in the sky. My cultivation is only in the semi-divine realm. I have traveled to 10 star fields and less than 1/10 of them. How can I know everything? Ouyang Nantian rolled his eyes and hummed softly. It's only in the semi-god realm, haha. Chu Yan smiled brightly, and walked straight into the main hall, without much delay. According to Chu Yan's vision, the Sihanox sect, the Xie La Jiao furnace, which also has the top 10 sacred furnaces, is definitely not simple. Stepping into the main hall, looking across, the entire hall is empty. In the middle of the hall, a huge crystal screen stands, and the spiritual array below is complete. Obviously it can be used normally. Chu Yan strode over, took out a few emperor crystals, and threw them into the eyes of the crystal screen spirit array. Suddenly, a ray of light rushed up and poured into the crystal screen in midair. A large piece of brilliance flashed, and the picture on the crystal screen appeared instantly. This is an extremely huge cyan longhorn, standing on 4 big mountains, standing between the sky and the earth. In the eyes of a pair of bulls, the blue light shoots straight to the sky, and on the forehead, there is a spirit seal shining with dazzling light, like a round cyan sun. Moo. Amidst the earth-shattering mooing of the cow's mouth opened wide, spewing out a large amount of vitality, which rushed to the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky. Is this a monster? Or what? Chu Yan stared straight at the green bull in the crystal screen, his face full of astonishment, because he found that there was no trace of evil spirit on the green bull, but a very mysterious power, which seemed to be cultivating. However, the size of this green bull is also too big. it is estimated that they are at least 1,000 feet or more. This is an ancient war beast. Ouyang Nantian said straight away, his eyes brightened slightly. Ancient war beasts of the war system. Very impressive. Could it be? Hearing this, Chu Yan looked at the tall cow in the crystal screen, with a look of amazement on his face. How terrifying is such an ancient war beast? Let's go to other temples to see. After looking at it for a while, Chu Yan withdrew his gaze. After all, no matter how powerful this green bowl is, it only exists in the screen of the crystal screen, and it has no meaning to Chu Yan. However, the expectation in Chu Yan's heart is getting stronger and stronger. This Xianok sect not only has the stone forest formation, the Xie La Jiao furnace, but also an ancient war beast of the war system that was extremely rare in ancient times, so there will definitely be other treasures. What Chu Yan needs most now is the chaotic aura, or the opportunity to break through the martial emperor realm. Passing through the main hall, the corridors behind the hall lead in all directions, leading to different branch halls. Chu Yan followed Ouyang Nantian, randomly chose the tallest branch hall, and went quickly. Pushing open the door of the hall, which had been covered with dust for endless years, a strong aura rushed towards him, which made Chu Yan startled suddenly, but then, when he saw the situation inside the hall clearly, his eyes suddenly brightened. 8 earthen altars are placed in the hall, and countless golden elixirs are suspended in the air. When you glance at it, you feel like you are in a golden sea of stars. Every elixir in this hall is no lower than rank 8, and rank 9 accounts for more than half of it. According to energy estimates, the number of golden pills in the hall is no less than 10,000. 8-turn golden elixir. The ultimate 9-turn gold elixir. In the Outland continent, each one is worth at least 1 million emperor crystals, but here, there are tens of thousands of them. Ouyang Nantian stood at the gate of the hall, with the same look of astonishment on his face, his eyes trembling slightly, and it took him a long time to let out a breath, saying, "By God, this Xianok sect is so powerful." Before Ouyang Nantian's loss, he had traveled to the starfields of the 10 directions and achieved great fame, so he had a wide range of knowledge. However, it was the first time that even he saw tens of thousands of golden elixirs above rank 8 appearing in front of him. Boom, boom. Just when the two were astonished, suddenly, a huge explosion sounded outside the mountain gate of the Qingyao sect, making them startled at the same time. Huh. Someone. Ouyang Nantian frowned. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C 1983 8000 heavy water. Swish. Almost at the same time as Ouyang Nantian turned his head, Chu Yan's figure rushed directly into the hall, and with a wave of his hand, countless jade bottles flew out. Give it to me. With a loud shout, Chu Yan's whole body surged with true energy, and his spiritual consciousness was like a net, covering the golden core floating in the sky. Swish. 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 Like it was raining, the golden elixirs that were originally hanging lightly in the sky fell together, and fell towards the jade bottles around Chu Yan's body. Boy, speed up. I'll go and see first. Ouyang Nantian was taken aback for a moment, and turned his head to look, seeing Chu Yan frantically collecting the golden pills in the palace. The corners of his eyes twitched twice, and he opened his mouth quickly. At the same time, with a flash of the remnant soul, it headed towards the mountain gate of the Green Bull sect. At this time, the little white bear standing in front of the hall also reacted, rushed into the hall with a swipe, and helped Chu Yan collect the golden pills. It's just that the little white bear was daring while swallowing, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen 9-rank golden pills fell into its belly. Tens of thousands of golden elixirs used up nearly 3 cows and jade bottles, and after 10 breaths, they were all collected in Chu Yan's Rakshasa space. Okay. Dang, let's go. After looking around the whole hall and confirming that there were no omissions, Chu Yan greeted the little white bear, and also rushed towards the gate of the Qingyao sect. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan and little white bear arrived at Ouyang Nanshan's location after passing through the halls. The three of them looked at the foot of the mountain together. At the huge stone forest, only two figures were seen breaking through the stone formation. The attack all over the sky, like a huge wave, blasted towards the stone forest formation. At this time, the formation of the stone forest had obviously been triggered, and countless stones shot up into the sky, smashing towards the two figures who broke into the stone forest. On these stones, divine patterns flickered, wrapped in rich earth elemental spiritual power, constantly bombarding the two of them with great power. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that after these stones shattered the attack from the two, when they hit the place where the two were, they would be completely blocked by a huge water wall. As long as the stones shining with aura are impacted by the water wall, the aura on the stones will disappear instantly and fall straight to the ground. Look, that brook. Ouyang Nanshan's face was serious. He raised his hand and pointed to the stone forest, 10 steps ahead of the two of them. What I saw was a small stream that was as thick as an arm and as long as 100 feet long, spewing out a large amount of water mist, forming a water wall. As long as there were stones rushing towards it, it would be blocked by it. That stream turned out to be a spirit treasure. Chu Yan was taken aback. That's right. It's a fake artifact. Among the 5 elements, water overcomes earth. It seems that these two people came prepared. Ouyang Nantian explained. Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly realized. Could it be that these two strong men dared to break into the stone forest formation so forcefully, because they had something to rely on? The 7th level of the Middle Martial Emperor realm. Chu Yan's consciousness swept over the two of them. At a glance, the cultivation base of the two can be seen. These two guys are too reckless. It's a daydream to want to break through the stone forest formation with a fake water-type artifact. It's just a pity that the fake artifact will also be destroyed by the stone forest formation. Destroyed. Ouyang Nantian sneered, his face full of disdain. Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, Chu Yan naturally understood that the two strong men who broke into the stone forest obviously underestimated the power of the stone forest formation. In other words, these three people just regarded this stone forest formation as an ordinary earthen formation, unlike Ouyang Nantian, who knew this formation well. As if in response to Ouyang Nanshan's words, the battle in the stone forest below quickly changed. Brother Yu, this time, with 8,000 heavy water, we can definitely break through. One of them slapped with a heavy palm, and scattered a piece of approaching stones, and at the same time said with a smile on his face. That's right. In order to get the 8,000 heavy water, I have been looking for the elders and begged for a long time. As long as we pass through this stone forest, all the spiritual treasures in the ancient sect will belong to us. The strong man surnamed Yu smiled lightly, appearing extremely confident. 8,000 heavy water. Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard the conversation between the two. 8,000 heavy water, this kind of water treasure, Chu Yan has heard of it before, but he didn't expect to see it here today. Boom. Boom. As soon as the two of them talked, piles of stones kept gathering in the stone forest below, and soon a dozen tall stone giants piled up, rushing towards the two of them. Tom. 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 The dozens of stone giants stepped on the ground and made a dull sound of heavy blows, like a drum from the sky. Just by hearing the sound of stepping on the ground, one can imagine how terrifying the power of these dozen stone giants is. Stone Forest has already started, the second evolution. I'm afraid these two guys won't be able to handle it. Ouyang Nantian sneered. Hearing this, Chu Yan also shook his head. According to Ouyang Nantian, this large formation has 99 and 81 changes, and the stronger it is, the stronger it is. Up to now, these two strong men who broke into the stone forest have survived the first change, and they still rely on the 8,000 heavy water. With his heels, he could guess that what these two people had to face next was nothing but loss. A dozen or so stone giants rushed to the front of the 8,000 heavy water within a breath, and a pair of giant stone hands smashed to the ground rumblingly. The original calm 8,000 heavy water stream suddenly trembled violently, a large amount of water vapor rushed in all directions, and the water wall was instantly broken. No, not good. 8,000 heavy water can't stand it. When one person saw the stone giant stepping through 8,000 layers of water, he was frightened out of his wits and roared loudly. Boom, boom. At the time of the crisis, in the depths of the stone forest in the distance, a large number of spirit stones continued to pile up. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a pile of stones nearly 100 feet high, and the limbs were also rapidly condensing. Oh my God, there are stronger stone men. The other person looked into the depths of the stone forest, his pupils constricted in shock, and his face turned pale. The second change has already been launched, and Sherlin is still gestating the third change, but even the second change in front of them is irresistible to them. Moreover, on the Baizhang tall stone man who is taking shape, the earth spirit energy between each piece of spirit stone is fused and strengthened. The color of the stone giant has turned into a material that looks like stone but not gold. Obviously, these materials are probably not weaker than the emperor-level spirit soldiers. This kind of stone giant is basically invincible in defense. How to break it? Tom. 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 The 8,000 heavy water released all the spiritual power of the water, barely stabilized, and blocked the 8 stone giants, but the first 5 stone giants that rushed past had already arrived in front of the 2 of them. Roar. Roar. Amidst the roar, 5 stone giants attacked the strong man named Yu at the same time. 10 stone fists roared with an accent, shattered the void, and smashed down heavily. Boom, boom. The martial artist surnamed Yu only blocked the first 3 stone fists, and was directly bombarded by the rest of the attacks, causing the body shield to explode, and his whole body cracked and turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Brother Yu. The other person's face changed drastically, his eyes were red, and there was despair in his roar. Want to live? Seeing the scene, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he spoke in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the strong man who was still alive in the stone forest suddenly turned his head to look, and saw at a glance that Chu Yan and the little white bear standing in front of the mountain gate seemed to have caught straw, and said anxiously, "Little brother, save me quickly. All my wealth may be given to you, including this 8,000 heavy water." Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C1984 Betray. Hearing the words of the strong man in the stone forest, Chu Yan sneered. This guy, when he was about to die, didn't even know the situation. He really thought he was a child, and he wanted to believe him by babbling a word. This is impossible in the world of martial arts, where the weak prey on the strong, even in the world of ordinary people. With each other's cultivation base, he can naturally see that the cultivation bases of Chu Yan and Little White Bear do not even reach the Emperor realm. However, his cultivation base has reached the 7th level of the Middle Martial Emperor realm. If Chu Yan rescues him, whoever decides at that time is not sure. It's not difficult to save you, but first you make an oath to become my slave. Chu Yan shouted. Among the stones, the strong man frowned when he heard the words, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His thoughts really made Chu Yan guess right. According to his plan, he originally wanted to use Chu Yan to help him get out of trouble, and then rely on himself to surpass the opponent's cultivation gap by half a day to kill him. However, he did not expect that the other party, who seemed to be only about 20 years old, could see through his own thoughts. His brows were furrowed, his face full of hesitation. After a little hesitation, the 5 stone giants not far away turned around and came straight towards him. I promise, I promise. Feeling the ground tremor under his feet, he glanced at the brother Yu just now, who had turned into a pile of rotten meat at this time. With a look of horror, he quickly agreed. Flipping the fingerprints, he shot out a burst of true energy, and 5 water arrows shot in the 8,000 heavy water, directly blocking the 5 stone giants who were rushing forward. However, judging by the strength of the water arrow, it is estimated that it will dissipate in a few breaths. Boom, boom. In the stone forest, the strong man hastily made an oath of the Tao of Heaven, and thunderclouds rumbled above the sky, which was the vision of the oath of the Tao of Heaven being fulfilled. Senior. Chu Yan turned around, looked at Ouyang Nantian, and said. Okay. Boy, I'll help you. But, you have to be careful. Ouyang Nantian's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he didn't refuse. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Ouyang Nantian raised his hand a little, and shot out with vigor, pointing 7 steps away from the feet of the strong man in the stone forest. Move according to the prompt, hurry up. Chu Yan shouted. The strong man in the stone forest saw the Qi Jin guiding him at his feet, but there was still hesitation, so he quickly dodged over. Almost at the same time as he dodged away, the surrounding stone giants turned into stones and fell to the ground, and the entire stone forest fell silent in an instant. Swish. 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 Soon, in less than a few tens of breaths, the man walked out of the stone forest formation safely according to Ouyang Nantian's instructions. Call. The moment he stepped out of the stone forest, the man directly collapsed on the ground, lying on the ground, panting heavily, his face full of ecstasy. Finally, he saved his life. After a long time. Only then slowly got up from the ground, looking at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Did you take the tens of thousands of golden pills in the alchemy hall? After looking at Chu Yan for a long time, he looked up at the mountain gate of Qingyao sect in the distance, and the strong man asked. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. If the person in front of him hadn't made the oath of heaven, Chu Yan would naturally not believe him and would not tell the details. In that case, now, hand it over. Hearing Chu Yan's words, a grim smile appeared on that person's face, and he stared straight at Chu Yan, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. Huh. Chu Yan's eyes froze, and he looked at the other party. You just made the oath of heaven. Dare to rebel now, aren't you afraid of death? Ha ha ha. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the man looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, looking at Chu Yan with a playful look on his face. Boy, you don't know yet, I am a martial artist who specializes in thunder. Whether it is martial soul, martial arts, or even martial arts, they are all thunder. Moreover, my cultivation has reached the 7th level of the middle martial emperor realm. Thunder element. Chu Yan frowned slightly. That's right. With my current cultivation base, even if I am backlashed by the oath of heaven, with my current strength, the worst result is that my cultivation base falls to a world level. However, as long as you have those 10,000 9-turn golden elixirs and a world realm, you can practice again in a few years, so what's the matter? Speaking of this, a murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes, and he looked at Chu Yan, with a grin on his face getting stronger and stronger. As for you, a little quasi-emperor who wants to be my master, just for this thought, you have to pay the price of your life. Hearing this, a look of helplessness appeared on Chu Yan's face, he shook his head and said. So that's the case. It seems that this oath of heaven is not reliable. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the man laughed wildly and said, Boy, it's not too late to know now, don't meet me again in the next life. While speaking, the emperor's prestige on that person rushed out instantly. Next life. No need. Chu Yan sneered and shook his head, now, you are useless to me. As soon as the words landed, the smile on the man's face froze for a moment. He looked at Chu Yan and was stunned for 3 breaths. Then, louder laughter suddenly sounded. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? Could it be that, you think, just you, and this little beast can deal with me? Two quasi-emperors, want to kill me, the middle martial emperor seventh heaven. Ha ha ha. As if it was because he had just narrowly escaped death, or maybe because he was about to get tens of thousands of rank 8 golden pills, the man's laughter was extraordinarily excited. Don't think that just now in the stone forest formation, I suffered some injuries, and you have a chance. Tell me, what do you want, ah? With a grin on his face, before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, he saw behind Chu Yan, a large black light rising into the sky, and a figure nearly 100 feet high, tore open the void and appeared across the sky. What? This. With such a sudden change, the man suddenly raised his head to the right, glanced over, and almost made his eyeballs fall out of fright. The ancient demon emperor. The upper martial emperor, Peak. This glance almost scared his soul away. He never imagined that the young man in front of him actually had a puppet who was cultivated at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Moreover, this puppet is still the body of an ancient demon emperor, and what he holds in his hand is still a magic weapon. Kill you, why do I have to do it myself? Chu Yan's voice was as cold as ice, and he looked at the other party indifferently. As for the other party, his face was ashen at this time, and his face was extremely ugly. If I hadn't been injured, maybe I could have escaped from this ancient demon emperor with 8,000 heavy water, but now. In the stone forest I was not only injured, but also consumed a lot of water. Even the 8,000 heavy water was a little unstable. It was impossible to deal with this puppet. I surrender. Really surrender. Everything I have, I will give you, and the 8,000 heavy water will also belong to you. The man hurriedly opened his mouth, raised his hand and took out a spirit treasure that flowed like mercury, and handed it to Chu Yan, saying, as long as he saves his life, he still has a chance to get all these things back in the future. Humph. Do you think you still have a chance? Chu Yan sneered. Jiao Ming, kill me. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Jiao Ming's demonic energy exploded all over his body, and the sharp gun in his hand swung a shocking gun light, stabbing straight at the opponent. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C 1985 Ancient Totem. Seeing the gun light fall, the man's expression changed instantly, and he quickly retreated. However, he was injured in the stone forest formation, coupled with the excessive consumption of true energy, facing Jiao Ming's powerful strength. This shot cannot be avoided at all. Boom! The gun light fell, and swept the bodyguard outside his body, and exploded directly. The blood-spraying body flew thousands of steps backwards, hitting the ground like a rolling gourd, splashing dust all over the sky. Without waiting for him to get up, Jiao Ming's second spear light followed closely. The gun fell to the death, and the demonic aura of the spear pierced the sky, piercing the body shield, and blasting a huge hole in the man's body. Even before the screams could be heard, the man was dead, and Jiao Ming had already put away his gun and stood with his eyes level, unwilling to look at the man more than once. It seems that in Jiao Ming's eyes, this person's strength is not worth mentioning at all. Chu Yan walked over, took out the jade talisman stored on the man's body, and with a wave of his hand, the Suzaku Emperor fire burst out, burning the body into a pile of ashes. Seeing the ashes on the ground being blown up and scattered by the mountain wind, Chu Yan shook his head, a little disappointed. Chu Yan has changed a lot. Originally, he wanted to subdue more powerful people and enrich himself and the strength of the human race. However, things turned out to be contrary to expectations. A mid-level 7th-layer martial emperor powerhouse was lost, just like that. At the beginning of Xie La Jiao, the collection of prehistoric beasts, the corpses of black marsh lions and scorpions, Chu Yan was preparing to refine the puppet. The strength of the Black Marsh Lion Scorpion is several times stronger than that of the Middle Martial Emperor. Thinking of this, Chu Yan finally had some psychological comfort. The spiritual consciousness swept across the jade talisman stored in his hand, and the wealth in it moved even Chu Yan. There are a large number of treasures of heaven and earth, millions of emperor crystals, nearly 10 emperor-level divine weapons, and some precious martial arts. Taking out the martial arts to look through, Chu Yan found that they were all obscure ancient martial arts. Presumably, they were all discovered and found in this soul demon purgatory. Now, it all belongs to Chu Yan. Take out some precious treasures of heaven, material, and earth, and throw them to the little white bear. Although he had just swallowed a lot of 9-rank golden pills, these natural and earthly treasures had a much greater effect on it than on himself. After all, Little White Bear's demon cultivation is also in a bottleneck state and needs to break through the realm of the demon emperor. But Chu Yan himself was not in a hurry to swallow the 9-turn golden elixir. With a pair of unicorn pupils, looking at the palaces of the Qingmiao sect in the distance, he always felt that there was something special about it. Afterwards, the three of them returned to the palace of the Cyan Bull sect master again, and began to search around. This time, Little White Bear's demon consciousness was discovered somewhat faster than Ouyang Nantian. Although most of the buildings were damaged to varying degrees, the Little White Bear raised his nose and found an underground passage in a very inconspicuous side hall. Passing through the underground passage, the three of them came to an underground palace. This large underground palace is surrounded by forbidden and spirit circles that have expired. Judging from the degree of strictness, it should be one of the core forbidden areas of the Qingmiao sect in ancient times. There is nothing in this vast underground palace, but there are some traces of friction on the ground. It is very possible that when the Qingmiao sect fell, some strong people or elders in the sect took away the treasures in this forbidden area. In the empty underground palace, there was only a huge bronze bull statue standing in the middle of the underground palace. Ouyang Nantian, the moment he saw the bronze bull statue, his eyes widened. This is the ancient totem. Ancient totem. Chu Yan and Little White Bear turned their heads at the same time to look at Ouyang Nantian. That's right. I didn't expect that this Cyanok sect turned out to be a sect with an ancient totem, and at least it was a sect with a strong man in the divine realm, and it was so damaged. The enemy who wiped out this sect at the beginning may be extremely powerful. Who is it? Ouyang Nantian frowned, as if he began to recall some situations in the ancient times. However, Chu Yan and Little White Bear were confused. Senior, what is this ancient totem? Chu Yan said, directly interrupting Ouyang Nantian's train of thought. The ancient totem is a very special existence. It is a special space in the chaotic world. It needs certain conditions to stimulate its original power and open it. Having said that, Ouyang Nantian raised his head and looked at the statue of the green bull, his eyes flickered slightly. Chu Yan, this ancient totem must be opened with the blood essence of an ancient holy beast. While speaking, Ouyang Nantian turned his eyes to look at the Little White Bear. Look, what are you looking at? Little White Bear turned his head and saw Ouyang Nantian and Chu Yan staring at him. Dang dang. Chu Yan chuckled. Boss, no way, blood. Dongdong's eyes twitched twice, and he was about to turn around, but was picked up by Chu Yan. The Little White Bear caught by Chu Yan suddenly froze, and could only honestly contribute a drop of blood. As soon as the blood had submerged into the surface of the statue of the green bull, Ouyang Nantian made a handprint. Immediately, on the statue of the blue bull, countless streaks of blue light shot up into the sky, making the entire underground palace as bright as day. Without waiting for Chu Yan and the Little White Bear to react, countless blue lights merged at an extreme speed, forming two groups of light masks in front of the statue, falling towards one person and the other bear. Hum. The blue light flickered, Chu Yan and the little white bear were wrapped at the same time, and disappeared on the spot with just a flash. When they reappeared, the two of them landed on a huge square, surrounded by various clouds and waves, as if they were in a sea of spiritual clouds in the sky. This is a simple palace, but it is terrifyingly full of aura. A square and a palace are extremely simple, but what is not simple is that above the palace, a tall green bull is prostrate on the golden clouds, like a longhorn. That day the cow seemed to be in a deep sleep. Its body was nearly 800 feet high, and green smoke rose all over its body, and the huge golden spirit seal on its forehead, following its breathing, twinkled and twinkled, bright like a star. The gates of the palace below were closed tightly, and the entire wall was covered with divine patterns, and the breath of divine patterns released made Chu Yan and Little White Bear shudder. There is no doubt at all, if any of the divine lines are touched, the two of them will be blasted into scum. Sure, it really is, this is the ancient totem spirit beast. Qingyun Divine Bull. It's extremely powerful. Ouyang Nantian rushed out of Chu Yan's body at the first time, just glanced at the huge beast shadow in the sky, and suddenly said in surprise. Huh. Injured. Even the demon soul is damaged. But soon, Ouyang Nantian's expression froze suddenly, and he trembled suddenly when he looked at the huge green bull in the sky. Such a serious injury may not recover in hundreds of years. It is sleeping like this, and the recovery speed is too slow. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan was astonished. Unexpectedly, in this totem space, there really is an ancient totem spirit beast, and it is also a wounded and sleeping Qingyun divine cow. Although Chu Yan has never seen this Qingyun divine bull, Chu Yan knows that among the monsters, any name with the word God can only show that the blood of this monster is enough to make it cultivate to the gods. Who the hell? After destroying the Xuanhuan sect, even the totem spirit beasts of the Xuanhuan sect can be severely injured. Ouyang Nantian's eyes were lost again, lost in thought. Huh. What's that? Chu Yan didn't have any interest in what Ouyang Nantian was thinking. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw that where the huge green bull was crawling, dazzling lights kept flickering. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C1986 Blue Ox Blood Crystal. Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Ouyang Nantian and Little White Bear looked up together. I saw that at the place where the cyan beetle was crawling, several fist-sized cyan and red fusion crystals were dazzling. The drop-shaped crystals are scattered on the cloud layer under the head of the cyan beetle, releasing a faint cyan mist, and the crystals have red airflow overflowing. With a glance, the two were stunned at the same time, and Ouyang Nantian's face showed a look of astonishment. That's the blood and tears of the green cow. Ouyang Nantian recognized it at a glance. The green ox has a spirit. Although it has escaped from the mortal world and became a divine ox, but the heart of the master still exists. Seeing the destruction of the sect, it must have seen the destruction of the sect. Under the sadness, it shed fine tears, forming the blood tears of the green ox. This kind of blood and tears of the green ox contains a trace of the blood essence of the green ox. Its effect is no worse than the drop of blood essence of the god realm you got. It's just that the cyan longhorn is still the body of a monster after all. With your current cultivation, if you swallow it forcibly, you will definitely be attacked by the monster's energy and explode to death. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face not only showed no loss, but was full of ecstasy, and with a wave of his big hand, he directly grabbed the 3 balls of blood and tears of the green cow. Immediately, he turned his head and looked at the little white bear, only to see that the little guy's bare eyes were already bloodshot and red. For you. Chu Yan handed out 2 green bull blood crystals with his right hand, and handed them to Little White Bear. This is the blood essence of the green cow of the blood of the gods. Although Chu Yan's cultivation base is too weak to swallow, but the Little White Bear can. Moreover, this kind of monster blood has a much greater effect on the little white bear than Chu Yan. Swallowing it will not only improve the demon cultivation, but also improve the blood of the little white bear. It is definitely the best treasure that the little guy has encountered. Thank you, boss. Little white bear took the 2 cyan ox blood crystals, his eyes curled into crescents with a smile. Patting the little white bear's head full of affection, Ouyang Nantian and the little white bear thought that Chu Yan would put away the remaining blood crystal, only to hear Chu Yan let out a soft drink. Jiao Ming, come out. Behind Chu Yan, the void exploded, and Jiao Ming, who was holding a divine weapon, came out of the sky. See my lord. Jiao Ming, with a body of nearly 100 feet, bowed and saluted. Look, does this work for you? Chu Yan waved his hand, and the cyan bull blood essence soared into the sky and flew towards Jiao Ming. This, so strong demonic energy, essence and blood. 9 nether demonic consciousness gushed out, just glanced at it, and suddenly his face changed drastically. It's useful. Jiao Ming spoke briefly, but the flames dancing in his eyes showed his excitement at this moment. Although Jiao Ming is now the body of a puppet, but before the loss, he also belonged to the sea monster after all. Therefore, the green ox blood crystal is of course useful to him, and it is still very useful. Jiao Ming has been lost on that small island for millions of years. A group of sea monsters are constantly looking for Ming beads to provide them with spiritual sources. However, that is only what is needed to maintain his physical body. So, for millions of years, Jiao Ming's strength has not improved, but has lost a lot. After following Chu Yan, relying on a few pieces of spiritual sources, he finally returned to his strongest state during his lifetime and reached the peak of the upper martial emperor realm. However, as a demon emperor, even if he is damaged, he still has the consciousness of demon cultivation in his bones, and of course he wants to improve and break through. Especially this time, both Chu Yan and Little White Bear came to this soul demon purgatory to break through the emperor realm. Jiao Ming has spiritual consciousness remaining, so he is naturally moved, but as a puppet, he never speaks. Okay. Then I will refine it for you. Chu Yan said with a smile. Thank you, Lord. Jiao Ming's tall body trembled, his eyes suddenly jumped, and he knelt down on the ground. Immediately, with a wave of Chu Yan's hand, Jiao Ming returned to the pagoda hall. Boss, there's a secret door over there. Little White Bear swallowed 2 cyan ox blood crystals, but was not in a hurry to refine them. His small eyes scanned around, and he had innate demon senses, and finally found something. Go, take a look. Chu Yan followed the Little White Bear and walked towards the corner of the stone palace. I don't know how many years the restriction has existed, and it has lost 99% of its power, causing an obviously different hidden door to appear on the original intact wall. Obviously, this place is the forbidden place of the secret. Presumably it was the place where the most precious treasures of the Qingyao sect were stored back then. At that time, those who removed the treasures in the underground palace didn't know the existence of this secret door at all, or they couldn't break the restriction on the secret door, so they can be preserved to this day. Break! After uttering a word, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched out. Long Jean hit the secret door, and the restriction burst open immediately. Pushing open the secret door, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness poured into the door, and with just a sweep, his vigilant eyes instantly brightened. Swish! A dodge rushed into the secret door. Seeing the scene in front of him, his face was full of ecstasy. Rows of bookshelves, and on top of each wooden table, more than a dozen jade bottles stand still. After so many years, the spirit patterns on the jade bottles have lost their function, and a large amount of pill energy has overflowed from the jade bottles. Out. Even just smelling it will make Chu Yan's whole body swell with qi and blood, his pores will swell, and he will feel warm all over his body. This is. Even Chu Yan, who is as determined as a mountain in martial arts, was shocked when he saw these jade bottles at this time, and his face was full of disbelief. "This is the magic pill." Ouyang Nantian opened his mouth, his eyes wide open. "A total of 30 divine pills. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, at least 30% of the effects of the pills have been preserved. Boy, you are developed." As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's body shook. He turned his head suddenly, and looked at Ouyang Nantian, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, forming a deep arc. "Call." The lightning was so fast that even the Nantian God Emperor didn't react. A shadow rushed past, and Chu Yan had put all 10 jade bottles on the wooden table into the Rakshasa space. "This is..." When Chu Yan's figure stood still again, it was already there. In front of the row of bookshelves, he picked up a jade book and just glanced at it. Chu Yan's eyes straightened instantly. "Ancient pill recipe." Any alchemist who sees the obscure characters on this jade book will immediately recognize that they are ancient characters. If another alchemist were here, even if he got this ancient alchemy formula, it would be impossible to know what was written on it. Because the ancient characters have long been lost, and no one knows them at all. But Chu Yan is different. Beside him, there is a Nantian God Emperor who was in the semi-divine realm in ancient times, and there is also an ancient demon emperor. Therefore, Ouyang Nantian just explained it once, and Chu Yan memorized all the ancient pill recipes in his sea of consciousness. And on the bookshelf, there are hundreds of jade volumes. After checking them one by one, all of them are ancient alchemy formulas. It took a full 3 hours before Chu Yan, with the help of Ouyang Nantian, wrote down all the hundreds of prescriptions. "Senior, this Green Ox sect should be an alchemy sect." Chu Yan has read hundreds of jade books, and although most of them still need to be verified, the pills in a few of them are much more incisive than the pills Chu Yan knows now. The lowest priced alchemy formula is also a 7-turn gold elixir, and there are even 10 copies, all of which are divine elixirs. That's right. The Cyan Bull sect. Speaking of the world of martial arts, when the sky opened up and the earth was opened, among the 10 chaotic spirit beasts that were transformed, there was a blue divine bull. For all kinds of elixir and fairy fruit. This Cyan Ox sect should be the sect that believes in the Cyan Ox chaos spirit beast. Ouyang Nantian talked about a legend of heaven and earth, and looked at the statue of the green bull in the underground palace, thoughtfully. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #see 1987 Heaven and Earth Vision. Next, Chu Yan accepted Ouyang Nantian's suggestion and was not in a hurry to leave the underground palace. Instead, he found a place near the Qingniu statue in the middle of the underground palace, and began to swallow those divine pills, and at the same time comprehend the recipes. Divine pill, as the top pill in the way of alchemy. In fact, there is a huge difference from ordinary pills. Just taking this aspect is not something that ordinary warriors can swallow at will. Cultivated under the Emperor realm, swallowing a divine pill of this level is simply courting death. The pill qi in the elixir will explode your body in an instant, and it will damage you before your true qi can be refined. Because the pill power far surpasses your true qi, and the result of overwhelming your true qi is that your true qi collapses and your sea of qi is abolished. This risk can be reduced to a safe range only when one is above the median emperor martial realm, and the effect of taking the magic pill is astonishing. However, the efficacy of the 30 pills that Chu Yan found now is less than 30%, so the risk is naturally reduced. Therefore, Chu Yan took out one, probed it a little, and swallowed it directly. The colorless and odorless divine elixir, with elixir lines all over the body, once it enters the body, it turns into a torrent of heat waves in the blink of an eye, moving towards the limbs, and rushing out of the meridians of the whole body. Moreover, with every breath of time, this torrent will become bigger and bigger, and soon it will form a magnificent scene of surging and surging like a big river. Chu Yan urged the 32 inner pills with all his strength, turned them into 32 black holes, and frantically devoured the power of these pills. Even the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts broke out and gathered around Chu Yan, devouring the Dan Qi overflowing from Chu Yan's body, and at the same time invested the power of the Wuhun to help Chu Yan refine. The deity of the holy Raksha also appeared, with golden light all over his body, the golden fork in his hand flashed, and a golden light was cast, which submerged into Chu Yan's body. He was extremely domineering, and directly pulled out a stream of pill energy and merged into his body. Boom, boom. At this moment, above the sky of Qingyao sect, thunderclouds gathered frantically, and thousands of thunderbolts rolled in the sea of clouds, like countless dragons of thunder and lightning, appearing in the sea of clouds. Boom. 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 In less than 100 breaths, a series of thick thunder pillars fell from the sky and bombarded the main hall of the Qingyao sect, exploding countless electric sparks and fire snakes. The thunderclouds above the sky gathered more and more. From the initial thunderclouds of hundreds of miles, they quickly gathered like a stormy cloud. Half an hour later, the sky above the Blue Ox sect was covered in blackness, with no end in sight at a glance, as if the sky was descending. The sky and the earth were dark, and the sky was filled with the wrath of thunder, as if it wanted to completely destroy this mortal world. Destroy in general. Thousands of miles of thunderclouds, a vision of destroying the world. This scene, appearing in the Soul Demon Purgatory, shocked all the experienced experts within a radius of 100,000 li. What's the situation? The heavens' punishment thunder tribulation. Could it be that someone crossed the catastrophe? No. This is the direction of the ghost forest array. Could someone have broken through? Such a terrifying vision, there must be a heaven-defying chance. Go. Go and have a look. The strong men of the 10 Directions Starfield. Shocked, Chi hurried towards the direction of Qingyao sect. No matter if they have just stepped into the Soul Demon Purgatory, or they have been cultivating here all the year round, almost no one has ever seen it. In the Soul Demon Purgatory, there will be a divine punishment, thunder calamity. Therefore, many peerless powerhouses believe that there is a heaven-defying chance or a treasure born in a certain place in Soul Demon Purgatory. However, when dozens of figures rushed to the place where the god punishment Xie La Jiao was located, all of them had serious expressions on their faces. Because, what appeared in front of them was what they called the Ghost Forest Formation, the great formation of the Green Miao sect protecting mountains and stone forests. This stone forest formation is famous in the land of Soul Demon Purgatory. For tens of thousands of years, thousands of strong men were lost among them, including 2 strong men at the Saint Emperor level. Therefore, it is called the Ghost Forest Formation by everyone, which means that only ghosts can break through this stone forest formation. As more and more people gathered, everyone looked not far away, and the thick thunder pillars that fell one after another exploded on the Lingfeng peak, all of them trembled. How strong is such a terrifying thunder tribulation, that heaven-defying thing? However, blocked by this ghostly forest formation, no one dared to take a step forward. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a treasure is, it must be taken with one's life. Soon, with the passage of time, many warriors began to look for places outside the Ghost Forest Formation, and practice sitting cross-legged. Since you can't get in, just wait. At this time, the Blue Ox sect is in the underground palace. As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand, the 3rd pill appeared in his palm, and he swallowed it without hesitation. In less than 3 hours, Chu Yan had already refined 2 divine elixirs, and the powerful elixirs evolved various elixirs on his body surface. A group of ligers, tigers, dragons, and beasts appeared in the alchemy, or rolled and moved, or roared again and again, or stood still with their eyes fixed. But soon, the strange beasts transformed by these alchemy were directly swallowed by the 5 divine beast spirits on top of Chu Yan's head. Time flies, like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. In the past 3 months, Chu Yan was completely in a state of retreat, swallowing the pills one after another. Including those golden elixirs harvested at the beginning, used as a transition and refining the body. After refining one, they will swallow another one. Now, for Chu Yan, it is an excellent opportunity. Because, according to Ouyang Nantian, Chu Yan knew very well that no matter how many divine pills he swallowed, it would be impossible to break through to the realm of Emperor Wu by relying on these divine pills. Without the spirit of chaos, no amount of power would allow him to break through instantly. However, everything has disadvantages and advantages, and Chu Yan just took this opportunity to crazily improve his physical strength. You must know that the physical body is the foundation of cultivation. The same martial emperor realm first layer, why some warriors are strong, while others are weaker. It is because of the difference in physical cultivation. But now, after swallowing a bunch of elixirs and comprehending a few elixirs, Chu Yan has confirmed that this Jiuxiao sect is extremely rare, among the demon sects, the sect that specializes in alchemy. Ruling's outer land continent, including the 10 Directions star region, although there are demon sects, but there are very few demon cultivators who practice alchemy. However, in ancient times, there were countless monster cultivators and alchemy practitioners. They specialize in refining pills for monsters to improve their cultivation and strength. Moreover, this kind of pills has an amazing effect on tempering the body. And now, this Jiuxiao sect exists like this. Therefore, more than half of these pills and recipes in Chu Yan's hands are specially for the powerful demon cultivators. Although ordinary warriors can also take it, the effect is much worse. However, Chu Yan is definitely an anomaly among them. Because of the existence of the 5 gods and beast spirits, all the animal spirit visions transformed by the alchemy have been refined. For Chu Yan, not only did they not counterattack, but they also helped. Under such circumstances, Chu Yan's 3 major bodybuilding exercises surged like a rocket. Especially the Raksha demon physique and the dragon-patterned golden body, their strength has almost doubled, and one Lai dragon's strength was thrown out at random, and even an emperor-rank spiritual treasure was directly blasted into scum. What does this mean? The physical strength of ordinary martial emperor realm powerhouses is mostly comparable to emperor-rank Lingbao. Therefore, when fighting with them in the future, Chu Yan can break the physical defense of these martial emperor powerhouses with just one punch. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C1988 looking for the Blood King. This kind of closed-door practice is a rare opportunity for Chu Yan. For 3 whole months, Chu Yan's cultivation has greatly improved almost every day. As for Little White Bear, the demon core, golden core, and green bull blood crystal in his body were refined by it in a few days. So, taking advantage of Chu Yan's side again, he made a few divine pills, and ran to the side to devour them and refine them. The strange thing is that he used to refine the demon core, golden elixir, and green ox blood crystal at an extremely fast speed, but now, after swallowing the divine elixir, he fell into a deep sleep. After the demon cultivator reached the quasi-emperor rank, now Little White Bear rarely needs to sleep to practice. Therefore, Chu Yan knew that such an opportunity, for the Little White Bear, was no less than the opportunity for a human warrior to realize his enlightenment. A few days later, the Little White Bear came to his senses, his whole body full of demonic aura, extremely majestic, swallowed another magic pill, and fell into a deep sleep again. One day, Chu Yan stood in front of the statue of Jiuxiao in the underground palace, holding the Haoyan sword. The whole body of sword energy is like a tide, and the sword intent is lingering. Haoyan has a spirit, and it seems that he has sensed something, and the sword light of the magic weapon, like a vast frenzy, keeps surging out. In the entire underground palace, there are sword gangs rushing, cutting all the void into pieces, and it is difficult to gather for a long time. Soon, the sword energy was restrained, and the underground palace returned to calm. The figure in the black robe was independent, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he slowly opened his mouth and said, it's time to leave. In 6 months, 30 pills were swallowed, and it was meaningless to stay here any longer. Moreover, the most important task of coming to Soul Demon Purgatory this time is to find the spirit of chaos. Especially now that Chu Yan's physical body has been tempered by 30 divine pills, plus 6 months to consolidate his cultivation, all of them have reached their peak state, which is an excellent opportunity to break through the Emperor's realm. Although the chances are slim, Chu Yan will never give up. Holding the Haotian sword in his hand, feeling the majestic power in his body, Chu Yan's blood boiled all over his body. In 6 months, his combat strength had increased by at least 3 times. At this time, he would dare to fight even a mid-level martial emperor-level powerhouse. However, before leaving, Chu Yan still has one important thing to do. If that prehistoric behemoth, the black marsh lion and scorpion, can be refined, it will have another powerful trump card. With a wave of his hand, the black marsh lion and scorpion, a beast body like a hill, appeared in front of Chu Yan. Almost at the moment of appearance, the body of the black marsh lion scorpion began to melt rapidly. In the Rakshasa space, it is a static time and space, so the black marsh lion and scorpion who left the Shinto Great Formation did not continue to melt. But now, appearing in the underground palace, the ablation speed is even faster. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan threw out a large amount of Emperor Crystal, plus the last divine pill, and flipped the handprints of both hands, performing the Yin puppet refining technique of the demon sword and Wuhun sect. This imperial art is very special. It seems to be the original creation of the demon sword Emperor Wu, and it is extremely powerful for refining Yin puppets. Originally, it was thought that refining this giant beast would be extremely difficult. However, what Chu Yan did not expect was that the refining process was not too difficult, especially when the refining process was just started. Jiao Ming would automatically appear to help Chu Yan refine. Moreover, Chu Yan discovered that although Jiao Ming learned the emperor technique of refining Yin puppet from him, Jiao Ming was much better than him when it was performed. In less than 10 days, the refining was successful. Millions of emperor crystals were used to arrange the formation, together with the divine pill of the Xuanhuan sect. The refining effect was surprisingly good. This black marsh lion and scorpion has reached the 3rd level of the upper demon emperor realm, and its strength is much stronger than what Chu Yan guessed. The key point is that its scorpion tail, a demon crystal with green glow, glistens, and the poisonous gas released, even Jiao Ming would not want to get too close to it. At this time, when Chu Yan was retreating in the Qingyao sect's underground palace, outside the Soul Demon Purgatory, at the barrier of thousands of miles of devil energy, several figures flew from a distance. These few people were exceptionally tall, only the purple-robed young man at the head had a normal figure. However, at the position between the eyebrows, there is a blood mark of the Ming clan, flashing in 3 colors. One can tell at a glance that this person's status in the Ming clan is by no means simple. Second young master, the Soul Demon Purgatory is ahead. According to reports from the people guarding Lingyun Pavilion, that Chu Yan passed through here. A warrior with a black mask and a black cloak spoke to the leader youth. Humph. This Chu Yan dares to enter the Soul Demon Purgatory. The young man in purple robe, with eyes full of haze, looked at the front, billowing with devilish energy, and snorted coldly with murderous intent on his face. Second young master, this Chu Yan is not weak, I think. The cloaked warrior looked hesitant. I know. If you can kill the great elder of my Wu clan, this kid definitely has a strong trump card in his hand. The purple-robed youth sneered, nodded, and said, this time, I'm just here to investigate. I'm very interested in this Chu Yan, especially the whole card in his hand. Besides, with your 3 Hades by my side, why be afraid of Chu Yan? Yes, second young master. A hint of arrogance appeared on the face of the cloak warrior, and he no longer dissuaded him. As the Hades, there were not many warriors who could pose a threat to them in this outer continent. Let's go in. Emote Songshue waved his hand and rushed into the Soul Demon Purgatory with 3 Hades. Not long after entering the Soul Demon Purgatory, he headed all the way to the Tianyang Mountains in the core. After walking for a long time, Emote Songshue was attracted by the thousands of miles of thunderclouds in the sky, and flew towards the direction of the Cyanok sect. Now that he has arrived in Soul Demon Purgatory, looking for Chu Yan is only one of his goals. At the same time, he also hopes to find a chance in this Soul Demon Purgatory. So, how could he miss such a shocking vision? However, seeing warriors waiting all over the place outside the stone forest formation, Emote Songshue frowned slightly, and turned around and left directly with the 3 Hades. Although there was a vision of heaven and earth, but nothing was clear, just waiting there stupidly. Moreover, after casually inquiring, they knew that these people had been guarding outside the stone forest formation for several months. Emote Songshue doesn't have so much time to waste time here. As the patriarch of the second young master of the Ming clan, he knows a few places in the Soul Demon Purgatory that have the extremely precious King Shui Luo. If this bloody king is refined into a Yin puppet, it will be extremely powerful. The top 10 holy masters in the clan will all refine this bloody king into a body-protecting Yin puppet. Therefore, rather than waiting here to die, Emote Songshue might as well try his luck. Go to Thunder Sky Mountains. Emote Songshue, who had made up his mind, flew all the way to the south of the Tianyang Mountains with the 3 Hades. Not long after Emote Songshue left the Tianyang Mountains, Chu Yan brought the little white bear and appeared at the back mountain of the Xuanhuan sect. After leaving the underground palace, people were everywhere outside the stone forest formation at the foot of the mountain, which surprised Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan didn't intend to come out of the Qingyao sect in front of him. In that case, all fools know that Chu Yan has gained against the sky in the Qingyao sect. Therefore, Chu Yan and Little White Bear found a secret passage, came out directly from the back mountain of Qingyao sect, and headed towards the depths of Tianyang mountain range. Same as before, 1 person and 1 bear, fighting in the depths of the mountains, devouring monsters and ghost beasts for cultivation. However, in less than 2 days, the little white bear became impatient. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 1989 God's Son. You know, the benefits that little white bear has gained from King Niazong and his party are no less than Chu Yan. As a demon cultivator, he is about to break through. At this time, let the little white bear kill these ordinary monsters for cultivation. Compared with the green bull blood crystal and the god pill, there is a huge gap. How can the little white bear accept it? Senior Ouyang, are there any other relics in this Soul Demon Purgatory? Not only the little white bear, but even Chu Yan was not used to it. Seeing that the little white bear kept winking at him, Chu Yan gave a wry smile, and could only ask Ouyang Nantian again. Yes, there is, but, a heaven-defying opportunity, you can't find it. Ouyang Nantian laughed. Near the Tianyang mountain range, there is also a Tianlai mountain range, where the lightning power is extremely strong, but there are no such ghost beasts, but those monsters are all of the thunder attribute, and their strength is much stronger. The most important thing is that in the Tianlai mountain range, it is said that there is a strange beast called Tianyun Thunder Beast, found its existence. This kind of heavenly thunder beast is of great benefit to people or monsters who practice the thunder system. It can be regarded as an existence that defies the sky and changes fate. While speaking, Ouyang Nantian glanced at the little white bear and smiled lightly. Little White Bear, whose true self is Ziluo Tianxiong, is the bloodline of the Thunder Sacred Beast, and also practiced the Tsang Lei Dao technique. Therefore, the lightning thunder beast that Ouyang Nantian mentioned was almost tailor-made for the Little White Bear. However, Ouyang Nantian didn't know that Chu Yan possessed the Suzaku Martial Emperor, and he could also refine all the power of the Thunder system. However, it is extremely difficult to find. Ouyang Nantian said again. Didn't you say that I am a person of great luck? Maybe, there is a chance. Chu Yan smiled, looked at the little white bear, his eyes were already shining, and he knew that this trip was a must. Anyway, Chu Yan was looking for chaotic aura, and he didn't have a target, so he could only try his luck. So, Chu Yan and Little White Bear soared into the sky, left the Tianyang mountain range, and flew straight towards the Tianlai mountain range in the south. Just approaching the Tianlai mountains, the evil spirit that was originally filled in the sky and the earth has almost disappeared, replaced by violent thunder-type spiritual power. Moreover, the sky above the Tianlai mountains was covered by a large piece of thunderclouds, and between the clouds, a large number of thunderbolts flickered, with an earth-shattering aura. After entering the Tianlai mountains, Chu Yan directly summoned the Suzaku martial soul. The appearance of the Suzaku martial soul made all the thunder-type spiritual power in the whole world go crazy, and they all moved towards Chu Yan, sending down blue thunder clusters. However, as soon as these thunder balls that could smash boulders came into contact with the vermilion bird spirit, they were immediately devoured. Flapping its wings, the extremely excited Suzaku martial soul, this is the first time it has encountered such a pure thunder-type spiritual power. How polite it is. After continuously extracting a large amount of true qi from Chu Yan's sea of qi, the Suzaku martial soul is almost fully fired, crazily spewing out emperor fire, attacking the thunderclouds in the sky, triggering more thunderous power to devour them. At this time, Chu Yan was like a long whale sucking water. Within 1,000 steps around his body, large blue thunder clusters gathered. Form a pool of mines. The little white bear was on the side, urging the whole body's monster energy, desperately snatching the thunder-type spiritual power that Chu Yan attracted, but he didn't even get a piece of it, and suddenly screamed with anger. Thinking to myself, a majestic beast with the blood of an ancient sacred beast of the thunder system can't beat Chu Yan, and it's still far behind. What's the situation? Even Ouyang Nantian didn't expect that Chu Yan's Suzaku martial soul had the attribute of thunder. This Chu Yan, these 5 divine beast spirits, turned out to be much stronger than he originally guessed. Odd. 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 After saying 3 strange words in a row, Ouyang Nantian racked his brains, but he never remembered that in ancient times, there was a martial spirit like Suzaku. Chu Yan, have you heard of godhood? Ouyang Nantian asked Chu Yan, suddenly. Godhead? No. Chu Yan was stunned, then shook his head. What is godhead? In ancient times, there was a legend that among those monstrous-level geniuses who had no one in a billion, there was a special existence with a godhead. A strong man in the divine realm. Recently, Ouyang Nantian, especially in the underground palace of Qingyao sect, has been trying hard to recall all kinds of secrets from the ancient times. Such a thing may be easy for ordinary people like Chu Yan. But for Ouyang Nantian, this kind of spiritual body, with only a ray of remnant soul left, it is extremely exhausting and very difficult. However, in 6 months, Ouyang Nantian also remembered something. This kind of genius who is born with a godhead is honored as the son of God. It is said that from the moment of birth, there is the purest aura of heaven and earth in the body. After birth, this group of extremely pure source of heaven and earth will slowly condense into a godhead with the improvement of cultivation. God's son. Condensed godhead. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and the brilliance in his eyes kept flashing. Unexpectedly, in the world of martial arts, there are such heaven-defying geniuses. Although Chu Yan doesn't know whether he is a genius with a godhead, Chu Yan hopes very much that he will have the opportunity to meet such a genius and have a fight. Because Chu Yan believes that the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts he possesses will never be inferior to this kind of God's son. Hearing that Chu Yan didn't understand the matter of godhood, Ouyang Nantian stopped talking. Because, one thing, he didn't say. That is, a genius who is born with a godhead will awaken a special memory, and he will know that he is the son of God. Therefore, if Chu Yan is completely ignorant of this, then he is definitely not the son of God. However, what Ouyang Nantian didn't understand was that the Chu Yan in front of him had entered the martial arts at the age of 16 and had practiced for less than 5 years, but he was about to break through the Emperor realm soon. This kind of cultivation speed has never been heard of even in ancient times, not to mention the Outland continent and the 10 directions star field. This kind of cultivation speed definitely exceeds that of the Son of God, who is known for his rapid cultivation. How is it possible? This kid's cultivation speed is faster than that of the Son of God. It seems that he can devour any spiritual source of heaven and earth. This is too unreasonable. After pondering for a long time, Ouyang Nantian was still thinking while watching Chu Yan and the little white bear continue to devour the surrounding thunder clusters with full of doubts. In the following time, Chu Yan and little white bear walked forward and practiced devouring all the way. Soon, within a few days, they approached the core area of Tianlai mountain range. 10 days later, in the sky above the core area of the Tianlai mountains, several figures approached, which immediately aroused the vigilance of Chu Yan and little white bear. When those people flew closer and the two sides looked at each other. In an instant, both sides saw each other's identity at the same time, and they were all on the spot, a little dazed. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. Hashtag see 1992 Little Patriarch. Over the Tianlai mountains, as the two waves of people met, the air was instantly filled with tension. Two groups of people, separated by a distance of 10 miles, faced each other, far away. Emote Sanshue didn't deliberately look for Chu Yan, but it was such a coincidence that he met Chu Yan head-on. The three Hades stood in front of Emote Sanshue for the first time, and the blood-red qi all over their bodies erupted together. Ningzu. Chu Yan frowned. This kind of bloody infuriating energy is only possessed by warriors of the Ming clan, and the 4 people on the opposite side all have the royal blood seals of the Ming clan on their brows. It is absolutely unmistakable, these 4 people are from the Ming clan, and they are from the blood of the royal family. On the other side, Emote Sanshue saw the Vulcan-like Suzaku martial soul on the top of Chu Yan's head, and his eyes flashed suddenly. Whether it was Shadow City or Blood Lion City, the Mingzhu sent the Supreme Elder to investigate afterwards. The conclusions drawn are the same. That is, Chu Yan's martial soul is an extremely powerful fire-type martial soul, probably beyond the range of 10 stars. And in the forbidden area of the Ming clan, what the 9-star altar needs is exactly this kind of human warrior with a special martial spirit. The more powerful the martial soul, the better the effect of the 9-star altar, and it is even possible to directly take away the opponent's martial soul and think it has been used. Okay. It really is a heaven-defying martial soul. Emote Sanshue looked at Suzaku martial soul with bloodshot eyes and greed. Chu Yan's eyes were on the 3 Hades, scanning back and forth. 3 high-ranking martial emperor realm cultivation bases. Ling Xuantian of Lingyun Pavilion, including the cultivation of the 3 supreme elders, is no more than that. Enemy. That young man has a high status. Finally, Chu Yan's eyes fell on Emote Sanshue, and he glanced over, but was taken aback. Because Emote Sanshue's eyes were fixed on his Suzaku martial soul from the beginning to the end, and he couldn't pull it out. Emote Sanshue's weird behavior naturally caught Chu Yan's attention. The revealing of the vermilion bird's martial soul often caused some strong people to be astonished, but no one had ever stared straight at it with such eyes. That look is exactly the same as the eyes of hundreds of strong men who saw the vision above the Qingniao sect in front of the stone forest formation, as if they saw the heaven-defying treasure was about to be born, and wanted to take it as their own. Hee hee. Chu Yan looked at Emote Songxue, and then swept across the three Mingwei, but the corners of his mouth were raised slightly, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. At this moment, Emote Songxue on the opposite side finally moved his gaze down to Chu Yan, and a strong killing intent burst out from his blood-red eyes. The three Hades obey the order, beat him into a cripple, and catch him alive. Emote Songxue ordered. Yes, Patriarch of the Second Young Master. The three Hades responded and took orders. Swish swish swish. Three black lights flashed and rushed towards Chu Yan and Little White Bear in an instant, enclosing them in a triangle encirclement. Chu Yan, count your luck, huh? When Emote Songxue saw that Chu Yan was surrounded by the three Hades, a grim smile appeared on his face. He had just opened his mouth to speak, but before he finished a sentence, his face was shocked. His face was frozen, and he stared blankly at Chu Yan. Emote Songxue seemed to have discovered something shocking, and his face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Your cultivation is actually at the peak of the quasi-emperor rank. Emote Songxue was surprised. When he came out of the Mingzhu, Emote Songxue went to collect Chu Yan's information on purpose. It was a few months ago, after Chu Yan escaped from the ancient martial arts battlefield and returned to the Jiuxiao mountain range. It can be said to be the absolute latest information. In that document, it is clearly recorded that Chu Yan's cultivation base is the seventh heaven of the middle quasi-emperor rank. How long has it been? In 6 months, his cultivation has reached the peak of the upper martial emperor realm. In 6 months, his cultivation has improved by a level. How can this be? According to the information, this Chu Yan has the talent of the first genius in the history of the human race for thousands of years. However, genius also has a limit. And it's still that insignificant human race, who has always been regarded as a vegetable sect by the Ming clan. How talented can it be? However, the facts are right in front of us. Even Emote Songxue himself could not accept this fact. Because, back then, he had been stuck in the quasi-emperor rank for 20 years, and it took him 12 years to rise from the middle quasi-emperor rank to the peak quasi-emperor rank. This time is 20 times longer than that of Chu Yan, the genius of the garbage human race in front of him. Wuhun. It's definitely that Wuhun. Emote Songxue just pondered for a while, then raised his head, looking at Suzaku martial soul, not only greedy, but almost crazy. Because, although Chu Yan stopped, the Suzaku martial soul above his head did not stop, and was still devouring continuously. The spirit of thunder and lightning all over the sky, and a large amount of essence aura, continuously poured into Chu Yan's body. Not only Emote Songxue, but even the three Hades had expressions of astonishment on the violent thunder-type spiritual power that could devour the Tianlai mountain range. Like Emote Songxue, the gazes of the three Hades were all attracted by the Suzaku bathing in the Emperor's fire, which was overflowing with thunder and light above Chu Yan's head. After a few breaths, including the three Mingwei, all 4 eyes fell on Chu Yan, and their eyes were all hot. Looking at Chu Yan with 4 eyes, it was like seeing a heaven-defying treasure, all of which were full of jokes. Boy, you are lucky. Being met by our second young patriarch, you dare to show such a martial soul, quack quack. A Hades grinned grimly. Accompanied by the cold laughter, the other 2 Hades, as well as the sinister smile on Emote Songxue's face, became more intense. This time, even if I can't find the Blood King, I'll make money just from this kid's martial soul. Ha ha ha. Emote Songxue couldn't stop laughing wildly, his greedy eyes swept over Chu Yan's head. Be careful, you 3, don't hurt his martial soul. Second young patriarch, don't worry. Leave it to me, huh? One of the 3 Hades was smiling all over his face, and just about to promise Emote Songxue, the smile on his face froze instantly. Boom. There was a violent sound, the void exploded, a large black light shot up to the sky and hit the ground, dazzling soldiers flashed, and a tall figure appeared behind Chu Yan. The smiles on Sanxue, including the three Hades, all froze. This is the ancient demon emperor. The upper martial emperor realm, peak. The moment Jiao Ming appeared, the berserk demonic energy, like a sky-shattering sea of anger, rushed in all directions, and even the power of thunder and lightning around him was completely pulverized. Just now, Jiao Ming heard what these people said before he showed up in the sea of consciousness. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, Jiao Ming, who was full of anger, immediately exploded with demon energy, and his demon consciousness locked the four of them, with three-pointed and two-edged spears in his hands, and his soldiers were shining. Not good. Protect the second young patriarch. The three Hades, who were smiling just now have completely gloomy faces. It is extremely troublesome to deal with a puppet at the peak of the upper martial emperor realm. Moreover, he is still an ancient demon emperor. However, what they didn't expect was that as soon as Jiao Ming appeared, he waved directly, and a lot of black lights flickered in all directions. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C 1991 Blood Feud. A large piece of black light flashed, and one after another, figures kept appearing. The appearance of these figures fell in the eyes of Sanxue and the three Hades, their mouths opened wide in shock, and their eyeballs almost fell off the ground. No. Immortal puppet. Sanxue couldn't have imagined that so many immortal puppets would appear here. You are a saint. Impossible. As soon as he opened his mouth to ask, Sanxue shook his head and denied it. Among the Ming clan, the selection of saint masters is extremely strict, and it is absolutely impossible for people from other clans to go out. However, the 130 immortal puppets in front of him looked at him with bloody red eyes, making the hairs all over his body almost explode. Of course he knows the combat power of the undeading puppet. The 130 immortal ghost puppets in front of him are enough to deal with the three great Hades, not to mention that there is also an ancient demon emperor ghost. You actually refined these puppets. After 10 breaths of time, Sanxue finally came to his senses, looking at Chu Yan with disbelief in his eyes. But then, with a sneer on Chu Yan's face, a large black light flickered behind him again. Boom, boom. The void shrank to the extreme and suddenly exploded. A beast body with a height of nearly 500 feet appeared in front of several people, stepping on the turbulent flow of the void. If the three Hades and Sanxue were still horrified just now, then with the appearance of the black marsh lions and scorpions, they directly turned into fear. Prehistoric, giant beast. This. The violent monster energy rushed out, and the majestic monster energy was immediately sensed by the three Hades and Sanxue. This is a monster whose monster cultivation has reached the peak of the middle martial emperor realm. No. Sanxue's heart was full of regret. When he met Chu Yan just now, why didn't he run away immediately? However, it is too late to speak now. Even if 10 saint masters are present in front of the terrifying lineup of puppet, terror is no match. Boom. Amidst a thunder-like sound of piercing through the air, the tail of the black marsh lion scorpion, like an iron whip, slammed down fiercely with a piercing whistling sound. Sanxue and the three Hades, seeing the black marsh lions and scorpions attacking, were frightened out of their wits. They dared not think too much, and they all retreated violently. At the same time, one after another bloody palm prints and sword glows ruthlessly attacked the black marsh lion and scorpion. These three Hades are the most elite trump cards of the Hades. Each of them is not only strong in cultivation, but also has extremely strong actual combat experience. They are very clear that they surrounded Chu Yan just now, but now they are surrounded by counterattacks. In such a situation, if you just blindly escape, you will die faster, and you must fight back. Second Patriarch, right. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the black marsh lion and scorpion temporarily stopped attacking, looked at Emot Sanxue, and said, "The purpose of your coming to the Tianlai Mountains. What is it?" Snort. When Emot Sanxue heard the words, he snorted coldly. Even though his face was full of horror, he still put on a proud look and ignored Chu Yan's question at all. "Very good. With backbone, I hope your corpse can say nothing." Chu Yan smiled coldly and waved again. Roar. 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 130 immortal ghost puppets, black marsh lions and scorpions as high as a hill, and Jiao Ming holding a magic weapon all roared and attacked like a flood. The demonic energy filled the sky, and the overwhelming wave of sinister energy rushed past. Just by that momentum, Emot Sanxue and the three Hades were so startled that their faces turned green. I said. Emot Sanxue said urgently. "No need. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Chu Yan shook his head, watching Jiao Ming bring a large black tide, directly submerging Emot Sanxue and the three Hades. Boom. 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 Three groups exploded among the group of undeading puppets. Seeing that they were invincible, the three Hades detonated the sea of air, self-destructed and died. Swish. Only Emot Sanxue, who was thrown from the sky by the explosive blast, fell directly to the ground and fell into the deep soil layer, completely invisible. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan waved his hand and took back all the immortal puppets and black marsh lions and scorpions except Jiao Ming. With a flash, he fell to the pit on the ground, grabbed it with his right hand, and with a surge of true energy, he directly pulled Emot Sanxue out of the soil. Died. Emot Sanxue in front of him was beaten to pieces, his whole body was shattered to pieces, he could only vent his anger, and he seemed to be dying. Just right. Let's see your purpose in coming to Tianlai Mountains. In an instant, Chu Yan's eyes shone brightly, and his consciousness turned into arrows, piercing fiercely towards Emot Sanxue's eyes. Spiritual consciousness poured into Emot Sang's sea of blood consciousness, shattering it to pieces, and the soul search technique was launched. As the soul search progressed, the smile on Chu Yan's face gradually froze, and streaks of blood continued to appear in his eyes. 9-star altar. Sacrifice the living soul. Temple of the underworld. Suddenly, Chu Yan yelled loudly, his face was instantly livid, and his eyes were blood red. Mother! In Emot Sanxue's memory fragments, Chu Yan saw a familiar figure. That figure was exactly the figure of his mother on the altar in the Black Hall that Chu Yan saw at the time of his fugue. Damn Mingzhu, give me, wait. Boom. A ball of flame exploded, and Emot Sang's blood in his hand exploded in an instant, and turned into black ash all over the sky in an instant, and scattered on the ground. The Blood King. In the Tianlai mountain range, there is also the Blood King. Although Chu Yan didn't know what the Blood King was. However, from Emot Sanxue's memory, he could sense that this Blood King is the best material for refining the immortal puppet. The holy masters among the Ming clan all use the Blood King as their guard to protect their own safety. It can be seen that the Blood King's combat power is definitely not weak. In Emot Sanxue's memory, Chu Yan once again affirmed that his mother was in the Mingzhu, a place called Wraith Palace. If you want to deal with the Mingzhu, your own strength alone is obviously not enough. In particular, the appearance of the patriarch of the Ming clan, the Sanxue Emperor, at the Jiuxiao mountain range last time made Chu Yan change his original plan. A holy emperor, even if he breaks through to the Wudi realm, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with. If you add the many trump cards of the Mingzhu, as well as those who are hidden in the dark and the powerhouses of the worship level, if they single-handedly kill the Mingzhu, it may not even be enough to give them teeth. Therefore, Chu Yan must accumulate strength, and now, he already has preliminary strength in his hands. Although it is still not enough, Chu Yan believes that as long as he continues to work hard and continue to collect and refine undead puppets, when the time comes, the undead Kuroshio will completely destroy the Mingzhu, and it will never be far away. Walk. With a big wave of his hand, Chu Yan didn't stay any longer. Just as he was about to accept Jiao Ming, when he left here, suddenly, a crack exploded in the void not far away, and a figure strode out. Ha ha ha. Amid wild laughter, a figure wearing leather armor and carrying a long knife strode out of the void and looked at Chu Yan. Sun Moon Sect. Chu Yan was startled. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. Hashtag see 1992 Tianlai Mountains. The void trembled, and following the appearance of the leather-armored youth, behind him was another figure of a woman, stepping out of the void, followed closely behind. My master, Tianya. Inner sect disciple of the Sun Moon sect. Be polite. The young man in leather armor, with shining eyes, looked at Chu Yan, cupped his hands slightly, and introduced himself. Dare to ask, little brother, which side is it? I'm in the 10 Directions Starfield, I don't seem to have seen you before. Chu Yan. Lingyun Pavilion. Chu Yan said coldly after glancing at the other party and bowing his hands in return. Chu Yan. Lingyun Pavilion. Tianya was stunned, and a look of doubt flashed across his face. Just passing by here, he bet Chu Yan with his own eyes and burned the second patriarch of the Ming clan to ashes. Tianya originally thought that Chu Yan was an elite disciple of Shiwazong, a major sect in the Shifang Star region. But unexpectedly, it was the Outland Continent, a little-known third-rate sect force. Little brother, the Tianlai Mountains are full of dangers. How about we go together? After pondering for a while, Tianya looked at Chu Yan with flickering eyes, and then said with a smile on his face. No need. Without even thinking about it, Chu Yan directly refused, then turned around, took Little White Bear and Jiao Ming, and descended straight to the Tianlai Mountains below. At this time, Chu Yan was in an extremely bad mood, not to mention an inner disciple of the Sun Moon sect. Even the heavenly King Lao Tzu, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention. Moreover, the Tianlai Mountains are dangerous, and Chu Yan will naturally have to use a lot of cards. Of course, Chu Yan didn't dare too many people know about his trump card. Just like Emote Sangxue and the 3 Hades just now, if they saw their whole cards, they must die. Seeing that Chu Yan rejected him without hesitation, turned around and left, Tianya was stunned, and then the smile on his face became more intense. Brother Chu, remind me, this Emote Sangxue is the second young patriarch of the Ming clan, with a very high status, you have to be careful. When this sentence fell to the ground, Chu Yan just raised his hand and waved it, without answering at all. Chu Yan naturally knew about Tianya's reminder. The second young patriarch of the Ming clan, named Emote Sangxue, was actually named after the patriarch of the Ming clan, the Sangxue Sage Emperor, which shows that he is deeply loved by the Sangxue Sacred Emperor. This name is probably chosen to let the world know that this son is the son of the Sangxue Sage Emperor, and to use it as a way to protect himself. It's a pity that it's not good for him to provoke anyone, but he wants to provoke Chu Yan. As for the Mingzhu, as long as Chu Yan can kill, he will not let anyone go. Soon, Chu Yan disappeared into the Tianlai mountain range with Little White Bear and Jiao Ming. In the sky, Tianya, the teacher of the Sun Moon sect, shook his head in a daze until he could no longer see Chu Yan, and flew away towards the distant sky with the woman behind him. In the mountains, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and looked up at the sky. Boy. That Tianya is actually not only an inner disciple, but also the chief disciple. Ouyang Nanshan's figure flashed out, floating beside Chu Yan, and said. Chief disciple. Chu Yan looked at Ouyang Nantian, slightly taken aback. Just now, Chu Yan saw that Xuanhuan was only 40 years old. At such an age, he can become the chief disciple of the Sun Moon sect, which shows that this person's talent and strength are extremely powerful. That's right. He has the aura of the Sun Moon Command Talisman. There are 3 Sun Moon Command Talismans in total, which represent the chief honor. Ouyang Nantian nodded. Sun Moon Sect, Master Qianya. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and secretly wrote down the name of this person. Perhaps, in the upcoming star-ranking battle, they might be able to meet him. At that time, there should be a chance to fight. For the geniuses of the 10 Directions Starfield, apart from Yu Linglong from the Dark Temple, this is the second one Chu Yan has encountered. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Yan was pondering, in the surrounding mountains and forests, monsters with lightning flashing all over their bodies rushed out suddenly, and rushed towards Chu Yan and the little white bear. Die! There was no need for Jiao Ming to make a move. Chu Yan raised his hand and punched out, blasting the surrounding thunder monsters into scum. The little white bear also howled, and fought with 3 of them, and the fight was exhilarating. After his strength soared, it was the first time for little white bear to fight. His whole body was full of monster aura and purple thunder was surging all over his body, but he competed with these 3 thunder-type monsters for the power of thunder-type monsters. Boom! 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 The thunder and lightning returned, and the electric snakes overflowed. Within a few rounds, the 3-headed monster was slapped to death by the little white bear, stepped on it, dug out the magic core alive, and directly opened its mouth to swallow it. Not bad. Dongdong's strength has improved a lot. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan nodded, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. You know, the strength of each of these dozen or so monsters has almost reached the realm of Emperor Wu's first layer, which is stronger than Chu Yan and Little White Bear. Little White Bear can not only fight 3 alone, but also win quickly, which shows that Little White Bear's benefits in Kingmia Zone are probably better than Chu Yan. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the little white bear was extremely proud, yelled twice, and rushed directly into the nearby forest, actively looking for nearby monsters. Compared to the Tianyang mountain range, the monsters in the Tianlai mountain range are almost all thunder type, and their magic cores naturally make little white bear like it more. Roar! 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 As the little white bear rushed into the forest, the monsters in all directions seemed to explode. Amidst bursts of screams, there were explosions of air and thunder everywhere. Chu Yan wasn't worried about little white bear either. He let go of his consciousness and started to search in all directions while moving forward quickly. This time, Chu Yan was mainly looking for the aura of chaos, and at the same time he was looking for the lightning thunder beast that Ouyang Nantian said, plus the blood king that was in Emotsang's sea of blood consciousness just now. I don't believe it, can't you find all 3 things? With incomparable confidence, Chu Yan and Little White Bear went separately, and even Ouyang Nantian looked around and helped to find it. The Tianlai Mountains are located in the southern region of Soul Demon Purgatory, covering an area of nearly 10 billion miles. Compared with the Tianyang mountain range, it is more than twice as large, and Chu Yan and Little White Bear, along the mountain forest, have a range of spiritual exploration of only 500 miles. If the spiritual consciousness expands further, I am afraid that it will not be able to accurately detect the wandering aura fluctuations in the void. A mountain range of tens of billions of miles can only be explored for 500 miles at a time. This kind of efficiency is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. 3 days later, Chu Yan's face was full of depression. Even at the beginning, the extremely excited little white bear had no energy, and followed behind Chu Yan, devouring the magic cores one by one. In 3 days, they searched a range of nearly 100,000 miles. Not to mention the chaos spiritual chi and the heavenly luck thunder beast, even the blood king didn't even see a shadow. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yan cheered up and headed towards the core area of Tianlai mountain range. It took nearly half a year to retreat in the Qingyao sect, and the time for the Star List battle is coming soon. Chu Yan didn't have much time, so he spent it here. There is a core area ahead, check this area. If you don't find it, leave. After making up his mind, Chu Yan speeded up and headed towards a huge canyon ahead. Call. 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 After crossing the canyon, Chu Yan was startled by the scene in front of him. All I saw was a boundless sea of flames. Flames of various colors were burning wantonly on the ground, on mountain peaks, and in rivers. Thick smoke billowed everywhere, like a scene of purgatory on earth. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. Hashtag see 1993 Fire Crows. Soul Demon Purgatory. Looking at the scene in front of him, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, he suddenly understood why this continent is called Soul Demon Purgatory. This place, almost everything, is burning. On the ground, thick ashes were piled up, and a river of dark red magma flowed in all directions. What a strong fire element power! Chu Yan's eyes were shining, looking at the world in front of him. Not only did he not feel the slightest heat, but because of the excitement of the Suzaku martial soul, his whole body was filled with a sense of power. Stepping on the land of ashes, there is no feeling of sinking, but it is as hard as steel. After hundreds of millions of years of calcination, these ashes have mutated, and they are much harder than ordinary gold and stone. The fire spirit is so pure, logically, there must be a lot of fire spirit sources here. Ouyang Nantian approached Chu Yan and got into Chu Yan's protective body. As a disabled body, he was not like Chu Yan. The flames here made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Not bad. I guess, at least above the 6th grade. Chu Yan nodded. The spiritual consciousness spread wildly, covering the area of the sea of fire in all directions, not only exploring the ground, but also exploring the area of thousands of feet underground. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the temperature under the ground was more than 100 times higher than that on the ground. As soon as the spiritual consciousness touches the underground magma, it dissipates directly, and it is impossible to penetrate deeply. Senior Ouyang, my spiritual power is not enough, and the temperature in the ground is too high. Chu Yan said, looking at Ouyang Nantian. Okay. Let me try. Of course Ouyang Nantian understood what Chu Yan meant. Although he only had a residual consciousness left, he was still a strong demigod after all, and the power of his consciousness was by no means comparable to that of Chu Yan. Accompanied by a tremor in the void, Ouyang Nantian's consciousness suddenly became stronger, rushing towards the ground. Ouyang Nantian's face was tense, and he tried his best to activate his consciousness, which consumed him a lot. After a full 100 breaths, Ouyang Nantian's consciousness trembled, his expression relaxed instantly. He took a few breaths, and when he looked up at Chu Yan again, he shook his head slightly. Unexpectedly, even with Ouyang Nantian's divine sense, he could not probe the underground. After being slightly disappointed, Chu Yan was no longer persistent, greeted the little white bear, and headed towards the depths of the sea of fire. After arriving at this core area, the number of monsters around became very small. Occasionally, those monsters who were flaming all over their bodies only looked at Chu Yan from a distance, and did not attack wildly. In the entire sea of flames, life was cut off, and there were almost no living things. This piece of land is like a world of melting furnaces. Everything here will be calcined by the flames. It is not an extremely strong life, and it cannot survive at all. At the same time, precisely because of these endless flames, the strength of those living creatures will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. Quack quack quack. After traveling for half a day, suddenly, a black shadow rushed out of the sea of fire. They flew straight towards Chu Yan. Under the ear-piercing cry, Chu Yan looked up, glanced over, and suddenly found that it was a group of crows, all flaming. Fire crow. So many. After a large piece, there was another large piece, with thousands of them. With a sweep of his consciousness, Chu Yan found that the strength of these fire crows had almost reached the quasi-emperor rank. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan made sure that these fire crows had the intention to attack, so he shot directly. With the Bangtian Emperor technique, the mad dragon blasted out, hundreds of golden dragon shadows rushed out, and the fire crows all over the sky were blasted to the ground. Puff puff. The fire crow that fell to the ground, flapped its wings, soared into the sky again, and began to circle around the sky above Chu Yan's head. Huh. Didn't die. In Chu Yan's eyes, a look of surprise flashed across. With all his strength, these fire crows, whose strength is no more than the first layer of the quasi-emperor rank, are still alive. These fire crows are ghost beasts. They have no real life, and are covered with dead bones. They must have been tempered by these flames for hundreds of thousands of years. The body of the ghost is probably comparable to an emperor-level spirit treasure. Ouyang Nantian was also slightly surprised, observed carefully, and said, "I think, without the strength of the middle martial emperor, I'm afraid I can't hurt them." The strength of the middle martial emperor level. Chu Yan was shocked. Unexpectedly, the defense of these fire crows was abnormal to such an extent. Maybe, these Inhun bodies were also of the blood of the prehistoric monsters, before they were damaged. Otherwise, they would become Inhun bodies after the loss, and it would be impossible for them to be so strong. His eyes were shining, and when Chu Yan looked at these fire crows again, the corners of his mouth suddenly lifted. "Jiao Ming, let's fight together, we can subdue one of them." "Yes, my lord." Jiaoming obeyed, the demonic consciousness of his whole body rushed out, and the technique of tempering the Yin puppet was immediately deployed, covering the nearest fire crow. Jiaoming, who is at the peak of the upper demon emperor realm, has such a powerful demon consciousness. In addition, recently, he has been tempering those immortal puppets, and he is becoming more and more proficient in the method of refining puppets taught by Chu Yan. Almost just for a moment, the fire crow, which was about to attack just now, flashed and extinguished the spiritual flames in its eyes, and was directly controlled by Jiaoming. Almost at the same time, Chu Yan also controlled a fire crow. In the next hour, Chu Yan stretched the bodyguard to within 100 steps, and Jiaoming was in the bodyguard, constantly subduing these fire crows. Of the 1,300 fire crows, none of them fell, and they were all subdued by Chu Yan. After subduing the fire crows, they became extremely loyal, and immediately passed on the dangerous demon consciousness to Chu Yan. Demon King. After receiving the reminder from the fire crows, Chu Yan frowned immediately. Unexpectedly, on top of these fire crows, there was an extremely powerful fire crow king, whose strength was comparable to that of the Holy Emperor. After receiving such news, Chu Yan didn't dare to go deeper into the sea of fire, and took the little white bear, quickly followed the original road, and exited the core area. Back in the Tianlai Mountains, Chu Yan continued to search and practice in the mountains. Finding this kind of thing really depends on luck. However, 3 months have passed. The final result can only show that Chu Yan's luck is really not good. Apart from harvesting a large number of magic cores, finding a relic, and getting a few spiritual treasures, Chu Yan's gains are not great. Without the chaotic aura, Chu Yan's current cultivation has reached a bottleneck and cannot be improved at all. A few days ago, Chu Yan received a message from Ling Xuantian, informing him that the star ranking war was about to start in 3 months, and asked him to come back early and make some preparations. "Another month, if you can't find it again, go back." After discussing with Ouyang Nantian, Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian decided to go back to participate in the star ranking battle first, and then come back to continue searching. On this day, Chu Yan accidentally discovered a beast cave under a mountain peak. The billowing demonic energy gushed out from the beast cave, making Chu Yan's soul tremble slightly. He summoned Jiao and the black marsh lion and scorpion without hesitation. Chu Yan was full of hesitation whether to enter the beast cave. At this moment, a roar of beasts exploded from the cave. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C 1994 Blood Arm Mantis. Roar. The roar of the beast came from the cave, and at the same time, a powerful monster energy surged, and a shadow of the beast rushed out. Chu Yan and the little white bear, at the moment the demonic aura rushed out, they had already dodged and retreated, staring at the entrance of the cave, just in time to see the appearance of the monster. This is a monster in the shape of a praying mantis, nearly 100 feet long, with a pair of praying mantis knives gleaming with blood, and the triangular eyes are staring at Chu Yan with fierce intent. Not good. This is a variant of the prehistoric dark beast, the blood-armed mantis. Ouyang Nantian shouted anxiously, reminding Chu Yan, he was born with a sword emperor and a monster, and his sword intent is perfect. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's reminder, Chu Yan swept his consciousness and found that this blood-armed praying mantis demon cultivator had only descended to the 3rd level of Martial Emperor realm. The next Martial Emperor? Chu Yan said lightly. No. Chu Yan, this blood-armed mantis, it. Hearing Chu Yan's casual tone, Ouyang Nantian's face became anxious, and he hurried to remind him again, but before he could finish his sentence, above the sky, the blood-armed praying mantis, which had stretched its figure, had already launched an attack. Call out. A blade glowing with bloody color, accompanied by an ear-piercing scream, slashed down from the air. Looking up, I saw a deep black line behind a little red glow, descending from the sky, but even the space was split. What? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's expression brightened. Swish. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan turned around and flashed, but as soon as he left, the red sword light cut through the space he was in just now, blasting a void, and the violent sword energy rushed around, breaking a large area void turbulence. Boom, boom. The rest of the light of the knife light fell to the ground below, splitting a 100-foot mountain bag in half. The knife light penetrated thousands of feet into the ground, and the dull sound came from the depths of the ground, endlessly. What a strong sword intent! Standing in the distance, Chu Yan looked at the turbulent void that lingered for a long time in the air, as well as the mountain that was split in half on the ground. His face suddenly became solemn. Swish! The blood-armed praying mantis, which was nearly 100 feet long, saw that the knife did not hit Chu Yan, and immediately screamed again, waving the knife arm, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Boss! Master! Seeing this scene, Little White Bear and Jiao were anxious at the same time, and rushed forward to help Chu Yan. Don't come here. Chu Yan stopped, and then, he drew his sword backhand, a flash of cold light flashed, and the Haoyan sword rushed out of its sheath. I'd like to see if it's your sword intent or mine. Chu Yan's eyes were full of fire, and the blood-armed praying mantis in front of him was far more powerful than Chu Yan expected. The powerful sword intent also aroused Chu Yan's fighting spirit. With the blood boiling all over his body, he decided to have a good fight with this blood-armed praying mantis. After all, Chu Yan has been around for a long time. Did not meet a decent opponent. In addition, this blood-armed praying mantis, whose cultivation level is no higher than that of the 3rd-level Demon Emperor, has such a strong combat power, which also arouses Chu Yan's strong interest. Open Heaven Sword Art, Holy Word. Slashing the Haoyan sword in his hand, one word of sword energy pierced the air like a sharp arrow, and stabbed straight at the blood-armed praying mantis. Swish! Seeing the sword energy coming, the blood-armed praying mantis unexpectedly did not catch it hard. With a flick of its body, a pair of green wings spread out, and the monster's body instantly turned into an afterimage, disappeared on the spot, and when it reappeared, it was it has arrived behind Chu Yan. Call out. The blood knife was raised high, and it slashed down heavily, slashing straight at Chu Yan's vest. This movement speed is so fast. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan didn't even see clearly the movement track of the blood-armed praying mantis, when he suddenly discovered that a terrifying knife light fell behind him. In a hurry, Chu Yan turned around in a hurry, but the sword light that fell had already struck the bodyguard. Pung! Stab it! With a muffled sound, the body protecting Yuan was shaken, a slender knife mark broke open, and a trace of saber energy penetrated the body protecting Yuan, slashing on Chu Yan's chest. Looking down, a foot-long streak of blood pierced through the black robe on his body, dripping with blood. Chu Yan's pupil shrank suddenly, and he dodged and retreated. He was thousands of feet away, and then looked at the blood-armed praying mantis, his face full of disbelief. This guy's knife can actually break through the body protection, and hurt his body with double body training. This blood-armed praying mantis is really the third level of the lower demon emperor. Chu Yan couldn't believe what happened just now. The true energy in the body surged, and the knife wound on the skin quickly recovered, but Chu Yan looked at the blood-armed praying mantis with more and more doubts. This is completely unreasonable, even if this blood-armed mantis is a prehistoric beast with a natural saber intent. However, since Chu Yan practiced martial arts, he has never encountered a situation in which he was broken by the body protector when his strength was stronger than that of his opponent. What's more, after nearly half a year in the soul demon purgatory, Chu Yan's physical cultivation has reached its peak state. Not to mention ordinary saber strength, even an emperor soldier would not be able to break through the defense of his own body. Call out. Regardless of Chu Yan's face full of astonishment, the knife-armed mantis succeeded with a single strike, and the demonic energy exploded again, rushing towards Chu Yan, who was thousands of feet away, and slashing again with the heavy knife. The saber energy pierced the air and struck straight down. Chu Yan swung the Haoyan sword in his hand, and he was about to raise the sword to block. However, the huge animal shadow in front of him suddenly disappeared, leaving an afterimage again, and disappeared on the spot. Not good. Chu Yan was stunned, and immediately reacted, turned around suddenly, and slashed with his sword. This blood-armed praying mantis not only has amazing sword intent, but also has a fast speed. It is the fastest one among the monsters that Chu Yan has seen. However, Chu Yan turned around, slashed out a sword, and the moment he slashed at the sword glow, he suddenly saw two red sword glows falling down. One of the knives was shattered by his own sword light, while the other knife light broke through the blasted air wave and fell straight down. Puff! The same knife broke through the bodyguard Gang Yuan, and cut it on Chu Yan's chest. A bloodstain reappeared, and the blood flowed everywhere. Boss! How are you? The little white bear howled anxiously, and purple thunder surged all over his body. It's okay, don't come over. Chu Yan shouted loudly while stepping back quickly. This blood-armed praying mantis has already attracted the absolute attention of Chu Yan. Not only does it have a sword intent, but its speed is astonishing. The counterattack just now, the way of attacking east and west, is more shrewd and cunning than human warriors. Ordinary monsters, even prehistoric alien species, can have this level of intelligence. No way. Therefore, something strange must have happened to this blood-armed mantis. Come on. Let's have a good fight. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, and on the Haoyan sword in his hand, the sword energy continued to overflow. Behind him, the white tiger martial spirit emerged, and a golden light fell into the body. At this moment, with the blessing of the white tiger god of war, Chu Yan's combat power instantly soared. Roar! The roar of the tiger shook the sky, and the power of the beast swept across. At the same time as the white tiger martial soul appeared, a pair of golden tiger eyes looked at the blood-armed mantis in front of him. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that the blood-armed praying mantis was completely unmoved by the power of the white tiger. A flash of 5-color light flashed in a pair of triangular eyes, and he raised his head towards the white tiger martial spirit and roared. Huh! This scene fell in Chu Yan's eyes, and his mind was shocked. Since I had the Wuhun of the 5 divine beasts, this is the first time I have encountered a monster that is not afraid of the power of a divine beast. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C 1995 Sea of 10,000 Dragons. Looking at the blood-armed praying mantis in front of him, who was extremely arrogant and challenged the white tiger Wuhun, Chu Yan's eyes flickered with strange light. Don't accept it, right? Then I will beat you. Saint Rakshasa, come out. With a loud shout, behind Chu Yan, the tall holy Rakshasa himself burst out of the air, with gold and silver forks in his hands, emitting thousands of rays of light. Endless Rakshasa, true chi, poured into Chu Yan's body like a river, flowing backwards. With these pure Rakshasa chi entering his body, Chu Yan's combat power soared again. In this soul demon purgatory, after half a year of training, the one who has benefited the most is of course the holy Rakshasa himself. For half a year, the holy Rakshasa himself was absorbing the demonic energy of evil spirits almost day and night, which pushed Chu Yan's Rakshasa Wujuju to a big improvement. At this time, the holy Rakshasa himself had almost materialized his limbs, only the torso and head, which were still in a virtual state. Cut. As soon as the word landed, Chu Yan mobilized his whole body's true energy and physical strength, which combined the blessing power of the white tiger god of war and the terrifying power of the holy Rakshasa. The sword that exploded from the Haoyan sword almost fell directly on the sun, moon and stars. Boom! The sword energy flew through the air, directly attacking the blood-armed mantis, and as the sword light passed, the void exploded layer by layer, and large areas collapsed. The blood-armed mantis also seemed to have the heart to compete with Chu Yan, but he didn't evade, and his whole body exploded with monster energy. A pair of red arms, the knife energy rushed, turned into 2 sword lights, and chopped down. The light of the sword fell straight down, the light of the sword shot into the night, and in an instant, they collided fiercely. Boom, boom. The whole sky was trembling, and the exploding sword was like 10,000 rainstorm pear blossoms, flying in all directions, piercing the surrounding void into thousands of holes. Call out. At this moment, Haoyan Jianwei, the #1 magic soldier in the world, displayed his might to the fullest. One sword pierced 2 blade lights, and slashed heavily at the blood-armed mantis. Roar. The sword energy broke through the chest of the blood-armed mantis, cutting a huge wound, and the green demon blood waved towards the sky. The blood-slashing praying mantis under the injury rushed wildly, with a pair of triangular eyes, shaking crazily, and then looking at Chu Yan's eyes, finally a trace of fear passed. Swish! Without any hesitation, the blood-armed mantis turned around and fled, heading straight for a cave under a mountain peak. Humph! Want to leave? Holding the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan turned into electricity and chased after him. Chu Yan will never let this blood-armed praying mantis go. If such a powerful prehistoric beast is refined into an immortal puppet, its combat power will be astonishing. Swish! Swish! 1 green and 1 black, 2 figures, like sharp arrows, rushed into the cave under the mountain peak and disappeared instantly. Little White Bear, Jiao Ming and Ouyang Nantian didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly chased after him. Rushing into the cave, sneaking all the way, surrounded by darkness. Chu Yan held Haoyan's sword in his hand. After rushing into the burrow, after entering 10,000 steps, his eyes suddenly went dark. Even the sword light of the Haoyan sword could not illuminate this dark passage, and even the consciousness that had locked onto the blood-armed mantis just now was bounced back and disappeared. What's going on? This hole. Chu Yan stopped, His face was full of surprise. He looked around, and with a big wave of his hand, Suzaku Emperor Fire gushed out. However, the Suzaku Emperor Fire had just appeared, and it was extinguished immediately after a flash. "Boss, it's so dark in here." In less than a few breaths, Little White Bear and Ouyang Nantian both caught up and surrounded Chu Yan. "It's strange, this passage seems to be not quite right." Chu Yan waved his hand again, and the Suzaku Emperor Fire gushed out. Just like before, it just flashed and then went out. Even the Suzaku Emperor Fire couldn't be ignited, and his consciousness was also blocked. There must be something wrong with this space channel. This may be a space barrier. Ouyang Nantian carefully sensed the surrounding situation and explained. "Space boundary barrier." Chu Yan was startled. "That's right. At the junction of the spaces on both sides, there will be some unstable space boundaries, which are space barriers." Ouyang Nantian tried to radiate his consciousness, but like Chu Yan, he couldn't stay within 10 steps of him at all. Go forward." Chu Yan pondered for a while, and continued to chase deep into the dark passage. The blood-armed praying mantis with amazing combat power, coupled with this weird space boundary barrier, caused strange things to happen to Chu Yan. Of course, Chu Yan would not be reconciled if he didn't find out what happened. The further you go, the thicker the darkness becomes, the more terrifying it becomes. Not only is there no light, but even the spiritual power of heaven and earth has completely disappeared here. After walking for nearly an hour, finally, there was a sudden light in front of them, and they came to a gray place. Here, it seems that you are in a large sea of clouds, surrounded by gray mist, and you can't see your fingers. Can't see the sky, can't see the earth, nothing. Fortunately, the consciousness can finally be dispersed. Chu Yan activated the pupil of the unicorn, released the consciousness, and began to look for the blood-armed praying mantis. Chu Yan felt that this area full of clouds and mist might have left the area of Soul Demon Purgatory. Here, it turns out to be an independent time and space. Ouyang Nantian looked at the surrounding situation with a look of astonishment on his face. Independent time and space. Chu Yan was puzzled. It is the original state of the world. Maybe a few years, maybe tens of thousands of years, or even longer, this time and space will evolve into a world, like the Outland continent, a small independent world, and then give birth to the way of heaven and give birth to creatures. Ouyang Nantian explained. To put it simply, it is the initial state of the world. This is the space of the source of the world. Chu Yan looked around with surprise on his face, incomparably astonished. Not bad. I didn't expect that blood-armed praying mantis to find such an independent time and space. It seems that this place may be used as its lair. So it is. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, the three of them dispersed, connected with each other with spiritual consciousness, and began to investigate. However, what they didn't expect was that this independent time and space had a huge area. Even if Chu Yan and the others flew with all their strength, the appearance of the surrounding foggy sea of clouds would not change at all. But the blood-armed praying mantis was nowhere to be seen, and there was no way to find it. After trying various means and methods, Chu Yan's face was full of disappointment. Chu Yan doesn't have much time, and it's no way to find it like this. Moreover, there is nothing in this space except fog, and there is no reference, and it is impossible to judge whether it is turning around in place. I can only rely on feeling, Little White Bear, it's up to you. After thinking for a long time, Chu Yan could only place his hope on the Little White Bear. Compared to himself, Little White Bear's monster sense is a good choice for finding things. Yeah. Little White Bear nodded, looked around for a while, then chose a direction, and moved forward quickly. Chu Yan followed the Little White Bear and flew for a long time. Finally, a strange light suddenly flashed in front of him. Huh. There's something over there. Not only Chu Yan, but Ouyang Nantian also noticed the abnormality, and hurriedly asked to remind him. Speeding up and running wildly, half an hour later, in front of Chu Yan and the others, a large cloud of 7 colors was floating across the sky, exuding a majestic aura. Strips of air currents of various colors transformed into shadows of dragons, shuttled among the clouds of 7 colors, like a sea of 10,000 dragons. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C1996 Excellent. The vision in front of them made Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian's faces full of astonishment. Especially when I saw that the blood-armed mantis just now was hiding 10,000 steps away from the colorful cloud flow over there, opening its mouth and swallowing the 5-color streamer. The speed that is almost visible to the naked eye, the trauma it suffered just now, is recovering quickly, which is extremely miraculous. This is the spirit of chaos. Suddenly, Ouyang Nantian's eyes widened and he roared in shock. Spirit of chaos. Chu Yan's whole body trembled violently, looking at the colorful flowing clouds with his eyes, his whole body trembled with excitement. Found it. Finally found. This is still the 7th rank chaos spirit, the best. Ouyang Nantian, the excitement on his face became more and more intense, and he roared crazily. 7th grade. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. The spirit of chaos is also divided into ranks. The strongest is the 9th rank, and the color is 9 colors, and the lowest is the 1st rank. Usually it is a very small group, a single color. Look at this group of chaos spirits, which is 100 steps in size and has 7 colors. It is absolutely unmistakable. This is a 7th rank chaos spirit. Ouyang Nantian was extremely excited, looked at Chu Yan, and quickly explained. Hearing this, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Chu Yan's face, and he looked at the 7-color flowing cloud, his eyes bursting with brilliance. Unexpectedly, luck was really good this time. Not only did he find the chaos spirit, but he also found the best 7-color chaos spirit. Scent. This time, it really happened. I was ecstatic and excited. I didn't expect that the spirit of chaos would hide in this space barrier, and, thanks to the guidance of this blood-armed praying mantis, otherwise, it would be impossible for Chu Yan to find it here. Quick, Chu Yan, devour it, swallow it all. Ouyang Nantian seemed more excited than Chu Yan, and said hastily. Good. Chu Yan nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart, his true energy gushed out, guided by his spiritual sense, and shrouded towards the colorful cloud. Roar. As if sensing what Chu Yan was going to do to the colorful flowing clouds, the blood-armed mantis roared, turned around and attacked. Die. Standing behind Chu Yan, Jiao Ming, holding a 3-pointed and 2-edged spear, raised his hand and stabbed out. Puff. The shadow of the spear flew across the sky like a thunderbolt, and with a puff, it pierced through the chest of the blood-armed mantis, and leaked out from the back, and the green animal blood scattered in all directions. Facing Jiao Ming, who was at the peak of the Demon Emperor rank, the blood-armed mantis had no power to fight at all, and lost his living corpse, sinking towards the endless gray fog below. At this time, Chu Yan focused all his attention on the colorful flowing clouds, and couldn't care less about the blood-armed mantis. Shrouded by Chu Yan's consciousness. The piece of colorful flowing cloud was suddenly shaken, and there was a thunderous sound, and immediately, the flowing cloud of hundreds of feet surged towards Chu Yan. Before Chu Yan could react at all, the cloud had rushed to Chu Yan's body, completely enveloping his body. Chu Yan, refine according to the method I passed on to you. Remember, no matter what happens, you must keep your mind clear and hold on. Seeing this, Ouyang Nantian hurriedly reminded him loudly. A pair of shining eyes stared straight at Chu Yan, who was surrounded by colorful clouds. After being wrapped, Chu Yan's figure disappeared in front of Little White Bear and Ouyang Nantian. At this time, there was only a large group of colorful clouds, like huge cotton, wriggling, as if they were pouring into Chu Yan's body, and the volume of the colorful clouds was constantly shrinking. Among the clouds, Chu Yan's face was distorted at this time, and large drops of sweat kept appearing from his forehead. All the pores of the whole body were opened, and colorful flowing clouds flowed continuously into Chu Yan's body like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. The power of the chaos spirit is really too powerful. As soon as it poured into Chu Yan's body, the meridian more than doubled in size. Every time the meridian is expanded by 1 point, the colorful flow cloud will advance by 1 point. It's like helping Chu Yan to rebuild the meridian avenue in his body. In less than a moment, Chu Yan's entire body swelled up completely, and he looked fatter than Situyong a few rounds. The spirit of chaos brought Chu Yan not only serious physical injuries, but also spiritual injuries. In the sea of consciousness, Chu Yan's spiritual body, like gravel, melted continuously, and soon turned into a ball of light, flying towards the sea of consciousness. At this time, Chu Yan's consciousness instantly became blurred, and all the memories were repeated in front of him. As if entering a special time and space, Chu Yan kept flying, as if for a moment, and as if countless years had passed. Whoa, whoa. Amidst the baby's crying, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chu Yan, whose body was suspended in the air and completely blurred, saw that in this small room, a baby had just been born. With a swish, Chu Yan's consciousness was attracted by the baby, and fell into his body. Babbling, staggering, the teenager continued to grow, awakened the martial soul at the age of 12, and became the #1 genius in the family. Relying on the talent of the young man, he broke through the forbidden area with a single sword, shocked the world in one battle, and became a peerless genius well known in that country. However, the good times didn't last long. The young man acted arrogantly and hated the evil, attracting enemies from many forces. All kinds of assassinations, traps emerged one after another, and finally lost. Chu Yan's consciousness left the young man's body and floated in the sky, like a fallen leaf without roots, traveling with the wind. Soon, Chu Yan reincarnated again and was reborn as a Buddhist disciple. He has practiced Zen and practiced the Tao for 500 years, mastered 3,000 Dharma gates, cultivated the Tao of Kongming, sat on the body of a fairy feather, and climbed to the peak of the extreme sky. Life after life, Chu Yan couldn't remember exactly how many lives he had experienced. But all kinds of things in the world, whether it is a talented young man, a Buddhist fairy family, or a family scholar, all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, intrigues and deceptions, make Chu Yan extremely tired. But he has also experienced the life of ordinary people in a simple farm family, as well as the military students who fought on the battlefield, fought with gold and iron horses, and finally returned with their corpses shrouded in horse leather. What's more, the poignant and beautiful love that makes life and death promise each other is unforgettable. Finally, in this life, Chu Yan turned back into a monster. When he was sitting in a cocoon in the forest, he was discovered by a passing warrior, and he took the jade talisman without surprise and brought it back to the city. Time is on and on, like a white horse passing by. At this time, in the 10 directions star field, on top of a 10,000 zhang spiritual peak, countless streamers of various colors shot up into the sky, like a volcanic eruption, rushing towards the endless starry sky. Some of these strange lights flew towards the major forces in the 10 directions star field, and some rushed out of the 10 directions star field and flew to the outer land continent. The entire Lingfang is glowing all over, like a spirit treasure, dazzling. In the sky, thunderclouds billowed, and visions appeared. All of a sudden, no matter if it was the 10 directions star field or the outland continent, all the bigwigs from the top forces were alarmed. Starfield of the 10 directions, the way of heaven is awakened, the Emperor's list is the guide, and the battle will begin. It was as if the entire martial soul world was shaken, and news like a frenzy was constantly spreading among the major forces. All of a sudden, peerless geniuses and top warriors woke up from various retreats. The aura of each person was extremely terrifying, and their eyes were red with flames. Star ranking battle is about to start. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. Hashtag see 1997 9th reincarnation. In the starfield of the 10 directions, the way of heaven is awakened, and the order of the Emperor's list is issued. This is the prelude to the 10 directions starfield, star ranking battle. At the same time, it is also the beginning of the Outland continent, the battle for the Emperor list. Although it is only a battle for the outer list, only the winner is eligible to participate in the battle for the star list. That's the real one, the number 1 ranking in the 10 directions starfield. Not only is it related to the ranking of all mainland geniuses, but it also has infinite meaning. Sect forces from all sides, geniuses, and strong men, all shook, and everyone was extremely excited. There are still 10 days, and it is finally time to start. This day has finally come, soaring into the sky, and ascending to the position of supreme martial arts genius. Who will it be? Issuing the order of the sect to inform all the disciples and clansmen, as long as they are qualified to participate in the battle of the Emperor list, all return to the sect and start preparations immediately. Open the treasury, and all the resources are available in unlimited supply to the Emperor's list of geniuses. This time, my sect will produce 100 geniuses on the Emperor's list, no matter what. One piece of news, all kinds of imperial orders, spread in all directions, covering the entire world of martial arts. At the same time, figures in the various secret realms of the Jedi kept rushing out and returning towards their respective sect forces. 10 days is the final preparation time. Return to the sect, accept the guidance of the elders, get the spirit treasure and elixir given by the sect. Maybe in the Ningdi list battle, the ranking will go further. At this time, the 9 mountain ranges of the human race, Lingyun Pavilion. How many days has it been since Chu Yan's consciousness disappeared? Ling Shuangtian asked in a deep voice, looking at the 8th elder below with his face livid. Reporting to Pavilion Master, it has been 5 days in a row, and Chu Yan cannot be contacted at all, but... The 8th elder looked up at Ling Shuangtian, saw the haze on his face, and quickly added. However, in the disciple hall, Chu Yan's natal talisman is not damaged, so there should be no... Hearing this, Ling Shuangtian's face was slightly relaxed, and he nodded. His face was still solemn. There are still 10 days, I hope Chu Yan can come back in time. Following Ling Shuangtian's heavy sigh, Lingyun Palace regained its calm. But at this time, the Songlong realm, Dihuang City. An auction is going on in the branch of the Tianqi building. The beautiful auctioneer on the auction stage is wearing a light gauze skirt, which is charming. All the warriors participating in the auction under the stage have bloodshot eyes and heavy breathing. The following auction item is a dilapidated teleportation altar. It was found in an ancient forbidden area. It is worth a fortune. The starting price is 100 Emperor crystals. When the beautiful voice fell to the ground, the beautiful auctioneer glanced at the warriors in the front row with her eyes like silk, and smiled sweetly. 110 Emperor crystals. 120. 130. One bid after another. But on the platform, the face of the beautiful auctioneer flickered slightly. A broken altar, not to mention 100 Emperor crystals, even 50 Emperor crystals, I am afraid no one will be willing to buy it. Not to mention buying it back, how much resources will be consumed to repair it, even if it is repaired, it is hard to say whether the altar is useful or not. Therefore, after only one round of bidding, no one was willing to continue to raise the price, and the bidding stopped immediately. Master Xiao, you don't help the slaves either. Following the tender voice of the beautiful auctioneer, everyone's eyes fell on a young man in the front row. Okay, I'll shoot. The head office will do it. The young man's face was full of helplessness, not because he coveted the beauty, but because this beauty knew that he didn't dare to offend her. "Thank you, Master Xiao." The beautiful auctioneer smiled sweetly, but a playful smile flashed through her winking eyes. Finally, she sold that pile of rubbish, and in this way, she could get a large commission. The young man had a bitter expression on his face, and he handed in 150 emperor crystals, and there were only a few emperor crystals left on his body, which was not enough to participate in other auctions, so he had no choice but to leave the venue, carrying the dilapidated altar, and headed home. The moment he stepped into the family gate, he couldn't help but regret, why couldn't he be tougher and reject that woman directly? It took 150 emperor crystals to buy a piece of junk. If the master knew about it, he would probably be wearing his skin. Damn. It's just bullying my Xiao family, there is no martial emperor realm strong. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The young man returned to the room, thinking about how to explain to his master. Suddenly, the dilapidated altar in front of him was suddenly lit up. The young man took a step in fright, and hid in the corner of the room, watching with horror on his face. On the broken altar, a crack in the void slowly opened. What's the situation? Isn't this altar broken? Could it be that this is some kind of special treasure? The void crack was finally fully opened, and the strong void power filled the entire room. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder exploded, and a tall figure strode out from the crack in the void, exuding the aura of Emperor Martial all over his body, like a god descending. The black robe is like a flag, flying like flying, carrying a long sword, and a pair of 5-color thunder eyes, looking around the audience. Life is like chess, years are like songs, what a dream of reincarnation. Chu Yan stepped out of the crack in the void, and when his feet landed on the ground, the breath in his whole body quickly converged and disappeared in an instant. This chaos spirit actually wiped out all my aura. Now I look like an ordinary person. Chu Yan lowered his head, raised his hands lightly, with a look of astonishment on his face. Even when looking at him with his unicorn pupil, he couldn't see the slightest breath of cultivation. I don't know how long it's been since now, has the star-ranking battle started? Hey, where is this? Chu Yan raised his head, looked around, and suddenly looked at the young man who was huddled in the corner of the wall, and his eyes met, and the two were stunned at the same time. Senior. This is Dihuang City, Xiao's family. Seeing that Chu Yan's aura was completely subdued, the young man only felt a mountain-like pressure on his body, which disappeared instantly. He breathed a sigh of relief, and when he heard Chu Yan's question, he quickly and carefully answered. Dihuang City. Chu Yan was stunned, and immediately realized that this place is not far from Lingyun Pavilion. Very good. This time, thanks to you. Chu Yan looked at the young man and nodded with satisfaction. Ninth reincarnation, Chu Yan didn't know how to wake up, and was indexed by a mysterious force in the dark, so he was able to escape. This technique is suitable for you. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils flickered, and he took out a jade talisman and threw it to the young man. The young man took it, his face was stunned, he looked at the jade talisman in his hand, his face was dull, and he couldn't react. Boom. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly blasted open, and a burst of wild laughter sounded. Humph. How dare you openly seduce the girl of my dreams? Are you going to break your own arm today, or should I do it myself? The voice sounded, and the young man turned his head to look at the door. When he saw the two figures, his face turned pale with fright. Chu Yan looked at the door and saw that the two people who walked in were both Wu Zuanjing. There's someone else. The two looked at Chu Yan, but they were taken aback for not expecting that there were other people in the room. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C1998 1 soaring chance. This time it was 8 eyes, looking at each other. Chu Yan looked at the 2 people who had just entered, and then at the young man in the corner. Suddenly, the scene he met in the small courtyard of the Zongmen when he first entered martial arts emerged in his mind. This kind of trouble, let me help you solve it. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, he took out a token and threw it at the 2 people at the door, saying, I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want to kill people. When I see this token, go away. Chu Yan said calmly. That token was exactly Chu Yan, the jade talisman of the status of the Great Elder in Lingyun Pavilion. After getting it, Chu Yan has basically never used this identity jade talisman, and it has always existed in the Rakshasa space. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the 2 people at the door took the jade charm thrown by Chu Yan in a daze, looked at it with puzzled faces, and then laughed together. Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? You're not even a martial artist, yet you dare to act arrogantly here. You can buy 8 yuan for 1 primordial stone on the street like this broken jade talisman. Humph. Let me tell you, if you dare to stand out about my uncle, I will let you loosen your skin today. Come on. After uttering one word, the faces of the 2 of them immediately revealed a smug look, and the true energy of the 4th level of Wu Zuanjing's cultivation slowly overflowed from the whole body. At the corner of the wall, the young man, seeing this scene, immediately looked at Chu Yan with despair, his face full of disappointment. Originally, he thought that this black-robed man was an extremely powerful martial arts senior, but he didn't expect it to be nothing. In the middle of the room, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Could it be that on the golden day, when he broke through Emperor Wudi, he really wanted to kill someone? Chu Yan was helpless, smiled bitterly, shook his head, and was just about to make a move, when suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside the gate. Stop. The figure was so fast that it rushed into the room almost in a flash. However, when he yelled stop, he seemed to think that the 2 men were going to attack the young man in the room, so after seeing the situation in the room, he was also stunned. Meet Elder Lin. Meet Elder Lin. The 2 people at the door, including the young man in the corner, saluted together after seeing who was coming. This Elder Lin, in the family, has reached the peak of Wu Zuanjing and is one of the most powerful. He is also the elder in charge of the law enforcement hall. No one in the family dares to disrespect him. In particular, Elder Lin came from the Baiba sect with a strong background. Snort. With a glance, Elder Lin looked at Chu Yan first, and found that he was an ordinary person with no cultivation base. He immediately turned his head, looked at the 2 people at the door, and snorted coldly. How bold. Huh. This is. Just as he was about to reprimand those 2 people, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that one of them was holding the jade talisman in his hand. Suddenly his face changed severely. Where did this jade talisman come from? Originally, Elder Lin, who was cultivating, sensed an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the family, so he came out to scold him. Jade. Jade talisman. The 2 were taken aback by Elder Lin's sudden change of face. His. Quickly handed the jade talisman in his hand to Elder Lin, and at the same time, both of them raised their heads, pointed to the room, stood upright, and said with a calm face. Elder Lin. This son is destined to be with me. In the future, with this jade talisman, he can go to Lingyun Pavilion and become an inner disciple. Chu Yan looked at Elder Lin, then swept to the corner, and the sluggish young man said softly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's figure gradually blurred, and the few people in the room only felt that their eyes were blurred. When they looked again, there was still Chu Yan's figure there. For one thing, Chu Yan has no time to spend here, and at the same time, with Elder Lin around, there should be no problem. Therefore, after Chu Yan finished his confession, he left directly. Giving that young man a chance to join Lingyun Pavilion can be regarded as ending the cause and effect. However, when the four people in the room watched Chu Yan disappear, they all stared in shock, opened their mouths wide, and closed their jaws on the ground. What's the situation? Here and there are ordinary people without cultivation. It turned out that they were not cultivated enough to see the true cultivation of the man in black. However, that person seems to be only around 20 years old, so could it be that his cultivation level is higher than that of Elder Lin? It can't be a strong person in the martial emperor realm. Lingyun Pavilion. Under various questions, Elder Lin frowned, only feeling that the name was very familiar. Lingyun Pavilion. Ling, the head of the 9 sects. After pondering for a moment, Elder Lin's complexion suddenly changed, and he uttered a sentence suddenly, but under shock, the last few words stuck abruptly. Suddenly lowering his head, he looked at the jade talisman in his hand, and with a glance, the corners of Elder Lin's eyes twitched violently. Grand Elder Order. The 4 large characters fell into his eyes, and Elder Lin trembled in shock. Sure enough. In the Tsunglong realm, the head of the 9 supreme sects of the human race, Lingyun Pavilion. The owner of the pavilion is the number 1 human warrior, Ling Xuantian. Oh my god! The 2 big characters exploded in Elder Lin's sea of consciousness, like 2 thunderbolts in the clear sky, which made him retreat 3 steps before barely standing still. This scene fell on the eyes of the 3 people in the room, all of them were shocked. What's the situation? That jade talisman actually made Elder Lin unable to stand still. Elder Lin, this is... The young man in the corner had a look of surprise on his face, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Judging from Elder Lin's reaction, could it be that the black-robed senior is really a big shot? Ha ha ha. As if awakened by the young man's words, Elder Lin held the jade talisman in his hand and laughed wildly. The laughter rushed out of the room and resounded over the entire family. Shouta, a great opportunity. A great opportunity has fallen on your head. You are going to soar into the sky. There was tremor in Elder Lin's voice. As a disciple of Baiba sect, how could he not know what the 3 words Lingyun Pavilion represent in the Tsunglong realm? With this jade talisman, not only Shouta will soar into the sky, but even the whole family may soar into the sky. Hearing Elder Lin's words, at the door of the room, 2 people who were arrogant just now had pale faces, and their eyes were full of fear. At this moment, the 9 mountains, Lingyun Pavilion. Let's go first. Ling Xuantian glanced across the dozen or so youths in front of him, and waved his hand. Yes. More than a dozen youths, including the leader of the team, all bowed to accept the order, soared into the sky, and flew towards the east. Chu Yan, where are you? Looking at the dozens of figures in the sky, which gradually turned into small black spots and disappeared into the sky, Ling Xuantian suddenly felt worried. It's not that I'm worried about Chu Yan's safety, but I'm afraid that Chu Yan will fall into a desperate situation somewhere and won't be able to come back to participate in the battle for the Emperor's list. Brother, I will definitely come back. Situ Yang followed Ling Xuantian, nodding his head resolutely. I hope. Ling Xuantian shook his head and sighed softly. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 1999 Wangxing Peak. Just as Ling Xuantian was waiting for Chu Yan to rush back to the sect. On the other side, at the junction of the Outland Continent and the 10-star domain, there is a towering peak named Wangxing Peak. The lush and green Lingfeng Mountains are endless, like a green ocean. On this day, 9 strange lights shot up from the Wangxing Peak, like 9 strange colored sharp spears, piercing the sky. 9 colors of different lights, drifting into the void, continuously overflowing streamers of various colors, coming together towards the top of the Wangxing Peak. These 9 color streamers gathered on the top of the mountain, continuously fused and evolved, and twisted into various strange shapes. There are tall and majestic palaces, 9-story pagodas with flying eaves and treasures, and huge statues standing proudly holding spiritual soldiers. The most important thing is that a large platform square like a vast sea of stars spreads out in all directions. This square, even if it has just been formed, already has an area of more than 10,000 feet in length and width, and one by one golden characters are constantly flashing on it like depictions. These golden characters are majestic, and they are not ordinary things at first glance. The breadth of spirit patterns overflowing from them may shock even the top spirit pattern masters in Outland Continent. After 3 full days, the large stream of different colors finally evolved almost. On the huge star square, several figures slowly emerged. These people, wearing star battle robes and holding jade books and gold slips, stood in the middle of the square, and their whole bodies were filled with the breath of heaven. They are the Tao envoys of Outland Continent, also known as Emperor envoys. Hundreds of miles away, outside of a huge layer of spiritual formations, the sky and the mountain peaks were densely packed with warriors with powerful auras. These people are all genius warriors sent by the top sects of the various domains in the Outland Continent to participate in the battle for the Emperor list, as well as the leaders. After a quick scan, there are more than 3,000 talented warriors waiting for the opening of Wanxing Peak. These people were all excitedly looking at Wanxing Peak in the distance, and chatting excitedly with each other. Have you heard? Outland Emperor list, it seems to be revised. What? The Emperor list can also be modified. That's right. I heard that it was an order from the 10 Direction Starfield. Great changes have taken place in our Outland Continent's battle for the Emperor's list this year. Look, the people from Tianlongzong are here. The one in front seems to be Ji Tiancheng. Oh my god, looking at the dragon aura around him, I'm afraid he has already cultivated to the peak of the next martial emperor. This dragon aura is exposed, and he is flying like a dragon all the way, so bullish. Over there, look over there, the top 10 Lonely Chong, a casual cultivator, is so powerful. The breath is also terrifying. What nonsense are you talking about? If you want to say that the aura is terrifying, look at the young patriarch of the Ming clan, Mo Tianxue, who is said to have reached the realm of the middle martial emperor. With this bloody blood, his whole body can freeze if he approaches 1,000 steps. Huh. People from Lingtian Pavilion are here. Why didn't you see? The one named Chu Yan. People kept coming from all directions, falling outside the spirit circle of Wanxing Peak. With the arrival of geniuses from all sides, all kinds of discussions ebbed and flowed, mixed with exclamations, and it was extremely lively. It was a rare gathering in 100 years, and all the forces in the Outland Continent could gather together in such a complete manner. As soon as some racial forces with hatred appeared, they glared at each other, and the atmosphere was soaring, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. If it weren't for the rules, I am afraid that a war would have broken out between these hostile forces. Boom, boom. At this moment, a large black cloud appeared on the edge of the sky, like a thundercloud and a raging wave, rushing towards this side. Above the thundercloud, hundreds of figures stood upright, each of them as tall as a mountain and as imposing as a rainbow. Crash! Before everyone turned their heads to look at Lei Yun, in another direction, a large piece of golden light shone and bloomed. A golden rock pierced through the void, and its shrieking sound was earth-shattering, stirring up the clouds and waves in the sky. Xingfeng flew over. The appearance of the top 10 racial forces one after another brought the atmosphere in front of Wanxing Peak to a climax in an instant. Every genius with a strong breath will cause a sound of exclamation when he falls outside the barrier. Although, on the Emperor list, there are detailed records of every genius. However, everyone knows that the ranking on the Emperor list is not accurate at all. Because, in almost every battle for the Emperor's list, the major races will use tricks to make the geniuses of all races improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. What's more, there are quite a few geniuses who forcibly suppressed the bottleneck of cultivation and only waited for the start of the Emperor's list before they suddenly broke through. This time, it was all to hide his strength as much as possible in the battle for the Emperor list, so as not to let his opponent know too much. Among these special circumstances, the most anticipated ones are those geniuses who have been hidden by the sect. When it comes to the battle for the Emperor list, these geniuses will definitely appear and rewrite the century-old Emperor list ranking. Not only the top 10 ethnic forces, but also some top sects all used this battle for the Emperor list as a stage to declare their powerful power. All kinds of bullish appearances emerged one after another. Flying spirit treasures, heavenly birds and beasts, and even thunder clouds, with their feet on the stage, appearing with the momentum of a thunderstorm. However, no matter how many people exclaimed, what everyone was looking forward to the most was the appearance of the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor list. With the passage of time on Wanxing Peak, the outer hall of the Xingchen War Pavilion basically took shape. At this time, among the several Tao envoys standing on the Xingchen Square, the leader stepped forward with one step, and the jade book and gold slip in his hand burst into dazzling 9-colored lights, soaring into the sky. The pillars of 9-colored light rushed to the sky, exploded in an instant, turned into bright spots of starlight in the sky, flew in all directions, and fell on the geniuses of all forces. The starlight entered the body, and with just a flash, a row of numbers immediately appeared above the heads of the geniuses. Huh! The Emperor ranking is out. Not bad. This should be the ranking before the battle for the Emperor list. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that my strength is so strong. Compared with the ranking of the Emperor list 10 years ago, I have improved by 7 places. Damn, what's going on? How did my ranking in the Emperor list drop? The name of the Emperor list is different, and all the geniuses who are qualified to participate in the battle for the Emperor list are displayed on the Emperor list. Immediately, it caused a boiling crowd in all directions. Some looked happy, some were depressed, and even opened their mouths to curse. However, anyone with a discerning eye will find that the rankings of most of the geniuses present have not changed much. Boom, boom. Just when everyone was discussing, suddenly, on Wanxing Peak, a piece of sky appeared, and rows of golden words flashed, but it was to announce all the geniuses on the Emperor list to the world. Seeing the rows of golden characters flashing past, everyone stared at it closely, and the scene instantly became silent. Only when a name appeared did the crowd boil again. Look! Chu Yan's ranking in Lingyun Pavilion is only over 700. An exclamation resounded through the audience. The faces of the geniuses and bosses from all the major forces changed. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2000 return. Almost at the same time, the Songlong realm, Lingyun Pavilion also received the same shocking news. What? Chu Yan's ranking in the Emperor list has dropped to more than 700. Ling Xuantian's face turned livid in an instant, the Emperor's prestige in his body exploded directly, and the entire Lingyun hall buzzed and trembled. You know, the last time in the 10 Directions God realm, Chu Yan's ranking in the Emperor list reached more than 300, and after passing through the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak and the ancient martial fields, it even rose to more than 20. How is it possible? More than 700 people lost at once. Ling Xuantian would not have believed such a ranking on the Emperor list if the 8th Elder hadn't passed it on in person. Not only Ling Xuantian, but also the other Supreme Elders waiting in the hall, lived for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time they encountered such a situation. The ranking of the Emperor list is directly controlled by the heavenly Tao of the Outland continent, not by that sect or force, so there is absolutely no possibility of mistakes. In this way, there is only one possibility, that is, Chu Yan has lost consecutive battles and his ranking has been declining. If Chu Yan's cultivation base or martial soul were abolished, or even lost, then he would be directly excluded from the ranking of the emperor list, and he would not be able to enter the list at all. Moreover, in Lingyun Pavilion's Disciple Ming Pavilion, the life jade talisman representing Chu Yan has no problem at all, and of course it will not be damaged. Ling Xuantian knew Chu Yan's whereabouts, and so did the bosses in the palace. Soul Demon Purgatory. One of the most famous fierce places in the Outland continent, because of its extreme danger, there are very few people who try there. In just half a year, it is impossible for Chu Yan to keep fighting, and losing every game, the ranking will drop so badly. Impossible. Based on what Ling Xuantian and the big guys know about Chu Yan, this is absolutely impossible. So, in the end, there is only one possibility left. That is, Chu Yan's cultivation has plummeted. It is only possible to lose more than 700 rankings at once if you go crazy, or suffer severe trauma, or even lose stars in your martial soul. Could it be that Chu Yan really encountered something in the Soul Demon Purgatory? On Ling Xuantian's face, the look of worry became more and more serious. One is because he is very clear about the danger of the Soul Demon Purgatory. In addition, Chu Yan also told him the purpose of going to the Soul Demon Purgatory, which is to find an opportunity to break through the Emperor's realm. These 2 points, no matter which one, there are variables, it is possible. At this time, Chu Yan hasn't returned to the sect yet. Could it really be? Oh. Ling Xuantian sighed heavily, clenched his fists tightly, but he was powerless, there was nothing he could do. Even if he sends someone to look for it now, if the Soul Demon Purgatory is dangerous, even he himself is not fully sure. Moreover, in terms of time, it was too late. I thought that even if there was no harvest from Chu Yan's trip to Purgatory this time, even in the Star List battle, it would shine brilliantly and let the human race reach the peak again. But I didn't expect that everything is over now, completely over. With Ling Xuantian's heavy sigh, the entire Lingyun Hall fell into complete silence. Every face of the big boss of the human race is full of seriousness. At this moment, the Lingyun Hall was full of oppressive aura, and everyone was silent, their minds down to the mouth of the Jihuang River. However, at this moment, boom, boom. In the sky outside the Lingyun Hall, a burst of thunder sounded, followed by a surge of breath from the cracks in the void, rushing in. Huh. The dozen or so big bosses in the hall, including Ling Xuantian, were stunned, and suddenly raised their heads, looking towards the sky outside the hall. With just this one glance, everyone's faces and eyes burst out with a dazzling light at the same time. Outside the hall, a black robe flutters in the wind, a long sword on his back, sword eyebrows, and star eyes, who else but Chu Yan? Fortunately, it should come in time. Chu Yan glanced over and saw Ling Xuantian and a group of bigwigs gathered in the Lingyun Hall. Of course he knew that they were waiting for him. On this point, Chu Yan had already received the news on the jade talisman sent earlier, so he rushed back to Lingyun Pavilion as soon as possible. Ting 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 ting. Following Chu Yan's figure, the moment he fell towards the Lingyun Hall, in the entire hall, including Ling Xuantian, more than a dozen bosses jumped up from their seats and rushed to Chu Yan's side, all of them with a look of surprise on his face. Oh my God! Chu Yan, you are finally back. Thank you Mantian God and Buddha, it's fine, it's fine. Chu Yan, did you encounter any danger? Your cultivation is okay. Are you injured? How did you drop so much in the ranking of the Emperor ranking? In an instant, various problems, like a tide, directly submerged Chu Yan. All the bosses in the hall, all of them have cultivation bases above the middle martial Emperor realm, but after scanning one after another with their divine senses, no one can see Chu Yan's cultivation base. However, Chu Yan just tore apart the space and carried out void teleportation, and they saw it. Therefore, there is no big problem with Chu Yan's cultivation base, and he was not injured. Otherwise, the turbulent flow in the void channel alone would be impossible to resist. Therefore, all the bosses thought that Chu Yan used the powerful absolute breathing array to isolate his own cultivation. Could it be that this absolute breathing spirit formation is so powerful that even the Emperor Bang Tian Dao cannot peek at it? This is the reason why Chu Yan's ranking in the Emperor list dropped by more than 700. Master, former suzerains, I have made you worry, I have no problem. Seeing all around, Chu Yan was surrounded by a group of big bosses who cared about him, and his heart became hot, so he quickly answered. No problem. Ling Xuantian and all the big brothers were stunned, with more than a dozen pairs of eyes, looking up and down at Chu Yan, but they didn't feel any spirit array or jade talisman. It seems that something is not quite right. With such a short distance, with the cultivation base of these middle-ranking martial emperors, and even Ling Xuantian's upper-ranking martial emperor, if Chu Yan used the Lingzhen jade talisman, they would not be able to detect it. If there is really no problem, then how could Chu Yan's ranking suddenly drop to more than 700 places? Chu Yan. The journey of martial arts cultivation is extremely dangerous. Every strong person who has reached the peak of martial arts has never experienced setbacks. So, Ling Xuantian thought that Chu Yan might be worried about something, so he comforted him so. However, before he could finish speaking, Chu Yan raised his mouth slightly, raised his right hand slightly, and punched out suddenly. Boom! The terrifying fist turned into a golden dragon shadow, roared out, shook the entire hall, rushed to the sky outside the hall, exploded, and a large void collapsed directly. This punch is enough to fight against ordinary middle martial emperor realm powerhouses. This is. Ling Xuantian and the other big bosses were stunned. They hadn't seen each other for a few months, and Chu Yan's fighting power had obviously improved a lot. But why? Chu Yan's cultivation seems to have no aura at all, and under the detection of his spiritual consciousness, he looks like an ordinary person. Master, I had an adventure in the soul demon purgatory, and now I am covered with aura of cultivation, and it cannot be exposed at all. Chu Yan explained with a chuckle. Package. Could it be a seal? Ling Xuantian was startled. No. Chu Yan shook his head, and explained, it's just a strange spiritual power, which has not been fully integrated in my body, so that's why it happened. Call. Hearing Chu Yan's explanation, Ling Xuantian finally let out the suffocation that had been suppressed in his chest for several days. Ha ha ha, good. 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 It's fine. #C 2001 Looking forward to a good show. Chapter 2001. The Lingyun Hall, which was still oppressed just now, instantly turned into a sea of joy. The bigwigs of the 9 sects of the human race all smiled happily, and looked at Chu Yan with excitement. The wild laughter came out of the Lingyun Hall, shaking the entire Lingyun pavilion, and attracted a large number of disciples to look sideways. All of them looked stunned. Originally thought that there was something wrong with Chu Yan's cultivation. But now, not only is there no problem, but Chu Yan, who has returned from the soul demon purgatory, has improved a lot in his cultivation. I said it's okay. I'll just say it. Yuanba smiled and looked at Chu Yan's eyes, which were bent into a slit. That's right, master. Chu Yan cupped his hands, looked at Ling Xuantian, and asked. Has the Star Wars already started? Where are the other geniuses of our human race? Others have already discovered it. Ling Xuantian was stunned when he heard Chu Yan's words, and said anxiously on his face. Even Situ Yang, I let him go first. Otherwise, there will be too little time. Now, don't talk too much, go quickly. If you don't come back with a top 10 emperor list, let's see how I deal with you when I come back. Glaring at Chu Yan fiercely, Ling Xuantian looked angry, but could not see the slightest sternness. Chu Yan, you are flying like this, the speed is too late, so how about it, you should be able to catch up with the treasure of Xinzong of my inorganic immortal sect. Mu Feihuang also had an anxious expression on his face, and with a wave of his hand, a golden jade talisman turned into a stream of light, shooting straight out of the hall. Chirp. The golden light exploded, and a golden phoenix, with a body length of 100 feet and glittering golden light appeared in the sky outside the hall. In an instant, the terrifying monster energy, like a torrential wave, suddenly surged in the sky of Lingyun Pavilion. The disciples in the Lingyun Pavilion were swept away by this berserk demonic energy, and all of them turned pale with shock. Pseudo-artifact. Tiandu Phoenix. Ling Xuantian's eyes lit up. Chu Yan's eyes also brightened, and he looked at the golden Tiandu Phoenix with a look of astonishment on his face. Unexpectedly, the Xinzong's treasure of the inorganic, immortal sect turned out to be a pseudo-artifact level flying spirit treasure. Go up. Emperor Mu Fei's whole body surged with imperial prestige, and he shouted like thunder. Swish. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan landed on the back of Tiandu Phoenix in a flash. Enveloped by the light of the golden spiritual treasure of the pseudo-artifact, Chu Yan's whole body was full of breath, and he was indescribably excited. Chirp. Du Tian Phoenix uttered a loud cry, stepped on a pair of phoenix claws fiercely, a large area of void exploded, and a passage of time and space suddenly appeared. Target. Wang Xingfeng, go. Mu Feihuang's whole body was shrouded in golden light, his hands formed seals, and his body was in the middle of the martial emperor's realm, and he crazily poured it into the sky-crossing phoenix in the sky. With another flap of its golden wings, the Tiandu Phoenix entered the passage of time and space and disappeared in an instant. Looking at the scene in the sky, Ling Xuantian couldn't stop smiling all over his face, and kept nodding. Chu Yan is back. He believes that Chu Yan will definitely shake the whole world again in the Star List battle. At this time, when Chu Yan took the Tiandu Phoenix, traveled through time and space, and rushed to Wangxing Peak on the border of the Outland continent at full speed. In front of Wangxing Peak, the human camp was also noisy. My brother, it's impossible for something to happen. They're all farting, fart. When Situ Yang heard the discussion from all directions, he was so angry that his whole body was trembling with fat, he jumped 3 feet high and roared loudly. Keep down. The 8th elder hurriedly opened his mouth to remind. In front of Wangxing Peak, there are no more than 100 of the top forces in the Outland continent gathered, and almost every one of them is stronger than the forces of the human race, and no one can afford to offend them. Humph. Anyway, my elder brother will definitely be fine, and I guess he is already on his way here. When the time comes, we'll beat up all these rubbish one by one. Situ Yang answered angrily, with a murderous look on his face. But in all directions, the bigwigs and geniuses of other forces didn't pay much attention to Situ Yang's reaction. However, the discussion about Chu Yan has not stopped. After all, in recent years, the genius of the human race, Chu Yan, has been in the limelight, and after a series of secret battles, his reputation has long spread throughout the Outland continent. Especially last time, the battle on the ancient martial arts battlefield led to 2 great emperors. There are even rumors that the first sword in the sky in ancient times, the inheritance of the Nantian God Emperor, was also obtained by Chu Yan. Therefore, before the start of the Emperor ranking war, Chu Yan was even ranked 9th in the rankings predicted by Tiankalu, the number 1 chamber of commerce in the world. But now, when the real Emperor list is ranked, Chu Yan only has more than 700 people. How can this not surprise everyone? For a while, before the start of the battle for the Emperor list, the news about Chu Yan became the biggest hot spot. However, not only people from other sect forces, but also people from the human race side are all downcast, and they don't report any hope for whether Chu Yan can come to participate in the battle for the Emperor's list. After all, the ranking just announced by the Heavenly Dao Emperor Envoy cannot be faked. Compared with the other geniuses listed as seed players by Tiankalu, Chu Yan's current reputation is obviously much higher than them. It's just that most of the other geniuses improved their rankings, but Chu Yan's rankings plummeted. For this reason, in all directions, thousands of pairs of eyes swept towards the direction of the human race from time to time, pointing their fingers, making all the bigwigs and geniuses of the race feel a little bit embarrassed. They knew very well in their hearts that without Chu Yan, it would be impossible for the dozen or so geniuses of the human race to achieve good results in this battle for the Emperor list, and it would be impossible even to enter the top 100. Sorrow clouded over, and the eighth elder, who was leading the elders, had a bitter expression on his face, shaking his head and sighing constantly. On the one hand, it is because of the inability to achieve results, and at the same time, it is a pity for Chu Yan, the greatest hope of the human race. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the eighth elder's sea of consciousness. The voice in the sea of consciousness made the eighth elder's body tremble suddenly, and his entire face changed instantly. No, all right. As if he couldn't believe it, the eighth elder flipped his hand, and the jade talisman of 1,000-mile communication appeared in his hand, and a large amount of spiritual consciousness penetrated into it to confirm it again. This time, his expression froze completely. Good. 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 Chu Yan is fine, that's great. Ha ha ha. Laughter suddenly resounded, and the eighth elder's originally decadent face was brightened, and the flames in his eyes almost burst out of their sockets. Not only is it okay, but Chu Yan's soul demon purgatory and his party have greatly increased their cultivation. This is really great. The sudden change made everyone in the human race camp startled by the eighth elder. They all stared and looked over. But soon, all the bigwigs and geniuses of a personal race received messages from the Zoman. Wait. Wait and see what those guys will look like then. Hee hee. The smile on the eighth elder's face bloomed like a flower, his eyes looked around, and he thought to himself. #C 2002 Huangmu Tianxiang. Wangxing Peak, as the place where the emperors battle, even the three emperors stopped, has always been regarded as a holy place. From the day when the mainland was born, this star-watching peak has existed. For millions of years, this ore-filled emperor peak has witnessed the rise of countless geniuses. And today, it is the once-in-a-century battle for the emperor list. This matter is related to the luck of the outland continent, as well as the fate of the heavenly Dao in the outland continent. At the same time, it is also the most anticipated day for the sect forces of countless races. Therefore, when Wang Xingfeng issued a summoning order, the geniuses of all races in the outland continent rushed over. There will be no one at all, even if it is an hour late. On the Emperor Peak, the Emperor List battle platform has been completely evolved. Several Emperor envoys are ready to fight, and several of them flipped their fingerprints at the same time to open the enchantment of Wangxing Peak. The old man in the lead, floating in the air, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, was about to speak to announce that the battle of the Emperor List had begun. However, the moment he opened his mouth, a thunderstorm rang out in the sky of Wangxing Peak. Boom, boom. In the entire sky, a little golden light lit up first, just like the first star lit up in the starry sky at night. The dazzling golden light lit up the entire sky, dazzling. Immediately afterwards, with that point of golden light as the center, large void ripples spread out, like undulating waves on the surface of a lake. Hum. A trembling sound resounding in the sky seemed to resound in the depths of everyone's soul, making everyone's sea of consciousness tremble. Following the sky, a 100-foot-long void crack exploded, and thousands of pairs of eyes in the audience all looked up. Chirp. Amidst the resonant birdsong, a golden giant wing first appeared from the crack in the void, and then a mass of golden light exploded, and the huge phoenix body rushed out of the crack in the void and soared into the sky. All the bigwigs and geniuses present were all excited. Miaolian Anju, Guo Tiancheng, Ji Tiancheng, Lonely Chong, and even the newcomer Long Tianyao, who ranked first on the emperor list, all had bright eyes and looked towards the sky with doubts on their faces. Who? At this time, there are still people coming. However, the top hundreds of sects in the outland continent had almost already arrived. Who will come now? The bosses in the audience, as well as the geniuses, watched the majestic monstrous aura rushing towards the sky, their eyes staring straight at the sky, trying to see clearly, on the back of the golden phoenix, that a vague figure. Finally, the golden light in the sky slowly receded, and the figure hidden on the golden phoenix's back was also revealed. When everyone saw who that figure was, the whole scene exploded. Chu Yan. Oh my God, it turned out to be Chu Yan of the human race. Hasn't his cultivation base been abolished? How is it possible? Such a strong breath. Here and there is damage to the cultivation base, it seems to be stronger than a few months ago. Bullshit. What's going on with this ranking on the emperor list? Damn, that is, ranking more than 700, can you have this breath? Countless master geniuses, looking at Chu Yan in the sky, all looked confused, and all kinds of exclamations came and went. The golden phoenix in the sky is like a divine sun, radiating thousands of golden lights, and slowly falling towards a 1,000-foot mountain peak. The golden tail feathers fluttered like golden threads, and the fiery phoenix eyes, coupled with the majestic surge of monster energy, stirred everyone's spirits. Phoenix has always been the king of all birds. It is an existence comparable to a dragon, even if it is a martial soul, it is also an existence with a full 10-star level. Everyone, stay safe. Riding on the golden light, Chu Yan floated to the ground from Phoenix's body, looked around the audience, and spoke calmly. Although this sound was light, it was like thunder, resounding through everyone's sea of consciousness. All the geniuses in the audience were startled. Chirp. With a cry, the golden-winged phoenix soared into the sky again, and the golden light swayed like a shooting star, heading towards the void crack in the sky, rushing straight away. With a swish, the void crack in the sky, after devouring the golden-winged phoenix, disappeared instantly like a closed door. At this moment, everyone's eyes moved and all fell on Chu Yan. On the top of the mountain, there is a golden sky above the head, the black robe is like a flag, flying in the wind, Chu Yan's momentum is like the mountains of Tianyue, with a pair of thunderous eyes, overlooking the audience. At this moment, all the geniuses in the audience were shocked by this momentum, and their expressions suddenly changed. Human race, Chu Yan. Come and participate in the emperor ranking battle. With the sound of landing, the true energy of Chu Yan's cultivation erupted instantly, like a shock wave, centered on the top of the mountain, and charged in all directions. Like a raging tide of a flood peak, it pushes against the void, layer by layer like waves, sweeping across the world. This is Chu Yan's announcement. At the same time, it is also the beginning of the Great War, a gauntlet issued to all geniuses. God of War, why fear the world? The entire Wangxing Peak became dead silent because of Chu Yan's appearance. Everyone stared at the top of the peak, where the tall figure in black robes kept flickering with various eyes. Even at the top of Wangxing Peak, several Taoist envoys from the emperor's list all had expressions of astonishment. Chu Yan. It's really him. The imperial phoenix came here to declare war on the world, such awe-inspiring, courageous. Human Chu Yan. It seems that this time the battle for the emperor list will become very interesting. Hee. 700 emperor rankings, still so arrogant, Looking at his appearance, it seems that he is number one in the world, and he is determined to win. Strong. Whoever says that Chu Yan's cultivation base is abolished, I will kill him. After a long time, the silence was broken in an instant, and the audience was full of voices, and various exclamations and heavy breathing resounded. Undoubtedly, Chu Yan's sudden appearance and strong appearance at the last moment of the emperor's ranking war surprised everyone. At this moment, Chu Yan appeared, which caused a great mental shock to all the geniuses. Swish! With a flash of figure, Chu Yan had already arrived in front of the human camp, looked at the eighth elder with a smile on his face, and walked away. The eighth elder's face was wrinkled, and he was all smiling, looking at Chu Yan with excitement. "Brother, I just said you will come." "Ha ha ha." Fatty Situ rushed to Chu Yan's side, and he was extremely happy. "Senior brother Chu, you." "Chu Yan, your cultivation." A group of clan geniuses and 9 elders surrounded Chu Yan. Although they had received the summons, they were still a little surprised. "It's just a little chance," Chu Yan said with a smile. All the bigwigs of the human race were stunned when they heard the words. "A little chance? What kind of chance, so that even the emperor's list and Taoist envoys can't peek at the breath of cultivation? This is a little chance." "Chu Yan." At this moment, a strange sound sounded, and a tall figure strode forward. Hearing the voice, Chu Yan turned his head to look, but saw that it was Long Tianyao, the genius who ranked first in the emperor list. #C 2003 Long Tianyao. The first genius on the emperor list, Long Tianyao, went directly to Chu Yan. This scene fell in the eyes of the bigwigs and geniuses of all races in the audience, causing everyone to stare blankly. "Brother Chu, I am very happy to arrive in time. It's just that there is one thing that I don't understand. I hope Brother Chu will tell you so as to solve the confusion in my heart." "Brother Long, please tell me." Seeing that the other party was polite, Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle. "About the ranking of the emperor list announced by the Taoist envoy just now, Brother Chu's ranking is more than 700, and he has dropped a lot all of a sudden. I want to know whether Brother Chu's cultivation base has plummeted, or he was seriously injured." When this question came out, all the geniuses and bosses immediately turned their faces to look at Chu Yan. Good. Did Chu Yan's cultivation plummet, or was he seriously injured? This matter is related to the battle of the emperor list that is about to start, and everyone attaches great importance to it. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to answer at all, a person jumped out from the side and directly grabbed the conversation. "Humph. From my point of view, this matter is simply a trick." The speaker was a genius of the Ming clan named Mo Qianxuan, looking at Chu Yan with eyes full of disdain. This time, the battle of the emperor list is a great opportunity for him. As long as he can achieve good results, maybe he will have the opportunity to become a genius who has been specially trained by the saints after Mo Qianren. But this time, achieving results includes dealing with Chu Yan. So, upon hearing Long Tianyao's question, how could he miss such a good opportunity and speak directly? How could the emperor make a mistake? And, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, when did he make a mistake? The actions of Chu Yan and the human race are just taking advantage of the situation to cover up the plummet of Chu Yan's cultivation base. They want to build momentum and affect our determination to participate in the battle of the emperor list. Humph, can this kind of cover-up trick deceive me? It takes nearly 10,000 geniuses to deceive the entire continent. As soon as these words came out, the complexions of some bigwigs and geniuses present changed slightly, and some even nodded directly. Mo Qianxuan, the Ming clan, made a very reasonable analysis. The emperor's list of envoys was conceived by the way of heaven. How could everything in this outer continent escape the prying eyes of the way of heaven? Moreover, the appearance of Chu Yan just now was entirely due to the power of the fake artifact, the golden-winged phoenix. Oh. Hearing Mo Qianxuan's words, Chu Yan was not surprised at all, but looked at him with a smile. The hatred between the Ming clan and himself can be said to be endless. If no one from the Ming clan came out to slander him at this time, it would surprise Chu Yan. So, why don't we make a life and death battle right now? Just use your life to prove that what you said is correct. At the same time, how about making a contribution to all the geniuses in mainland China? The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was raised slightly, and with a faint smile on his face, he looked at Mo Qianxuan calmly. Obviously, this Mo Qianxuan and Mo Qianren are both of the 1,000-character generation, and the relationship between the two is probably very unusual. Since you want to stand out, you have to bear the consequences of being strong. As soon as the words landed, Mo Qianxuan's face changed suddenly. His ranking in the emperor list is around 70, which is nearly 10 times different from Chu Yan's, more than 700. Logically speaking, if he was in a life-and-death battle with Chu Yan, using the ranking of the emperor list as a reference, it would almost be an absolute crushing result. However, looking at the plain smile on Chu Yan's face, Mo Qianxuan's heart trembled a little. Could it be, just in case, if there is really no problem with Chu Yan's cultivation, so if he fights to the death? You know, according to the pre-war predictions of Tianqi building, Chu Yan's ranking in the emperor list is in the top 10. Not far away, Long Tianyao, Mialian Unju, Du Guchong, Ji Tianqing and others, all of them were condensed and pondering when they saw the scene. Now, it is difficult to tell the truth from the false, no matter whether there is any problem with Chu Yan's cultivation base, as long as they meet in the battle of the emperor list, it is better to be careful. A small farce, following Mo Qianxuan, with his tail between his legs, retreated quietly, and the curtain soon came to an end. Compared to now, the tense and gunpowder-smelling atmosphere outside Wanxing Peak did not cause too many waves. In the following time, all the bosses and geniuses on the emperor list gradually quieted down. Pairs of eyes, with a reddish color, all turned to look at the direction of the star body, the figures of several emperors and Taoists on the top of the mountain. Although among the crowd, some racial bosses who they think are powerful are still using their spiritual sense to probe Chu Yan's cultivation. But the result, no result at all. In less than 100 breaths, on the top of Wanxing Peak in the distance, the Taoist envoy headed by him finally spoke again. The battle of the star rankings, the battle for the emperor rankings of the outland continent, begins now. There was a sound of thunder, and everyone in the audience shook at the same time, and tens of thousands of pairs of eyes shone together. All irrelevant personnel are not allowed to step into Wanxing Peak, otherwise, die. When the word death landed, the dignified and solemn atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Everyone's hearts were tense, and they looked at the several Taoist envoys with a trace of awe. After all, these emperor envoys were conceived by the Tao of Heaven. There are gods but not reality, and they only exist for this star list battle. The only one who can restrain them is the Tao envoy of the 10 Directions Starfield, who is one level higher than them. All geniuses on the emperor list, come to the Wanxing Peak battle platform immediately. As these words sounded, Wanxing Peak was surrounded by countless figures, soaring into the sky and flying towards Wanxing Peak. No one dared to do anything wrong. They all landed lightly on the Wanxing Peak battle platform, and stood up one by one. Although there are many people, the order is in order. In everyone's heart, there is only one thought, and that is: star ranking battle is finally about to begin. In less than 100 breaths, all the geniuses of all races who participated in the battle for the emperor's list gathered together, and all looked at the Taoist envoy. There are 3 rounds in total for this competition, for the emperor's list. There will be prizes and punishments. As for the rules, the first round is different. Naturally, there will be a presiding envoy for each round to announce the verdict. Now, get ready to start the first round. As soon as the words fell to the ground, beams of light rushed out from several Taoist envoys at the same time. The rays of light released from each Taoist envoy were completely different, but quickly merged with each other. A large group of light trembled and twisted on the platform of Wanxing Peak, and soon evolved into a door of light shining with 7 colors. "Everyone, enter in turn." A shout resounded through the audience. Long Tianyao, who was standing at the forefront, stepped out without any hesitation, and rushed directly into the light gate, and his figure disappeared instantly. Then, one after another, geniuses with surging breaths and excited faces rushed into the light gate, quickly. This moment is the last moment of hard work for 100 years. In any case, the results of cultivation over the past 100 years will all be displayed today, subject to the judgment of heaven. Reaching the sky in one step, or falling into the abyss, it all depends on this battle. Swish! Chu Yan's figure flashed, followed the crowd, and also entered towards the light gate. #C 2004, the Golden Seal. Whoosh! After stepping into the light gate, the body is suspended in the air instantly. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to mobilize his movements, when his body fell, it had already landed. The whole body shield gushed out. Chu Yan immediately raised his eyes to look around, and the unicorn's pupils also started to work. Here is a landscape of lakes and mountains, a golden high platform, built on the edge of the lake with rippling green water. The breeze blows, the water is lingering, and the nervous mind is relaxed. On the high platform, a figure stood up. It was just one of the several emperor's envoys seen just now. And the people gathered around the high platform in all directions are all geniuses of various races who just entered the light gate. "Everyone, I will host the first round of the competition for the emperor list." The heavy and majestic voice came from the high platform, as if resounding through the clouds, deep and distant. This small world is the battlefield for the first round of competition. The length and width of this place is 1,000,000 miles, and a total of 1,360 geniuses participated. Huh! Chu Yan was startled when he heard this. 1,360. There were no less than 5,000 people on the Wangxing Peak platform just now, but in this small world, there are only 1,360 people. Obviously, not all geniuses are concentrated in one place. Unexpectedly, the battle for the emperor list had divided several venues, dividing all the talents into different areas. Not only Chu Yan, but the geniuses around, also looked around when they heard what the emperor said. Soon, they also discovered that some familiar people had not been teleported here. The rule of this round is to compete for this thing. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Taoist envoy of the emperor's list on the golden high platform flipped his hand, and there was something extra in the palm of his hand. Hum. A faint ancient aura came, and everyone who sensed this aura raised their eyes. I saw that it was a large golden seal the size of a palm, engraved with the body of a dragon, coiling a dragon on top of the golden seal. This is the Seizing Heaven golden seal. With a light lift of the right hand, the big golden seal floated up, releasing a faint golden light, rising to a height of 10 feet, so that everyone could see its appearance and feel its breath. This round, all of you, compete for this Seizing Heaven golden seal and guard it for 3 hours before you can advance. Go. After uttering one word, the golden seal of Duo Tian turned into a stream of light, flying towards the back of the emperor's list and Taoist envoy. But first, you have to find it. Watching helplessly, the Dao Tian golden seal representing the qualification for this round of promotion flew away, and everyone was stunned. The golden seal of Duo Tian. It seems that it should be an ancient spirit treasure, which is a bit interesting. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and the consciousness locked on the golden seal dissipated after a few breaths. Explain this golden seal. It has flown over 1,000 miles. Within a range of 1,000,000 miles, to find a golden seal with such a weak aura, it must be at least within 10 miles. Such a search is simply looking for a needle in a haystack. After 100 breaths, the competition will officially begin. On the golden high platform, the Taoist envoy of the emperor announced, "The rules are announced now. In this round of battle, you can make any move at will. There is no limit to cultivation, no limit to emperor skills, no limit to the number of people, no limit to life and death, only the result. Hey, get ready. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the figure of the Taoist envoy of the emperor's list gradually blurred, and with a strange smile on his face, he disappeared on the golden high platform. The remaining 1,300 geniuses suddenly exploded. Damn it. How do you find it in such a large area? What the hell, didn't you hear? There is no limit to life or death, no limit to the number, no limit to anything. Whoever finds the golden seal will definitely be besieged, and that's courting death. That's right. Finding someone is much easier than finding a golden seal. At the same time as the discussion sounded, a golden number appeared on the golden high platform and began to count down continuously. And under the high platform, more than 1,000 people released their spiritual senses in unison, covering every genius around them. Just like someone said just now, it is definitely easier to find people than to find a golden seal in this small world of millions of miles. Because the aura of the golden seal is weak, and the aura of cultivation on a person's body, as long as he activates his body skills and true energy, he can sense the aura fluctuations thousands of miles away. Easier to spot if a fight occurs. Obviously, finding a needle in a haystack depends on luck, and cultivation and strength are useless at the first stage. Therefore, using the short countdown start time, thousands of geniuses are all releasing their consciousness to lock on the geniuses present. However, not everyone can be locked. Thousands of geniuses released their consciousness at the same time, and a gust of wind blew up the scene, sweeping the audience. And when thousands of divine senses swept across Chu Yan, it was as if fallen leaves flew through the air, and they couldn't lock on to Chu Yan's deity at all. Unable to lock with spiritual consciousness. With puzzled eyes, Chi looked at Chu Yan, his face full of bewilderment. Could it be that there is some powerful jade talisman on the body of this Chu Yan? Human race's trick. A cold snort came from the crowd, making the astonished eyes looking at Chu Yan all around suddenly startled. If Chu Yan really has a powerful means of holding breath, then in this level, he has taken advantage of it. After thinking about it, everyone quickly scanned Chu Yan and continued to lock on other people. Everyone knows that if they want to win this round, the most important thing is to lock in the number of people in this short period of time. Once the time is over and everyone disperses, it will be difficult. I didn't expect that the aura of the spirit of chaos would help me. Chu Yan smiled wryly and shook his head. Sensing that the fusion of the spirit of chaos in his body was less than 1%, Chu Yan was speechless. At this moment, on the golden high platform, the countdown of hundreds of breaths finally came to an end, and the golden words exploded, like the sound of a drum beating, blasting the audience. Quick! Start! Come on, it was that direction just now. Yes. Jining has gone to the west, hurry up. With the sound of the drum, the entire crowd of geniuses exploded, and thousands of figures turned into countless streamers at the same time, flying towards the western sky. No one hesitated for a moment, and they all set off in one direction at the same time at the moment when the golden countdown ended. According to the golden seal flight just now, it must be at least 1,000 miles away before turning. Therefore, at this moment, everyone flew in one direction at the same time. Chu Yan was no exception, his figure was also blurred, and he soared into the air, just one step away, and it was 10 miles away. The distance of thousands of miles is only a few breaths to the geniuses present at the Emperor's list. After the 1,300 geniuses arrived at the place where the aura of the golden seal disappeared, some directly chose to fly in one direction, and some summoned their martial souls, frantically mobilized their divine sense and martial soul power, and began to investigate on a large scale. Some fell directly to the ground and searched for them deep underground. Only a small number of people, suspended in the sky, carefully sensed, chose the direction and began to search. Chu Yan and the others had almost dispersed, and fell directly from the sky to a mountain range below, with the breath restrained to the extreme. Now, it should be fine. In the depths of the dense forest, without any warrior aura within a few hundred miles, Chu Yan muttered to himself with a slight upturn of his mouth. #C 2005 Full-body embroidered woman. Just on the way here, Chu Yan had already thought of a way to find the golden seal. Just as all geniuses feared, with the power of one person, looking for a golden seal with a faint breath within a radius of 1,000,000 miles is absolutely no different from finding a needle in a haystack. In this way, the 1,300 geniuses looking for the golden seal became a matter of luck. As for the latter, whether you can guard it for 3 hours depends on your strength. However, this strength is also relative. If the golden seal is found and someone discovers it, once a battle breaks out, the geniuses from all directions will come upon hearing the news and besiege the person who found the golden seal within a short time. In this way, it is almost a one-man battle against thousands of geniuses in the emperor list. You know, these are not ordinary warriors, they are thousands of top geniuses from the outland continent. Almost every one of them has the strength to fight at a higher level, and there are countless secret skills in their cards. Being besieged in such a situation, as long as there is a wave of attacks, I am afraid that I will die without knowing how to die. Fire Crow, come out to me. With a loud shout, a large flame burst out from Chu Yan's side, and thousands of flaming crows with bloody red eyes burned the surrounding forest directly into a piece of white ground. Go. Find me that golden seal. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, thousands of fire crows immediately flapped their flame wings and flew in all directions. These fire crows subdued in Soul Demon Purgatory are extremely sensitive to the ancient aura. Most importantly, they are numerous and fly fast, which is definitely the best way to find the golden seal. Quack quack quack. Amidst the crows chirping all over the sky, within a few breaths, thousands of fire crows scattered and disappeared into the sky in all directions. In this way, news should come soon. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is divided into thousands of ways, and he follows every fire crow. As long as he finds something, he will know it immediately. The figure soared into the sky again, flying to a height of 10,000 feet. Chu Yan swallowed the golden pill, concentrated and calmed down, and quietly sensed it. Just when Chu Yan was trying to contact Situ Yang, suddenly, a strong consciousness rushed into the sea of consciousness. Huh! Found it! His eyes brightened, and Chu Yan's figure turned into a flash of electricity, which shot straight into the southwest sky. It never occurred to them that these fire crows were so efficient that they found the trace of the Duotian golden seal in less than 100 breaths. Thousands of miles away, Chu Yan arrived in less than 30 breaths. On this mountain range, the surrounding area is empty, and there is nothing at all. Huh! Is it in the mountains below? The pupil of Chu Yan's unicorn was running, looking at the mountains below, just about to search carefully. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Call out. Amidst a sharp sound of piercing through the air, a sword light like thunder from the sky was seen, with monstrous fire power, slashing down from the top of the head fiercely. This knife. The momentum is like a rainbow, and the power is turbulent, enough to kill the next martial emperor realm powerhouse. Chongtian Emperor Art, Yuan Lai. On Chu Yan's body, the true energy exploded in an instant, and he raised his hand and slapped it out. Boom, boom. The blade light collided with the palm print, as if water pouring flames. The powerful blade light quickly merged and dissipated invisible. He suddenly raised his head and looked above his head. Before Chu Yan had time to see clearly who was the one who attacked him, suddenly, in the direction behind him, a void ripple like water ripples exploded. Ripples in the void swayed, and a mass of purple thunder burst out from it, blasting straight to the position of Chu Yan's vest. Huh! Shout out! Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that such calculations, one move after another, would be extremely sinister. The sword light in the previous move was just a false move, just to lure the opponent to make a move. When the opponent's old power has just gone and new power is not born, this purple thunder light is the real killing move. However, if it is an ordinary warrior, it will be fine, and such tricks are meaningless at all. When he suddenly turned around, the 32 inner alchemy in Chu Yan's body were all running together, and the majestic true energy, like the great river of Nujiang, poured into his right hand crazily. Wan Lai Long Jing. With a sharp shout, the golden light exploded, the dragon's shadow roared, and the violent dragon energy blasted straight at the purple thunder light. Boom. One golden, one purple, the two groups of forces collided together and exploded with a bang. The energy rushed past, and the void exploded layer by layer. As the void shattered, a female figure appeared from the void. This woman's cultivation has reached the peak of the lower martial emperor realm. Holding a purple electric sword, wearing a dark golden treasure armor, wearing Yukuan shoes, wearing a black cloak, and a small jade shield tied on the belt and the back of the left hand. From head to toe, the whole body is full of emperor-level spirit treasures, and the lowest level is also middle level. Rich man. Chu Yan couldn't help chuckling as he looked at the radiance of the spirit treasure. Chu Yan, I didn't expect that your cultivation base did not plummet. The woman frowned slightly, looked at Chu Yan, and said coquettishly, why don't you let me go, and treat me as Qin Shuilian of Jiuxiao Pavilion, and I owe you a favor. Under the pupils of the unicorn, Chu Yan could clearly see that Qin Shuilian had the aura of a golden lock that surpassed the sky. Obviously, before Huya found it, the Duotian golden lock had already been obtained by this woman. Jiuxiao Pavilion, like Tianqi Building, is also a well-known chamber of commerce in the outland continent. Looking at her emperor-level spirit treasure, you can tell that Jiuxiao Pavilion also spent a lot of money in order to get a good ranking in the emperor ranking battle. Therefore, Qin Shuilian must have a powerful spirit treasure such as detection, so that she can be the first to find the Duotian golden seal so easily. Favor. Chu Yan chuckled, then shook his head and said, I don't care for the favor of your Jiuxiao Pavilion. Hand over the golden seal. Or die. Chu Yan fell to the ground without waiting for the other party to answer, his body turned into electricity, and rushed up directly. Qin Shuilian's complexion changed. She didn't expect Chu Yan to disagree with her, and directly attacked without any intention of discussing with her. Die. Chu Yan's figure soared to the sky, and his whole body was full of dragon power. First he punched out with his left hand, and then he punched out with his right hand. One in front and one in the back, two dragon fists blasted towards Qin Shuilian. This battle for the emperor's list is related to the interests of all parties, as well as the self-interests of the geniuses, so there is no favor to talk about. There is only one Duotian golden seal, no one will give up. In this case, there is only one battle. Boom. Boom. The fist pierced the void, passing through it all the way, the violent power blasted two void gaps in the air, and the power was overwhelming. What? So strong. Qin Shuilian's complexion changed, and a ball of golden light exploded from her body, and the jade shield on her left hand volleyed into the air and became larger, blocking her body. The power of Chu Yan's punch was beyond her imagination. September Star Sky Shield. With a demonic shout, Qin Shuilian's whole body qi gushed out, pouring into the jade shield in front of her, and at the same time, she slashed out with the purple thunder knife in her right hand. #C 2006 White Tiger Black Tattoo. Boom. A punch hit the Emperor Treasure Jade Shield, and it exploded directly. There was an endless cracking sound, and the surface of the Jade Shield was full of cracks. Immediately afterwards, the second punch came, and the Emperor's Jade Shield exploded directly, and the power of the bang remained undiminished, and it slammed heavily on Chu Yan. Swish! Like a meteor falling from the sky, Chu Yan was blasted from the sky to the ground by this punch. I pay. I pay. Chu Yan, who rolled to the ground, was pale and dusty, and her flowery face was full of fear. When Chu Yan landed in front of her, she had already waved her hand, took out the Duotian golden seal, and threw it at Chu Yan. Chu Yan was stunned, raised his hand to catch it, without looking at it, and wanted to enter the Rakshasa space directly, but there was no response to the golden seal in his hand. Can't accept it. Unexpectedly, this sky-shattering golden seal could not be collected in the Rakshasa space, and even the storage space, Chu Yan also tried, could not be collected. It seems that this is a battle for the Emperor's list, and the rules are set in advance. As a result, Chu Yan originally wanted to use the power of the Rakshasa space to isolate the aura of the sky-shattering golden seal, but now it is in vain. Chu Yan, even if you get the seizing heaven gold seal, you won't be able to keep it. Humph. Chu Yan looked at Chu Yan holding the gold seal, sneered, turned around and left without saying a word. Seeing Chu Yan leave, Chu Yan did not intend to kill her. After all, Jiuxiao Pavilion did not have a deep hatred with him. There is no need to have any grudges in this kind of battle for the Emperor list. However, since the battle broke out just now, I believe it won't be long before other geniuses will rush over. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan also jumped up and flew towards the distance. This place can't stay for long, and, according to the rules, it takes 3 hours to hold the gold seal to advance to the next level. Even if Chu Yan can defeat other geniuses, even an Iron Man cannot withstand the 3-hour battle. However, almost at the same time that Chu Yan was flying into the sky, 2 figures rushed towards him on the edge of the distant sky. Look, Chu Yan! Among the 2 figures rushing forward, someone saw it at a glance. Chu Yan was holding a golden seal and was about to leave when he suddenly exclaimed. Humph! I want to leave. The other person, dressed in a fire robe, saw that Chu Yan was about to leave, and immediately chased after him with a fierce expression on his face. So fast. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept behind him, and found that the 2 people behind him were farther away, and there were more than a dozen geniuses on the Emperor's list, who were also approaching quickly. Whether it is to escape or fight, there is no way. Blindly running away, waiting for more and more people to receive the news, when the time comes, people will be chasing you from all directions. If you turn around and fight, the result will be to be surrounded, and more people will be surrounded as time goes by. Therefore, whether it is fleeing or fighting, it can only be done for a short period of time. If it takes a long time, there will be consequences. Jiao, hurry up. Take those fire crows and find a place to hide quickly, remember. Be absolutely concealed. Chu Yan shook his body, and Jiao rushed out. At the same time, Chu Yan raised his hand and threw a jade talisman to Jiao. The whole body's true energy exploded, and the body skills were destroyed to the extreme. Then, it changed direction again and flew rapidly. Chu Yan's consciousness spreads out in all directions, and can sense as far as 5,000 miles away. Therefore, Chu Yan had to adjust his direction, fly to remote places as much as possible, and prolong the time surrounded by them. And next, relying on Jiao and more than 1,000 fire crows, they can find an ideal place as soon as possible and arrange the breath-separating spirit array as a hiding place. Huh! That's a clone. The Emperor list geniuses who were following behind suddenly noticed that a figure rushed out of Chu Yan's body and flew away in another direction, and suddenly exclaimed. Don't worry about him, the aura of seizing the heaven golden seal is still on Chu Yan. Another person shouted anxiously, how could such a trick to deceive them be able to deceive them? The roar spread, and everyone stared at Chu Yan closely, constantly urging the speed of movement, and no one paid attention to Jiao, who left suddenly. In less than a few breaths, the figure of Jiao, who left separately, disappeared directly into the sky in the opposite direction. Boom! 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 Almost within 100 breaths of time after Chu Yan left, a large group of Emperor List geniuses kept gathering. In this small world, half of the more than 1,300 geniuses on the Emperor List came, chasing the aura left by the golden seal of Duotian all the way, chasing madly. After a stick of incense, there were nearly 800 people within 1,000 miles behind Chu Yan, sweeping past like a black cloud. So many people. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect that these people would be so crazy in vying for the heavenly gold seal. The aura of imperial arts and spiritual treasures swept across the entire sky, almost covering up all the true energy in the sky. Obviously, in order to catch up with Chu Yan, these people all used their whole cards and secret skills, without any reservations at all. Chu Yan didn't dare to be negligent, and urged his movement with all his strength, like a black lightning, flashing across the sky. The afterimage passed through the air, condensing into a long line, and then, it was directly submerged and swept away by the large black crowd. After flying for a full 100,000 miles, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a consciousness finally flashed across. My lord, to the northeast, 76,000 miles, under a valley. When Jiao voice sounded, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. The next moment, Chu Yan's whole body exploded with shenqi, and the 32 inner alchemy circulated to the extreme, and under the urging of body skills, the speed doubled again. White Tiger Black Pattern Technique. With a sharp shout, the White Tiger martial soul let out a sky-shattering roar, and then, the strong power of the White Tiger martial soul gushed out, enveloping Chu Yan's whole body. With just a slight tremor, Chu Yan's body disappeared instantly, hiding deep in the void. No, gone. Thousands of miles away behind him, among the overwhelming crowd, exclamations sounded. What's going on? Why did it suddenly disappear? Not good. That Chu Yan, I'm afraid he has special means to hide in the void. Not bad. Come on, who can do it? Chu Yan's sudden disappearance is not uncommon among warriors, and even Qin Shuilian, who Chu Yan just fought with, has considerable means. Therefore, some Emperor List geniuses quickly reacted and roared in unison. Seeing Chu Yan disappear in front of their eyes alive, but there is nothing to do, which makes them go crazy. 3 hours has passed, and if you can't grab the golden seal of Duotian, you will be in trouble. At the same time, 90,000 miles away, in a quiet valley, faint spiritual consciousness overflowed from the void, and swept the entire valley carefully. No life breath was found, but Jiao and the others were not even found. Not here. Chu Yan was stunned, and looked around. This is the right place. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there is only this valley, hidden in a mountain range, which is extremely secretive. Master. Here. Just when Chu Yan was puzzled, Jiao appeared in front of a small hill and shouted to Chu Yan. Swish. With a flash of figure, Chu Yan rushed down and landed in front of Jiao. I saw Jiao waved his hand, and in the void in front of him a hole appeared, but it led to the inside of the small mountain bag. #C 2007 Ancient Cave. After entering the hill, the entrance to the void trembled slightly and closed again. The scene in the cave made Chu Yan's eyes brighten, and he was slightly surprised. Because, in this cave, there is actually a land of relics, with a small stone palace and a small square. At this time, more than 1,000 fire crows were hovering in the sky inside the cave, illuminating the entire underground cave with light. As for the position of the cave entrance, there are 3 layers of restrictions, and each restriction has a strong ancient atmosphere. And close to the stone palace, a breathtaking spirit array was in operation without a trace of ancient aura. Obviously, it was Chu Yan's handed over to Jiao, the breathkeeping spirit array refined by Fatty Situ. Huh. In this cave, there are already 3 restrictions. Chu Yan was startled, turned to look at Jiao and asked. Yes, my lord. Jiao nodded. This place was found by Fire Crow. After I came here, these 3 ancient prohibitions were activated, and the effect was very good. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, with a look of joy on his face. These 3 ancient prohibitions are not only effective, even if I am myself, I can't sense the breath of Jiao and thousands of fire crows in the cave. It seems that this Emperor List battle happened in ancient times. Chu Yan looked at the 3 forbidden god patterns, carved on the stone wall, his eyes shone slightly. This place should be a temporary hiding cave built by those who participated in the battle for the Emperor's List in ancient times, and won the gold seal. I didn't expect it to be preserved so well in nearly 1,000,000 years. Chu Yan walked to the front of the 3 restrictions, and stared. In these 3 prohibitions, there are many divine patterns mixed in among the hundreds of spiritual patterns. Although they were made temporarily, the workmanship is extremely fine, and the materials used are also of the highest quality. If Situ Yang were here, he would probably jump up excitedly. Because, not to mention the 3 restrictions, even one of them is more than 5 times stronger than the breath-separating spirit array refined by the fat man. When you leave, see if you can take it with you. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then walked to the cave square, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust his breath to recover. Swallowing the next golden elixir, feeling the power of the medicine dissolve, Chu Yan flipped his hands over, took out the Duotian golden seal, and looked at it carefully. On the Duotian golden seal, although the aura is weak, it is condensed and persistent, and it will last for a long time wherever it passes. In this way, although it is difficult to find it, once it is found, it is extremely easy to trace the aura left by the golden seal and follow it all the way. Huh! The breath of these golden seals. Suddenly, Chu Yan looked at the faint golden breath around the golden seal in his hand, and his face was startled. These breaths, if present, wrapped around Chu Yan's right hand, which seemed to have the meaning of fusion, but was blocked by the bodyguard. Could it be that these breaths can devour cultivation? A flash of consciousness flashed by, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and immediately swept away his consciousness, rolled over a small golden seal breath, and directly swallowed it into his body. Sure enough, Jinin's breath was like a body, and in Chu Yan's body. Originally staying in the Sea of Qi, the large group of chaotic spirits suddenly trembled, and directly separated a strand, swallowing the faint golden seal aura in an instant. 9 colored lights flashed, and the spirit of chaos flickered slightly. Immediately afterwards, the speed at which the spirit of chaos merged into the inner alchemy increased significantly. It turns out that the breath of the golden seal has such effects. Chu Yan's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, the aura of the golden seal could also help the spirit of chaos to fuse with him. At the moment, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, directly took back the bodyguard, and began to continuously devour the yin qi overflowing from the golden seal. Under Chu Yan's mistake, he found a way to improve the fusion of the spirit of chaos. In fact, he guessed that this seal might be of great benefit to the subsequent battle for the Emperor's List. Otherwise, why would the rule of this round of the Emperor List battle be 3 hours? Such a long time is probably just to allow time to devour and fuse the breath of these golden seals. At the moment, Chu Yan would still be polite, and under his full concentration, he began to devour the fusion seal energy with all his strength. At this time, outside the underground palace of the cave, above the sky, a large number of Emperor List geniuses, hanging high in the sky, rummaged around like headless chickens. When they chased here just now, no matter whether it was the breath of Chu Yan or the breath of the sky-shattering golden seal, they all disappeared without a trace, and there was not even a trace left in the void. Moreover, from all directions, more and more Emperor List geniuses are gathering towards this valley. Although the traces of Chu Yan and Jinin were lost, they all knew that this valley was probably where Chu Yan was hiding. As for the specific hiding place of Chu Yan in this valley, with a range of nearly 1,000 miles, I don't know at all. One piece of strange treasure, one spirit of martial arts, was continuously released. Some dog martial souls use their sense of smell to probe around in the void, while some spider martial souls release circles of ripples and rush towards the surroundings continuously. There are also martial artists who take out spirit treasures, all kinds of strange things, such as ghost puppets, talisman blood souls, etc., are used to detect the breath, and various methods emerge endlessly. However, no matter if it is a martial soul or a strange treasure, if you want to find that faint aura that is almost non-existent within this radius of thousands of miles, it is tantamount to difficulty. Thousands of Emperor List geniuses completely surrounded the entire valley and began a blanket search. Time passed, an hour passed. Some Emperor List geniuses, with red eyes, have begun to lose patience, displaying imperial martial arts, and began to bombard 4 ancient times. Large areas of void continued to collapse, and mountain peaks collapsed one after another. However, the small hill where Chu Yan and the others are only more than 30 feet high is too inconspicuous, just like a small pebble among thousands of stones on a large river beach. Want to find, easier said than done. As time went by, more and more geniuses on the Emperor List began to join in the destructive search. Boom, boom. The berserk force swept across, and the sound of air explosions was endless. The powerful energy rushed in all directions, and the entire valley was constantly trembling. An irritable atmosphere diffused among the 1,000 Emperor List geniuses. Some geniuses, seeing that the situation was wrong, began to stay away from this valley and search for it in other places. And some, they just found a place and practiced, cross-legged, out of sight and out of mind. Most of them were geniuses with blood-red eyes, who gathered together, panting like a bull, with faces full of savagery and anger. Damn Chu Yan, how could it disappear? No. It should be in this valley. I'm afraid he has powerful means to hide his aura. But why did the golden seal disappear completely? This is not normal. Whoever still has a whole card, quickly take it out, otherwise, the time is coming soon. A group of people, you look at me, I look at you, but in the end, they all looked at Qin Xuelian in Jiuxiao Pavilion. As the direct disciple of the pavilion master of the Jiuxiao Pavilion, she has the envy of countless people just because of her top-grade emperor-level spirit treasure. Therefore, in terms of strange treasure means, among the thousands of people present, no one could compare to her. Okay. I'll come. Gritting her teeth, Qin Xuelian finally made up her mind, turned her little hand over, and took out a faucet ruler. #C 2008 Dragon Probe. The spiritual treasure that Qin Xuelian took out is well known in the world of warriors. Because it is the 9 Treasures Pavilion, one of the treasures of the 9 Great Town Pavilions, and it is also ranked second, named Dragon Ruler. This ruler has existed in Outland Continent for countless years. Back then, the owner of the 9 Treasures Pavilion relied on this dragon exploring ruler. After the establishment of 9 Treasures Pavilion, he accumulated countless wealth and became the second largest chamber of commerce in Outland Continent. Probing the dragon ruler. There is only one function, that is to explore the sky and check the dragon, which can sense all auras and find this location accurately. According to rumors, 3 of the top 10 secret realms in Outland Continent were found with this dragon exploring ruler. Holding the dragon exploring ruler, filled with true energy, a purple dragon shadow slowly emerged from the ruler, and a pair of dragon eyes shone like gems. The dragon's eyes swept around, and a mysterious aura, like a stream of air, kept rushing out. Exploring the 9 Xiao Tian once, exploring the 10,000 abyss secondly, and exploring the world with 1,000 dragons. Qin Shihualian's whole body surged with Shenqi, and her handprints flipped, one after another. The handprints kept punching into the dragon-exploring ruler. Suspended above the dragon-probing ruler, the purple dragon shape not much bigger than an ordinary snake has brighter eyes, and the airflow from the dragon's mouth almost turns into a real mist, rushing in all directions. Several geniuses who were familiar with Qin Shihualian gathered in front of Qin Shihualian. All of them stared at the dragon-exploring ruler closely, followed the movement of the little purple dragon head, and looked into the surrounding void. As long as the faucet stops, it means that Chu Yan's aura is found. How is it possible? This Chu Yan's aura doesn't exist at all. In less than 10 breaths, Qin Shihualian, who looked astonished, exclaimed. What? You can't even find Chu Yan's aura. How is this possible? All around, a group of geniuses on the imperial list saw Qin Shihualian's expression, and then looked at the dragon ruler, and they were shaking around without stopping at all. This scene made the emperor list geniuses around Tanlongqi all bewildered. The breath of Chu Yan. I can't even find the dragon-probing ruler. Could it be? Qin Shihualian frowned lightly, bit her red lips lightly, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. In the previous battle with Chu Yan, she has confirmed that Chu Yan's cultivation has not plummeted, and is extremely powerful. In this way, Chu Yan's aura of cultivation should be hidden by some means. Therefore, even the Taoist envoys of the emperor's list could not detect Chu Yan's aura cultivation, which caused his ranking on the emperor's list to drop to more than 700 places. If even the Tao of the Outland continent can't peek at Chu Yan's aura, then the dragon's ruler can't do it either. Humph. Junior sister Qin, don't investigate Chu Yan, directly investigate the Duotian golden seal. Beside him, a tall genius on the imperial list reminded him. The golden seal of Duotian cannot be stored in the storage space. Even if Chu Yan's methods are all-powerful, I don't believe that even the breath of the golden seal can be covered. As soon as the words landed, Qin Shihualian's eyes lit up. Good. You know, Chu Yan seizing heaven golden seal was snatched from her hands. And she was the first to find the Duotian golden seal, relying on this dragon-detecting ruler. Therefore, for the aura of the Duotian golden seal, the dragon ruler already has a memory, and it is much easier to detect it. Okay. It shouldn't be a problem to investigate the golden seal. I'm going to, Qin Shihualian, who was just about to cast it, had a glimmer of light in her eyes, and after a glance, she found that the geniuses of the emperor list who were originally scattered around were constantly gathering towards her. Obviously, the appearance of the dragon-exploring ruler made all the geniuses on the emperor list see hope. These people, of course, know that with the dragon-exploring ruler, it should not be difficult to find Chu Yan and Jinin. Don't worry about them. If you find the golden seal, each will use his own means. A big battle is unavoidable. The tall genius of the imperial list spoke again. When Qin Shihualian heard this, a cold flame flashed in her eyes, and she nodded slightly. In 3 hours, nearly 2 hours have passed, and in the remaining hour, as long as the golden seal appears, thousands of geniuses on the emperor list will gather here, and the result can be imagined. Long Tan Qianyun. After uttering a word, a golden light flashed out from the dragon-detecting ruler in Qin Shihualian's hand, and the purple dragon's shadow turned around quickly, and suddenly stopped a few times before stopping. A clear purple light pointed straight to the southeast direction, where more than a dozen small hills were connected together. Swish! 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 Hundreds of crimson gazes looked at the small hills dozens of miles away, all eyes glowing red. The dragon-exploring ruler that came to a standstill, the original faint golden light, continued to shoot forward, and finally shone straight on one of the small hills. That small hill is exactly where Chu Yan is hiding at this time. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when the purple light enveloped the small hill, the entire hill exploded, rocks flew, and a figure rose into the sky. Chu Yan. Seizing the heaven's golden seal. Thousands of geniuses on the emperor list saw the black-robed figure rushing out, glanced at it, and recognized it immediately. Chu Yan, who was hiding in the underground palace of the cave, had been watching this situation outside. Seeing that his hiding place was discovered, he rushed out directly. Before everyone can react, leave as soon as you can. Quick! Stop him! Seeing Chu Yan's figure, it turned into a black light and flew towards the distance. All the geniuses on the emperor list around were stunned for a moment, and then they exploded at the same time. Thousands of breaths exploded, and the violent true energy merged together, and they all covered Chu Yan. After rushing less than 10,000 feet away, Chu Yan discovered that there was also a group of emperor list geniuses rushing ahead. At this time, the valley was completely surrounded, and it was almost impossible to rush out. In that case, let's fight. With a sharp shout, Chu Yan's whole body exploded with Xinqi, and the holy Rakshasa deity behind him roared out directly. The violent Rakshasa Xinqi, like a frenzied tide, slammed into the breath of the geniuses of the emperors behind him. Go! Boom, boom! As Rakshas's true energy passes, the sky and the earth, all the way withered and decayed, everything turned into ashes. By Luo Xiaotianju. Blood River / Chiba's Hand of Great Compassion. Heavenly Fire Absolute Origin. Seeing Chu Yan's eruption, the surrounding geniuses on the emperor's list still hesitated, and they all shot together. All kinds of emperor's tricks, Lingbao's secret skills, turned into a large attack torrent, and crushed towards Chu Yan. Boom! 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 There was a sound of air explosion, soaring to the sky and hitting the ground, and the energy of the explosion was like a river, setting off a 100-foot-high air wave, rushing in all directions. Swish! Almost at the moment of the explosion, Chu Yan's figure turned into a black lightning, dodging left and right in the torrent of attacks all over the sky, with a pair of unicorn eyes, flashing 5 colors of different lights, avoiding all the killing moves. With the strength of one person, you can fight against thousands of people. With the help of the pupil of the unicorn, Chu Yan, who wandered among hundreds of attacks, was as imposing as a rainbow, stepping across the world without a trace of fear. A wave of attack swept past, and in the wind that filled the sky, Chu Yan stood in the air with his black robe flying, but he was not injured at all. What? This? All the geniuses on the emperor list were stunned when they saw Chu Yan standing upright with a sneer on his face. My heart was full of shock and amazement. Chu Yan, who ranks more than 700 in the emperor list, has such terrifying combat power. Boom! Boom! At this moment, in the distant sky, 2 powerful auras exploded, and in the aura of thunder, 2 figures rushed towards him.